Should ask the European king for help, said Feng Jin. Xiao Yi shook his head. It would be inappropriate if they could not even handle something this trivial and had to rely on the European king's power. Send a few more batches of assassins over to Deer Town. Cold sparks lingered in Xiao Yi's eyes. If they failed again, he would go there himself personally. No matter what, he would kill Lu Tingxiao and the bunch. Han Xiao had been staying in Deer Town for a few days, and all the assassins that came were handled by him effortlessly. Tang Lang just sat on the sofa and munched on watermelon every day. He watched how the assassins came and gave up their lives. Then he would do some cleaning up, enjoying a rather easygoing life. Come and play with me, kid. Han Xiao yawned, then said to Tang Lang, who was eating a melon. Please don't, grandfather. Want a melon? Tang Lang handed him a slice of watermelon with a cute expression. Yes. Han Xiao nodded and munched on the melon given by Tang Lang. Ever since the last time, Tang Lang never fought against Han Xiao anymore. He was only human and could not have endured the monster's attack. It was enough for him to try harming himself once. Only idiots would try it the second time. At midnight, Ning Xi went to the living room and reported, "Someone's broken through the defenses of Deer Town. Master, someone's coming again. They know that you're here, yet they still keep coming. I'm not sure what you're thinking, but if it were me, I'd surely rip them into pieces." Tang Lang looked at Han Xiao and joked. Han Xiao crossed one leg over the other as if he did not hear Tang Lang. After a while, Han Xiao took another slice of watermelon. You guys go out somewhere cool. There's air conditioning in the house. Surely it's much cooler than outside, said Tang Lang. However, his expression changed right after he finished his sentence. Probably a lot of assassins had come. It would be terrible if a gunfight broke out. Ning Xi and him were not monsters like him. What if bullets ran through them? You're right, grandfather. It is cooler outside. Tang Lang dragged Ning Xi and left the house. After an hour, sounds of gunshots came from the house. After 5 minutes, Ning Xi and Tang Lang returned when the noise had died down. Han Xiao was still munching on watermelon slices on the sofa. Bodies lay strewn in the living room in and outside. Han Xiao glanced wordlessly at Tang Lang. I get it, grandfather. Tang Lang smiled and worked like a bee, moving the bodies away from the house and cleaning up. Master, please let me hold your leg. Ning Xi looked at Han Xiao, impressed. I don't need a foot accessory, replied Han Xiao. By the way, when can I leave? Before Ning Xi could say anything, he asked her as he threw the watermelon rind into the bin. Ning Xi flashed an odd smile and stared at Han Xiao. She would not let him get away that easily. Until there are no more assassins. Ning Xi laughed. Han Xiao sighed annoyingly. He had finally become a babysitter. At least, the food here was good. Chapter 1986. First senior brother was cheated on. There were a few times that Han Xiao had wanted to leave. However, he had been held back each time by Ning Xi's timely temptation of delicious food. As for Ning Xi, this master could be settled with just a few delicious meals. If she found it troublesome, she could order a few sets of luxurious family buckets, and even save the hassle of cooking. Little baby, darling. The second day, Ning Xi waved a piece of raw imported beef to tease the white tiger in the living room. The tiger instantly stood up, seeming like it was in great spirits as it wagged its huge, snow-white tail and walked towards Ning Xi. Hold claw, Ning Xi enticed. The tiger tilted its head to one side and stared adorably at Ning Xi. Not bad. Ning Xi was about to feed the tiger when suddenly, Han Xiao appeared and snatched away the few bags of imported beef beside Ning Xi. Master, this is the tiger's food. It's still raw. Ning Xi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Boy. Han Xiao tossed the beef to Tang Lang, who was not far away. Okay, grandfather, please wait. Tang Lang eagerly ran to the kitchen and swiftly pan-fried the beef until it was medium well. What the heck? You two. Ning Xi looked at Han Xiao, then at Tang Lang. These two people were colluding. Especially Tang Lang. Bloody hell, he had actually cooked for Han Xiao? Cooked. Suddenly, she felt like her first senior brother was being cheated on. This tastes horrible. Han Xiao took a bite and instantly lost interest. At this moment, the tiger walked up to Han Xiao, his gaze fixated on the beef in Han Xiao's hand. When he saw this, Han Xiao just tossed the beef to the ground. The white tiger shook its snowy white tail and swallowed the beef in a gulp. Unfortunately, it only took about 2 breaths when the beef was spat out by the tiger again. It's not that bad, is it? Tang Lang undid his apron and looked awkward. Ning Xi was speechless. At the same time, in Deer Town, an European elderly man with a walking stick looked at the middle-aged black man behind him and said calmly, "Yorick, is it going well?" The black man was expressionless. "Just some useless people. It looks like the defenses around this place is rather mediocre. Don't be too careless either. Since the higher-ups will get us to make the move, I'm afraid it's not that simple," said the European elder. These two were the top assassins in the original Sin assassin rankings. The people that Xiao Yi sent out were useless. The black man who was called Yorick used a paper to wipe away the blood stains on his hand. If the European king's forces didn't want to dominate Asia, how could they have been interested in Xiao Yi as the controller? He can't even handle this little thing and need us to. Take action. What a joke. Yorick squatted down and wiped away the dust on his leather shoes. It's best to be more careful. Being a mission from the higher-ups, we cannot fail. The European elder smiled slightly and walked towards the direction of the garden house. About half an hour later, Yorick pulled out a submachine gun in front of the house. "Yorick, don't be so crude. We're here to visit," said the elder. Yorick shrugged and put his gun away. "Is there anyone there?" The European elder knocked very politely. Very soon, Ning Xi opened the door. As she stared at this kind elder, Ning Xi was puzzled. "Hello, please forgive us for boldly disturbing you." The European elder looked at Ning Xi and smiled faintly. "And you are?" Ning Xi asked. "What's going on?" Tang Lang held half a watermelon and walked up to the door too. "Hello, may we know if this lady is Miss Ning Xi?" The European elder smiled and asked. "I am Ning Xi." "Hello, Miss Ning Xi." The European elder continued. "Do you have any last words?" Then, the European elder took out a surgical blade as the peaceful smile on his face turned wider. Chapter 1987. Give people some dignity. When she saw the European elder before her suddenly pull out an extremely sharp surgical blade, Ning Xi reflexively moved backwards. Even if she had reacted slower than she preferred, at this moment it was clear that this European elder and the black man beside him were assassins. "You're Dr. Death on Original Sin's Assassin Top 10 list." Tang Lang frowned. "Little guy, you know me?" The European elder smiled and asked. When he heard the European elder admit his identity, Tang Lang gasped. Dr. Death was the old guy's nickname. This old European guy before that had once shocked the underground powers of Europe and America. When he was younger, he had been an extremely prestigious surgeon. Later on in his life, he had used his surgical blade to cut off his daughter and wife's heads. He was a complete madman. From then on, he became an assassin, and the outside world had christened him the title of Dr. Death. Tang Lang trembled on the inside. Since this old guy was Dr. Death, then the black man beside him should be his partner, number 7 on the original Sin assassin rankings, bacteriophobic Ripper Yorick. To be able to send 2 people from the Origin Sin's top 10 on an assassination in China could only be the work of the forces from European King. The both of you, do you have any more last words? If you don't, then we can begin, Dr. Death smiled and said. At this moment, Tang Lang's eyes widened and he shouted, "Grandfather, someone's not giving you face. Bloody hell, they've come to challenge you." Very quickly, with one hand holding a drumstick and a greasy mouth, while wearing Ning Xi's slippers on his feet, Han Xiao ran to the door as he ate. "Old guy, if you have the guts, don't run. My grandfather is coming. Just wait." When Tang Lang saw the man in slippers going over, the solemn expression on his face finally dissipated. He started to chew on the remaining watermelon in his hand. "Who's it?" Han Xiao walked to Ning Xi's side. "This black guy and this old fart." Tang Lang chomped on his watermelon as he pointed at Dr. Death and bacteriophobic Ripper Yorick. "You two, who are you?" Han Xiao snatched a piece of watermelon from Tang Lang and asked as he ate. When she saw Tang Lang and Han Xiao eating melons like spectators, Ning Xi was completely floored. Bloody hell, these were Original Sin's top 10 assassins. Could they give people some dignity? Just a bit of dignity. When he saw Han Xiao appear, the perverted madness in the European elder's eyes instantly faded away. Especially Yorick, who quickly put his submachine gun away. His initially grave and stern face suddenly had a flattering smile. "Oh, Master Xiao. How come it's you, Senior?" Yorick's forehead broke out into a cold sweat. This Were the higher-ups playing an international joke? No one had told them that the madman Han Xiao was here. Who are you? Han Xiao ate his melon and asked. Master Xiao, look at your memory. I'm Yorick. Yorick quickly smiled obsequiously. Oh, Han Xiao thought about it for a while, but his memory failed him. Last time, I didn't know and offended you, but you were merciful. You broke one of my legs. After that, it was fixed by a friend. Yorick looked nervously at the European elder beside him. About 2 years ago, he and Dr. Death had received an assassination mission. On the way, they had met Han Xiao. In the end, they had almost been beaten to death by Han Xiao. Yorick had had one of his legs broken, and later on it had been fixed by Dr. Death. You're pointing at me with the surgical blade, so what are you implying? Han Xiao looked at the European elder. Oh, I. The European elder's body wavered. Then he quickly swept the surgical blade across his chin. Master Xiao, don't misunderstand. I'm just shaving. Chapter 1988. Extortion. I'm shaving. I haven't shaved for a few days now. The stubble is hard to bear. The European elder shook his head, the sharp surgical blade continuing to move back and forth his chin. Your chin is bleeding. Tang Lang ate his watermelon as he blinked and said, Oh, no problem, no problem. It's a small issue. The elder lifted his hand and used his sleeve to wipe off the blood traces. Do you want me to help you shave? Han Xiao asked. No. The elder quickly shook his head. Don't be shy. Han Xiao tossed the watermelon rind straight into Yorick's face. When he saw that Yorick was slightly stunned, Han Xiao frowned and asked, Is there a problem? No problem at all. I wonder where the watermelon rind flew from. It's a small issue, assured Yorick. Han Xiao shrugged. Then he took the European man's surgical blade. Stand properly and don't move. Otherwise, I'll cut you. Han Xiao finished and started to help the elder shave. When he finished shaving his beard, Han Xiao did not stop. He unexpectedly shaved off all of the elder's hair, shaving his head bald. Grandfather, why did you shave off his brows too? Tang Lang asked mirthfully. It's pleasantly cool. Han Xiao answered. Does it feel pleasantly cool? Then, Han Xiao turned to ask the European man. Cool. Very fresh and cool. The European elderly repeatedly nodded. He was afraid that if he said anything wrong, he would offend this madman. When he heard, Han Xiao felt satisfied. He held the surgical blade and walked to Yorick's side. Without any explanation, Yorick's thick mustache, brows, and hair had also been shaved clean. Doesn't it feel pleasantly cool? Han Xiao looked at Yorick and asked with a smile. Cool. Thanks for the trouble, Master Xiao. I've wanted to shave it all off for a long time. It feels really good. Yorick's face flashed with a flattering smile. Thank you, everyone. That will be $500 each. Han Xiao hurled out his hand. Yorick and the European elderly came back to their senses. They quickly searched themselves. Master Xiao, I didn't bring any money with me that I only have $300. I only have $400. Yorick and the European man took out all of the US dollars on them and handed it over to Han Xiao. You owe me $100. You owe me $200. Han Xiao counted and then said, How about this? Let's follow China's bank interest rates to calculate. Don't forget to return me the money then. Han Xiao put the $700 into his pocket. Okay. Master Xiao, we still have some things to do, so we'll leave first. Later on, we'll send you the money. Yorick pulled away the European elder who was frozen where he was, wishing his parents had given him a few more pairs of legs to flee. He almost rolled and crawled out as they ran out of the house. Dude, buy more watermelons and get some meat. Han Xiao threw the $700 at Tang Lang. Okay, grandfather. Tang Lang nodded and said. Ning Xi stood on the side. She was thoroughly impressed and bowled over in complete admiration. She had shaved off the brows, hair, and mustache of the two assassins who were in the top 10 original sins rankings. Plus, he had even extorted $700 from them. In the end, he had asked Tang Lang buy more watermelons and meat. $700. Bloody hell. How much watermelon and meat could that buy? Ning Xi finally understood that Han Xiao was an idiot through and through. Grandfather, why did you let them go? You should have just killed them. Tang Lang kept the money in his pocket and grinned at Han Xiao to say, Kill them? Han Xiao was stunned. He looked at Tang Lang with a puzzled expression. Who were they? When they heard him, Tang Lang and Ning Xi almost puked 3 liters of blood. They had done all that for so long, shaved all their hair, and had even asked for $700. In the end, Han Xiao actually did not know who the both of them were and what they had come for. Suddenly, Ning Xi felt bad for the 2 assassins. It really was not easy for them. Chapter 1989, A Miracle. An enraged voice came through the other side of the phone. Damn you bastard. Don't you know who's in Deer Town? You just simply asked the higher-ups to assign this mission to us. Yurik was extremely angry. I don't want to waste my time on you. Get someone to send over $300 and bear the consequences yourself if something goes wrong. Yurik then hung up the phone. Xiao Yi was confused. He had no idea why Yurik was so angry. What was with that $300? Moreover, the forces of the European king had issued this order. How was that related to him? No matter what, Xiao Yi was not an idiot. If Dr. Death and Yurik were not able to finish the job, Tingxiao might indeed have someone incredibly strong there. Might we need to use that person? Feng Jin frowned while Xiao Yi remained silent. The person Feng Jin mentioned was not well known. Still, he was the strongest assassin in the European king's force. It was not an exaggeration to call him the best in the world. Xiao Yi contacted the European king's force once again and requested them to send someone stronger. Xiao Yi, do you mean you want us to use Xiao Zhan? Asked a low and deep voice. If Xiao Zhan is willing to, then there'll be no problem. Xiao Yi smiled. Do you know that Xiao Zhan tried to assassinate Han Xiao the last time and was injured? He's currently still recovering. Han Xiao. Xiao Yi was taken aback when he heard the name Han Xiao. While he had never seen him before, he was well aware of Han Xiao. Several years back, the European king had betrothed his youngest daughter to Han Xiao. However, Han Xiao did not want to get married, so his relationship with the European king broke down. Over the years, the European king had sent dozens and dozens of assassins to kill Han Xiao, yet none of them were able to come back alive. Xiao Yi had heard some news about Han Xiao as well. It was said that he was a genius from a renowned family, and that he was so strong that common sense did not apply to him. Xiao Zhan survived? Xiao Yi asked. In Xiao Yi's mind, Han Xiao was equivalent to the word invincible. Probably only the legendary Qin Wentian would be able to have a fair fight with Han Xiao. People of their caliber only existed in legends. No matter how strong Xiao Zhan was, he was still not at their level. Just a little more and Han Xiao would have been dead. Too bad. There was the sigh of a deep voice. Xiao Zhan's assassination skills were top of the world. Even Han Xiao almost got done in. Xiao Zhan is incredible, Xiao Yi lamented. Just a little bit more, and he could have killed Han Xiao. What a miracle. Even though he failed, he was still able to injure Han Xiao. Xiao Yi, let me tell you, Yurik called me just now. Do you know? Who's guarding the Liu family right now? The other side of the phone asked. Who is it? Xiao Yi asked. Han Xiao. What? Xiao Yi gasped. The person in Deer Town was Han Xiao. How was that even possible? Just what kind of relationship did Han Xiao have with Tingxiao and Ning Xi? Why would he be helping Ning Xi in Deer Town? Xiao Yi had no idea that Tingxiao and Ning Xi knew Han Xiao. No matter how powerful your assassins are, it's all futile. Even the top killer of the original sins, Li Suifeng, was killed by Han Xiao effortlessly. It's no wonder Yurik would complain about it. We'll let Xiao Zhan go. Before Xiao Yi had a chance to speak, the call was hung up. Chapter 1990. This assassin is tough. In Deer Town, it was a dark night, and the stars and the moon were nowhere to be seen. On the sofa, Ning Xi was covered in blankets as she was cuddled in Tingxiao's arms while holding a game controller in her hands. She was playing video games with Tang Lang. Han Xiao was eating a watermelon while squatting, and his white tiger was sleeping beside him. They were supposed to be facing attacks from groups and groups of assassins, yet in the end, it had become more like a vacation instead. She was really pleased that she got to spend a lot of sweet time with Tingxiao at home. After Han Xiao was done with the watermelon, he threw the rind away in the bin and stared at the 3 on the sofa. Han Xiao then stood up and turned off the game. Console. Grandfather, what are you doing? I almost killed Ning Xi. Tang Lang complained. Ning Xi was speechless. Dream on. Master saved you. Go to sleep. Lock your doors, instructed Han Xiao. Tang Lang was taken aback. Ning Xi and Tingxiao looked at each other. It was the first time Han Xiao used such a tone. Could it be that the assassin tonight had been tough? Sleep then. Tang Lang was not worried at all. He was very confident of a certain maniac. So he put on his slippers and went back to his bedroom. Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao as he gave her a comforting gaze, then they went upstairs together. Han Xiao would never say something meaningless. If he asked them to go to bed, then they would just have to cooperate. After Ning Xi and the bunch went to bed, Han Xiao turned off all the lights, then lay down on the sofa. The night was quiet till past midnight. A skinny-looking man appeared inside the house like a phantom. The doors were all locked, so no one knew how he got inside. It was as if this skinny man had been hiding there long ago. Han Xiao, you were lucky the last time. Tonight, you have to die, the skinny man blurted. There was no emotion in his eyes. He took out a dagger and went near the sofa, staring at the snoring Han Xiao. Some time ago, the skinny man had tried to assassinate Han Xiao in China and had almost succeeded. No matter what, he had to kill Han Xiao. The man whipped out a shining dagger. Whoosh! The dagger went straight to Han Xiao's heart without any hesitation. At the same time, Han Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and raised his right arm. Pa! Han Xiao grabbed the skinny man's wrist. What? The skinny man was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Xiaozhan, it's really late right now. What business do you have with me? Han Xiao stared at the skinny man and said expressionlessly. Impossible. How did you notice me? Xiaozhan could not believe it. Why do you think I let Yorick go back? Han Xiao grinned. After Yorick and Dr. Death left, they would surely have told the European king's force about him being in Deer Town. Knowing that he was in Deer Town, the European king force would then surely get Xiaozhan to assassinate him. Han Xiao was well prepared and would not make the same mistake again. He had been waiting to catch this man ever since he almost died the last time. Xiaozhan, it's true that your assassination skills are top-notch. However, even your master will need to be respectful to me. As for you, you're naughty. Han Xiao mustered strength in his right arm, then tossed Xiaozhan away. Bang! A loud thud echoed through the house. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 1990. This assassin is tough. In Deer Town, it was a dark night, and the stars and the moon were nowhere to be seen. On the sofa, Ning Xi was covered in blankets as she was cuddled in Tingxiao's arms while holding a game controller in her hands. She was playing video games with Tang Lang. Han Xiao was eating a watermelon while squatting, and his white tiger was sleeping beside him. They were supposed to be facing attacks from groups and groups of assassins, yet in the end, it had become more like a vacation instead. She was really pleased that she got to spend a lot of sweet time with Tingxiao at home. After Han Xiao was done with the watermelon, he threw the rind away in the bin and stared at the three on the sofa. Han Xiao then stood up and turned off the game console. Grandfather, what are you doing? I almost killed Ning Xi. Tang Lang complained. Ning Xi was speechless. Dream on. Master saved you. Go to sleep. Lock your doors, instructed Han Xiao. Tang Lang was taken aback. Ning Xi and Tingxiao looked at each other. It was the first time Han Xiao used such a tone. Could it be that the assassin tonight had been tough? Sleep then. Tang Lang was not worried at all. He was very confident of a certain maniac. So he put on his slippers and went back to his bedroom. Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao as he gave her a comforting gaze, then they went upstairs together. Han Xiao would never say something meaningless. If he asked them to go to bed, then they would just have to cooperate. After Ning Xi and the bunch went to bed, Han Xiao turned off all the lights, then lay down on the sofa. The night was quiet till past midnight. A skinny-looking man appeared inside the house like a phantom. The doors were all locked, so no one knew how he got inside. It was as if this skinny man had been hiding there long ago. Han Xiao, you were lucky the last time. Tonight, you have to die, the skinny man blurted. There was no emotion in his eyes. He took out a dagger and went near the sofa, staring at the snoring Han Xiao. Some time ago, the skinny man had tried to assassinate Han Xiao in China and had almost succeeded. No matter what, he had to kill Han Xiao. The man whipped out a shining dagger. Whoosh! The dagger went straight to Han Xiao's heart without any hesitation. At the same time, Han Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and raised his right arm. Pa! Han Xiao grabbed the skinny man's wrist. What? The skinny man was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Xiaozhan, it's really late right now. What business do you have with me? Han Xiao stared at the skinny man and said expressionlessly. Impossible. How did you notice me? Xiaozhan could not believe it. Why do you think I let Yorick go back? Han Xiao grinned. After Yorick and Dr. Death left, they would surely have told the European king's force about him being in Deer Town. Knowing that he was in Deer Town, the European king force would then surely get Xiao Zhan to assassinate him. Han Xiao was well prepared and would not make the same mistake again. He had been waiting to catch this man ever since he almost died the last time. Xiao Zhan, it's true that your assassination skills are top-notch. However, even your master will need to be respectful to me. As for you, you're naughty. Han Xiao mustered strength in his right arm, then tossed Xiao Zhan away. Bang! A loud thud echoed through the house. Chapter 1991. You guys are too cruel. The loud bang woke the three people upstairs up. They quickly rushed out of their bedrooms and went to the living room. As Xiao Zhan was thrown out, he did not give up. He kicked the wall with his feet and then aimed the dagger at Han Xiao's heart again. In that brief moment of time, Han Xiao flicked his finger and hit Xiao Zhan's right hand. Xiao Zhan screamed in agony as the dagger flew somewhere far away. Xiao Zhan, you were naughty the last time. See if I'll still let you live today. Han Xiao grinned. It was an evil grin. He then grabbed Xiao Zhan's neck. At this urgent second, Han Xiao turned over to peer at the three people on the stairs. How should I deal with him? Grandfather, beat him to death. Tang Lang yelled. Ning Xi blinked. I don't see an issue with that. Tingxiao went along. Agreed. Han Xiao was taken aback and stared at them in shock. You guys? How are you guys so cruel? Talking about killing people so casually. Could you kill me one day too? Suddenly, there was a crack. Xiao Zhan's neck had been crushed by Han Xiao. Han Xiao was shocked. He looked at the dead Xiao Zhan, and then looked back at the three people upstairs. What happened? Did you guys kill him? Upstairs. Tang Lang's mouth twitched. Grandfather, you killed him. I killed him. Are you sure? Asked Han Xiao. Tang Lang was annoyed. If I didn't see wrongly, Grandfather, you killed him. I'm sure you killed him. His neck's been crushed. It's really cruel. I didn't know you'd be this way. Master, I was wrong about you. Ning Xi said. It should be you who killed him, Tingxiao said. I think my hand slipped. I didn't do it on purpose. Han Xiao said as he looked at Xiao Zhan, who was dead by now. Tang Lang, Ning Xi, and Tingxiao were speechless. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at Han Xiao. She had seen a lot of shameless people, but not one of them were as shameless as Han Xiao. It was obvious that he wanted to take revenge for what had happened the last time. So he crushed that skinny man on purpose and acted innocent. Not only that, Han Xiao wanted to blame them even though he killed the person. They were all on the stairs. How could they kill with psychic powers? I think Master Han Xiao is really shameless. What do you guys think? Ning Xi smiled and looked at Tang Lang and Tingxiao. Don't be rude, third junior sister. Don't talk about my grandfather like that, or I'll get angry. While he's a little shameless, shameless people are invincible. My grandfather is the best. What he's saying makes sense. It's all right, Tingxiao said. I want to eat watermelon. Han Xiao ignored them and plopped down onto the sofa. I'll get it, grandfather. Tang Lang went into the living room swiftly and took out the ice-cold watermelon for Han Xiao. He then dragged Xiao Zhan's body outside. Ning Xi went downstairs and sliced up the watermelon. Then she handed it to Han Xiao with glittering eyes. Master, you let Yorick and the doctor leave on purpose, didn't you? You did so to lure this man out. Ning Xi exclaimed. Yorick, Han Xiao stared at Ning Xi. Who's that? Ning Xi was speechless. Chapter 1992. Have supper before you go? Han Xiao yawned. Then he snapped his fingers loudly towards a room. The white tiger swayed out from the room and strolled to Han Xiao's side. We're leaving. Han Xiao walked out as he waved to the three of them. Ning Xi was suddenly stunned. Master, are you leaving? Didn't you say that if no other assassin dares to come, I can leave? Han Xiao said with an expression that seemed to say, Are you trying to trick me again? Tang Lang nodded repeatedly on the side. Grandfather is right. Xiao Zhan is already the ultimate. Even Xiao Zhan had died here. Unless someone was crazy, no one would take on the mission to throw away their lives. Suddenly having to part after being together for the past few days, Ning Xi felt quite sad and at a loss. It's already so late. How about having supper before you go, master? Han Xiao did not hesitate to turn around and say, Okay. Ning Xi was speechless. Ning Xi's parting sorrow had instantly vanished. Late at night. Darling, would your end have any problems? Ning Xi laid in bed, unable to sleep. Are you not confident in me? The man's low and raspy voice rang above her head. Ning Xi pounced on him with a kiss. Of course I'm confident. Tingxiao kissed the top of the girl's head. You focus on doing your thing well. Take care of your health. What remained was his battle. After Han Xiao left, no one other assassin came to Deer Town. Everything returned to calm as if nothing had happened. However, several days after that, an additional pure white tiger cub that was extremely cute had appeared in Deer Town. As for the outside world, when the other party knew that this move of sending assassins did not work, in a short amount of time, the entire Asian economy and underground powers started to see ups and downs. Tingxiao became incredibly busy while Ning Xi's career returned to its pinnacle, back to her heydays. Wildie, turn back time. Fixate on the most beautiful version of you. On the screen of Imperial's Central Plaza where there was the busiest human traffic, Ning Xi lay in the midst of flowers akin to the Garden of Eden. Each inch of her skin that was not covered in cosmetics appeared delicate. The dreamy scene made all the passers-by pause in their steps. Whoa, Ning Xi's skin is just amazing. I heard that when she shot this commercial, she didn't put on any makeup at all. I've seen Ning Xi up close in real life. She's definitely even more amazing than how the commercials show it. The word, turn back time, is really fitting. They actually got Ning Xi to be their spokesperson. I feel like YLD is becoming classier and classier. Previously, I've always used the SS brand, but when I get my salary, I'll go buy a set of YLD to try. At YLD's company building, you've done well this time. In the video conference, the American CEO was in a jovial mood and had complimented her. This time, YLD's product did not only surpass SS in the Chinese market. Even America's sales had followed suit and had increased quite significantly. Parker reviewed the latest season's sales figure and heard his boss's praise. Naturally, he was as pleased as Punch. After being suppressed by SS for so many years, they had finally avenged their past shame. At the start, when they switched Lu Xiaoro out and had chosen Ning Xi instead, the decision was wise. Who would have thought that Ning Xi's momentum would be so quick and strong after her comeback? She had suppressed Han Zixuan to the point that they could not retaliate, instantly pulling up YLD's class. To sign on an artiste in their rising phase was much more profitable than just signing on an artiste that was currently famous. After Parker finished his video conference meeting with the upper management, he instantly called Su Tao to make friendly contact, at the same inviting Ning Xi to join YLD's fashion banquet. Chapter 1993, Poach. At Starlight Entertainment, Wang Haojuan stared at all sorts of complicated data on the computer screen and felt a terrible headache coming on. Glory World Entertainment's market share was catching up to surpass Starlight's at a terrifying speed. Their stock price had been rising too, while Han Zixuan and Starlight's End were already powerless in reversing the situation. First, she had joined the cast of The World. Then the event was crashed by Ning Xi. At the night of Starlight, she had straight up slain the ranks. When she finally got the opportunity of acting in a Hollywood blockbuster, yet she became a prop to Ning Xi. Even her ambassadorship for SS skincare products commercial had been crushed by the YLD brand that Ning Xi was a spokesperson for. Cheng Yibin, Lu Xiaoro, what are you two doing? If I remember correctly, shouldn't YLD's spokesperson be Xiaoro? How did it become Ning Xi in the end? There were so many concerns in the company. He could not possibly be watching every single one of them. By the time he found out, it was already too late. Not only did they lose an A-list ambassadorship, but they had even let Han Zixuan be crushed once again. Lu Xiaoro was mad, but she did not dare to express it. She could only grit her teeth silently. Cheng Yibin wiped the sweat on his forehead away, his expression flattering as he said, Phil Wang, you really can't blame me for this. Initially, we were already going over to sign the contract that day, but who'd have thought that midway, Su Tao would bring Ning Xi over too. Snatch it away from us. I couldn't do anything either. Su Tao was probably taking revenge on Xiaoro jumping ships. This is all the fault of the conflict between the two of them privately. It really has nothing to do with me at all. Lu Xiaoro looked in disbelief at the manager beside her. She almost cried out in anger. This ambassadorship had been settled on before I joined the company. How was it that I was fine before I joined the company, yet I fell through once I entered? How could this be my fault? Cheng Yibin's expression suddenly turned dark. Xiaoro, what are you implying? Are you saying that we ruined your spokesperson gig? These days, she had endured a lot in Starlight and had watched helplessly as Qin Shuang, who had formerly been ridiculed by her, start to steadily rise up. It was a stark difference from before. Lu Xiaoro could not stand it anymore, so she cried and yelled on the spot. Chung Yibin, don't go too far with the bullying. You know well enough how you've been treating me ever since I joined Starlight. You don't let me fight for opportunities. You only know how to make me drink with people all day. For a crappy B-list ambassadorship, you made me sleep with an old fart. What's wrong with sleeping with them? Who in this line of work doesn't do that? Are you the only noble one? I let you sleep with him to fight for your opportunities. You? Enough. The two of you shut up. Look at how you're behaving. After he chased Chung Yibin and Lu Xiaoro, who were quarreling endlessly out, Wang Haojuan's head hurt even more now. Now, he could only put all of his hope onto Su Yan. He waited until the evening when Su Yan finally arrived slowly. Wang Haojuan quickly greeted the person at the door. CEO Su, you're here? Come in. Su Yan nodded slightly. Then he sat down on the sofa. What's wrong? Wang Haojuan looked troubled. I'm sure you know about how the company has been doing recently. Ning Xi's comeback is increasingly affecting our company. I've asked you to come because I wanted to discuss if you have any solutions, CEO Su. When Su Yan heard this, the light in his eyes sparkled. Since you can't crush her, why don't you offer a symbol of peace? Wang Haojuan was stunned when he heard his boss. CEO Su, are you saying that we should just poach her? Why not? Su Yan asked in return. Wang Haojuan looked troubled by this. CEO Su, you're clear about Ning Xi's dispute with your wife previously. Back then, Ning Xi had been forced away by us. How could she be willing to come back to us now? Even if she was, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to Shuloa too. Chapter 1994, I'll definitely be responsible. Don't worry about Shuloa. As for Ning Xi, I'll talk to her personally, said Su Yan, his voice tightening in a way that was not easily discerned. When Wang Haojuan heard him, his eyes instantly lit up. If you make that move, then that would be awesome, CEO Su. As long as Ning Xi is willing to come over, we can promise to give her all the best resources the company has. We can even establish a standalone studio for her. Her manager can come over too. Even though Glory World had progressed very quickly recently, they still could not compare to Starlight. Plus, if Su Yan personally talked to her, their odds of success were still quite high. The next day, Su Tao rushed into Liang Feixing's office very angrily. Wang Haojuan, F***CKU. Liang Feixing raised his brows. I didn't know you had such a unique taste. I'm not kidding. Bloody hell. I just got insider news that that bastard Wang Haojuan is trying to poach my Ning Xi. Poach Ning Xi. When Liang Feixing heard this, he revealed a rather subtle reaction. Bloody hell. Now what do we do? What if the queen really gets poached? Then, I don't want to live either. Su Tao looked like he would kill himself if Ning Xi left. Liang Feixing's mouth twitched. Can you calm down? Do you think Ning Xi is someone like that? Of course she isn't. The main point is that Wang Haojuan's team has too many underhanded tricks. Bloody hell, they poached so many of the seedlings that I raised one after another. I'm traumatized now. Su Tao was about to fall apart. Liang Feixing said in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, anyone can be poached, but in no way will it be Ning Xi. How can you be so certain? Su Tao's eyes were gleaming with tears. This guy now viewed Ning Xi as being even more important than his own life. Plus, with the betrayal by so many of the artistes under him, he probably had been traumatized. Liang Feixing speechlessly rolled his eyes when he saw his aggrieved manner, as if afraid of being abandoned again. Of course, he was certain about the fact that Ning Xi was not only Glory World's artiste, but she was also Glory World's lady boss. Have you ever heard of someone poaching someone else's lady boss? Whatever it is, just trust me. Rest assured and go do your thing. Don't let your imagination run wild, advised Liang Feixing. Su Tao still looked upset. Then, if the queen abandons me, will you be responsible? I will. I'll be responsible. If you get abandoned, I'll definitely be responsible, okay? Get lost. I still have things to do. Liang Feixing spoke until his mouth was about to fall off. Finally, he managed to send away the vociferous Su Tao. At the Wildy fashion banquet, Ning Xi was present by invitation. Midway, she was taking a breather in the garden when she unexpectedly bumped into Su Yan, whom she had not seen for many days. The last time after meeting her once at the Imperial University, Su Yan did not look for her again. This was actually within Ning Xi's prediction. Su Yan could not beat Ning Xi. She recently heard that Starlight had been taken over by Su Yan, which was the reason Ning Xi was so under the weather. She knew Ning Xi very well. There was nothing that would make her hand over her power, unless it was a cool night. Ning Xi wore a long, silver-white gown, and her jet-black hair was twisted in a loose bun on the back of her head. She looked contented holding a glass of red wine and sitting on the swing. The scene before him was so beautiful that it was surreal. Su Yan's heart beat crazily. Xiao Shi, as if worried that the person before him would avoid him once again, he quickly said, Xiao Shi, this time I'm looking for you for an official matter. An official matter? Ning Xi tilted her head slightly. There was a hint of insobriety in her misty eyes. She was clearly so innocent, yet she could seduce him like an alluring spirit in the dark of the night. Chapter 1995. You only care about your darling. Su Yan felt his throat run dry. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he said, Xiao Shi, come over to Starlight. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows when she heard Su Yan. She did not expect him to be there to recruit her. Su Yan's gaze was gentle. Xiao Shi, you've been struggling on your own for so many years. Even though you're doing well now, no matter how much Glory World prioritizes you, it's still a monetary relationship between you and them. If you're in Starlight, at least, I can take care of you. Or if you're tired, you can always take a break and you won't need to push yourself. Huh. Ning 11 laughed. CEO Su, do you mean that you want me to be your mistress? Su Yan's expression changed, and he quickly replied, I didn't mean that, Xiao Shi. I just want to take care of you. CEO Su, please take care of your wife and son. You don't have to worry about me. Su Yan's face turned pale when he heard Ning Xi. You know about it. Su Yan looked at the girl in front of him and tried to explain. I didn't lie to you, Xiao Shi. I went back and already had the lawyers draft the divorce papers. I asked Shiluo out to talk to her, but that night, Shiluo suddenly fainted and was admitted into the hospital. Then, the results came out. She's pregnant. I really couldn't bring myself to tell her under those circumstances. I know I let you down again, Xiao Shi. Wait for me. Give me more time, okay? Su Yan then gazed at the girl nervously, but she closed her eyes as she rested her head on the rope of the swing. She seemed to be asleep. This scene, as if Su Yan was under a spell, he walked over to the girl uncontrollably. Just moments before his hand touched the girl, someone suddenly dashed out and blocked Su Yan's hand as he stood in front of Ning Xi. Jiang Mai's eyes were icy cold. CEO Su, as someone else's husband, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. The word husband made Su Yan seem unwell. Xiao Shi is drunk. Please ask her assistant to come over to take care of her. Jiang Mai scoffed. It's none of your damned business. He then stared at Ning Xi, who was sleeping peacefully at the moment. Then he helped her get up. Stupid girl. Please be more aware of your surroundings. Ning. She opened her eyes. Blondie, didn't I ask you to control your drinking? Why did you drink so much? Jiang Mai roared at her. Ning Xi pinched the space between her eyes. I only drank a glass. After waking up from her coma, her body had mostly recovered. But of course, there were some residual effects. She found out that her tolerance to liquor had become much lower. Jiang Mai quickly left the little garden with her angrily. That Su bastard almost had you just now, do you know? Thanks. Of course, you should thank me. You must have done something really good in your past life to have me as your ex-boyfriend. I'm going to be so pissed off with you if you compare me to that trash again. Of course not. You're my nephew. Say it again, who am I? Do you think I won't just leave you here? Bro. About what happened today, please don't tell my darling. You only care about your darling. Chapter 1996. You'll never abandon me, will you? Ning Xi noticed that something had not been right with Su Tao recently. He lingered around by her side and made a lot of little gestures such as greeting her more frequently and serving her drinks more often. While Su Tao had been sweet to her before, it was especially obvious these few days. He also had several moments where he looked like he was about to say something but stopped himself. Ning Xi could not help but ask him, What's wrong, bro Tao? Be straightforward with me. It took Su Tao some time. Before he mumbled, My queen, you'll never abandon me, will you? What do you mean? Ning Xi was confused. It's all because of that bastard, Wang Haojuan. He's trying to get something he's unworthy of. He wants you to go over to Starlight. Su Tao raged. Ning Xi laughed. Well, you already said that he's unworthy, so why would I go to him? But I'm insecure. Suddenly, Liang Feixing came in and dragged Su Tao aside. Why are you doing acting like a child? I've got goosebumps. Didn't I ask you to not bother Ning Xi? Get to work. He then turned to Ning Xi. Don't mind him, Ning Xi. He's on his period and is having some emotional distress. Ning Xi was helpless. Don't worry, bro Tao. Su Yan did look for me last night, but I've rejected him. Damn, that shameless bastard. He even used Su Yan. Su Tao scowled in frustration. However, Su Tao was finally able to be at ease after he heard that his queen had rejected the offer, so he went back to work happily. Then, my queen, I'll head over to fetch you to the Imperial TV station annual anniversary. I'm not sure when the event in the evening will end. My program is near the end anyway. Bro Tao, you should go over with Qin Shuang first. I'll go over there myself after the event, said Ning Xi. All right, Su Tao answered, totally revived. The goddess was just so kind and considerate. At night, Su Tao brought Qin Shuang backstage. They went into their designated dressing rooms. They soon realized that someone was already inside. Su Tao then noticed that he had gone into the wrong room. Inside the room were Yin Yuyu and her manager, 2 assistants, a makeup artist, 2 bodyguards, and practically a village was helping Yin Yuyu with her makeup. Ever since she had gone to Starlight, Yin Yuyu was really focused on her image, as if she was afraid people did not know how well she was doing after she switched companies. A sharp-chinned assistant of Yin Yuyu's saw someone come into the room. She yelled angrily at Su Tao and Qin Shuang. Who allowed the 2 of you to come in? This is Yuyu's exclusive dressing room. Su Tao was about to leave with Qin Shuang when he noticed he had entered the wrong room. However, having met an old enemy, he snorted at the sharp-chinned assistant. Exclusive dressing room? Is your name on there? The assistant looked at Su Tao with a mocking attitude. Su Tao, you were a top manager back then. Although you almost became homeless, you shouldn't really act like a hobo, should you? This assistant was the one who had slapped Su Tao and humiliated him in public. Consequently, Su Tao became the joke of the industry after this incident was published in the papers. A former top manager had been slapped by a minor assistant in public. Chapter 1997, Small Time Extra. Afterward, it was exactly because of this that she was regarded highly by Yin Yu, who was satisfied with her performance. With such a great opportunity, the assistant would never let it slip away. The one who's really homeless is someone else, isn't it? Su Tao glanced over at Yin Yu. Yin Yu's back suddenly straightened, and her expression changed as well. Su Tao was mocking her. A year ago, when she was at her absolute worst, she really had slept on the streets. Su Tao had found her and cultivated her to become a big star in Glory World. The assistant had heard about Yin Yu's past before, and she knew Yin Yu must be really upset. She went up to the 2 of them. I've already said this is Yin Yu's exclusive dressing room. Do you dogs not know how to listen to the human language? At this moment, some staff of the TV station came over when they heard the fuss. May I know what's happening? A bearded middle-aged man and a young woman entered. The sharp-chinned assistant quickly complained. Director Chun, well, you know this is Yu's exclusive dressing room. Every time Yu comes, she always uses this. The other rooms are too small. But these 2 people insisted on staying here unreasonably and want to take Yu's dressing room. Well, the director looked at Yin Yu, who was doing her makeup, then glanced at Qin Shuang and Su Tao. The industry would usually pick on the weaker ones, and Yin Yu was infamous for being a bully. On the other hand, there was Qin Shuang. While she became popular overnight, she was not at a level that could be compared to Yin Yu. It was really unnecessary to offend Yin Yu because of Qin Shuang. After a short moment of consideration, the director already had his answer. He turned to Su Tao and Qin Shuang. This dressing room is Ms. Yin's exclusive dressing room. Why don't the 2 of you follow me somewhere else? The assistant looked really cheeky when she heard that the director was on her side. Did you hear that? Qin Shuang did not want to give Su Tao any trouble, so she whispered to him. It's all right, bro Tao. Let's go somewhere else. Su Tao did not say anything. His expression seemed eerie instead. The assistant became impatient when the 2 of them did not move. Yu's program is starting soon. Are you going to be responsible if it's delayed? It was not really a big deal, but this assistant just wanted to make them look bad. Director Chen glanced at the time. Because he was rushing, he used a harsher tone. Please leave and don't bother the other artistes who are going on stage. The assistant gave a signal to the 2 bodyguards. Then she taunted with her shrill voice. Get lost. Just how shameless are you to take our dressing room? bringing a small-time extra with you." As she spoke, the two bodyguards were on their way to chase them out. At the same time, there was a voice behind Su Tao and Qin Shuang. "So, I'm a small-time extra." Chapter 1998. Ning Xi's exclusive. When the familiar voice rang out, not only did the bodyguards froze in their movements, the assistants, Yin, Yu, Director Chun, and the other staff all looked towards the entrance. They then saw Ning Xi in an evening gown. She seemed to have just come over from an event. The arrogant, sharp-chinned assistant had fear flitting across her face. "I meant Qin Shuang, not you, Ms. Ning. What's wrong?" Ning Xi did not look at the assistant, but glanced at Qin Shuang and asked. Qin Shuang explained, "It's nothing, bro Xi. We just went into the wrong room, so they want us to leave." The assistant felt righteous and interrupted. "Went into the wrong room? The two of them are here to take the dressing room by force. Why don't you look in the mirror and see how you look like? You've just been popular for several days, and you've already forgotten your place." Ning Xi did not have any expression when she heard the assistant. Instead, she walked slowly towards Yin Yu's direction. Yin Yu unconsciously stood up as Ning Xi appeared. Ning Xi stretched her hand. Then she dragged the chair behind Yin Yu out and sat down, her long legs crossed beneath the high-slit skirt. She put her arms on the back of the chair and tilted her head as she scanned everyone in the room. She said slowly, "I want this dressing room." Yin Yu's expression darkened, and she stared at Ning Xi coldly. The assistant was anxious. "But, Ms. Ning, this is Yu's dressing room." Ning Xi raised her eyebrow. "Oh, her dressing room? Is her name on it?" The assistant did not expect Ning Xi to say the same thing as Su Tao, and she looked troubled. She could scold Su Tao however much she liked, but she dared not use the same attitude towards Ning Xi. In defense, she took on the victim's role. "This is really Yu's dressing room. You can ask Director Chun if you don't believe me." "Sure, I'll do that." Ning Xi then turned towards Director Chun and asked, "Director Chun, I'd like to know, whose dressing room is this?" Director Chun wiped the sweat off his forehead. After a short silence, he replied, This, of course, is Ms. Ning Xi's exclusive dressing room. It's yours." He then signaled the female assistant beside her. "What?" The assistant could not believe it. Just as she was about to retort something, she noticed that the female assistant beside Director Chun had gone out. She came back soon, and she had a white placard with her. Several big words were written on it. Ning Xi's exclusive dressing room. Did you see that? Ning Xi's expression did not change at all except for her eyes that were turning colder and colder. You guys," the assistant looked at this scene in front of her and the director's attitude. Apparently, she was frustrated. Yin Yu was so angry that her body started trembling. She almost died on the spot out of fury. Chapter 1999, Payback. That was not all. Director Chin turned to Yin Yu's team and said, "Ms. Yin, I think you guys have made a mistake. Please change to another dressing room now." "What? Hey, mistake?" Had it now become their mistake? They had been here much earlier. Yu had been using the dressing room here. However, it was obvious that Director Chin did not want to offend Ning Xi and was doing it on purpose. "Please," Director Chin urged them. The assistant did not dare say anything else. She might still be able to run her mouth if Ning Xi had not meddled. However, it was apparent Ning Xi wanted to help Qin Shuang. What could she say as just a mere assistant? Yin Yu had never been humiliated to this extent before. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and she almost lost her composure then and there. She used up all her self-control to calm down. "Let's go." Yin Yu's group quickly packed up their things inside the room. As they went to the entrance and passed by Su Tao and Qin Shuang, the sharp-chinned assistant was still frustrated. She growled in a mean tone, "Do you think you've won? You guys are just using Ning Xi." The assistant was not being soft, so of course, Ning Xi heard it. Ning Xi's expression turned cold as Su Tao and Qin Shuang's faces soured. Suddenly, Ning Xi stood up and went towards Qin Shuang and Su Tao. "Bro Tao, Shuang, follow me to the dressing room upstairs." Ning Xi's dressing room had originally been arranged to be upstairs. Yin Yu's dressing room was impressive, but the most extravagant room that was made for people of high international standards was the one upstairs. Qin Shuang nodded. Obediently, Yin Yu's expression turned even worse when she heard that they were going upstairs. At this moment, a TV station staff came over panting. "Ms. Yin, Your program is about to start. Please get into position. What? The assistant's expression changed. But Yu Yu's makeup is just halfway done. The assistant was scatterbrained as she panicked. Since Ms. Ning Xi is going to another dressing room and isn't using this room, then let us use it. She then rushed in. Ning Xi grinned. Then she glanced at the card that said, Ning Xi's exclusive dressing room. Did I allow you to use the room? Not only did she want it, even if she was not using it, she would not allow them to. Director Chun was skilled at observing others, so of course, he noticed Ning Xi's intentions. He then said, I'm afraid not. This is Ms. Ning's exclusive dressing room. No one can enter without her permission. Please go somewhere else. The public dressing area is just opposite here. What? You want Yu Yu to go there? And why can't we use it even when it's empty? The assistant could not believe it. Director Chun said emotionlessly, We reserved this room for Ms. Ning. It was your mistake from the start. We can't do anything about it. If you guys can't make it, then I'll get the other programs to go on. What a bully. The assistant was frustrated. However, they could not do anything about it. If they delayed any further, their program would be scrapped. In the end, Yu Yu's team went into the public dressing area and finished the rest of the makeup under the odd gazes of the other artistes. Chapter 2000. Not the same level. Yu Yu was not herself as she rushed on stage with unstable emotions. Her singing went horribly, and she could not reach several of the high-pitched notes. Yu Yu went backstage with a darkened expression. Just then, she heard people gossiping. Gosh, who gave Yu Yu the courage to pick up singing? Haha, there are so many news about artistes faking their singing recently. At least, she proved that she isn't faking it. Huh? You can do that too. Hey, that's not the main point, alright? Do you know what situation Yu Yu is in now? Why did she use the public dressing area with us, just now? Doesn't she have her own exclusive dressing room? Haha, I know. I heard that Su Tao and Qin Shuang went to the wrong room. Yu Yu picked on them and accused them of trying to take the dressing room by force. She even had people chase them out. And then, how did it become Yu Yu getting chased out instead? The female artiste who claimed to know all about it then continued. Then, Goddess Ning Xi arrived. What happened afterwards? You don't need me to spell it out, do you? Ning Xi is really sweet. I heard she's very protective of artistes from the same company as her. Aside from Qin Shuang, I heard there are several others as well. Yu Yu always acts arrogantly. Just because she's slightly more popular. It's karma. She always bullies the weak. She should go and fight Ning Xi then. Yu Yu was frustrated when she heard them. Are you guys done? They were all shocked and quickly acted being busy as if nothing had happened. They were afraid of this emerging typhoon. The group convened together again after Yu Yu stormed off angrily. What do you think Yu Yu will do? People who've offended Yu Yu before faced tragic consequences. Someone asked, Are you kidding? It's Ning Xi. Ning Xi is on a whole different level than Yu Yu. Look at how the TV station treats her. Don't forget that there's Han Zixuan above Yu Yu too. Aren't they good friends? Even though Han Zixuan is usually selfish and self-centered, she takes special care of Yu Yu. Someone rolled their eyes. Han Zixuan's being suppressed herself. She can't even hold up for her own. I think it's a little too early to make a conclusion. Given Glory World's capability and Han Zixuan's popularity, I think there's still a chance. At night, at a luxury super club, Han Zixuan and Ning Xi were sitting opposite each other at a table beside a small pond. Han Zixuan looked frustrated and helpless. Han Zixuan asked her the most important question. Vice President Ning, you've been taking care of me and helping me out, but ever since you left, I really feel like I can't stay in the company anymore. When are you coming back? Ever since Suyin had taken over the company, she was being suppressed more and more. She could not just sit around and do nothing, which was why she had asked to meet Ning Xi tonight. Opposite her, Ning Xi listened to her pleas and shrugged helplessly. She sounded like she was having some unspeakable issues. I'm sorry, Zixuan, I don't have any power now. I'm afraid I can't help you. Han Zixuan's expression changed. Vice President Ning, I don't understand. Why did you suddenly leave the company? Chapter 2001. I can't protect myself. An evil intention passed right through Ning Xiaoluo's eyes, yet her face looked innocent as ever. She pasted a bitter smile on her face and shook her head. Why would I leave if I could make the decision? I've been in Starlight for so long that it has become my second home. You're just like my sister. I wanted to stay in the company too, but halfway through her sentence, Ning Xi suddenly sighed, the wry smile on her face worsening by the second. It's fine. The fact is that I've left. Nothing else I say will change the situation, but now, because of me, you're affected. Ning Xi stopped and looked at Han Zixuan oddly, as if she had just said something she should not have. Han Zixuan was not stupid. It was obvious that Ning Xi had something else to say, and that it was related to her. She would never let this go, so she quickly held Ning Xi's hand tenderly. Vice CEO Ning, what happened? You're the one who brought me up. Can't you trust me? Ning Xi shook her head. Zixuan, you're like my sister. There's no way I don't trust you. It's just that the times have changed. In the past, I could protect you no matter what happened, but now, I don't want to tell you because I don't want to involve you. After all, I can't even protect myself now. What? Ning Xi's words shocked Han Zixuan. Ning Xi was now the daughter-in-law of the Su family. With her position, who could pose a threat to her? Unconsciously, Ning Xi's face flashed through in Han Zixuan's mind. Was Ning Xi the reason for Ning Xi's retirement? Could it be? Han Zixuan looked at Ning Xi in doubt. She hesitated for a while, then asked, Is it Ning Xi? Ning Xi's shoulders trembled when Han Zixuan mentioned the name Ning Xi. She lowered her head and put on an expression as if she had suffered a lot and was just surviving it. Ning Xi again. Han Zixuan was determined that it was related to Ning Xi based on Ning Xi's reaction. That which messed with you? You were the top star back in the days. If it weren't for her, you'd never have to quit. You're already out of the industry and she's still pestering you. Just how shameless is she? Han Zixuan responded angrily. She was not exactly sympathizing with Ning Xi. It just so happened that their common enemy was Ning Xi. Her anger was real. Ning Xi observed Han Zixuan's reactions. Obviously, she knew what Han Zixuan was thinking about, but she did not show it. She looked up with a bitter smile and peered at Han Zixuan with her helpless and lonely eyes as she patted her flat stomach with her hand. It's not her fault. It's my own problem. I got pregnant some time ago. Su Yin is worried that I might be too tired, which is why he wanted me to leave Starlight and focus on the baby. Ning Xi hesitated with a lonely and forlorn vibe lying in her tone. You're pregnant? Han Zixuan's eyes flew wide open. She quickly changed to a joyful tone. Congratulations, Vice CEO Ning is really blessed. CEO Su loves you so much, and you're having his baby now. CEO Su must be treasuring you even more from now on. I'm envious. Chapter 2002. You'll not survive. Ning Xi was shaken up inside, yet she still put up a gentle front. This child came upon us quite suddenly. I'm overjoyed about it, but Su Yin said he's been pretty busy with Starlight lately and rarely comes back home. Busy? Han Zixuan was a little taken aback. Because of Ning Xi's return, Starlight's artistes had been a little pressured recently, but compared to their peak period, there was nothing big going on. As the largest shareholder of Starlight, Su Yin did not need to involve himself with the small stuff. So just how busy was he to ignore his pregnant wife? Actually, the only action Su Yin took in the company was Han Zixuan came up with a shocking hypothesis in her mind. She tried to act calm and asked, Vice CEO Ning did. You know that CEO Su wanted Ning Xi to come to Starlight. Jealousy flashed in Ning Xi's eyes, but she put up an innocuous act and looked shocked. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Han Zixuan in disbelief. What? He wanted Ning Xi to come to Starlight. Ning Xi's reaction astounded Han Zixuan. Didn't you know? I felt that it was odd. Why would CEO Su want Ning Xi to come back? She was chased out back then. Now that we recruit her back, isn't it telling everyone that we don't have anyone talented in Starlight? Ning Xi's expression worsened, and she looked down. Why wouldn't she let Su Yin go? Vice CEO Ning. Ning Xi and CEO Su. Han Zixuan was floored once again. Ning Xi realized she had said too much. She covered her mouth and looked at Han Zixuan. Nothing, it's nothing. She just knew Su Yin a long time ago. While Ning Xi loved Su Yin, it was a very long time ago. They are unrelated now. There's nothing between them now. Ning Xi's voice was becoming smaller and smaller. The helplessness in her tone could make a person weep. Han Zixuan never expected the truth to be like this. Ning Xi and Su Yin had known each other from before, and Ning Xi was fond of Su Yin. This series of news was shocking for Han Zixuan. She remembered Su Yan's repeated attempts to invite Ning Xi over as she linked it to Ning Xiueluo's pregnancy and Su Yan's excuse of not going back home. Ning Xi is too much. You're pregnant now. And she's seducing CEO Su. Is she even human? Not only did she force you to retire, now she wants to break you and CEO Su apart. Han Zixuan seemed mad, but she was happy on the inside. I thought you're something, Ning Xi. Yet you are just a shameless witch. Han Zixuan took a glance at the gap in the sofa. The dim reflection passed through her eyes under the light. It was a camera that she had prepared beforehand. She wanted to dig some dirt from Ning Xiueluo, and she now had something unexpectedly big. Ning Xiueluo looked like she was on the verge of crying. She bit her lip and shook her head at Han Zixuan. No, it's not like that. Su Yan, he won't treat me like that. He's really busy. Not because of Ning Xi. Ning Xiueluo's voice started to waver, her expression telling everyone that she had been suffering from all these emotions all along. Han Zixuan comforted Ning Xiueluo as she plotted an evil plan. Ning Xi, I don't believe that you will survive this time. As for Ning Xiueluo, who was being comforted, she hid her wicked expression as she lowered her head. Chapter 2003. Who did I seduce again? Han Zixuan sent Ning Xiueluo out of the club after comforting her. Then she returned and took out the hidden camera. She played the video under the dim light. With Ning Xiueluo sobbing in the video, the wickedness in Han Zixuan's eyes burned. Ning Xi, I'm going to see that if you can turn this around. The next morning, a phone call disturbed the morning peace. Ning Xi finally picked up the phone when she saw the name Su Tao on the screen. She popped her head out of Lu Tingxiao's arms and picked up the phone in one hand. Bro Tao, what's up this early in the morning? Before Ning Xi could finish her sentence, the other side of the phone went berserk. My queen, go take a look on Weibo. Things are chaotic. Weibo? Ning Xi was confused by Su Tao's roaring, but she went to her computer with the phone still on the call. She then logged onto her Weibo. The moment she logged in, a massive amount of notifications bombarded the computer. On the hot topic lists in Weibo, Ning Xi seduces someone else's husband topped the list. Who did I seduce again? Ning Xi stared at those words. Rumors like these had never stopped ever since she entered the industry. Ning Xi thought it was the same situation as before and just something small, but Su Tao was really nervous. Ning Xi, it's really bad this time. Go and take a look. The video is up online. Liang Feishing and I have been trying to suppress it, but it's not effective. Obviously, someone is pulling the strings behind this. The topic has become more and more popular. We can't hide it anymore. Look at the video and come over to the company. We have to discuss how to deal with it. Su Tao's long-winded orders were really quick. Things were really bad. There was even a video? What video? Ning Xi frowned as she followed Su Tao's advice and clicked on a status on the top. The video was in the link. Ning Xi opened the video and she frowned harder. The video clearly showed the faces of Han Zixuan and Ning Xiueluo. The two of them were in some club. At first, everything seemed normal, but things took an odd turn after that. When Han Zixuan mentioned the name Ning Xi, Ning Xiueluo's tone changed. Everything she said sounded sad and lonely. She had even mentioned the past between Ning Xi and Su Yan ambiguously. This status had a very impactful title. Renowned actress Ning Xi is so shameless that she seduced someone's husband. She doesn't care about the wife being pregnant and even caused the husband to neglect the pregnant wife. Now, the lady is in such a stressful situation. How shameless. While the status did not mention the names of the couple, it was not difficult to spot that the crying woman in the video was the retired Ning Xiueluo. Weibo totally went crazy. The comments under this status went past hundreds of thousands in just one night. Chapter 2004. Trash Man Cheap Woman. I really didn't think that Ning Xi would be such a slut. Ning Xiueluo has already quit her career for a long time, and she's still not letting her off. Back then, didn't Ning Xiueluo quit because Ning Xi used lowly tricks to force her out? Now that I think about it, Ning Xiueluo has really endured quite a lot. She hasn't done anything outrageously harmful, and being carried home wrongly from the hospital isn't her fault. In the end, a certain someone keeps arguing about this point to death, forcing her until she can't even stay on in the entertainment industry. Now that I think about it, their social circle is really scary. Look at Ning Xi's vixen face. Just one look and it's obvious she's up to no good. Doesn't she have a lot of scandals? Now, she's even more shameless. She's even seducing Ning Xi's husband. I feel bad that Ning Xi was persecuted to the point of forfeiting her past successes. Now, she just wants to be a good wife and be distant from worldly affairs, yet even that's hard to do. She already has to suffer 9 months of pregnancy, and now even her husband's being seduced. Not long before, weren't there rumors that Starlight wants to poach Ning Xi? If I remember correctly, Su Yan's shares were already transferred to Ning Xi. Ning Xi is company's vice CEO, but not long before Ning Xi was suddenly pushed out of the company for no reason and Su Yan took over. Now, Su Yan had taken over, yet he wanted to poach Ning Xi. TSK, it's really scary when you think about it. Trash man and cheap woman. Rows and rows of name-calling covered the entire comments section at the speed of light. Under the popular keyword searches, all sorts of hurled abuse and scoops emerged. Ning Xi's fans exploded too. There was no way that they would believe that Ning Xi would do such a thing. When they saw the hurled abuses online, the true fans that supported Bro Xi immediately rolled their sleeves up and entered the battleground to tear things apart. It was just one morning, and the entire Weibo had been turned into a battlefield by name callers and true fans. Despite the true fans' intense fighting of pitting 1 against 10, they still could not block the hordes of astroturfers and masses who were unaware of the truth that kept bombarding them like mad. The hashtag #GetLostFromEntertainment Ning Xi had, in a flash, risen to number 2 on the rank of trending topics. Ning Xi looked at the rows of name-calling and true fans protecting her on her screen. Her expression was suddenly a little bemused. Her and Su Yan. Lu Tingxiao had walked up to Ning Xi from behind. His profound eyes skimmed across the swear words on the computer that were an eyesore. He raised his hand and was ready to shut the laptop. Don't pollute your eyes. Darling, did I wake you up? Ning Xi immediately reached out to hold the screen. She first caressed Lu Tingxiao's neck and asked for a good morning kiss without saying anything. Then she indifferently smiled. I've seen all sorts of storms. This is child's play. Lu Tingxiao did not say anything, yet he kept his hand on the laptop. Ning Xi leaned back slightly and leaned against Lu Tingxiao's long legs. She raised her hand and pointed at the comment thread that survived in the gaps among the hurled abuses. Nonsense. What our Bro Xi fancies Su Yan, that soft egg? Does he think that he's invisible just because he has some stupid money? He really thinks that he's a rich man and loved by all. Ning Xi acted so horribly. No wonder back then, she couldn't continue in the movie and television industry. What else does a woman occupying someone else's place know apart from some crocodile tears to get sympathy? Just say if you're jealous of my Bro Xi. She's really going all out by using her husband to defame someone else. Look, these are my true fans. This fighting strength, this sharpness. TSK, they're tough. Not only was Ning Xi not angry because of the hot topic, she was unexpectedly contented and started admiring her fans' fighting spirit in tearing the idiots apart. Chapter 2005, Scandal's Hero and Heroine. Ning Xi's idiotic fans, are you guys deaf? The wife has already said herself that back then, Ning Xi had been adoring and lusting after Su Yan. She's been conspiring to go after Su Yan. If these two people don't have any secrets between them, why would Su Yan suddenly push his wife out of the company? In fact, the first thing he does after taking over is to poach Ning Xi. Who's the one deaf here? I think some people aren't just blind. In fact, they're brainless. Ning Xi already said herself that it's because she's pregnant. So, to let her rest at ease, Su Yan let her step down from Starlight. The poaching thing was only brought up by Han Zixuan herself. How do we know that Han Zixuan wasn't intentionally inciting things and wanting to get Ning Xi to help her? Go against Ning Xi? Our Bro Xi is clearly staying in Glory World perfectly all right. Her work recently has been coming in nonstop. Han Zixuan's been crushed by our Bro Xi so tragically. Clearly, she can't win, so she just started to hinder her behind her back. Otherwise, why would she meet up with Ning Xi and even specially record that in secret? Obviously, she was prepared from the start. How can you trust the words of someone like this? Our Bro Xi has been slandered since she made her debut. She's seen too much of such lowly tricks. A certain high-end villa in Imperial. When Han Zixuan saw those comments online questioning the matter, hostility and ridicule filled her eyes. It's already gone to this extent, yet they're still trying to justify it. On the side, Zheng Anru said delightedly, "This time, they're toast. Ning Xi definitely doesn't know that we have even more shocking revelations with us. Zishuan, let's post the things right now. When the evidence is posted, we'll see what else they have to say." Han Zishuan grinned as she happily painted her nails and said unhurriedly, "What are you rushing for? Let them jump around for a little while more. The more they're defending Ning Xi now, the more disappointed they'll be when they find out the truth." This time, their luck was just amazing. Not only did they get such a huge handle on Ning Xi from Ning Xiaolao, they had even caught a video that would consign Ning Xi to eternal damnation. Zheng Anru immediately nodded excitedly. "Right? When that happens, all of the fans will turn ugly. When I think about the way she'll be berated by her own fans, it feels so good. It's almost orgasmic." That night, the two parties' fight reached a climax. The other party's astroturfers were everywhere. Even though Ning Xi's fans were not as many as the astroturfers, but they had a strong fighting spirit. When it reached nightfall, they had even faintly suppressed quite a number of the opposition. It was at this moment when Han Zishuan posted another Weibo. "Initially, I really couldn't watch how a certain someone was behaving so shamelessly. I didn't want innocent people to be hurt, but I didn't think that it would raise so many malicious assumptions. Even a passerby wouldn't be able to stand a certain someone's disgusting manners. I've just received an anonymous email about the truth. May everyone make their own judgment." This Weibo was attached with a few more photos. The photo clearly showed the address as a certain luxurious hotel in Imperial. Not too far away, one could vaguely see Wildy's logo. The banquet hall was filled with elegant clothes and gorgeous hair with wine goblets and gambling chips intertwined. It seemed to be Wildy's fashion banquet. In the garden behind the banquet hall, on the swing sat a woman, and beside her was a man. Even though it was at night and the lights were dim, from this angle of the photo, one could clearly see the two people's faces. These two were, to everyone's bewilderment, the scandal's hero and heroine, Ning Xi and Su Yan. Chapter 2006. Cleanup. Once these photos were released, the internet instantly set off into torrential waves. Everyone was shocked. Ning Xiaolao and Han Zishuan's fans were instantly like hungry wolves that had been starved for days as they pounced over the pictures with bloodlust-filled eyes. F***CK? What an adulterous couple. Ning Xi's moronic fans. What do you have to say now? This is cold hard evidence. Who else dares to say that our Zishuan is starting rumors and creating trouble? Seducing a married man, bewitching him to take back all of the authority the wife has, poaching her over, and leaving a pregnant woman all alone at home late at night, while the two of them hide alone in the little garden to secretly meet up and whisper sweet nothings. How shameless. Zishuan was just fighting for her friend's justice, and she got attacked by Ning Xi's stupid fans. Thankfully, justice will always be served. Initially, I still thought that Zheng Anru's words had gone a little overboard, but now that I think about it, she really said it too lightly. To compare someone like this to our Zishuan is really an insult to Zishuan. Isn't she just someone who climbed up the ladder with her looks and body? She hit it too well before and deceived everyone. Now the truth is finally out. Ning Xi's brainless fans, why aren't you guys saying anything anymore? Come out and justify, won't you? At Glory World Entertainment, Liang Feixing and Su Tao were closely monitoring the way things had progressed online. Su Tao sneered. "Tisk, Han Zishuan did indeed prepare backup." Liang Feixing looked up and shot him a look. No shit. Otherwise, would she have dared DTO immediately tear things apart? Su Tao yawned and was bored stiff as he said, "Boring. Now, do we just post up the things from our end?" When Liang Feixing heard him, he looked towards Ning Xi on the sofa opposite him. "Ning Xi, what do you think?" Ning Xi retrieved her gaze from the computer screen. One of her hands lightly supported her tilted head while the fingers on her other hand tapped on the arm of the chair. "We'll obviously post it, but not that soon." When she said the last words, there was an ice-cold glint that flashed in Ning Xi's eyes. Su Tao quickly asked, "My queen, what do you mean?" Ning Xi stopped what her fingers were doing. Then she looked towards Su Tao and said word for word, "Clean up." Previously, because she had woken up, everything had to start from scratch and Glory World was in a terrible state too, so she could only choose to passively face attacks. However, now, it was time to get rid of Han Zishuan. When Su Tao heard these domineering words, his eyes instantly lit up. Your Majesty, you're formidable and powerful. You're right. Forget it after slandering someone? Not that easy. On the side, Liang Feixing said in a lowered voice. I've been secretly investigating Han Zixuan in this period of time. However, she's been very careful. It's been so long, yet I didn't manage to find anything useful. Otherwise, he would have made a move to completely get rid of her by now. There was no way he would let her continue messing around. Su Tao nodded and echoed, that is indeed so. There's a lot of dirt on Han Zixuan, but without evidence, it'd be useless no matter what we say. Ning Xi's eyes fell on Su Tao. She asked, Bro Tao, aren't you forgetting Yin Yuyu? When Su Tao heard her, he was confused. Yin Yuyu? What did this have to do with Yin Yuyu? With Han Zixuan's personality? Why was it that after she jumped ships, she was nice enough to watch out for Yin Yuyu? Ning Xi asked. Chapter 2007. Leave it to me. Su Tao's heart skipped a beat. This matter is really odd. The two of them weren't really close with each other when they were in Glory World, but after they went to Starlight, Han Zixuan not only suppressed the artiste from Starlight, but she also made sure to keep an eye on artistes who transferred to Starlight from Glory World. She would never allow anyone to surpass her position. Someone of Yin Yuyu's level was a big threat to her. Common sense dictates that their relationship should be like cat and dog. However, on the surface, Han Zixuan is very friendly with Yin Yuyu. Han Zixuan even brought Yin Yuyu to important events together. Liang Feixing started to catch on. That doesn't make sense. I remember there was once when Yin Yuyu snatched a role from Han Zixuan, but Han Zixuan did not say anything about it. She even told the media that she recommended the role to Yin Yuyu, but everyone in the industry knew that Han Zixuan had been aiming for that role. At this point, Su Tao jumped up. Is it possible that Yin Yuyu has secret information on Han Zixuan? Very likely. Liang Feixing nodded. Su Tao was impressed by Ning Xi. My queen, you're the best. I never thought of it. Ning Xi laughed. I'm just watching it from a third person's point of view, so it's all just guesswork. I'll still need Bro Tao to do the work. Su Tao then replied, Don't worry, leave it to me. Ling Feixing sighed. I've adapted a narrow vision and keep thinking about checking Han Zixuan and neglected the others. I think Ning Xi's guess is correct. Most likely, that's the case, and the information Yin Yuyu has is definitely important. It's enough to destroy Han Zixuan's career in the entertainment industry. However, Yin Yuyu would never give something like that to us. Su Tao raised his eyebrows and said confidently, Don't worry about it. It's a small issue. Liang Feixing raised his eyebrows as well. All right then, I forgot we have an expert swindler on our side. Ning Xi smiled. Then, we'll wait for your good news, Bro Tao. Late at night, in a room in a restaurant, Yin Yuyu threw her purse on the table and crossed her arms. She glared at the man opposite her impatiently. Talk. What do you want? Su Tao was being polite, but his eyes seemed nervous. I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. Yin Yuyu scoffed. Forget it if it's about Ning Xi. She's going to die. Yin Yuyu was really angry as she remembered the humiliation she suffered backstage at the TV station the other day. She would never give up the chance to mock Ning Xi, which was also the reason why she accepted Su Tao's invitation. She would love to see Su Tao being in a dire state. Sigh, you deserve my sympathy, Bro Tao. You just held on to someone so dependent, yet so soon she's turning into mud, haha. Su Tao's expression looked desperate. After a while, he then said, Yuyu, it doesn't matter what's happening to me. The one who's losing the most now is you. Yin Yuyu looked disgruntled. What nonsense are you talking about? What do I have to lose? Su Tao looked at her in surprise. Don't you know? Chapter 2008. Being suppressed. Know what? Yin Yuyu chuckled coldly. Know that your artiste is falling? Or that you're going back to training a group of newbies again? Su Tao looked at Yin Yuyu who was mocking him, but he was not angry at all. He just shook his head sadly. Yuyu, I don't care how you want to mock me. I'm here today not because of Ning Xi. It's because of you. Because of me? Yin Yuyu scoffed and looked at Su Tao in disbelief. I should really appreciate your concern. However, instead of me, you should put more thought into cleaning up after Ning Xi's mess. No matter how powerful Glory World is, there's nothing you can do now. Try to think of who you can cultivate now to avoid being homeless soon. Su Tao was really patient facing Yin Yuyu, who kept mocking him. He put on a bitter smile. Ning Xi's matter isn't easy to solve. I looked for you today because I was reminded of the days you were in Glory World. When you just came, I already knew that you have the potential to be popular. Even though you went to Starlight afterwards, while I was disheartened that someone I cultivated was being taken away, I'm glad that you're doing well. Haha, don't you think it's a little too late to play this card right now? Yin Yu was not touched at all. Su Tao smiled bitterly. I've just not been in the best of moods recently and needed someone to rant to. Although you're not in Glory World anymore, we were once colleagues, and I hope that you can sympathize with me and just have a chat with me. Yin Yu frowned. She felt that Su Tao was behaving oddly today, but she remembered Howard had bragged when he was with Ning Xi. She would love to revel in the miserable side of Su Tao. Sure, I'm not really that cold-blooded. Say whatever you want. Su Tao smiled, but there was a certain degree of coldness in his eyes. Of course, he knew that Yin Yu just wanted to see how miserable he had become. Yu, you're really talented. Glory World picked you back then because we wanted someone to hold the fort at the top, but you're doing pretty well at Starlight. While Han Zixuan is above you, you're doing all right. Su Tao's casual remark sounded very sarcastic, but Yin Yu heard it. Yin Yu had chosen to go over to Starlight because she hoped Starlight would support her and push her all the way to the top. However, Han Zixuan was hogging the top spot, causing Yin Yu's ascent in Starlight to come to a halt. Some time ago, Ning Xi had returned and faced Han Zixuan head-on. Her popularity decreased, and Starlight was about to shift the resources onto Yin Yu, but Yin Yu suddenly frowned. Starlight had decided to assign her the resources because Han Zixuan was being suppressed by Ning Xi, but if Ning Xi fell, then no one could stop Han Zixuan anymore. Yin Yu was so smug that Ning Xi was going to be eliminated, but now that she thought about her own situation, she was not pleased at all. Chapter 2009, Chances of Rising. If Ning Xi survived, Han Zixuan would never get the chance to win. Starlight would surely shift all their resources to Yin Yu, but if Ning Xi fell, as much as Yin Yu hated Ning Xi, Han Zixuan would make her come back. Yin Yu would then never reach the top of Starlight. Yin Yu did not realize the existence of this issue, but after Su Tao reminded her about it, she felt that it was too early for her to be celebrating. If it was not for the dirty evidence she had on Han Zixuan, she would definitely be the first one to be removed. She clearly understood that, at the most, the evidence could do was to get Han Zixuan to leave her alone. She lived in Starlight in fear every day, begging like a dog and hoping that she could get some scraps left from Han Zixuan's leftover food. She hoped that Han Zixuan would spare her some scarce resources. She was one of Starlight's artistes after all, so if she leaked the evidence, Han Zixuan would be over, but so would she. Furthermore, if the company found out that she ratted out a fellow artiste, she would definitely be cut off. Han Zixuan was aware of this and realized that she would not release those information, so they had maintained an odd balance up until now. Ning Xi's appearance had given her a sense of hope. If Ning Xi were to fall now, then things would return to how it used to be. Han Zixuan would become more and more powerful, and this information she had would become weaker over time. On the other hand, if Ning Xi was removed, Han Zixuan would surely treat her as a sore thumb and think of ways to deal with her. Su Tao coughed lightly when he saw Yin Yu deep in thought as her face was becoming pale. Ning Xi is really in trouble now. She was already exhausted going head-on against Han Zixuan. If Ning Xi goes down, Han Zixuan will just become better. Anyhow, if someone is destined to rise up, I'd rather it be you. After you. If you were to rise higher, I can still brag that I once cultivated you. Yin Yu's expression turned worse. If Ning Xi fell, what were her chances of rising in Starlight? She understood Han Zixuan very well. In the short span of half a year after Han Zixuan came over to Starlight, it did not matter if it were artistes from Starlight itself, or artistes who went over to Starlight from Glory World. She suppressed all of them even when they just tried a little to overtake her. Ning Xi's comeback held Han Zixuan down, and the higher-ups in Starlight dropped her hints that they would like to promote her more. Han Zixuan would never be left out on such information, so she was probably hating her already. If Han Zixuan were to stay, Yin Yu would surely face a tough time given Han Zixuan's jealous personality. Su Tao carefully observed the changes in Yin Yu's expression, and he kept up his act on the outside while smiling on the inside. Dramatically, he sighed. Poor Qin Shuang. She was able to gain some exposure due to Ning Xi's help. If Ning Xi's done for, she's probably going to face the same fate too. Xiao has already vanished. Among the people I brought up, only you're still around. Sometimes, I think that your decision to leave Glory World was correct. It was my fault that I couldn't provide you the best resources. If it were now, I probably can get you the same amount of resources as Ning Xi. Ow, look at me, talking nonsense again. Just forget about what I just said. The same amount of resources as Ning Xi. Yin Yuyu's eyes brightened up. Chapter 2010, Impatient. The current Glory World was not the same as the one before. Even if Ning Xi went down, all of Glory World's resources right now would not vanish. If she exposed that secret and toppled Han Zixuan, even if Starlight wanted to ban her, if she could return to Glory World again, she would not have any worry at all. The standard of Ning Xi's current resources were quite a few ranks higher than Han Zixuan's at her peak in Starlight. Once Ning Xi fell, Glory World would be without a leader. With her qualities, as long as she turned back, there was no one in Glory World who could compare to her. In order to topple Starlight, Glory World would definitely raise a new A-lister in the shortest amount of time, and no one would be more suitable than her. One after another, the visions for the future crossed Yin Yuyu's mind. She looked at Su Tao, who sighed in despair with greed in her eyes. Her delicately made-up face suddenly broke with a gentle smile. Bro Tao, you've been having it hard in this period of time too. I remember the way you treated me well in Glory World back then. It was all thanks to Glory World's cultivation back then that I have today. I won't forget that. Even though we're not in the same company right now, we can keep in touch more in the future. After all, the bond is still there. Su Tao was filled with disdain, yet his face showed a deeply moved smile. Yuyu, with these words of yours, I feel contented. It's late now. You had better get going. Let's keep in touch more in the future. Yin Yuyu consoled Su Tao again. Then she pretended to leave reluctantly. After she went home, Yin Yuyu almost immediately threw her bag aside to rush to the villa attic. Bam! After she locked the door, Yin Yuyu anxiously overturned trunks and boxes until she finally took a safe box out from a hidden drawer. Yin Yuyu keyed the password in and took out a little silver USB. Yin Yuyu stared at the USB, and the look in her eyes was unpredictable. After momentarily hesitating, she held the USB tightly in her hand, and her gaze became increasingly sinister. You have pushed me down for so long. It's time you moved. On the other side, Su Tao hummed a song and swung his car keys as he reached his apartment. He felt refreshed as he showered and sashayed to his study room to switch his computer on. Because of the second video that Han Zixuan had posted, all of the abuses hurled at Ning Xi online had completely drowned out all the other voices. Scandals like being the third party in a relationship attracted the most hate, especially when Ning Xua was pregnant too. Furthermore, previously Ning Xua ending her career had some relation to Ning Xi as well. The discussions online already exhibited a one-sided state. Any passerby who did not know the truth had also joined the battlefield because of Ning Xuelua's image as the weakling. If they did not have enough strong evidence, it was hard for Ning Xi to turn the situation around. Su Tao was leisurely catching up on those comments when suddenly, on the bottom right of his computer, there was an email notification. Su Tao moved his mouse and then clicked it open. After he had a good look at the email contents, Su Tao's eyes suddenly lit up and the side of his mouth curved up. He had thought that he would need to wait till the next morning at the most before Yin Yuyu would make a move. Who would have thought that she would be this impatient? It seemed like Yin Yuyu's hate for Han Zixuan was no less than her scorn for Ning X. He guessed that she must have really been suppressed a lot by Han Zixuan in Starlight. Actually, whether or not Yin Yuyu would take the bait this time relied on whether the bait was huge enough. This time, the bait he had thrown out was definitely tantalizing enough. There were 2 videos in his inbox. One was shot in the office while another was in the car. The shock factor of this was enough to make the old driver gasp in amazement. TSK. Yin Yuyu did not let him down. Chapter 2011. Just worried that you would not pretend. The night passed. Across all the huge websites' popular content, in all the magazines, and splashed in the newspaper headlines were Han Zixuan's expos. In just one day, the gossip of Ning Xi stepping in as the third party and coming in between Su Yan and Ning Xuelua was like an atomic bomb, startling the entire entertainment industry. Hey, have you heard of Ning Xi's scandal? This almost became the first thing on everyone's lips when people in the industry met each other. Of course I did. Is there anyone who doesn't know about it right now? I really never would have thought that Ning Xi would have such a relationship with Su Yan. Initially, I still quite pitied and admired Ning Xi, but it turns out that she's not all that good either. I thought that everything she has today was achieved on her own. Alas, she's just another person who sells herself. Don't insult those who sell themselves. She's going after someone else's husband. She won't let go even after they got married, and even secretly made Su Yan push his actual wife out the company to let her in. Besides, she clearly knew that Ning Xiula was pregnant. Such people are so disgusting. Ning Xi just received the role as the female lead of Assassin. The shoot is already halfway through, and something like this had happened. I think she definitely won't be able to keep that female lead role. You're joking, right? The female lead? Once something like this is out, would she still want to continue in the entertainment industry? She can forget making a comeback forever. Speaking of which, once Ning Xi falls, Han Zixuan will make a comeback, won't she? Who can she blame? You can only blame Ning Xi for her own bad morale, and in turn, let someone else's. Seize the great opportunity. TSK, this entertainment industry is going to change again. At a certain charity banquet, everyone gathered around to chat. As they were gossiping intensely, someone suddenly looked excitedly towards the entrance. Quickly look, it's Han Zixuan. With Han Zixuan's manager accompanying her, she wore an elegant champagne fishtail evening gown and was entering the banquet hall slowly. Han Zixuan had just appeared when she immediately attracted a huge group of reporters. Everyone lifted their cameras and instantly surrounded Han Zixuan. A reporter asked, "Zixuan, may we know what you think about the news of Ning Xi seducing a married man?" Another reporter questioned, "Zixuan, why did you decide to expose this scandal?" Facing the questions of the reporters, Han Zixuan paused her steps, a hint of disdain filling her delicately made-up face. Ning Xi's matter has nothing to do with me. Miss Ning Xiula is both my superior and my friend, and what I hate most in life is third parties that wreck other people's home. This time, I just really couldn't stand to see it, so I decided to come out with it. Zixuan, can you reveal a little about how's Miss Ning Xiula currently doing? She's pregnant right now. Wouldn't this news affect her pregnancy? Han Zixuan did not answer right away. Instead, she said, I believe that to any woman, something like this is a fatal strike. I just hope now that even if it is just for the sake of the child, a certain someone can stop while they can and not continue to hurt innocent people. Zixuan. Han Zixuan did not continue answering the questions after that. With the protection of her bodyguards, she quickly entered the banquet hall. Yin Yu followed closely after Han Zixuan, standing not too far away and silently watching as Han Zixuan was revolved by the crowd of reporters. While she listened to her justly condemnations, she sneered on the inside. Continue pretending. I was just worried that you wouldn't do this. Chapter 2012. Once on the red carpet. Han Zixuan had just entered the banquet hall when a huge group of artistes immediately surrounded her. Everyone was over-friendly and passionately making small talk with her. After all, everyone knew that once Ning Xi went down, the entertainment industry would be under Han Zixuan's rule again. Zixuan, what you've done this time is so satisfying for everyone. I've long thought that Ning Xi wasn't a decent person, but I never would have thought that she'd be even more disgusting than we thought. If it wasn't for Zixuan coming out to uphold justice, we don't know how long would we have been deceived by her. Han Zixuan was surrounded by everyone speaking all at once. Facing the crowd's praises, she said with an expression that feigned nobility, different people have different aspirations. In order to climb up the ladder, some people will do just anything. However, no matter what the others do, it has nothing to do with me. I have my own principles and my own bottom line. Zixuan, how can someone like that be compared to you? She relies on such dirty tricks to rise up. Even if she climbed up high, no one would respect her. The entertainment industry is ruined by such people. At this moment, a small artiste glanced around and said excitedly, "Oh, I heard that for today's charity banquet, Ning Xi is on the invitation list too. Why haven't I seen her?" The others immediately sneered. Such a scandal has already come out. How would she dare to appear? Isn't she afraid that she'd drown to death from everyone's saliva spitting at her? She's definitely hiding at home and daren't meet anyone. Besides, today our Zixuan is here too. Wouldn't she hide far, far away? The crowd was ridiculing her back and forth. Then suddenly there was a clamor from the entrance of the banquet hall. Everyone slowly looked towards the direction of the entrance. In the next second, a stunning silhouette appeared under the flashing lights of the media. When the crowd surrounding Han Zixuan had a clearer look at the figure, they could not help but gasp. They saw Ning Xi standing alone on the red carpet in a black gown. Her flawless face attracted everyone present, and numerous cameras were fixed on her at this moment, greedily catching her alluring manner between her every little move. The pure black dress complemented her face, which was beyond breathtaking, akin to the dark night sky complementing thousands of stars. It was dazzling. Beyond everyone's expectations, not only was Ning Xi not absent, she had even arrived punctually. She was not even in dire straits or as wan and sallow as they had imagined. Once she stepped onto the red carpet, she instantly wiped out all of the female artistes who were present. Han Zixuan looked at all the reporters shooting Ning Xi's pictures like crazy and saw that on the red carpet, Ning Xi appeared radiant as always. Her eyes were filled with intense jealousy. The female artistes around Han Zixuan only returned to their senses after a while. Apart from shock, all of their eyes were also filled with envy similar to Han Zixuan's. Ning, that's actually Ning Xi. Oh my god, it really is her. She actually has the dignity to come. If it was me, I would just kill myself. Sluts are just that shameless. Is there anything she won't do? As Han Zixuan listened to all the ridicule around her, and when she thought about how Ning Xi would end up from then on, she calmed herself down again. She quietly watched Ning Xi enter and was immediately surrounded by a group of frenzied reporters. Miss Ning Xi, regarding the expos about you online recently, is there anything you'd like to clarify? Miss Ning Xi said that you've been admiring Mr. Su and hopelessly muddled with him. Is this true? The video of you and Mr. Su's late-night tryst, is that true? Did you really get in between Mr. Su and Miss Ning Xi's marriage? Chapter 2013, Dogfight. Facing the harsh questions and the mocking gazes from everyone else, Ning Xi was not fazed at all. She scanned through them with her cold eyes, and the voices lowered down a little. Ning Xi then said, "Today is the charity dinner organized by LA. It's not my personal press conference. If there are any questions, I'll answer them after the event is over. Now, please don't disrupt the event. Thank you." The people around were disappointed when they heard Ning Xi's reply. Ning Xi's well-rounded answer made the reporters speechless, but they had to back down for now. She had promised to give them answers after the event anyway. They would never let this chance go. When they saw Ning Xi delay the issue, the ladies around Han Zixuan started mocking her. She's still trying to act tough at this moment. I'd really like to see what she's going to say after the event ends. The proof is solid. She can't twist the truth that she destroyed a loving family and bullied a pregnant woman. Good evening, dear guests. The annual LA Charity Dinner is officially starting now. To kick off, we have our most anticipated auction. With the host's opening speech, the auction started swiftly. Usually, the atmosphere was lively in this section, but today everyone could only focus on one person. In the first row, Ning Xi concentrated on listening to the auctioneer's explanation. She chatted with her manager and raised her tag to bid from time to time. Her relaxed aura did not appear like she was just involved in such a big scandal or that she might be cut off from the industry after tonight. In the corner, Han Zixuan took a glance at Ning Xi's direction and she frowned a little. Could she have something else? If not, why was she so calm about this? Zheng Anru scoffed. Impossible. Ning Xiueluo said the words herself, and there's even proof of it. If she really had a solution, she'd have used it by now. Why would she wait? From my experience, her appearance today must be Su Tao's last trump. He probably hasn't given up yet. Firstly, he wants to test the reaction of the media. Secondly, he wants to create a better image for her by getting her to attend a charity event. I know all about his cheap tricks. How naive. He thought he's a manager that can turn the world around. It might work if it were some other scandal, but cheating, drugs, and politics are the three dead zones. There's no chance for her to turn around now. Don't worry about it, Zixuan. Han Zixuan acted indifferently after that. She had nothing to worry about. If there was anything, she should worry about Ning Xiueluo. Ning Xi was so cool probably because Su Yin had promised her something in private. Maybe She could just go to Su Yin after her career was finished. Now that the whole matter was released to the public, her reputation was ruined and she could no longer work in the entertainment industry. Even if Su Yin was in love with her, would the Su family take her in? Moreover, there was still Ning Xi. Without even doing anything, the Su family and Ning Xi would never let her go. At this moment, Ing Yu was sitting right beside Han Zishuan, and she totally agreed with Zheng Anru's words. Sis Anru's right, Zishuan. Ning Xi's over this time. And then, it will be your turn, Han Zishuan. She was really looking forward to seeing the fierce, bloody dogfight between Ning Xi and Han Zishuan. Chapter 2014. Too irresponsible. It was just a short 2-hour auction, yet it felt like forever for everyone. Nearing the end, even the auctioneer was distracted. The times between each bid confirmation kept getting shorter, and even the usual formal phrases were omitted. Number 39, $5 million once. Number 39, $5 million twice. Number 39, $5 million thrice. Deal. Bang. With the sound of the auctioneer's gavel slamming down, everyone was relieved. The final item of the night had been sold, and the charity dinner had finally come to an end. The LA Charity Night has finally ended. Thank you for everyone's participation. The funds we raised tonight will all be used to help children with leukemia. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Following the host's closing speech, there was a weak round of applause. After that, none of the guests left their seats. Everybody was looking towards a certain direction. Han Zishuan was not worried. She just stood by and waited. She would love to see how the high and mighty goddess, the most popular female star, would get chased out of the entertainment industry right in front of her. After the auction ended, before Ning Xi could even stand up, the reporters had already surrounded her as if they were afraid of her running away. Ms. Ning Xi, can you answer our questions now? Ning Xi, are you here at the charity night tonight to rebuild your image? Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry after something like this has happened? You never said anything since this incident happened. Don't you have anything to say to the victim, Ms. Ning Xi, and all your fans? Or even towards your rival, Ms. Han Zishuan? Your unfair competition is a humiliation to her. Ning Xi grinned coldly when she saw all these people criticizing her. Han Zishuan kept on waiting for Ning Xi to eat her own words. Ning Xi's silence made her feel that she was just faking her serene front. Han Zishuan narrowed her eyes as wickedness passed right through them. She suddenly spoke up as everyone was unable to get Ning Xi to say something. Ning Xi, you promised that you'd give everyone an answer after the event. I hope you can keep your promise, and I hope you can apologize to the victim. Since I'm already involved in this matter, I'll definitely see this to the end. Han Zishuan did not bother keeping her voice down. Everyone heard her loud and clear. Her sarcastic tone made a lot of people nod in agreement. That's right. She's one of the top artistes in the entertainment industry, and she's not giving any comments after committing such things. That's so irresponsible. People like her don't even have basic moral principles. Do you still expect her to be responsible? So what if she's good at acting? Her character is the worst. She's just way too lowly compared to Han Zishuan. I can only say that she just disguised herself well. Now that her disguise is finally revealed, she's become shameless. Even if she can't survive in the entertainment industry, she can still go and steal the position of the head lady of the Su family. Chapter 2015, Indescribable Scene. Han Zishuan finally got to release her anger as everyone was taunting Ning Xi. She faked a disappointed expression as she watched Ning Xi. Ning Xi, I respected you as my senior. I didn't want to do this, but I didn't expect you not to give everyone an answer. Don't you think that it's a mistake for you to become a mistress and destroy someone's family? I really feel disgusted about being in the same room as someone like you. Han Zishuan was assuming the role of a moral officer, being on Ning Xi's side and criticizing Ning Xi. No one would feel her words were too harsh, and many even agreed with her. Ning Xi still remained seated. She supported her head with an arm as she looked at the Han Zishuan, who was fuming in the name of justice. She simply smiled and put on a sympathetic expression. You want an answer? Then, I'll give you one. Ning Xi then signaled Su Tao. Su Tao was already impatient. The moment he finally got permission from his queen, he happily dashed up on stage like a bird being let out of its cage. Everyone was revealed expressions of doubt and whispered to each other when they saw Su Tao going up on stage. What trick is Su Tao trying to pull again? Su Tao is the best at brainwashing the fans. Could he claim that it's true love between Ning Xi and Su Yan? That'll be disgusting. Wanting to save your reputation after being a witch. Or maybe he'll announce her retirement right away? Offstage, Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru looked at Su Tao coldly as he went up on stage. All the reporters had their cameras aimed at Su Tao as well. At this moment, Su Tao spoke with the host. Then he fiddled with the projector. Soon, the big screen lit up again. Without any preparation, without any warning, an extremely X-rated, indescribable video entered everyone's line of sight. Ow. Quicker. Deeper. Deeper. You're the best, CEO. I want more. Uft. A certain reporter who was in the midst of drinking water spit it all out on the reporter in front of him. A female artiste who was touching up her makeup dropped her compact mirror on the floor. The host, who had just wanted to see some gossip, almost had his eyes pop out of their sockets. Oh my God. Filthy. What is Su Tao doing? Is he mad? Did he get the wrong drive? Su Tao's taste is pretty heavy. Does he like such a wild idol? As everyone was laughing and reprimanding the video, no one noticed that in the corner, Han Zixuan stood there as if thunder had just struck her. Fueled by the moaning from the video, Han Zixuan's face turned pale very quickly. Even her makeup could not hide her greenish face now. How did it become like this? Stop. Stop it. Han Zixuan was roaring internally, but as the crowd was watching the video, her blood froze. She felt her whole body stiffen, and she could not even make a sound. Shut it down. Quickly. God did not listen to Han Zixuan's wish. As the next scene came on, a familiar face appeared in the video. Clad in a sexy black lingerie and with long waves of hair tumbling down, the one who was enjoying herself was Han Zixuan. The man from the video was clearly identified as well. It was the ex-CEO of Glory World Entertainment, Yi Sudong. Chapter 2016, really done for this time. On the huge screen, the instant her own face clearly appeared before everyone, Han Zixuan's heart, that was suspended midair, crashed down hard. Her figure wavered, and her alarmed expression suddenly turned blank. Apart from the man's rough panting and the woman's indulgent moans, their conversation was unbearable to listen to as well. It surprised everyone. Ah, faster, faster. Don't stop. CEO E, you're amazing. You slut. Why are you so slutty? Then, do you like me like this? Of course I do. Then, do you like me more, or do you like your wife more? How can that fat woman compare to you? Don't mention that disgusting woman right now. On the huge screen, the video was still going on. The lengths that the two people went in the imagery was comparable to an adult film, and it stupefied everyone. No one would have thought that Han Zixuan, who had always assumed the role of a noble and cold goddess, would be so unrestrained in bed. Offstage, the crowd, who had finally returned to their senses from the shock, all looked at each other. They were flabbergasted. Oh my God. Did I see wrongly? Is the person in the video? Is that Han Zixuan? It's Han Zixuan and Yi Sudong. In fact, they even messed around in Yi Sudong's office. Doesn't Yi Sudong have a wife? Not only a wife, he even has children. Oh my God. I already can't keep up. What is happening? At this moment, the scene changed and cut to another part of the video. The scale of this video was no less than the previous one. Earlier, the setting of that video was the office, while this one was in the company car. The video camera first recorded the car plate number, then it went for the car. There was no one around as the two of them kissed intensely, starting to take each other's clothes off and climbing into the car. Very soon, the car started to bounce up and down. Inside the car, Han Zixuan was half naked, while her bottom half was pushed up against Yi Sudong. The sound of their copulation and their conversation could vaguely be heard from the speakers. Oh, Sudong, don't be like this. What if someone sees us? Let's go to a hotel. Oh, what are you afraid of? Even if someone sees us, who'd dare to expose me? Yi Sudong's eyes were filled with corrupted indulgence. Roughly, he said as he gripped Han Zixuan's slim waist. Slut, let's switch positions. Han Zixuan was like a sea snake as her body twisted, and she said annoyedly, Don't. You didn't even do what you promised yet. You said you'd let me debut this month. Yi Sudong scoffed proudly. Debut? You underestimate me. That woman Ning Xi can't adapt to the circumstances. She keeps going against me. Wait till I chase her out of the company. Then all of Ning Xi's resources will be yours. In the future, you'll become the top female artiste in Glory World. Really? Han Zixuan's eyes lit up, filled with unsubtle ambition. Well, of course, you're so pretty. You can completely copy Ning Xi and take the same route as her. When that happens, all of the resources under her can be transferred to you. When both the videos finished, the screen returned to pitch black. It was absolutely silent with a deathly stillness. That was such a sudden expose. In fact, one was more shocking than the other, catching everyone unaware and causing them to be confused and disoriented. Han Zixuan seemed to have completely fallen into an ice cave. She trembled all over as an unprecedented swamp of hopelessness engulfed her, and her mind went blank. This was impossible. Impossible. How did it end up like this? Done for. This time, she was really done for. Offstage, Ning Xi's indifferent gaze fell onto Han Zixuan beside her. Her lazy eyes were mixed with fragments of coldness that could make one shiver all over. She said with gloomy eyes, Han Zixuan, are you satisfied with this explanation? Chapter 2017, Eye-Opener. One wave had barely subsided when another rose. Everyone would not have thought that Su Tao would release shocking news that was 100 times more shocking than the one Han Zixuan had exposed. Even more unexpectedly was that in just a few short minutes, all of those things Han Zixuan had said stripped her naked, thoroughly exposing the unknown side of her under the sun. After Ning Xi retired, Han Zixuan had replaced her and became famous at the speed of light. She had always sold her image as being unique, parading herself as a fresh drink of water in the entertainment industry, and for being a super popular and encouraging goddess. The history of her rising to fame was so marvelous and outstanding that in reality, it may be compared to a melodrama. Today's trip was really worth it. It really was an eye-opener. Yi Sudong is a married man. Han Zixuan should know better about selling her body and sleeping around as the third party, yet she could still demand fairness for Ning Xi in such a justified manner. The funniest thing is that earlier, she actually said that she hated third parties who wrecked homes the most. It turns out that she had intentionally imitated Ning Xi back then, stolen Ning Xi's resources, and stepped on Ning Xi to make it to the top. However, she keeps telling the others that she's unique and doesn't care about being compared to Ning Xi. I really gained some knowledge and experience today. There are mountains beyond mountains. Her face is really as thick as the city walls. Who said that Han Zixuan's acting skills aren't as good as Ning Xi's? Han Zixuan is practically the queen actress in the entertainment industry who deserves an award. At the same time, all of the reporters had left Ning Xi's side to rush to Han Zixuan. Miss Han Zixuan, is the person in the video you? May we know if you really seduced your superior who's married and relied on dirty tricks to rise to the top? Do you know that Yi Sudong already has a wife? You pose yourself as righteous, yet you did the thing that you kept saying was shameless. What do you have to say about this? Earlier, all of the questions that had been thrown to Ning Xi were now being asked to Han Zixuan. Han Zixuan bit on her lip. There were insanity and darkness in her eyes. The deathly gaze she shot Ning Xi said that she wished she could swallow her whole. She took a deep breath and used up all of her energy to force herself to be calm. Then, she said with an expression that feigned a clear conscience, I don't know what you guys are talking about. The woman in this video isn't even me. Zhang Anru quickly echoed. Where did they find some despicable porn star? How dare they pretend to be our Zixuan? Ning Xi, I want to sue your people for slander and infringement of the right to one's reputation. Do you think that smearing Zixuan can get you in the clear? No matter what, it doesn't change the fact that you're dirty and lowly. Su Tao seemed to have expected that they would say this, so he unhurriedly sneered. Huh. Earlier the video was clear enough. Han Zixuan and Yi Sudong did such indescribable things in Glory World Entertainment's office and in Han Zixuan's company car. Entering Glory World Entertainment requires fingerprinting. We don't need any further explanation for Zixuan's private company car either. Can this be a fake? You should fake it for me to see. As Su Tao spoke, a few extremely clear screenshots appeared on the huge screen instantly. There was a picture of Yi Sudong's office, while another was the car plate number of the company car, and the scene of Han Zixuan holding the car key to open the car door. Shining evidence had once again slapped their face hard. At this moment, everyone's gaze at the two people had reached the peak of contempt. Chapter 2018, What a Dogfight. Dang, she's still pretending right now. She's really broken the record of my bottom line. Shameless people are unrivaled. Earlier, I was still speaking good things about her, saying that she was defending justice. I was really blinded. Han Zixuan, get lost from the entertainment industry. Han Zixuan, get lost from the entertainment industry. Previously, the degree of perfection Han Zixuan had pretended to be was the same extent to which the crowd was angry and shocked right now. Every sentence of sneers and mockings, plus the shouting hoots for her to get lost from the entertainment industry, and all those microphones and flashing lights crazily shoved at her were amplified. Han Zixuan's hair was a mess. Her delicate makeup was smudged, her elegant gown was wrinkled from being squashed, and even one of her heels had come off. All the while, she kept repeating the words, "Not me, not me. Don't shove anymore. Security. Where's security? If you guys are like this, I'll have to call the police." Ah, Zheng Anru was hit on the head by someone with a bottle of mineral water, and she shrieked. The entire scene was chaotic. It was the age of internet. Unlike before, when huge news broke out, one would need to wait till the second day when the public would know after newsrooms worked overtime to publish them in the papers. Everything that just happened then was posted online right away by all the media present. They had even done a live stream of the whole process. All the earlier incidents from Han Zixuan and Yi Sudong's wild video on screen, and the scene of Han Zixuan looking disheveled, upon being chased down by everyone, had very quickly spread to every corner of the entire internet, causing a huge ruckus. At the Su residence, inside the luxurious bedroom, Ning Xi's darkened face was reflected off the laptop's dim light, and her eyes were filled with menace. Useless thing. She had already handed the knife over to Han Zixuan, yet she could still mess things up. Ning Xi had gotten such an important handle against her, but she did not even know about this. Useless person. At this moment, Ning Xi's phone suddenly rang. The screen showed it was Zheng Anru. Ning Xi looked at it from the corner of her eye. Then she immediately rejected the call, without hesitation. With such a video released, Han Zixuan was definitely done for this time. There was no point keeping such a useless person like this. She had already achieved her goals anyway. Ning Xi took a deep breath before she picked up her phone and made a call. She said with an extremely annoyed tone, "Am I paying you to be a spectator? Don't forget your mission today. No matter what happens, you can't let Ning Xi expose this." Yes, CEO Ning. Don't worry. Ning Xi won't be able to run away, just watch. It had better be that way. At the venue of the charity banquet, when Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru were chased by everyone, suddenly a voice piped up from the crowd. What a dogfight. Ning Xi, is this the explanation that you promised to give us? Even if Han Zixuan murdered and committed arson, what does that have to do with you? Could that still change the fact that you seduced Su Yin and coerced Ning Xi, a pregnant woman? Once the tall reporter reminded them of that, the crowd who felt indignant at the injustice suddenly turned their attention to Ning Xi, who was leaning back in her seat. Exactly. What are you trying to do? Distract us? Fool us like idiots? Such people aren't worth pitying. She deserves to have her fans and resources stolen by Han Zixuan. I think she's even more malicious than Han Zixuan. She won't even let go of a pregnant woman. When she was found out, she didn't apologize or give the public an explanation. Instead, she rushed to pull someone else down. This girl is really astonishing. Chapter 2019, A Satisfactory Answer. The tall reporter yelled, Ning Xi is really unlucky. She was innocently caught in between the matters of these two witches. Many people agreed with him. I'm getting more and more disappointed in this industry. The innocent, kind-hearted people are being chased away, but the cunning, shameless people still survived. Get lost from the entertainment industry. The artistes were yelling inside the hall, and all the exits were blocked. The reporters were condemning them while surrounding both Ning Xi and Su Tao. Amidst the chaotic situation, Yin Yu carefully hid herself within the raging crowd. Everything went on ever so smoothly as she expected. Her body was trembling in excitement. It was over. Han Zixuan was over. Ning Xi was over. She never had to be wary of Han Zixuan anymore. She need not be so desperate for those scarce resources anymore, as the top resources would be made available for her soon. She might even be able to take Ning Xi's place in assassin. Without Ning Xi and Han Zixuan, she would be the one left with the most popularity. She could not wait for all this to end and to look for Su Tao afterwards. She even started to plan her future career. As for Han Zixuan, while the reporters were surrounding Ning Xi, she hid at the back with her messy hair. She stared at Ning Xi directly and suddenly laughed with a crazed expression. Ha! Ha! Ning Xi, why is it you can do it, but not me? How is your worth more than mine? You seduced someone with a wife to promote yourself, so why are you acting right now? Even if I were to fall, you're not going to stand that tall. You'll die with me together. Huh? Things went out of control inside the room as the bystanders took out their phones and started streaming it live. The reporters' professional cameras also streamed the live situation to the media and streaming sites. All the related websites were filled up instantly. Apart from the reporters on scene, the chat room on the streaming sites were filled with curses and insults as well. Under such an intense amount of pressure, Han Zixuan was already a mess and seemed mentally unstable. Ning Xi was still in her long black gown. Along with her dark, silky hair, his eyes were not shaken at all. She had been sitting elegantly where she was all along. The tall reporter was cheeky when he saw Ning Xi feign calmness. He became even angrier and yelled, "As reporters, we have to find out the truth for the public. We're here to speak for the weak. It's our responsibility. This matter isn't going to be wiped away. You're not going to divert our attention, Ning Xi. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer today, there'll be no end to this." His words ignited the wrath in many others. Right? There'll be no end to this. Ning Xi, apologize to the public, to the innocent victim. Apologize. Apologize. The tall reporter continued. If apologies are effective, what are the police useful for? Not only is she going to apologize publicly, she deserves to be banned forever. As the tall reporter was getting all fired up, Ning Xi's cold gaze met his eyes. Chapter 2020, As You Wish. While her gaze seemed gentle, it closed in on his throat like an icy cold blade as if blood would gush out the next moment. A sense of danger shrouded his whole body. He suddenly stopped talking. It was more like he could not even say a word. When the reporter came back to his senses, he noticed that his undershirt was drenched with sweat. Damn it. She was just an actress who became popular because she used some underhanded tactics. There was no reason to be afraid of her. The next moment, Ning. She averted her gaze away from that reporter and looked coldly at a camera right in front of her. The cameraman held his breath and steadily operated the camera. The cameras from the other angles were all aimed towards Ning Xi too. Ning Xi looked right into the lens. She was not directing her intimidating gaze to the cameraman, but she was looking at someone else through the lenses. At this moment, Ning Xiaoluo was waiting for Ning Xi's fake calmness to break down. She wanted her to fall into the deepest of abysses. Yet when her eyes met with Ning Xi's on screen, her back straightened and felt sheer coldness travel up her spine. As you wish. Ning Xi said those words towards the camera. Suddenly, voices from a conversation came out of the room speaker. Xiao Shi. Sis, it wasn't me. I don't know why he's here. I intentionally waited here myself because apart from that, I really don't know how else I could see you. Do you need something? Can I speak to you privately? Sis. Xiao Nuo, it's not your fault. Just wait for me here. Because it was at night, the visual was very dark. 3 figures appeared. They were a woman, a young man, and a slightly taller man. The woman's voice was obviously Ning Xi. The one who called Ning Xi's sister was probably her brother Tang Nuo. Then who was the other person? Speak. It was Ning Xi's voice. The man said, Xiao Shi, can we start over again? As people were having doubts, they were shocked to hear this. Start over? Did Ning Xi just share her own personal matter? As everyone was still confused, the man continued. Xiao Shi, I know me saying this sounds ridiculous and absurd to you. Ning Xi's voice was cold. Is it not? Listen, I've thought about it for a very, very long time. I'm not saying this on impulse. I really, really regretted and finally understood who I really like. No, really love is. Xiao Shi, about that incident back then, I was wrong. It was I who abandoned what we had at first, but at the start, I really never thought of breaking up with you until I met Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo is so pure and vulnerable, and she suddenly got involved in that sort of unforeseen incident. After that, she constantly chatted and grumbled to me. Slowly, I didn't know when it started, but the feelings just started to change. The crowd finally knew who was the one talking. The man was Su Yin. Did Su Yin just say he betrayed his relationship with Ning Xi? What was happening? The conversation continued. After that, under impulse, I did it with Shuo. I've been hiding it from you, because I really didn't know how to face you. Chapter 2021. Fake Princess, Real Mistress. However, it was only later that I understood that all along, I've been worrying about Shuo, yet I never thought about how you felt. You left your hometown for me, but in the end, I abandoned you. Su Yin continued to repent for what he did and apologized to Ning Xi. He also said that he did not want to lie to himself anymore. Everyone was shocked after hearing the conversation. Oh God, could Ning Xi be Su Yan's initial partner? But halfway through he had abandoned Ning Xi to be with Ning Xiulaw, at the same time forcing Ning Xi to leave the country? And now, Su Yin regretted and wanted Ning Xi back, but from the tone of Ning Xi's voice, it was obvious that she did not want to see him. So he had to use her brother to see Ning Xi. The said wife was initially the mistress, and the misunderstood mistress was the girlfriend at first. What a twist. Everyone was taken aback. The video continued. I know that in my current situation, I don't have the right to say these things to you, and I definitely don't mean to dishonor you. I will return to being a free man. In the end, Ning Xi's emotionless voice under the moonlight came through the speakers. Su Yin, sometimes, things are like a jacket in the summer or a fan in the winter. Also, the heart changes after a person has given up. No one said a thing. It was a dead silent. The reporters from earlier had their eyes and mouth wide open as their faces went pale, and they could not say anything, especially the tall reporter who insisted on Ning Xi apologizing to Ning Xiulaw. His expression right then was horrible. How? How did it turn out like this? Leave me alone. My brain is confused. Everyone just looked at each other. Someone suddenly spoke up. What's there to be confused about? Su Yin made it clear. He was in a relationship with Ning Xi. She went there because of him, and then Su Yin met Ning Zuilio. Because Ning Xiulaw acted pitiful in front of him, Su Yin had sex with her and betrayed Ning Xi. So Ning Xi went overseas out of heartbreak and came back several years later to start her life over in the entertainment industry. Damn, this couple is inhumane. Especially Ning Xiulaw. Not only did she steal Ning Xi's parents, she even took away the boyfriend, forcing Ning Xi to be alone while being away from her hometown. And after Ning Xi came back recovered and wanted to start her life over again, Ning Xiulaw has been pressuring her in all sorts of ways. She had to take on all the small and minor roles for one whole year, even when she had such excellent acting and high potential. In the end, Ning Xiulaw even accused her of hurting others and got Starlight to ban Ning Xi. Fortunately, Glory World helped her, and she started to get better after she went over. Not only that, Ning Xi put in so much effort to reach where she is today. She was even at death's door, whereas Ning Xi used the Ning family's name and Ning Xi's man to turn herself from a chicken into a phoenix, from a mistress into the wife. She has everything now, but still didn't want to let Ning Xi go. She misinformed Han Zixuan and said that Ning Xi doesn't want to let go of Su Yin, almost making everyone misunderstand Ning Xi. Chapter 2022. Through thick and thin. The crowd that had been puzzled from the start slowly began to recover their senses. They started to analyze matters one by one. It was better if they did not analyze things, because in the end, after deeper thought, it became frightening. Bloody hell. I really thought Ning Xiulaw was innocent. Now that I think more about it, this girl was a manipulative prostitute. What encouraging goddess. Everything that she has today was clearly all stolen from Ning Xi. Without the Ning family, would she have been able to make it in the entertainment industry? If she didn't hook up with Su Yin, which rich and powerful family would take in a wild fowl? Han Zixuan, Ning Xiulaw. No wonder these two people have such a close relationship. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Ning Xi was really ket up. Since she was a baby, she was carried home wrongly. She's a proper heiress who became stranded among commoners, forcing her to have a home she couldn't return to. And just when she finally thought she found true love, she was betrayed. Someone who was supposed to be the person she loved most hurt her completely. Still, Ning Xi had never once used her background or personal matters to gain pity. Instead, she relied on her own capabilities without a word and climbed to what she is today. Instead, it was certain people who weren't satisfied with stealing people's parents and boyfriend. She even wanted to force people to their doom. She's already pregnant, doesn't she know to cultivate some good karma for the child in her womb? At this moment, Ning Xi stared at the live stream on her laptop. Her initially pure little face twisted into a wicked expression. Xiao Shi, I regret it, and I finally understood who I really like. No, really love is. Xiao Shi, I've already lied to myself for too long. I don't want to continue deceiving others and myself. I'll give you a title, I'll marry you. I'll handle everything. You'll still be Mrs. Su. We can start everything all over again. Su Yan's every word and sentence. All the comments from the media and the spectators made Ning Xi tremble violently. Her sharp nails stabbed into her palms until fresh red blood started to drip onto the ground. What did they mean by a mistress climbing to the top? Su Yan liked her. He loved her. Ning Xi was the third party that had wrecked their marriage. Ning Xi was the shameless slut that stole her man. Now, the entire world knew that Ning Xi's man had pestered Ning Xi and even wanted to divorce her for Ning Xi. Such humiliation was about to drive her crazy. Ning Xi, how dare you? I want you dead. I want you to die horribly. In the charity dinner hall, the reporters had surrounded Ning Xi once again. Miss Ning Xi, how did Ning Xi get in between you and Su Yan back then? What was the actual situation? Could you tell us? Ning Xi, from the conversation, we can tell that Su Yan has already regretted it and even wanted to get a divorce for you. Would you get back together with Su Yan? Ning Xi, Starlight has been trying to poach you. Would you choose to leave? After all, putting aside all of the personal elements, given their capabilities, wouldn't Starlight be better for your career? Regarding the personal matters, Ning Xi did not answer. Her gaze skimmed everyone present, and then she said, since all the friends of the media and my fellow artistes of the industry are here, I'd like for everyone to be my witness. When they heard Ning Xi, all the media and artistes instantly held their breaths and waited for Ning Xi's next words. Ning Xi paused. Then she looked towards the camera and continued. I, Ning Xi, today swear that in living, I am Glory World's artiste. In death, I am also Glory World's ghost. As long as I'm still in the entertainment industry, I definitely won't leave Glory World. I will be with Glory World through thick and thin. Chapter 2023, Never Been Defeated. I will be with Glory World through thick and thin. Just a short sentence had surged a sensation in everyone's hearts. In fact, this sentence meant that she rejected Su Yan and that she definitely would not get together with him. On the live stream sites, a torrent of comments surged. My broshi is so cool. Through thick and thin. Nice one. Broshi is such a boss. She kept being slandered, and still she has never been defeated. I don't regret in this lifetime. I only love. Broshi. As for Su Tao, who was beside Ning Xi, when he heard his queen's words, he was so moved that he almost cried. At this moment, a certain koi fish who was watching the live stream was about to bawl too. He had automatically replaced Ning Xi's two words, Glory World, with his brother's name in his head. In the end, he was served with this public display of affection. In life, she was her brother's woman. In death, she would still be her brother's ghost, and whatnot. Oh, after Ning Xi finished, she nodded slightly to the crowd and then got up to leave. Everyone automatically opened up a path, and their eyes followed this girl who would forever only show her strong side to everyone no matter when and no matter how much suffering and slander she encountered. What kind of man would be compatible with such a girl? Amidst the crowd, Han Zixuan stood with a blank expression as she collapsed to the ground. She never would have expected that the truth would be like this. The only person consigned to eternal damnation was her. From now on, Ning Xi would be an existence that she could never reach and could only look up at. Hiding in the corner, Yin Yu, who felt victory within her grasp, was dumbfounded too. She turned pale and looked on in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? Did Su Tao not say that they did not even have a solution to help Ning Xi clear herself of the matter? How could it have turned out like this in the end? Even though Han Zixuan was done for, not only was Ning Xi not chased out of the entertainment industry, but from then onwards, her popularity would be boosted even more. As for her, what was she supposed to do now? Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru would definitely have guessed that it was her, and Starlight definitely would not let her go. In the car park, Su Tao rushed excitedly towards Liang Feixing, who had been in the company car, watching everything from a distance. Liang Zi, did you hear that earlier? Did you hear that? The queen said she wants to go through thick and thin with me. Liang Feixing's mouth twitched, and he pushed him away with a slap. Brother, you think too much. Lady Boss's words earlier were clearly meant for the boss, dude. Su Tao did not care that he was slapped away. He was still elated and immersed in his happiness. This time, we'll have to thank those paparazzi, because if it weren't for them being such busybodies and trying to get blackmail material on Ning Xi, they wouldn't have gotten this recording. These paparazzi had been stalking Ning Xi at Imperial University then, and they recorded Ning Xi and Su Yan's conversation. But they were discovered in time by Ning Xi's bodyguards, who managed to get the recording from them. They never would have thought that this thing would come in handy like this in the end. Ning Xi had always hated mixing her personal matters with work. However, this one time, it implicated the entire Glory World's reputation, thus she did not hesitate using this recording. Be careful, my queen. Su Tao kindly helped Ning Xi to open the car door. As he was about to get into the car, footsteps rushed up from behind. Bro Tao, wait up. The person who rushed after them between pants was Yin Yuyu. Su Tao raised his brows slightly. Are Yuyu looking for me? Yin Yuyu's eyes were filled with anger, but at the moment, she could only suppress it. Bro Tao, there's something I need to talk to you about. Sure, Su Tao simply agreed. Then he told Ning Xi and Liang Feixing to leave first. Ning Xi looked outside the car window, and she frowned slightly. Liang Feixing started to drive off without minding them. Lady Boss, don't worry. Yin Yuyu is no match for that fox, Su Tao. Chapter 2024, Playing Dumb. Su Tao poured himself a cup of tea leisurely, looking pleased. The Shihu Longjing here is not bad. Yin Yuyu did not have the mood for tasting tea right then. Her phone had been ringing off the hook since earlier. The person who called first was Han Zixuan, then Zheng Anru. After that was her manager, and even Wang Haojuan had personally called. Yin Yuyu did not dare to answer any of them, or even reject their calls. She could only put her phone on silent as she looked as white as a sheet, panicking to see her phone screen that kept flashing. Su Tao naturally saw that Yin Yuyu kept getting calls too, so he pretended to be considerate and said, Yuyu, it looks like you're quite busy. How about we meet on another day? When she heard Su Tao, although Yin Yuyu had actually calmed down slightly earlier, now she looked emotionally at Su Tao and said, Bro Tao, didn't you say before that about Ning Xi, Glory World didn't even have a solution to resolve it? Su Tao sipped his tea and seemed grateful as he lamented. Indeed, it was very tricky. This time, we were just lucky. Thankfully, after that, we got evidence from the paparazzi that could prove Ning Xi's innocence. Yin Yuyu was suspicious. She still felt that something was odd, but she was distraught with anxiety at the moment and could not deliberate on it further. Damn it. Initially, once Ning Xi fell, all of Glory World's resources should be hers. Who would have thought that now she just switched from being suppressed by Han Zixuan to being suppressed by Ning Xi? However, no matter what, she was only left with one way out, through Su Tao. If Su Tao dared to forget this favor and neglect her after this, she would not be one to mess with. Yin Yuyu inhaled a deep breath as she pushed the jitters in her heart aside. Then, Bro Tao, when are you going to get me to be signed back on with Glory World? Su Tao instantly looked shocked and even pretended to panic as he looked around and lowered his voice. What? Sign you back on with Glory World? Yuyu, you can't simply say things like this. You're doing well in Starlight right now. Why would you suddenly have such thoughts? Yuyu jumped, puzzled by Su Tao's question. Su Tao, what do you mean? Su Tao feigned innocence. Yuyu, I really don't know why you would suddenly say such things. Yuyu could not believe it. She instantly slammed the table and got up. Su Tao, you incited me to help you topple Han Zixuan. Now, you want to go back on your word after using me. Compared to Yin Yuyu's outburst of rage, Su Tao sat calmly on the chair opposite her. He continued to annoy her by playing dumb. You helped me topple Han Zixuan. Yuyu, why don't I understand you at all? Yin Yuyu was about to die from anger. At the same time, she finally understood everything. Su Tao, you clearly knew that I had something against Han Zixuan with me. You first misled me, making me think that Ning Xi was really going to quit the entertainment industry this time. And then you incited me by telling me that as long as I toppled Han Zishuan, you'd sign me back to Glory World and promise to give me all of Ning Xi's resources. Now, I've sent you Han Zishuan's video and helped you topple her, but you want to turn your back on me? Yu, are you saying that you sent those anonymous videos? Su Tao pretended to be appalled. His acting skills were probably enough to make it into the entertainment industry. Su Tao, are you still pretending? I'm telling you, when I'm pushed to the edge, I'll let everyone know your true colors. Yu snarled with malevolence. Chapter 2025. What are you? Su Tao leaned back on his chair as he rested an arm on the armrest and laughed. I was just having a bad mood the other day. I had no idea you'd have thought so much about it. I really didn't expect you to have something so huge on Han Zishuan and to even send it to me. Why are you so silly, Yu? Didn't you know that if this thing came out, you'd be over? Nonsense. Of course she knew. She thought that Ning Xi would be over this time, and that Su Tao had promised her he would take her back into Glory World. At this moment, Yu finally realized she had been following Su Tao's plan. She had fallen into the trap of this cunning old fox. Yu was frustrated. Su Tao, if I'm banned, you don't ever have to bother working in this industry anymore. If Glory World or Ning Xi knew you met with me, an artiste from Starlight, under those circumstances, and even tried to scout me over, what would they think? Su Tao shook his head with a painful expression. I can't believe girls nowadays are so sly. Why are you like this? Oh right, I forgot to tell you that, the other day when I was talking with you, I recorded our conversation. Su Tao then took out his phone and played the audio file. The voices of their conversation started playing. Yu listened from the beginning to the end as her face turned pale. That bastard Su Tao. He did not leave a single hint or evidence at all. All along, he used a reminiscing tone as if he was worried about her. If this audio was leaked, not only it would not cause Su Tao any harm, it would become the biggest evidence that she had sent Han Zishuan's video to Su Tao. Yu sat back down on the chair behind her. Su Tao, you're taking revenge on me. Su Tao laughed. Haha, you're not that important for me to put in this much effort. He was just doing it for his queen. Yu started sobbing when she remembered how Su Tao used to put in a lot of effort for her too. Bro Tao, I'm wrong. I know it's my fault. I was blinded and cheated. Starlight told me that they'd let me and Han Zishuan be at the same position. Starlight would never let me get away this time. Please save me. Su Tao did not say anything. He took a final look at the girl whom he had brought into the path of stardom and then left. In a meeting room at Starlight Entertainment, Wang Haojuan's expression was dark like thunderclouds as he slammed the table. Yu, are you the one who sent Su Tao those videos? I gave it to them. What about it? Everyone thought Yu would deny it, but unexpectedly, Yu did not give any excuses and admitted to it. Which, Han Zishuan went up to her and slapped Yu's face. Yu felt the stinging on her face, reminding her of all the times when she was bullied by Han Zishuan and the despair she experienced after she handed the videos over to Su Tao. She had nothing left. Absolutely nothing. If Han Zishuan had not been such a bully, she would not have had to go this far. After several seconds of silence, Yu looked back up and raised her arm, returning a slap. Chapter 2026. It's too late. Han Zishuan covered the part she struck in disbelief, her eyes flashing furiously. Which? You hit me. Who do you think you are to slap me? Yu laughed coldly. Han Zishuan. That's what I should be saying. Who do you think you are? The cancer within the industry, Ning Xi's replacement. Do you think you're still the top artiste of Starlight? You're just a shameless witch. What makes you think that you can always act like my superior? I'm telling you now, I've had enough of you. I dare you to say it again, Yu. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog beside me. The two of them continued the argument and even started pulling each other's hair. Several people went up and dragged them apart at last. All of you shut up. Are you guys trying to make things worse? Wang Haojuan bellowed. He thought that after Ning Xi's fall, Han Zishuan and Starlight would have no more obstacles and that he had no more worries after that. No one expected things to take a turn like this. Not only Ning Xi was out of the mess, Han Zishuan was involved in such a huge scandal. Han Zishuan was totally ruined by the two videos. She was the core artiste in whom they had invested so much on, and now that she was crushed entirely, there was nothing to be done. He could only sit and watch as the company shares dropped sharply. When he found out from Han Zixuan that it was an artiste from his own company that had sent the videos to Su Tao, a broiling murderous intent brewed within him. Yin Yu, do you know how much damage you caused to the company by doing so? Where are your work ethics? Wang Haojuan released all his anger on Yin Yu. Yin Yu faced Wang Haojuan's anger with a sarcastic, cold laugh. When Han Zixuan was enjoying her time at the top, why didn't the company think about the promise made to us, about the damage caused to us? I don't care if you want to ban me or whatever. I don't care. I've had enough of this industry already. She finally understood just how foolish her betrayal had been back then. If she had not betrayed Glory World, she would not have ended up like this. At this moment, she regretted it. After she saw through everything, she finally realized the essence of the saying, greed is so destructive that it destroys everything. However, it was too late now. Yin Yu took a deep breath and left despite her manager's restraints. She ignored both Wang Haojuan's anger and Han Zixuan's insults. Late at night, Ning Xi was sent to the hospital due to a sudden pain in her abdomen. The Ning and the Su families were both informed about what had happened at the charity event. Zhuang Lingyu growled, Zheng Minjun, Su Hongguang, look at what your son has done. If anything happens to Shualuo, I'll never let you guys get away. Zheng Minjun felt a little guilty because everyone knew that Su Yin was about to divorce Ning Shualuo, but now that she heard Zhuang Lingyu scold his son, she nearly lost it. Those words were supposed to be coming from her. Look at what your daughter did. What did Su Yin say wrongly? If it had not been for her daughter's seduction methods, would Su Yin have broken up with Ning Xi back then? If it had not been for Ning Shualuo's interference, they would have already been in-laws with the Zhuang family. If it had not been for Ning Shualuo spouting lies in front of the artiste, how could people post it up online and let everyone know? The Sus had lost all their reputation now. Chapter 2027, Blame. There was no other choice. Ning Shualuo still had the precious baby of the Su family. The checkup had previously even revealed that it was a boy. If they pressured Ning Shualuo too much under such circumstances, her precious grandson might be gone. After all, Su Yin had to face the issue of the other child, Su Sun, so it would be more advantageous to him if he were to have a successor sooner. No matter what, Ning Shualuo had to give birth to that child first. Zheng Minjun held her tongue and used a gentle tone. You can't really blame Su Yin for this. You know how Su Yin is like. Their relationship has always been solid. He would never cheat on her. If Ning Xi had not seduced Su Yin, he would never have done so. Even if she said those flowery words, they were all part of a trick. That girl leaked the video online all for her own benefits. How are our families supposed to conduct ourselves in public from now on? Zheng Minjun was aggrieved when she thought about how Ning Xi rejected her son so coldly. Had it not been for the Zhuangs, Ning Xi would just be a mere actress. Zheng Minjun blamed everything on Ning Xi. Zhuang Lingyu became even angrier when Ning Xi's name was mentioned. Just what did I do in my past life to give birth to someone like her? Why is she always on a Shualuo and never letting go of the Nings? Ning Yaohua was worried when he saw Zhuang Lingyu being really worked up. Don't be angry, Lingyu. Be careful of your health. Look at what that brat has done. How can I not be angry? She's taking revenge on us. She's never considered us. Just as Zhuang Lingyu was weeping, Su Yin arrived. Ning Shualuo's pregnancy had hit him hard. In addition to Ning Xi's rejection, he felt depressed and he had made an excuse to go overseas as an escape. But unexpectedly, such a huge fiasco had happened back in the country. When he found out Ning Xi was misunderstood and criticized by the public, he was worried and jumped on the first flight home. However, before he could do anything, he saw the live stream of the charity night the moment he touched down. His first reaction was to look for Ning Xi. Yet he received a call from his family informing him that Shua was hospitalized because of abdominal pain and wanted him to go there. How's Shualuo? Su Yin asked while panting. Zhuang Lingyu looked sharply at Su Yin, clearly unhappy with him. Do you still think of Shualuo as your wife? Su Yin clenched his fists and looked downwards ashamedly. I'm sorry. Zheng Minjun went up and gave Su Yin a nudge. It's all right now. I know you were deceived by Ning Xi. Go take a look at Shualuo and talk to her. Don't let her misunderstand. Mother, Su Yin frowned. Zheng Minjun shot Su Yin a look to prevent him from keep talking. Then she pushed him into the ward and continued talking to Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua. It's normal for married couples to have some arguments. If we get involved too much, things might get worse. They even have their own child now. How could they get a divorce? Even if Su Yin insists, there's still Hongguang and me. Don't worry, we won't let Xuelua suffer. Chapter 2028. Endure for now. Su Hongguang echoed along from the side. As for Su Yin, he has long figured things out. The problem that you are worried about definitely won't happen. When she saw Zheng Minjun and Su Hongguang's attitude, Zhuang Lingyu's expression softened. After all, the main culprit of this incident was still Ning Xi, that damned brat. Zhuang Lingyu sighed. We can obviously see how you and Su Yin have been treating our Xuelua, but now that the matter has reached this stage, how's our Xuelua supposed to face everyone from now on? How can she still establish herself in this circle from now on? Su Hongguang quickly assured. That isn't a problem. Even if Ning Xi and Su Yin had started dating first, it was still something that happened before they got married. Xuelua and Su Yin have already been married for so long, and they even have a child now. As long as Su Yin and Xuelua still love each other, everyone will only talk about this for a few days at the most. Later on, I will chat with Su Yin and tell him to make a statement. I'll definitely handle this matter well. Please don't worry. Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaoan nodded, satisfied. Before Su Yin entered the ward to see Ning Xuelua, Su Hongguang called him aside to speak. Father. Su Hongguang looked at his son and sighed. Su Yin, this matter can be quite grave. You must know that as an heir of a family clan, marriage is extremely important to your image. I know. Su Yin nodded with fatigue. Now, everyone already knows about Xuelua being pregnant. Even if it was exposed that back then it was Ning Xi who dated you first, but to divorce Xuelua right now, abandoning a pregnant woman, if word gets out, it will definitely affect our Su family's reputation significantly. Now, on Xuelua's side, we must calm her down first. As for Ning Xi, to avoid arousing suspicion, it's best if you don't get too close, reprimanded Su Hongguang with a stern tone. Clearly, now was definitely not the best time for a divorce. When Su Yin heard his father, his pupils shrunk slightly. Initially, Xuelua's pregnancy had already made him ashamed to face her. This time, because of him, Ning Xi was almost pushed off the edge. How could he be not in the least concerned? Su Hongguang patted his son's shoulder and consoled him with a hint. Su Yin, I understand how you feel. Those who do big things must understand how to exercise patience. Now, everything must wait until Xu safely gives birth to the child. Do you understand? Su Yin took a deep breath as he suppressed the emotions in his heart and said, Father, I understand. In the ward, Ning Xuelua's eyes were red as she leaned back on the bedhead, looking absent-minded. When she heard the familiar sounds of footstep from the entrance, Ning Xuelua slowly turned to look over. The instant she saw the man, the tears that she had kept in for a long time suddenly fell at once. Bro Yin. As he looked at this girl who was carrying his baby, Su Yin avoided her gaze like a sorry figure. He was silent for a long time, but he finally mustered the strength to say, I'm sorry. She heard Su Yan's apology and how he did not defend himself at all, just admitting to everything. Ning Xuelua tightened her fists that were under her blanket. She disguised the malevolence in her eyes, and her expression became even more miserable. She forced a laugh and said, Actually, I knew. I should have known. Sister is so beautiful, so excellent. No matter what, I can't catch up to her. There will be a day when you will return to her. Sighed. Whether it was in the past or right now, I've never thought of fighting for anything with sister. If I could, I would be willing to matchmake the two of you. Chapter 2029, Final Struggle. When she said this, Ning Xuelua choked on her tears, and her trembling fingers stroked her lower abdomen. Bro Yin, as long as you can be happy, I can do anything, but, Bro Yin, I can't. Our child. What do we do with our child? Su Yin sat on the side of the bed and wiped the girl's tears away, yet his heart was numb and there was no emotion in his tone. Don't think too much. Xiao Shi and I are impossible. There was once when every time Ning Xuelua cried before him, he would have an unlimited amount of energy and desire to protect her. He would have protected her regardless of anything. Now, his tears were akin to an abyss filled with poison that shackled him. He could not breathe and only wanted to break free. When she heard Su Yan's words, Ning Xuelua did not look any better. Instead, she turned even paler. Was it just because he and Ning Xi were not possible anymore? What if he and Ning Xi still had a possibility? What if she was not pregnant? Or maybe he was just waiting for after she gave birth to their child. Would he immediately kick her aside and impatiently marry Ning Xi? When she thought about this, the fingers that Ning Xi used to stroke her underbelly suddenly tightened, and her eyes were gloomy. 2 days after that, Suyin posted a Weibo. In the same boat under wind and rain. He attached a picture of his and Ning Xi's hands with their fingers laced together. These past 2 days, Ning Xi's fans and some passers-by had already scolded Su Yin and Ning Xi until they were totally crushed helplessly. Ning Xi was still a pregnant woman after all, and they had been married for so long. Now, Su Yin stated that he had chosen his family. Even if everyone felt unjustified for Ning Xi, it would not be kind of them to comment too much on someone else's family matters. The recrimination online slowly faded away. In this period of time, Ning Xi suddenly posted a statement announcing that she would be quitting the entertainment industry forever. If this news had been released in an isolated manner, it would be enough to cause a huge commotion in the entertainment industry. However, because the headlines of Han Zixuan being banned dominated, the incident of Ning Xi quitting the entertainment industry only caused a small splash. Very quickly, the public's focus returned to Han Zixuan. This time, Han Zixuan's image was completely destroyed. She was banned by the entire entertainment industry. Even if she did not give up and ran about to knock on doors, now even the worst entertainment company was not willing to take her. Ning Xi could not be contacted at all. At Imperial Central Plaza, Han Zixuan wore a huge pair of shades and wrapped herself tightly as she walked to the car. Isudong had suddenly sent her a text message and asked to meet up. Now, Isudong was no longer the CEO of Glory World Entertainment. He started his own entertainment company, but he had not come up with anything and had been running it at a loss. If it were not for his wife providing him with money, it would have long closed down. Han Zixuan despised Isudong, but at this moment, she was desperate. All of her savings that she had since she debuted all went into paying for the penalty of ending her contract. Even the properties under her name had been taken by the court. She had been used to a life of luxury and could barely make it these days without any money. Zhang Anru wanted to treat her like a prostitute and sell herself cheaply to those newly rich bosses that she looked on in disdain back then. How could she have endured that? Han Zixuan looked around carefully and then quickly walked towards the restaurant not too far away. However, she had just gotten down the car and walked for a while when she suddenly met 2 black pillars. She looked up and saw 2 mean-looking big guys blocking her way with hostility. Han Zixuan's expression changed as she took a few steps backwards. Chapter 2030. I'll let you take it all off. At this moment, the 2 mean bodyguards stepped aside, and a fat woman dressed in elegant clothing walked from behind. Her gaze skimmed Han Zixuan like a blade. Are you Han Zixuan? When she saw that the person who had come was Sudong's wife, Jiang Monli, Han Zixuan's first reaction was to turn around and flee. However, she had only managed to take a step before her hair was yanked on, and she was immediately dragged right back. She was ruthlessly flung to the ground. Slut, still want to run? Jiang Monli was strong. With a jerk of her fleshy hand, her scalp was almost torn apart. From above, she looked at the woman who fell to the ground. Observing how she was gorgeously dressed and how slim her waist was, she thought about those unsightly scenes in the video and about her conversation with Isudong. The 2B** cheese had actually called her a disgusting fat woman. Jiang Monli's expression turned extremely brutal. Slut, you like to take off your clothes, don't you? I'll let you take it all off. Take off this witch's clothes. Let everyone see her slutty ways. When the bodyguards received the orders, they instantly rushed up to her savagely. Don't. Go away. Go away. What are you guys trying to do? Han Zixuan screeched her head off in fear and held her clothes down. She had always been set up high on a pedestal in the public's eyes. She had always been a goddess who could only be seen from afar and not disrespectfully messed with. When had she ever been humiliated like this before? The bodyguards did not have compassion for her. When they saw her resisting, they immediately slapped her in the face. She had worn very light clothing today. That material could not withstand the tugs, and very quickly it started to be torn apart, becoming fragments that hung on her. It was lunchtime then, and people came and went to the plaza. Passerbys stopped walking one by one. Wow, what's happening? It's probably the first wife hitting the mistress. The commotion was enough to attract a huge crowd of spectators. When the bodyguards slapped the shades off from Han Zixuan's face. When they saw Han Zixuan's face, there were suddenly huge gasps from the crowd. Whoa, isn't that Han Zixuan? Dang. Oh my god. It really is. That's Han Zixuan. That fat lady looks like Yi Sudong's wife. Bloody hell, this is so shocking. Quickly record a video. Record a video. Arg. Help. Help me. Help. Help me call the police. Oh. Everyone around was taking pictures and recording videos. They watched on eagerly, and no one stepped in. They loved watching scandals like a wife tearing the mistress apart was. It was lucky for Han Zixuan that they did not join in. They would not be meddling in other people's business. Slut, who gave you the courage? You dare to mess with my man. I'll mess with you to death today. Jiang Monli said that as she suddenly pulled someone out from the corner. What? Seeing your little lover being so pitiful, do you feel sorry for her? Yi Sudong broke out in cold sweat on the forehead. My wife, I'm wrong. How could I feel sorry for a woman like this who sleeps with anyone? Back then, I was drugged by her. I wasn't willing. I was forced. My wife, please trust me. Don't you know how I feel about you? How could I fancy a prostitute like her? When Han Zixuan saw Yi Sudong appear, a sliver of hope appeared. At that moment, when she watched this man speak shamelessly, she was stupefied. Yi Sudong, are you still a man? How had she not seen back then that this man was a spineless coward who was afraid of his wife to such an extent? Chapter 2031. I believe you. Han Zixuan glared at Yi Sudong. She was begging for forgiveness on the ground in desperation. Mrs. E, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Please forgive me just this once. Of course, Jiang Monli was not an easygoing person. She had someone get her a chair, and she sat on it before she gestured to Yi Sudong to massage her shoulders as she ordered her henchmen to continue. The fuss continued until the police got involved. Passers-by took photos and videos of what happened, and it was shared with every corner of the internet. Han Zixuan had no idea how she escaped the nightmare. Out of fear, she rushed into an underground car park. A car came around the corner quickly and braked, causing a loud screech before it stopped right before Han Zixuan. The driver quickly came out of the car to see what had happened. Then he realized that it was a girl in a mess. The man was taken aback when he saw the girl's face. Han Zixuan. Han Zixuan was stunned when she saw that it was someone she knew. CCO Su. You, Su Yan frowned. Han Zixuan could not say anything. She broke down and started crying. Su Yan looked at Han Zixuan, who had scratches all over her body, and somewhat guessed what had happened, but he did not point it out. After all, if Han Zixuan had not decided to release the video of her conversation with Ning Xi, things would not have ended up like this. Ning Xi's misunderstanding of him would not have gone any further. He certainly did not have a favorable impression of Han Zixuan. Su Yan gave her his coat and then left in his car. Han Zixuan clutched onto the coat tightly as she stared at the car with hateful eyes. At Spirit Studio. Wow. Big news. Look at this, boss. Han Zixuan was stripped naked and beaten up by Yi Sudong's wife in public. It's all over the net now. How satisfying. Han Momo skipped over to Ning Xi gleefully, her face brimming with a big smile. Ning Xi only glanced at her and then looked away. Her eyes focused back on Gong Shang's drafts. The two bastards, Ning Xiaolaw and Su Yan, are really frustrating. They still dare to post pictures of them being lovey-dovey. Han Momo looked unsatisfied. Ning Xi looked helpless. Stop looking at gossip all day. Lorraine International Fashion Week is happening next month. Have you arranged the schedule? It's all done. I'll never be behind on my work. Good. History is so shameless. They copied our style again and again, then even accused us of plagiarizing then. We'll defeat them for sure this time, Han Momo said. Angrily, Ning Xi put the drafts down and walked over to Gong Shangza, as he was quiet the whole time and seemed unfocused. Say, what are you thinking about? Gong Shangza seemed like he wanted to say something, but then he shook his head. It's nothing, boss. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes and asked, Does David still have your drafts? Gong Shangza bit his lip. I thought about it. There shouldn't be any left, but I can't be sure if I left something out. Ning Xi understood Gong Shangza's worries. His biggest challenge was to surpass himself. Gong Shangza pursed his lips. Then he looked at Ning Xi. Boss, will you be there? Ning Xi nodded. Of course. How can I not be present at such a crucial moment? I should be at Lorraine filming at that time. I'll be sure to head over. Gong Shang's uneasy expression faded away after he heard Ning Xi's reply. His eyes brightened up. Boss, I won't let you down. Ning Xi smiled. I believe you. Gong Shangza then asked, Boss, during this time, is it all right if I stay over at your place in Deer Town for several days? Ning Xi replied swiftly. Of course, you can. Your inspiration really flowed well there, didn't it? Even I missed that place a lot. Gong Shangza did not explain. He just nodded. Chapter 2032. Fate made me meet Mother. In Deer Town. What should I do? It's vomiting milk again. Ning Xi had a milk bottle in one hand and a white tiger cub in another. Little Treasure freaked out as well. He almost cried as he saw the white tiger cub suffering. Tingxiao pinched the space between his eyebrows. Let me do it. He carefully took the cub and patted its back. Then he changed positions and continued feeding it. This time, the white tiger cub finally gulped the milk smoothly. How loving. Ning Xi was impressed. Darling, did you feed Little Treasure like this when he was little? Before Tingxiao could answer, Little Treasure shook his head wildly. He has never fed me milk. Ning Xi laughed. How do you know? Do you remember the things that happened when you were little? Little Treasure continued with his offense in a determined tone. It's a reasonable speculation. Tingxiao looked at his child and coughed lightly with a helpless expression, yet he could not say anything. Well, he had been really busy back then, and he had no feelings for this son who had not been part of his life plan. Little Treasure looked up at his mother. The heavens had plans for me. My will would be burdened, my body would be worked, my stomach would be starved. I had to empty myself and cleanse myself through thoroughly. Fate must have made me undergo those experiences to meet you, Mommy. Ning Xi was feeling bad for him. Yet Little Treasure's eyes lit up and told her those words with such an honest pair of eyes. She hugged the little guy and gave him a kiss. Baby, how are you so cute? Tingxiao was speechless. Burden his will, work his body, starve his stomach? Was he torturing him? He felt oddly wronged. At the same time, by the lakeside, deer were drinking from the lake and a flock of birds flew past. Gong Shangza was sitting on the grass with the lake behind him as he focused intently on the loving family. He held paper and pen in his hand, and his eyes were glittering. As if blessed with life, the pen tip was dancing swiftly across the draft papers. Lu Jingli hid from Ning Xi and his brother. He held half a watermelon in his hand and was eating it with a spoon as he watched Gong Shangza work. After a long time, the sweetness in the air was almost suffocating, but Gong Shangza still did not move one bit. Lu Jingli could not hold it in anymore. He looked at Gong Shangza like how a person would look at God and said, Bro, you're really courageous. It was the first time he had seen someone request to watch people display their affection to each other, and even watched it so seriously. Gong Shangza gave him a doubtful look. He did not understand what Lu Jingli was talking about. Second Master, what's wrong? Lu Jingli patted his shoulder. As a single person, don't you feel your heart ache watching them? Gong Shangza looked at Lu Jingli in surprise. Why? I'm very happy. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. The mind of a genius was very different from others. Chapter 2033. I'm focusing. As the entertainment industry was still gossiping about the topic of cheating and mistresses, the international market experienced drastic changes each day. All the magazines and economy sections of newspapers were talking about it. For the Lu Corporation, Tingxiao's name almost appeared as much as Ning Xi's name in the entertainment section. The man, who was supposedly controlling the fate of China, was now holding the hand of his wife and trimming her nails. His phone rang, but Tingxiao was busy with his hands, so he signaled to Ning Xi to pick it up for him. Ning Xi held the phone with her free hand and placed it next to Tingxiao's ear. Tingxiao polished his wife's nail cleanly as he spoke to the other person on the phone. You're giving me too much credit. As a citizen of China, it's my responsibility. Tingxiao used a lot of technical terms related to economics, so Ning Xi understood nothing about them, but she felt that his tone was a little odd. Change your hand, reminded Tingxiao. Oh, Ning Xi swapped her hand. Tingxiao continued to polish the other hand which had been holding the phone earlier. Tingxiao's expression became gentler as the person on the phone said something. He replied, My wife. After the call ended, Ning Xi's fingernails were polished like artistic artifacts. Darling, who called you just now? Ning Xi asked. Tingxiao gave her a name. Damn, Ning, she almost vomited blood. Shouldn't you be more focused? He had been on the call with that person while polishing her nails. She felt her nails were burdened with great sin. With that person calling him this late at night, it seems that things were really tough. It was not exactly a bad thing. At least, Tingxiao was not alone. The country was with him. I'm focusing. The man kissed the girl's finger. Ning Xi was speechless, focused on polishing her nails. Ning Xi was lifted airborne, and they went upstairs into the bedroom. Little Treasure was in the next room and was already fast asleep. Do you have to be up early tomorrow? At the same time, the man put the girl gently on the bed. Then he used his long fingers to unbutton her qipao. Her collarbone was revealed, and the man's eyes darkened. The next moment, he was kissing her skin. Ning Xi trembled a little. I don't have work tomorrow, but I'm helping Jiang Mai for his feminine image. The man replied. In the end, the sun was already rising, and the chirping of birds came through the window. In the bedroom, Ning Xi's hair was all damp with sweat, and she had no more stamina, yet the man in front of her was still energetic. When Ning Xi woke up, it was not morning or afternoon. In fact, it was already evening and the sky was getting dark. Ning Xi scratched her head and took a look at her phone. As expected, Jiang Mai had called her countless times. Chapter 2034, My Poor Eyes. Ning Xi changed and walked downstairs with soft footsteps. From afar, she saw that Little Treasure was taking care of the tiger cub while a certain someone held a newspaper in his hands. He wore casual home clothes as his forehead tilted forward while he sat on the rattan chair under a rack of flowers in the manner of an immortal without a trace of mundanity. Ning Xi ran over and then glared at him angrily. Tingxiao instantly gulped at the way his wife's beautiful eyes were spurting fires of rage. He put the newspaper in his hands down and hurled out a hand to pull her to his knees. His wide palm started to massage her aching lower back with the right amount of strength. What's wrong? Massage a little higher. Ning Xi asked with a darkened expression. How dare you ask? I already told you I had something to do today. I only did it once. When she saw his innocent expression, Ning Xi exploded. Then, did I feed it to the dogs the few times after that? Tingxiao's lips curled. The few times after that, you asked for it, my wife. Did you forget? Shoot. It really was her who had asked for it. Bloody hell. The problem was that he made the first move to seduce her. So how could she resist? Now, she finally knew why there were so many incapable rulers who were charmed by lust in history. Whatever it was, when Ning Xi had rushed to look for Jiang Mai, it was already late at night. Ning Xi managed to console the little master with all of her might. Don't waste time anymore. Quickly go change. When he saw Ning Xi's impatient manner, Jiang Mai was even angrier. This dude wanted to see him in a female outfit so much, yet she could still be late for an entire day and only woke after sleeping till the afternoon. He could already guess with the tip of his toes about what she had been doing last night. Ning Xi waited anxiously in the living room as Jiang Mai dilly-dallied for about half an hour before his bedroom door finally opened. Have you changed? Ning Xi impatiently looked over. In the next second, Ning Xi covered her eyes and rolled in suffering on the sofa. Crap, my poor eyes. When Jiang Mai saw Ning Xi's reaction, he was so angry that he stomped over in his high heels aggressively. Ning Xiaoxi, what do you mean? Jiang Mai wore a red dress with a pair of 12-centimeter high heels. His hair was tousled in golden waves, and he had smoky eye makeup and flaming red lips. This scene was just. Ning Xi was dying as she held her chest in fits of laughter. Even if I was late, you can't take revenge on me like this. Jiang Mai frowned. Do I look that terrible? But I was just following Carl's image. Ning Xi opened her eyes with much difficulty and looked at Jiang Mai. The person who played Carl in the original version was smaller than you. His features weren't as sharp as yours too. Of course, this look is fine, but for you to completely imitate him is too shocking. Then, what do you suggest I do? Soon, they would be going to Lorraine to shoot, and his scene in the female disguise was coming up very soon. Even though he had already read the script through and through, the challenge for this character this time was huge, and he was really not confident. When the time came, the filming crew would have professionals do his makeup. However, before that, he needed to have a foundation himself, which was why he had pulled Ning Xi over for advice. Initially, Lei Ming had said he would arrange a professional stylist for him, but he had firmly rejected the offer. Ning Xi pinched the space between her brows. Enough. Change out of all your clothes. I'll help you do your makeup again too. You really don't know how to use things sparingly. Are you sure you can? Jiang Mai looked at her a little worriedly. Believe my judgment, all right? I'm just worried that you'll fall in love with yourself later. Jiang Mai was speechless. Chapter 2035. Not alone anymore. With long and straight jet black hair, the figure strutted in a black sequin skin-tight dress paired with a leather jacket. Dashing and confident in Dr. Martens. Without deliberating using feminine makeup, Ning Xi only deepened the eyeliner slightly and adjusted the lip color. Even though it portrayed the image of a female, it maintained Jiang Mai's own characteristics, his wildness, and his unruliness. When Jiang Mai opened his eyes, this was who he saw as himself. It was unexpectedly not as hard to accept as he had imagined. Ning Xi held her chin and looked with glittering eyes at this beauty before her. Oh my, Jiang Mai, the way you look right now makes me willing to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a deep fryer for you. Jiang Mai glared helplessly at this girl who was using a tone that she used to pick up girls with him. Shut up. The way you look when you say shut up is so cute. Ning Xi. The good thing was that with Ning Xi messing around with him, he actually felt much more assured. His masochism was becoming more and more severe. Ning Xi suddenly thought of something. What now? Let's go test out this result. Jiang Mai looked alarmed at the way she looked like she was up to no good. How do we test it out? Let's make a trip to the bar. If any man hits on you, that means you've succeeded. No thanks. From your gaze, I can tell that I've already succeeded. Jiang Mai firmly rejected. Ning Xi found his comeback regretful. In Lorraine, America, Lorraine's International Fashion Week was near. Ning Xi had rushed over in advance because she was shooting Assassin. A few days after, Spirit's team had also flown to this city of fashion, preparing to face the upcoming week of their most important battle. Lorraine was renowned for its beauty and fashion. This city was the sacred place in the hearts of women all over the world who chased fashion. It was also the birthplace of many excellent designers. Fashion Week was part of the history of the city of Lorraine. Up till now, Lorraine's Fashion Week was still highly influential to all top designers from all over the world. Lorraine. Fashion Week possessed the supreme position in the fashion world. It decided fashion trends for the year and the next. Every year, designers from all over the world would appear in close to hundreds of fashion shows within 7 days, delivering the latest in fashion trends to fashionistas globally. Now, one of the most symbolic brands of Oriental fashion history had made their name when they radiated brilliance on the Lorraine Fashion Week stage back then. They instantly became a representative of the Oriental style in the international fashion circle, revered by all fashionistas in China. Last year, history had participated as well. Even though it was not as breathtaking as the first time, their performance was worthy of praise too. As for Spirit, this would be their first time appearing on an international stage. This time, in Lorraine, most of the scenes were Jiang Mai's. Ning Xi's shooting schedule in Lorraine was very easygoing. On the day after she finished her shoots, she rushed to the airport to greet them. From afar, she saw Gong Shangzi, Xiao Weilan, and Han Momo. Boss, here. Han Momo waved vigorously with both hands amidst the crowd as she rushed over to Ning Xi cheerfully. Gong Shangzi was a few steps behind. He pulled a trolley with him and looked blankly at the sky above them in Lorraine, lost in thought. Lorraine, this city that had given him unlimited life and hope, was the same one that had thrown him into the abyss. He had finally stepped onto this land again. He had finally returned. Aze, let's go. A warm voice was heard. Gong Shangzi looked at the people beside him as his floating thoughts started to come back, turning into an unlimited force. This time, he was not alone anymore. Chapter 2036. Why don't they die? Boss, the airplane wasn't good. I'm so hungry. Han Momo said with teary eyes. Ning Xi rubbed the little girl's hair. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something yummy first. After they put their luggage into the car, Ning Xi drove the three of them to a local famous Michelin restaurant. Wow, 3 Michelin stars. Will it be very expensive? Ning Xi broke out into laughter. Don't worry, your boss won't go broke from your eating just yet. The 4 of them found a quiet corner by the window to sit. Han Momo started to order with full focus, while Xiao Weilan started to report about work to Ning Xi. Gong Shangzi looked out of the window at a corner not too far away. Suddenly, he said, that place used to be mine. Ning Xi turned to where Gong Shanzi stared at and saw a black beggar lying there asleep, sprawled out on his back. Ning Xi was stunned for a moment, then she smiled. What a coincidence. Geez, the first time she met Gong Shanzi was right there. Less than 300 meters away was a history boutique. That day, she had finished shopping for clothes from history when she met the nitpicking Gong Shanzi on the streets. What? That's the place when. Boss picked up our director Gong. When Han Momo heard this, she immediately became interested and started to ask Ning Xi and Gong Shanzi for details of when they first met. Xiao Weilon looked over with interest too. Exactly, too long has passed. I didn't remember immediately. The four of them were speaking happily when the restaurant door was pushed open. A line of 7 to 8 people walked in one after another. The leading one was a sly-looking, squat, old man of about 30-odd years. Following behind him was someone in an Armani couture tuxedo with a Patek Philippe on his wrist. It was someone familiar. Whoa, isn't that David? Enemies really meet on narrow roads. How did we even bump into them like this? Han Momo was suddenly emotional. Those people were history's design team. The person leading them was called Lu Minghui. He was David's right-hand man, history's vice director of design. To use Han Momo's words would be to call him David's henchman. David and the rest were speaking to each other, so they did not notice them. Then, the few of them sat down in a half-closed room not too far away. Even though they could not see them, their loud, arrogant voices could be clearly heard by Ning Xi and the group. This time the boss's work is amazing. You can definitely amaze those foreigners. One of them exclaimed in an excited tone. Boss is amazing. You actually came up with such a creative idea. It will definitely become very popular. The person who spoke was Lu Minghui. The workmanship and skills are top-notch. There's no way it could be made without at least a year or more. The boss must have prepared in advance, yet he hid it from us and didn't tell anyone. When she heard those pompous praises from across, Han Momo pouted in disdain. They're so good at bragging. Why don't they just die? Ning Xi smiled and did not say anything. Seeing David once again, Gong Shanzi was no longer as emotional as he was in the past. However, when he listened to those isolated phrases, his brows had knitted slightly. When he went back, he had gone through all of David's released works and compared it with his design drafts that had been stolen to confirm that there was nothing he missed. He knew that apart from this design team that David had to show, he had personally recruited a group of people, including many experts. He was not sure how David had gotten them to be used willingly. Otherwise, there was no way David would be able to survive till now. The works that he would be exhibiting this time would probably be the handiwork of that group of people. Chapter 2037, The Circle, which was a class lower. 2 days later, Lorraine Fashion Week officially started. The gathering of stars and world-famous designers was not just a moment longed by fashion hobbyists and models. It was also the best time for new designers to carve their name in the international fashion industry. At the moment, the entertainment sections of the Chinese newspapers were filled with news about the Lorraine Fashion Week. It was either about a certain celebrity being invited or how gorgeous a certain person looked at the show. Many celebrities posted photos of them appearing at the event on their social media accounts. Actually, being an international fashion show, guests had to have received invitations from renowned brands or investors. During the Fashion Week, 40% of the invitations would be given to top fashion media, 30% for famous fashionistas and buyers, 10% for special guests, 10% for top clients, and the last 10% was kept for special reservations. In other words, celebrities from the entertainment industry represented only 10% of all the guests, and most of them would not be placed in the front seats. Where you sat symbolized your position in the fashion industry. Everyone who sat in the first row would be the most valued guests. Many people who posted photos and seemed like they were invited, but in actual fact, they did not even have a seat there. They paid their way there and just hung around the entrance to take some photos, deceiving people who were not familiar with the regulations. The official venue was the Lorraine Palace. On the ceiling of the palace were crystal lights which lit up the venue like stars of galaxies. The plain hall was modified and formed a T-shaped stage. On either side of the stage were the guests. Celebrities who were invited put in effort in their outward appearances and strutted the red carpet elegantly. They flaunted their assets and presented their best selves to the cameras. Then they proceeded to their seats. International fashion shows did not use to be publicized, But with the normalcy of live streaming, everyone could see what was happening in their homes. A certain popular site in China received an exclusive right to live stream the whole event. Everyone was looking at it as they were impressed by the appearance of internationally well-known celebrities one after another, commenting on their appearances and clothing. "Oh, I saw my idol Orlando. He's so handsome. His floral shirt is so flirty. Damn, what is Su Jiaojiao wearing? Did she just put on a blanket and walk out? How weird. Everyone's giving their all just for a bit more of attention. Did I just see Ning Xi? Didn't she leave the entertainment industry a long time ago? She's sitting in the first row. I think in the whole of China, only Song Lin has the right to be in the first row. She's the Chinese representative in LA. However, she's already half retired and she's not even attending the event this time. Ning Xi's position should be worthy too. Unfortunately, Ning Xi's never endorsed any clothing brand. Could it be that she's not invited? Aside from guests, the first row of seats are reserved for people within the industry. While Ning Xi is not an artiste anymore, she's the founder of history. No wonder. Under the envious gaze of Chinese actresses at the scene, Ning Xi wore a history dress made for pregnant women and also donned Winston jewelry. She slowly sat down on her designated seat. So what if she left the entertainment industry? She never cared about the circle, which was a class lower anyway. Chapter 2038. Nothing. A journalist from China greeted her warmly. CEO Ning, this is the third time history has appeared in an international fashion week representing China. How do you feel? Ning Xi smiled sweetly. I'm honored to have history recognized by professionals. I'm also very happy to represent our country to demonstrate the unique colors of our country to the world on this international stage. Ning Xi's reply was well received by patriotic members. Taking her personality aside, she's pretty capable. She did contribute to our country's international presence. At the same time, the designer David was being interviewed by the media too. Mr. David, history's design shocked the world 2 years ago. It even created an oriental fashion fever in the fashion industry, yet the performance last year was pretty bland. Will history be bringing us some surprises this year? David looked proud as he was interviewed by foreign journalists, but his facial expression froze a little when he heard the comment about the performance last year being pretty bland. He replied confidently, I spent 2 years on this upcoming work. I believe it won't disappoint. Everyone. Suddenly, many journalists turned towards the direction of the entrance. The chat room in the streaming sites was spammed. Bro she. In contrast to the other female stars wearing extravagant outfits, Ning Xi wore a simple champagne 2-piece vest and dress. Aside from a few stitches on the dress and collar area, there were no extra ornaments. It was very clean and sleek, very much different from what everyone expected. During international fashion weeks, guests were there to watch the shows. Yet more and more people turned from seeing the shows to walking the shows, transforming the event into an attention-seeking contest. The situation was much worse back in China. Ning Xi's simple and neat appearance gave a positive impression to many foreign journalists and people from the fashion industry. In addition to the news of Ning Xi starring in Assassin, she had a lot of exposure internationally. So many foreign journalists interviewed her, breaking the glass ceiling of China's artistes being neglected. Fans were really excited to see her on the live stream. With Ning Xi's appearance, Ning Xi's expression darkened. However, she looked relieved when Ning Xi walked towards the row in the back. While Ning Xi had a lot of endorsements, she had never endorsed any clothing brands. It was impossible for her to receive an invitation from big brands. Invitations received from magazines would usually be for back row seats, or she might not even have a seat herself. Ning Xi sat on the first row. As she glanced at Ning, she walked to the very last row. So what if you are at the top of the entertainment industry? In here, you are nothing. Ning Xi was chatting with several industry experts happily, but in the next second, she was stunned. After Ning Xi greeted Qin Shuang sitting in the last row, she walked towards the first row and sat down in an empty seat. Chapter 2039, Rainbow Feathers. Ning Xi did not look very pleased, but her expression soon turned mocking. Who knows what she had done to get here? She was the so-called top star of China, after all, so she was supposed to do these things. She was obviously unqualified, yet she still forced herself here. While she could deceive the ignorant fans, the people in the industry could tell something was off. On the stage, The host announced the start of Fashion Week, and everyone focused on the tea stage. All the big brands brought out their new releases for the summer, and it was a grand feast for the eyes. The audiences in the streaming sites were impressed. At the same time, they were looking forward to the appearance of the Chinese brands. When's history's turn? I'm really excited. I took a look at the schedule. It's today, and there's also Moon from China too. Moon is alright, but it doesn't really carry a unique Chinese style. I still like history better. I heard that Spirit is in too. Huh, you mean the one that's been following history's style? In Fashion Week every year, the brands that represented their country held a certain amount of influence in their own country. To be able to represent a whole nation, the designers needed to be at the top level within the country. They could only receive official invitations after the assessment of the judges. There were 3 brands from China that passed the assessment. One was the brand Moon under Chu Guanyang, also known as the top designer in China. One was History, and the other one was Spirit. Chu Guanyang was the first Chinese designer to receive attention on an international stage. However, his style was more catered towards the taste of international audiences. History was the first brand to demonstrate the beauty of Chinese element in fashion. In the beginning, Spirit was still on par with History, but after a year of inactivity, not only internationally, they had even almost vanished in China. Now, it was slowly returning to the market with the 2 recent series. Unfortunately, Spirit was assumed to just be the side dish of the show, or even thought to be a brand chasing after History's style. It stood shrouded under the tall and dark shadow of History. It was normal that in this industry, everyone only remembered the first place. All the fans and fashion hobbyists from China who were watching the live stream were waiting for brands from their country to appear, including overseas professionals who were interested in the growth of Chinese fashion. After Chu Guanyang's Moon finished, the name History appeared on the big screen. Everyone focused on the stage. Even the fashion guru Adam straightened his back and focused intently. With the sound of zither music, models appeared donning History's garments. When the first model walked out, she took everyone's breaths away. They were absolutely beautiful. The Zen vibe from the traditional culture of China was expressed thoroughly. Each and every garment gave off the vibe of a strong, oriental flavor. Each thread and each embroidery. None of them failed to present the beauty of the Chinese element. Most importantly, these rainbow feathers showed the world of the ancient wisdom of China. Kosu, Su embroidery, and gold embroidery were all traditional crafts. Chapter 2040, Heart-Wrenching Pain. Oh my God, this is mind-blowingly beautiful. Is this the legendary craftsmanship of China? If I'm seeing it correctly, these few sets of outfits use the Kosu 1-1 technique that dated back to the Tang dynasty. The craftsmanship is extremely complicated. Just a few meters will cost an artisan a few months. How unique. Such magical Chinese culture. Those present who were in this line of work, and even the designers who had a prejudice against Chinese style had, at this moment, been stunned by the gorgeous and exquisite rainbow feathers clothing on the model. At this moment, all of the fans from China were emotional in the live streams. All of them were filled with pride. Oh, pretty, pretty, pretty. China's culture is just stunning. Too awesome. History didn't let us down. Shaking, aren't you? This is the traditional culture from the distant past of China. I feel like I'm about to become a Ning Xi fan. Amidst the overwhelming praises, no one noticed that in a certain corner where the lighting was dim, a delicate-looking young man had turned pale. His trembling lips were almost bitten till they bled. Rainbow feathers. His rainbow feathers. His rainbow feathers that he had spent half a year drafting designs of, and then another 2 whole years personally learning the skill from an old artisan before he finished it on his own with every needle and thread. The Rainbow Feather series that David had lied to him back then about how it had been destroyed in the sample room's huge fire. Yet at this moment, it had appeared at the Lorraine International Fashion Week's T-shaped stage right before his eyes. It was not the joy of regaining a loss. Instead, it was a torrential fury and hatred that bubbled up in him. It was the heart-wrenching pain of his flesh and blood being forcefully stolen by someone else. Gongshan's eyes flashed with bloodlust. The veins on his forehead popped and his chest heaved increasingly intensely. His handsome face turned almost sinister as the blood in his entire body seemed to be flowing in reverse. Not too far away in her seat, Ning Xi had a bad feeling the instant history's work appeared. Her first reaction was to observe Gong Shang's reaction. What she saw was indeed Gong Shang's seeming worse and worse. The young man's expression clearly showed that he was on the edge of breaking down. Ning Xi had never seen Gong Shang's this stirred up. Crap. When Ning Xi saw this, she frowned. It looked like David's so-called heartfelt work of 2 years was actually Gong Shang's design. In fact, it was probably not just the design. This so-called product might have even been personally handmade by Gong Shangza himself. She remembered that more than once, she had heard Gong Shangza mention that the most perfect work of his life had been destroyed in a fire. That set of clothes were called rainbow feathers. Could it be? History's work had the world's breath away once again. All the journalists rushed up to interview the chief designer, David. A certain foreign journalist asked, "Director David, this time your work is stunning. I wonder where your inspiration came from." David smiled and said arrogantly, "Obviously, it comes from China's 5,000-year culture." A certain Chinese journalist looked moved. "Director David, you're amazing. May we ask which of the ancient designs have these clothes utilized? Apparently, you've handmade all of it yourself. Is that true?" David nodded. "I used Su embroidery, gold embroidery, and other techniques. I completed the design drafts myself, but the production was completed by my team. We've all equally contributed." "Director David, you're too humble. Everyone knows that the design is the soul of a clothing. Other than that, Mr. David, this time, your design is even more outstanding than the Spring Garden show 2 years ago. I wonder what your series theme this time is called." The journalist complimented. David answered, "It's called Rainbow Feathers. Chapter 2041, it's my design." The instant she heard those 2 words, Ning Xi's pupils suddenly shrunk, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in her eyes. It really was rainbow feathers. David had even been so arrogant that he did not change a single word of the name. No wonder Gong Shanza would react like that. Ning Xi studied the young man who was burning like raging flames in the dim corner and pondered for a moment before she picked up her phone. She typed a text message before clicking send. Gong Shanza felt the buzz of his phone. He braced himself and unlocked his phone, his vision blurry as he clicked on the message. The moment he saw that message, it was as if the charging anger inside that dizzied him was like a wild beast that had been consoled. It instantly quieted down. The place was filled with unceasing high praises. The live stream continued to be refreshed. David, who was surrounded by the media, was still going on about the journey of his process. In the corner, a young man slowly took the mask on his face off. He stood up straight in the crowd as he said word for word, "Rainbow Feathers is my design. It's my work that I completed myself." This voice was akin to splashing a bucket of cold water into the raging blaze. The warm atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and there was pin-drop silence. Everyone's gazes instantly moved away from David to that young man with a darkened gaze. The young man had a delicate and handsome face, yet his face was as pale as a sheet, while the fire in his eyes could set the whole palace on fire. David was enjoying both the glory and the benefits when he suddenly heard this nightmarish voice, as if a sudden thunder had struck down from the heavens. When he rigidly turned over and had a good look at that young man's face, he was instantly stunned. Gong Shangza. He had actually seen Gong Shangza. Impossible. How could it be Gong Shangza? This was impossible. He had been clearly begging on the streets of Lorraine. Obviously, he should have gone crazy and died in some dismal alley. How could he be dressed so neatly and appear at Lorraine International Fashion Week? Everyone else's gazes were fixed on Gong Shangza at the moment. They did not notice the peculiar expression that flashed across David's face. All of the media and guests present exchanged looks in confusion. Moments later, they finally returned to their senses. One of the journalists asked with hostility, "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" Gong Shangza was the worst at interacting with people. He even had to put on a face mask and wrap himself tightly when attending such an event before feeling a sense of security. What more speaking when so many eyes were on him? The young man's palms were sweaty until he noticed the radiant gaze amidst the crowd that had been illuminating him throughout. "Spirit's chief designer, ZX. My Chinese name is Gong Shangza." The young man enunciated word for word clearly. The instant he finished, the crowd started to discuss in disbelief again. "Spirit's chief designer? Turns out he's that legendary designer from Spirit that has never shown his face, ZX. But what did his words earlier mean? He actually said Rainbow Feathers was his design and that he had completed it himself? Isn't that preposterous? How could history's work have been completed by Spirit's designer? David stared straight at the young man that he had not seen for 2 whole years. Not only did the young man not show a single trace of being in dire straits, instead, he had dressed up fittingly. Even the usual cowering in front of the public was gone, which was why he almost could not recognize him at first look. Chapter 2042, Stolen Design Draft. Even more unexpectedly, Gong Shangze was actually the chief designer of Spirit. It turns out the person who had been going against him was this fellow. No wonder Spirit's design style was so similar to Gong Shangze's. It had really been him. He was really lucky. There was a fierceness in David's eyes. The initial shock and panic slowly turned into disdain and fearlessness. Haha. Aze, we haven't seen each other for 2 years, yet you are still naive as you have always been. You think that just based on Spirit, you can topple me? You think that just because you said Rainbow Feathers was your design, everyone would believe you? Everything was just as David had expected. Not only did the crowd look at Gong Shangze with odd gazes, even the Chinese fans in the live stream channels started to say blatantly mean things. Wow, where did this person pop up from? He's probably gone insane from wanting to be famous. Forget that they've always been copying history's style. Now, he actually straight up said that these clothes designs are his, and that he made them himself. How shameless. If it were not for history exposing the Chinese style to the world, how would Spirit have a chance to leech on and be invited to an international fashion week? So humiliating all the way abroad. Quickly get lost from Fashion Week. Don't humiliate us anymore. Among the scoldings, some rational netizens pointed out suspicions. Is there some kind of inside story? Even if Spirit's designer had the slightest common sense, they wouldn't have said such baseless things at an event like this, would they? Actually, Spirit's clothes are quite nice too. This time they managed to get an invitation to Lorraine Fashion Week, which means that Spirit has been internationally recognized. There's really no reason for them to do something like this, is there? Discussions similar to those were very quickly been shot down by history's supporters. Do you think a counterfeit copycat designer would have a thing such as common sense? He's foolish himself, and he really thinks we're fools too. He didn't design anything for a whole year. Recently, all their works have been following history's style. Even their design that won the Golden Award back then copied and referenced history. Once the counterfeit has had a taste of success, they won't be satisfied with small wins now. They straight up said that history stole his works. How can there be such a shameless person? At the moment, discussion was abound at the venue too. They looked at Gong Shangze with strange gazes. One reporter asked, Mr. Gong, earlier you said that Rainbow Feathers is your design. What do you mean by that? Gong Shangze replied, It means what it says. Rainbow Feathers is mine. David stole my work. Not just Rainbow Feathers. Spring Garden was my design too. What did you say? The journalist was utterly confused. Did he just say that Spring Garden, that David had stunned the international fashion industry with 2 years ago, was his design too? Lotus Flower Breaks the Surface, Forest, Late Autumn. Gong Shangze listed out more than 10 of history's themed series at a go, and every series timeline of release. Finally, he said, all of these were from the design drafts that David has stolen from me. In the corner, when David heard Gong Shangze's words, he almost laughed out loud. That expression of his spelled pity and regretful, as if he was looking at a pitiful creature making the final struggle, even though he knew he was about to die. He just knew that this idiot was not one to be afraid of. He did not even need to make a move. He could already play himself to death. Today, this designer from Spirit named Gong Shangze had said things that were terribly shocking. He was saying that the leading figure of Oriental style, the one that even the fashion guru had praised, was a genius designer, David, and all of his classic works were actually stolen? Chapter 2043. If I can prove it. The journalist continued with the questions. If what you said is real, why didn't you say it before? And do you have proof that David stole the design drafts from you? No, replied Gong Shangze. The people at the scene were speechless. Scoldings and criticisms almost flooded the server of the streaming site. Gosh, idiot. A real idiot. It's plagiarism because you said it. It's stealing because you said it. It's yours because you said it's yours. Can your father become mine just because I said so? He doesn't have to accuse him like that when he's just jealous, does he? How did this tiny brand get selected? How shameful. David scoffed and laughed coldly when he saw the crowd's reaction. He was extremely thrilled. He really had to thank this guy for ending himself. He had no more troubles to worry in the future anymore. Director David, what do you have to say about Mr. Gong's accusation? The journalists asked David. David sighed with a painful expression. Then he looked at Gong Shangza and said, Director Gong, it isn't the first time people have talked about you imitating my style, but as Chinese designers who have similar styles, I respect your effort to promote Chinese culture and have never said anything about it. Yet now you turn the facts around and attack me like this. Why are you doing this? David's words directed the unhappy emotions all towards Gong Shangza. Even the officials could not just stay still anymore. The president of the Lorraine Fashion Society, who was a respectable senior within the industry, AKAs, spoke up. Mr. Gong, as far as I know, each and every draft of David was trademarked, and there's no way they are fake. It's impossible that he stole and plagiarized other people's work unless you have proof. Gong Shangza remained silent and did not say a thing. David had robbed everything from him: design drafts, computers, and the pen name that they shared. After all, David was the one who worked on trademarking at that time. Even if he were to redraw the drafts again, David had trademarked them, so he would be accused of stealing David's design. AKA's expression became sterner when he saw Gong Shangza's expression. He warned, you might be unhappy with history always being above you, or you could be angry that people are criticizing you of plagiarizing history's design. However, you're accusing another person of a serious offense under such circumstances. Do you know what the consequences are? If you can't give me an acceptable excuse, we will remove Spirit's participation right away. You'll also be blacklisted in the industry. What if I can prove what I said is real? Facing the criticisms from the officials and insults from everybody, the young man was not shaken at all. AKA's was taken aback by those determined eyes. He then said, if you can prove that what you said is real, I'll give you a fair judgment on behalf of the society. Okay. Gong Shangza nodded. David stood there casually. He did not seem worried at all. Chapter 2044, Gong Shangza. He knew all about the inspiration and creation process behind all the design drafts. He knew nearly as much as Gong Shangza. If he were to prove it this way, he might be being too naive. Gong Shangza looked at the models wearing rainbow feathers. Then he looked back at David. Before I prove myself, I'd like to ask Director David a question. Sure, go ahead. These 6 sets of clothing used a lot of traditional Chinese techniques. The embroidery is especially excellent. I heard all the embroidery was done by you personally. Is it true? Gong Shangza asked coldly. David raised his eyebrows. Haha, this guy was laying a trap right here. David then said, that's right, it's extremely difficult, which is why I did it personally. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you right now. Gong Shangza, do you think I can really stay in this industry without knowing some tricks? Some people within the industry started discussing when they heard Gong Shangza's question. Does Gong Shangza think David didn't create these clothing himself? Gong Shangza is going to fail. David is really good at embroidery, especially Su embroidery. Su embroidery technique was applied to these garments. Moreover, even if he proved David wasn't the one who made these clothing, he can't prove that he didn't design them. Can he? Gong Shangza ignored the whisperings around him. He replied, no, it's all right. Listening to the discussion, David smiled gently. It's okay. It's normal to have some doubts here. David then looked at the clothing and said in reminiscence, the Chinese fashion culture is deep and wide. The techniques are a cut above the rest. It's always been my dream to bring our culture onto an international stage, which is why, aside from design, I've involved myself in researching on handcrafts. Creating an item based on a design from paper is a very meaningful process to me. While good designers do not necessarily have to be a good tailor, a designer with knowledge of the craft would help to deepen the understanding of fashion design. David's words were well received by his colleagues. Gong Shangza had remained silent from the beginning until now. When David finished his words, the young man moved and walked slowly towards the center of the T-shaped stage. The sharp gazes of strangers were focusing on his back. The socially anxious young man took each step as if he was going through a path of icy blades. However, He knew that he could not stop or turn around. Someone was looking at him. Everyone looked at him oddly when he went up on stage. People were starting to get impatient. What is he doing now? A good international show has now been ruined by this clown. Someone should have chased him out just now. More and more voices of dissatisfaction came from the crowd. Gong Shanze went beside a model who was wearing the rainbow feathers. His white fingers slowly folded the extra-large sleeve up, and he turned the sleeve inside out. The next moment, the young man looked at David with his sharp eyes. Then, here's my second question. I'd like to know, why did you embroider my name on your own work? What? David's expression changed. High-definition cameras closed in. On the large screen at the back was the inside of the sleeve. There were clearly 3 Chinese characters embroidered. Gong Shanze. Chapter 2045, Shocking Twist. The camera clearly showed each detail of the embroidery on the screen. The name, Gong Shanze, was embroidered with gold thread and was clearly shown to everyone at the scene as well as all the people who were watching on the streaming sites. There were professional translators all around the area. When they heard Gong Shanze's words and saw the 3 words on the big screen, many overseas partners started asking their Chinese partners around. What is that? Those Chinese characters? Did that designer say that's his name? That's right. Those are Chinese characters, and that's really that designer's name. God, that's impossible. Within the industry, many people knew that designers like to leave some unique markings on their favorite work. It might be a symbol or their initials. However, no one ever heard of a designer leaving the name of someone else on their work. David was staring at the big screen as if he had just seen ghosts come alive. His forehead was filled with sweat, and his heart was racing quickly. Oh, what's happening? Why is Gong Shanze's name on David's work? Did someone play some trick? Gong Shanze asked David just now if he embroidered the clothing himself. David replied, yes, confidently. Oh my gosh, what a twist. Could David have really stolen the rainbow feathers? Then, all other designs from David are suspicious too. David's limbs went numb as he listened to the discussions around him. He unconsciously looked towards a certain direction. Ning Xi's expression seemed terrible. Damn it! How could it be? Gong Shanze was just an idiot who was not aware of him at all. How could he have thought of embroidering his name on the clothing back then? How could he not have noticed it after he checked them over and over again? That brat had laid a trap for him just now and made him say that he embroidered all these clothes himself. He could not change it now. David's brain was going to explode. The president of Lorraine Fashion Society, AKAs, went up on stage to take a look for himself. After careful inspection, all 6 clothing had Gong Shanze's name at a hardly noticeable spot on the inside of the sleeves. The crowd went wild. Everyone who was watching the live stream was shocked too. What was happening? Why was Gong Shanze's name on rainbow feathers? On the stage, after checking all the clothing, his eyes fell on David. Director David, can you provide us with an explanation? David came back to his senses. He tried to act calm and put on a surprised expression. Angrily, he said, how could it be? That's impossible. Why would I embroider the name of another designer on my work? I didn't do that. Chapter 2046, Unique Technique. AKA's expression darkened. But earlier you've admitted yourself that you completed all the clothing's embroidery on your own. David said without a change in expression. Indeed, that is so, but I really don't know why the 3 words Gong Shanze would appear in my work. David was determined to deny it until the end. The crowd present could not decide in that instance. Could these clothes have been secretly tampered with afterwards? I think there's a possibility. It must be like that. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. Compared to Gong Shanze, who was unknown in the international fashion industry, everyone would subconsciously believe David more. Because of David's hints, everyone naturally wondered if the clothes had been tampered with. When AKAs heard, he pondered too. Indeed, we can't rule out the possibility that these characters had been embroidered on afterwards without your knowledge. When David heard the replies that had been within his expectations, he instantly let out a long sigh of relief. Still, before the corner of David's lips could curl up into a smile, he saw that the young man beside AKAs had said with a certain voice and without expression, impossible. Suddenly, everyone's gazes fell onto the young man again. AKAs frowned and asked, why is that impossible? Because of the huge twist earlier, this time, no one spoke rashly. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the young man's answer. Gong Shangza folded up one of the sleeves and answered word for word. Because, for this part of the embroidery, I used the technique of double-sided threefold embroidery. Double-sided threefold embroidery? What was that? When they heard this incredibly alien term, the crowd started to buzz with discussion again. What's double-sided threefold embroidery? I don't know. I've never even heard of it. I have heard of double-sided embroidery. It's a very hard embroidering technique. Single-sided embroidery only needs the front to look delicate. However, the threads going on the other side could be neglected, while double-sided embroidery requires both sides to be equally neat and well distributed. Even Chinese people did not understand what Gong Shanzi had mentioned. For the Chinese in the industry to only know a little, what more the foreigners? At the moment, everyone was baffled. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man in a white flax lounging outfit walked up onto the stage. When the crowd saw, they instantly cried out excitedly. It's Chu Guanyang, right? Teacher Chu will definitely know. AKAs had been troubled earlier, but when he saw Chu Guanyang walk over, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. Chu, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you about this. President AKAs, you're too courteous. Chu Guanyang nodded and shared greetings with AKAs before his insightful eyes skimmed the young man beside AKAs. The first time he saw this young one was at the Golden Awards. His design style had been accused of copying David, yet in the end, he had with true capabilities bagged that year's Golden Award with a full score. He never could have imagined that they would meet again in a situation like this. Gong Shanzi's clear and clean gaze calmly returned the middle-aged man's glance. Under everyone's nervous and curious gazes, Chu Guanyang very quickly retrieved his gaze and started to closely inspect every part of the clothes where the characters Gong Shangza had been embroidered. Time passed by. Chu Guanyang finally put the clothes hem in his hand down. Chapter 2047. It was all over. Chu Guanyang looked at everyone. Then he said slowly, Chinese embroidery is usually single-sided, yet there is another more difficult embroidery technique called the double-sided embroidery. Double-sided embroidery is one of China's excellent ethnic traditional crafts. It's a type of variant embroidery, also called both sides shine. It's on the same material. Through the same embroidery process, images are embroidered on both sides with exactly the same outlines, and the images are equally delicate, both to be admired. Teacher Chu, then what is the double-sided three-folded embroidery that Gong Shangzi mentioned? Someone asked impatiently. Chu Guanyang continued to explain. In double-sided embroidery, there's still a relatively unknown type called the double-sided multicolored embroidery. As the name goes, it means that on both sides, the same motif is embroidered, but the colors will be different. When he said this, Chu Guanyang paused. His tone was slightly emotional as he said, extremely few people know that there's still one more, even more difficult embroidery technique, which is what designer Gong mentioned earlier, the double-sided threefold embroidery. Double-sided threefold embroidery was invented on the foundation of the double-sided multicolored technique. The embroidered product will have different shapes, different needlework, different colors on both sides. Then, both sides have different motifs, different needlework, and different coloring. Different design, different needles, different colors, thus called double-sided three-folded embroidery. Is that so? How magical! The fact that both sides can embroider different patterns at the same time. The crowd exclaimed. Everyone was immersed in the exquisite Chinese traditional technique that Chu Guanyang had just talked about. At this moment, Chu Guanyang concluded, I've taken a look earlier. The character designs for these 6 sets of clothes used the double-sided threefold embroidery method. That means this part of the embroidery was definitely completed at the same time. There's no possibility of it being added on later on. The instant Chu Guanyang finished, everyone abruptly came to their senses. Their faces showed that they all suddenly realized something. That means that this embroidery was definitely done all at once. There's no possibility of it being tampered at all. Doesn't that mean that David is lying? In the corner across, David's expression had long already changed the moment Gong Shangzi said the words double-sided threefold embroidery. The moment when he heard Chu Guanyang's words, he was completely frozen there. He could not hold the calm on his face much longer, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat which dripped onto the polished floor. Under more and more scrutiny, David did not care about his image anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and wiped the sweat off his forehead. His lips trembled as he said, Actually, these words were indeed embroidered by me. I like designer Gong's designs, so I've just embroidered his name on to motivate myself. Right. It was like that. So what if his work had Gong Shang's name? Whoever's name he embroidered on his work was up to him. When he heard David's defense, Chu Guanyang instantly sneered. Double-sided threefold embroidery is currently the highest level of skill in the world of embroidery. Even among the hundreds of thousands of lady embroiders in Su Embroidery's homeland, State S, there are very few with such a skill. Since Director David said that this double-sided threefold embroidery was done by you, how about you prove to us right here and now? Earlier, had he not been the one who said to Gong Shangza that he could prove on the spot that the embroidery was personally done by him? The instant Chu Guanyang finished, the last cord in David's head finally snapped. He looked defeated and could not stand straight anymore. His knees gave way as he fell to the ground. Chapter 2048, The Truth Revealed. At this moment, the Chinese fans, who had been defending history earlier and crazily tearing Gong Shangzu apart, were dumbfounded. What's happening? Rainbow feathers isn't even from David? It's Gong Shangzu's work instead. Oh my God, David has actually been lying from the start. He really stole Spirit's designs. Even all of his famed works were Gong Shangzu's design. How did this happen? My world is turned upside down. Among the shocked comments, there were some who still did not give up. Even if it's proven that Rainbow Feathers wasn't made by David himself, that can't prove that the other designs weren't completed by him. Such opinions immediately received backlash from many. Some people keep calling others a fool. I think they're the real fools. It's already gone to this extent, and they're still trying to justify David's actions. If Rainbow Feathers' design wasn't done by Gong Shangza, then would Gong Shangza be able to create these clothes from thin air? Clearly, the clothes weren't done by him. He could still pretend to be virtuous and claim fame in the eyes of the world, even boasting about how good his skills were. When he saw that the clothes had Gong Shangza's name on them, he still didn't repent. He continued to unchangingly frame someone else by saying they tampered with the clothes. After being exposed on the spot that the double-sided threefold embroidery can't be tampered with, he actually shamelessly came up with the hilarious reason that he embroidered Gong Shangza's name onto the clothes to motivate himself. Only when he was slapped on the face by Chu Guanyang on the spot, he finally shut up. As the chief designer of a brand and the so-called leading figure in the international Oriental style, his words and actions are so inconsistent. From the start till the end, he's been lying. Can such a person's words still be trusted? Whether or not his past works were his original creation is really worth being suspicious about. Whatever it is, this time, I stand on Gong Shangza's side. After that, many people asked, but why would Gong Shangza's designs be stolen by David? Not only were the design drafts trademarked by David, even the finished clothes fell into David's hands. This is weird. It was not just the audience watching the live stream who asked this. Even wondered all the guests and industry figures present had the same question on their minds. Suddenly, everyone's gazes, including AKA's and Chu Guanyang's, fell onto Gong Shangza. Facing the looks from all over the world, Gong Shangza was emotional. He had waited and endured it for so long. Finally, people were willing to hear him tell this secret. He finally had the chance to speak. The young man took a deep breath and then started slowly. Back then, David and I started up a fashion studio together. We called it Neon. Because I'm not good at socializing and networking, I was in charge of designs while David was in charge of the studio operations. Our studio began from a place where no one was interested until later on when more and more people knew about it. Later on, our studio opened up abroad and we started to look for a wider market. Slowly, many investors started to want to collaborate with us. I've always seen David as the most trustworthy partner. I've never asked anything about the studio's matters. I only focused on creating. All of the designs were passed to him for safekeeping. I never would have thought that he had been secretly trademarking all of my designs with his name. When I had transferred all of my designs, he stole everything from the studio, signed a contract with an investor alone, and completely erased any trace of me. He erased Neon's existence and established history. Chapter 2049, Final Struggle. As for the Rainbow Feathers, I spent 2 years completing it, thinking that one day I could use it to participate in an international fashion show. Back then, a fire happened in the sample room. David told me that the rainbow feathers was destroyed, until I found out today that he stole them. The venue was quiet. Everyone focused on the young man's angry and trembling voice, their feelings wavering along with his rant. Gong Shangzi took a pause. Then he continued, "Maybe I should be grateful for his greed. If not, I could never have proven my innocence, and no one would have believed me." When he became the lead designer of history and shocked the world with Spring Garden, as he became the leader of the industry, as he became the pride of China, I was dirt poor and was begging on the streets of Lorraine. Who would believe the words of a beggar? Afterwards, I became the lead designer of Spirit, but because history was created first and David had been using my design, everyone assumed that I plagiarized history's style. Everyone was already very mad at this point. God, this is so shameless. No wonder Spirit's design style is so similar to history's. I never expected the truth to be this. History is Gong Shangzi's design, so of course, they look similar. Damn, I even criticized Spirit for plagiarizing before. Chu Guanyang listened to the young man and felt his sorrow. He experienced an odd sensation back then during the Golden Top Award. Why were the designs of history and Spirit so similar? They were not just similar. They were so identical that they could have been designed by the same person. His judgment back then was not mistaken. They were made by the same person after all. Afterwards, history kept their original style, but somehow something was lacking. The stolen drafts had probably been used up, and their work after that was not from Gong Shangzi anymore. The president of Lorraine Fashion Society, AKAs, stared at David. "David, do you have anything else to say about Gong Shangzi's accusation?" David had a horrid expression as his breath quickened. No, he could not just let things end like this. Even if he lied, even if rainbow feathers was not made by him, he still had a chance. But if there was proof that all the other designs were not from him, then he would really be done for. David yelled loudly, "He's lying. I created history. Each and every draft was made by me personally. Because the technique involved with rainbow feathers was too complicated, I hired an outsider to complete the embroidery. I can apologize for that lie. However, I didn't expect the person hired would be Gong Shangzi, and I fell into his trap. Not only did he leave his name on the clothing, he even accused me of stealing all his designs. How ridiculous. History's been around for 3 years. How many designs could I have stolen to keep history as the top brand in China?" Chapter 2050, A Big Liar. AKAs went deep in thought when he heard David. He was the one who had brought up David and introduced him to Adam back then. He was also responsible for bringing David into the society and giving him important roles. He would have to bear the responsibility if what Gong Shangzi said was true. AKAs carefully confirmed with Gong Shangzi again. "Mr. Gong, can you prove that rainbow feathers is yours and that David stole all your other designs?" In her seat, Ning Xi was a little relieved when she saw there was a change of events. Somewhere else on the first row of seats, Ning Xi put her finger against her forehead and smiled. "They are really stubborn." Ning Xi mumbled to herself and then quietly sent a message from her phone. Soon, a staff member went up to AKAs swiftly and whispered something to him. AKAs frowned and stayed silent. In the end, he still nodded. After a while, as if waiting for David's final struggle, countless design drafts appeared on the screen in the back. Everyone looked over. David stared right onto the screen, an uneasy feeling filling his chest. On the big screen, there was a series of history's work. David's drafts were on the right. Another set of similar drafts were there too, but with Gong Shangzi's signature on them. While the drafts on the right looked similar, after closer inspection, there were very slight differences, and those differences made everything clear. People in the industry already knew what was happening. David had taken those half-completed drafts, and now these half-completed drafts were completed by the original designer, Gong Shangzi. It did not end there. Soon, David's design in the past year flashed on the screen. While the style looked similar, it was obvious even to amateurs that something was lacking compared to the designs before. Identical designs appeared beside the drafts again, and the signatures on the drafts were all of different names. Hey, what's happening? Similar design, but different signatures? What does that mean? David's face went pale and started to freak out when he saw the same drafts appearing with different people's signatures. Before he could react, a video popped up, There was a man wearing a face mask. The man's secretive voice echoed in the hall. Since a year ago, David had me look for a large group of designers and have them submit drafts every month. He'll pick the drafts he likes the most and pay a hefty sum of reward. Designers who took on the job were mostly designers without connections and money, so work like this a gift to them. These are the bank transactions between David and I. He bought all the designs in the past year from me. A huge scandal was just exposed before everyone's eyes. History's lead designer was actually a thief, a liar, and did not even know about design. He was a liar who only stole other people's work. Chapter 2051, Future of Chinese Style. After a moment of dead silence, everyone started talking about it. They looked at David in rage, and the audiences back in the country were absolutely furious. Damn you, David. Scum. Monster. You've disgraced our country. Liar. I'm going to burn all the clothes from history in my wardrobe. Disgusting. What a shameless person. You'd better stay overseas for the rest of your life. If you come back, I'll beat you up again and again. David's face turned beet red with all the scoldings. AKAs looked troubled as well. The proof was right in front of him, so he had nothing more to say. He then announced on the spot that David would be kicked out of the society and would be blacklisted forever. As everything was revealed, and after AKAs announced those words right before everyone in the huge Lorraine Palace, David suddenly started yelling. So what if I used his designs? If it was not for me, his work would just be rotting somewhere. His talent is already all used up. Except for those work, he can't design anything anymore. He just wants to use me as a stepping stone now. If it wasn't for me, his works would just be a bunch of trash. Worthless. He's a trash himself. Trash. David's rambling just made everyone hate him even more. Even Ning Xi could not stand him. Her expression was so appalled that she hoped she could throw him out of the place herself. The venue finally became quiet again after the security guards took David out. I'm sorry, the show was ruined because of me, Gong Shangzi said apologetically. AKAs looked a little awkward. He was blaming himself. It's our fault for not knowing people better. We almost let a shameless bastard infect the fashion industry. It's the responsibility of the society. At this moment, AKAs suddenly remembered that a long time ago, he received multiple emails from the same person reporting that history's lead designer David had stolen his work. However, he ignored it because the person was not able to provide any evidence. He never expected that the matter would be exposed today in this manner. The vice president, said, went up on stage to clear up the awkward atmosphere. Having such a horrendous liar into the sacred fashion hall is an insult to the whole of the fashion industry. We'll surely punish the thief accordingly, and at the same time, protect those who truly love fashion and protect the rights of talented designers. The crowd gave a grand round of applause. The vice president was relieved, then he quickly added on. This time, Spirit brought us some of their latest work. Let us look forward to the treasured designer who brought us amazing surprises and the demonstration of the beautiful Chinese culture. What sort of surprise will he bring us again? As the vice president spoke, the T-shaped stage was ready and the show resumed. Everyone focused on the stage. All the Chinese live streaming members held their breaths and stared at their screens nervously. Many people knew that initially, Spirit did have a lot of great works, but they had been on hiatus for quite some time. Could it really be, as David said, that Gong Shangzi's talent had come to an end? Could it really be the end of the trend for the Chinese style here? Chapter 2052, Endless Treasures. Below the stage, some of those who were in the industry started to discreetly analyze. Ever since David used Spring Garden, which led to a massive trend of Oriental style, many designers have started to add some Oriental elements on their designs in the recent years. There have been too many brands that followed that trend to count on my fingers. All of the elements that could be used have been used up. Indeed so. Innovating and coming up with something new and different is extremely hard. But now that it's confirmed that David's previous designs were all from him, that means all of David's success will return to the original owner. As long as he exhibits his talent, as usual, it'll be enough for him to take his place in the international fashion industry. At this moment, all of the lights around dimmed. The crowd's discussion instantly stopped too. Finally, on the T-shaped stage, the first model slowly floated from the backstage. It was a gown in a primary tone of navy blue with a wide cloak fanning out at the back. The warm sunset orange and inky color constructed an extravagant scene that was truly majestic. "That's Dunhuang," someone instantly cried out from the crowd. The colors and pattern elements on the ready-made outfit were from China's treasure trove that was the largest scaled and the most abundant in classical cultural art. It was also a world-famous Buddhist art center, the Mogao Caves of Dunhuang. Very quickly, the second outfit appeared before the crowd. This outfit was a rich golden color. The gown was embroidered with two soaring dragons that leaped high. As was common knowledge, the totem of a dragon symbolized China. Between the dragon patterns were embroidery of colorful clouds that had auspicious messages. On the train of the dress, there seemed to be rolling waves as if everyone's ears were filled with the sound of roaring seas to mean eternal peace and prosperity. The third outfit made use of China's even more classic Tingxiao porcelain element. The entire gown's patterns perfectly copied a Tingxiao porcelain vase from the Song dynasty. It was accompanied with entangling branches of Tingxiao, a dragon, qilin, phoenix, magpie, and more as ornaments. The fourth set was a body-hugging gown with a train in red. The gown was embroidered with a red-crowned crane and plum blossoms, instantly transporting everyone into China's vast wonderland. The fifth outfit, the sixth, the seventh. One after another, ready-made outfits appeared before the crowd. Every set represented China's ancient and unique elements, stunning everyone until they gasped in amazement. No one would have predicted that this designer that appeared so gentle and harmless had such a shocking force within him. It was not just one outfit, but 10 whole outfits that took everyone's breaths away. Offstage, all the intuitive, well-known buyers were already been wildly trying to find a way to contact Spirit. They were prepared to snap up Spirit's work this season, as all the superstars around the world were already anticipating to put on these unique gowns. This is unfathomable. Mad beautiful. Every outfit is so unique and unmatched. With this standard of design, even just one outfit would take several months. There are 10 whole outfits here. How in the world did he do it? Spirit's show ended with a high note of praise. Facing more and more exclaims of admiration, Gong Shangzi said, "Why? Almost all designers would meet with the predicament of dried-up inspiration. However, I've always felt blessed being a Chinese designer because in China's 5,000 years of culture, there are endless inspiration and treasures to be unearthed." The instant Gong Shangzi finished, the crowd broke into a thunderous applause. Those far away in China were even moved to tears. In the live stream channels, Gong Shangzi's and Spirit's names plastered the screens. Chapter 2053. So angry she could go mad. Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. Gong Shangzi spoke so well. This is the kind of design that should be representing China on the international stage. Counterfeits will be counterfeits. We'll see what that thief, David, has to say now. Speaking of which blind boss was the one who collaborated with David back then and invested in history? When this topic was mentioned, many people started to comment. Who else could it be? It's Ning Xi, that fake heiress. Previously, I almost turned into her fan. Spirit's show was the finale. After the show finished, the reporters swarmed over to interview Gong Shangzi, while another huge group of reporters immediately blocked Ning Xi. Ning Xi did not want to stay for even a moment longer. Initially, she wanted to leave once the show ended, but the reporters would not let her go. Before she could get up, she was already surrounded. Miss Ning, the chief designer of history, is actually a thief who steals other people's work. What do you have to say about this? David's work for the whole year has been nothing but secret. Purchases of other designers' designs while pretending they were his. Did you know nothing about this? Back then, when you and David collaborated to start history, did you not first get to know the other person's character? As History's CEO, your company is now involved in such a scandal now and has even affected the reputation of entire China. Is there anything you have to say to everyone about this matter? One after another question came, and they sounded worse than before. Ning Xi really wanted to strangle David to death at this point. This Lorraine Fashion Week should have been her proudest moment. It should have been history's time to shine. With the breathtaking effect of the rainbow feathers outfit, after Fashion Week, history's entire scale would have expanded tremendously and their international market would have widened even more. She was even prepared to increase the number and scale of their flagship stores overseas when she returned to China. When that happened, History would have been China's #1 fashion brand, while she would be this brand's worthy founder. However, now it was ruined. It was all ruined. Ning Xi was overwhelmed with bubbling fury. She was so angry that she could go mad. She had used up all of her might to restrain and suppress herself. She took a deep breath and said, "Setting up a fashion company with an Oriental style has always been my plan. I've prepared for that for a long time, and I've been looking for a suitable designer. Back then, the reason I chose to collaborate with David was that I was simply attracted to his designs. Mr. Gongshang's designs were incredibly beautiful and soulful. I immediately realized that these designs would definitely be popular and could definitely turn fashion with unique Chinese characteristics to become widely accepted by the world, and that fact was proven after our success. However, I never could have imagined that all of David's designs were stolen from Mr. Gong because, at that time, David could provide proof that all his design drafts were his original work, so I knew nothing about it at all. I was only excited about his talent for designing and wanted to help him achieve his dreams. Of course, as the founder of History, I was poor at judging people. There's no one but me to take the blame for this. For this, I would like to sincerely apologize to all those in the industry, guests, fashion hobbyists, and all the lovers of fashion in China." As Ning Xi said this, she took a deep bow towards the camera. Then she looked extremely cross and said, "As for David's poor conduct, History will not be tolerant of it. From this moment onwards, he's no longer a designer at History. Everyone rest assured." Of course. Chapter 2054, Poach. When she said this, Ning Xi's gaze suddenly turned towards Gongshang's direction. She appeared sincere as she said, "History welcomes all designers who are truly gifted, talented, and passionate. Personally, I really like and admire Mr. Shang's work. Now that the truth is revealed, you could even say that back then, I actually built History for Mr. Gong." Listening to Ning Xi's words, she was actually casting an opportunity to Gongshangza. The reporters were instantly excited. "CEO Ning, do you mean that you're interested to invite Mr. Gongshangza to join History?" Ning Xi nodded. "History has always been devoting our efforts to the Oriental style. Even harder to come by is the fact that History is completely Mr. Gong's style. Our core and soul is Mr. Gong too. If Mr. Gong is willing to join History, we can definitely achieve more glorious success for the Chinese." Ning Xi spoke and was suddenly a little moved. No matter what, History was still one of the very best listed companies with Chinese style in China, while Spirit was just a little studio. How could they compare to History? As long as Gongshangza had the slightest common sense, he should know which to choose. As long as she poached Gongshangza over, the scandal this time could just become an old story. History could still make a comeback, and even take it a step further than when David had been around. When they heard Ning Xi, all the reporters turned to Gongshangza again. "Mr. Gong, what do you think about History's offer? Now that David has already received his deserving punishment, Director Gong, would you consider joining History?" "Mr. Gong, Shangza." The reporters' questions came nonstop, while Ning Xi's gaze was even more scorching and blatant. Ever since Gongshangza had walked onto the stage, he had actually been forcing himself to brace it. Now, the truth was revealed, and all the issues were resolved. Even Spirit's show was successfully executed too. He finally did not let Ning Xi down. Suddenly relieved, the strength that he had used to brace himself had finally vanished. He only felt his hands and legs turned cold, and his head was buzzing. The entire world seemed to spin. He could hear what Ning Xi had stated, and what those reporters surrounding him had said, yet he did not know what they were talking about. Just as Gongshangza finally reached his breaking point, at this moment, suddenly a warm and strong arm that steadily held him up from his shoulders. That familiar force and air that assured him had suddenly appeared by his side. "It's Ning Xi." Ning Xi had suddenly stood up from her seat and walked to Gongshang's side. Suddenly, all the reporters' gazes shifted to this figure that attracted everyone no matter when she appeared. Everyone had been initially asking Gongshangza about whether he was interested in joining History, but at this moment when they suddenly saw Ning Xi, they exchanged glances. They did not know why Ning Xi had suddenly walked over at this moment. Ning Xi stood by Gongshang's side, and her clear eyes glittered, slowly landing on Ning Xi. When Ning Xi suddenly met Ning Xi's gaze, she felt her heart tighten. This witch, what was she trying to do now? Could she want to hit her when she was down? Under everyone's watchful gaze, Ning Xi lowered her eyes and softly laughed. Then, she looked up and said, "Xiao Ning, you're poaching my guy right before me. Isn't that too inappropriate?" At this moment, when he heard Ning Xi's voice, Gong Shanz's muddled head finally cleared up. He looked with shining eyes at the person beside him. Boss. Chapter 2055, Founder of Spirit. What did she mean? Ning Xi's casual remark caused a ripple of shock among the reporters as well as the crowd around. Ning Xi's face turned pale all of a sudden. What did Ning Xi say? Poacher guy? Did Gong Shanze even call her boss? How is that possible? She must be mistaken. Something must be wrong. Ms. Ning Xi, what does your remark mean? What do you mean by CEO Ning poaching your guy right in front of you? Could it be your spirits? As the reporters surrounded Ning Xi frantically, Gong Shanz's deep voice boomed in the chaos. Ms. Ning Xi is my boss. She's the founder of Spirit. Everyone was stunned by Gong Shanz's confirmation. Damn, the owner of Spirit is Ning Xi. How shocking. No wonder Ning Xi never took on any endorsements for clothing brands. She has her own company. The spokesperson for Spirit has always been Xiao Weilon, and since she works under Qin Shengyue, I've always thought that Spirit's owner was Qin Shengyue. Not only did Ning Xi take away Qin Shengyue's best subordinate, she even found a genius like Gong Shanze. Mr. Gong, you mean that Ms. Ning is your boss and the founder of Spirit? A reporter asked him in disbelief. Gong Shanze nodded and replied, "Back then, nobody believed what I said. With all hope lost and begging on the streets in Lorraine, Boss found me and believed in me. She brought me back to China and set up Spirit. She supported me all the way till today." The reporters continued with the questions. So that's how it was. How did you and Ms. Ning Xi meet? Gong Shanze pursed his lips. As though it was a fond memory of his, he said gently, "Back then, she bought a lot of clothes from history. When she passed by me, she gave me a sandwich because I kept staring at her. I noticed the clothes and realized that one of them was an unfinished draft of mine. But there were too many flaws, so I pointed them out. I was filled with anger and rage when I saw my half-finished work stolen. I criticized the clothing with a very bad attitude. No one would listen to a beggar saying such bad things. But Boss listened to me from the beginning till the end. She even listened to my whole story." Gong Shanze's eyes turned red when he thought about his past. Everyone was attracted by the young man's story. Gong Shanze took a deep breath and continued. "After that experience back then, I gave up hope. I couldn't design anything anymore, but the appearance of Boss gave me hope. On the way back to the country, as I thought I could never design anymore, I created the first work after going back. It was called Nirvana Reincarnated. I received an award for it, giving me a whole new start. Everyone started to recognize the name. So Nirvana Reincarnated had such a story behind it. No wonder it packs so much power and impact." Chapter 2056, Like Owner, Like Dog. Chu Guanyang nodded like he expected it. He could feel that there was a strong story behind the clothes, but he just did not expect it to be much worse than he thought. Afterwards, when we were starting out, there were a lot of issues faced by the studio. From registering the name to selecting a place, we hired a professional marketing director, and finally, we got our very first flagship store. Boss told me that one day, she'd help me clarify in front of the whole world. She also told me that any tricks are useless against true power. Until the day when Spirit is strong enough to speak for itself, people would believe me even if I have no proof. These words have been encouraging me all along. Suddenly, Gong Shanze's face fell. Everything was going well until that incident happened to Boss. The crowd then realized that Gong Shanze was talking about the incident whereby Ning Xi had gone into a vegetative state for a year. Boss isn't only my supervisor. She's also my belief. It's because of her that I found confidence in design and inspiration again. I'm back not because of just myself, but I also want to prove to her that she didn't choose the wrong person. I want to make her proud of me. However, during the year of Boss' disappearance, I lost my direction. I thought I was being abandoned again. All the insecurities and uneasiness came back to me, including the loss of my faith. I couldn't design anything at that point of time, until she came back. Now, everyone understood what happened. No wonder. No wonder Gong Shanzi had no new work for almost a year. No wonder Spirit released several new series right after Ning Xi returned. Back to the origins. That was exactly Ning Xi's circumstance. The inspiration behind the series had come from Ning Xi too. No wonder Ning Xi always looked so glittering when she wore Spirit's clothes. It felt like those clothes had been designed for Ning Xi exclusively. Of course, Ning Xi was his source of inspiration after all. Gong Shanzi's words surprised everyone. At the same time, everyone's hatred towards David grew even more. The people who had almost been brainwashed by Ning Xi just now woke up too. This woman was allowing David to do whatever he wanted, yet she could still turn the truth around and shamelessly say that history was made for Gong Shanzi. History was the one who had left him in despair, almost ruining such a talented designer. The audience back in China started spamming the chat rooms after hearing Gong Shanzi's story. As expected of Bro Shi. Unique taste, accurate sense. This story is really lovely. I almost cried when I listened to Gong Shanzi. It's so touching. They aren't just boss and employee. They are the best partners. As people were admiring the Ning Xi Gong Shanzi combination, they were outraged at Ning Xiaolaw. Damn, Ning Xiaolaw is really shameless. She even tried to take Gong Shanzi for herself. Not only did Ning Xiaolaw take Ning Xi's parents and boyfriend, now her subordinate has stolen her design drafts too. Like owner, like dog. Chapter 2057, Torturing Little Elf. Soon, the news of Lorraine Fashion Week spread back into the country. The sickening news of the lead designer of history leaked out. He was blacklisted by the International Fashion Society on the spot. Having put on an amazing show, all the media covered the story of Spirit, and people within the fashion industry were impressed. Suddenly, Spirit became the new favorite of the fashion industry. Orders came in like waves. As for history, the negative news shook them up. Their shares plummeted the next day, and all their partners canceled their contracts. Ning Xiaolaw went back overnight and tried to do something about it, but it was futile. At a certain famous filming spot in Los Angeles, Assassin was finally finished. With the final passing order from the director, all the crew members cheered and hugged each other, preparing for their farewell. Ning Xi was still feeling melancholic about finishing Assassin and bidding farewell to the others when she heard a goosebump-inducing voice behind her. "Hi, my dear Shi. You're finally done. Congratulations." "Thank you, Senior Orlando." Ning Xi wanted to avoid him, but it was too late. Orlando went over and blocked her way at the entrance. His glittering eyes stared at her intently. "My dear, so you'll be free tonight then?" Ning Xi pinched the space between her eyebrows. "Well, I have dinner with everyone tonight." Orlando looked disappointed. "Oh, that's too bad. What about tomorrow? Is tomorrow all right?" Ning Xi was troubled. "Sorry, I'm going out with Lillian tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow?" Orlando was persistent. Ning Xi was having a headache just listening to him. Recently, there had been news that Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad was going to air soon. In addition to her being in Los Angeles lately, Director Martin had invited her over for some meetings, so it was inevitable that she would meet Orlando. Ever since Orlando had accidentally shot her a year ago, he had been trying to contact her, but he was not aware that Ning Xi had been unconscious for a year. She only found out some time after she woke up that he had been sending her a mountain of apology emails. After they met each other again, Orlando treated her to a meal and apologized again. The truth behind the swap of the gun was revealed, and of course, Ning Xi did not mind since it was not Orlando's fault. Things should have ended there. However, Orlando the Casanova was fixated on her. Ever since that day, he had been waiting for her outside her hotel. Now, he even went to the filming location. Since she would have to work with Orlando in the promotion for Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad, Ning Xi could not be too mean to him. Then again, Orlando was too insensitive to realize Ning Xi's true intention after several rejections. Ning Xi almost broke down as she was facing the longing eyes of this man being known as the Little Elf. This guy was really torturing. As Ning Xi was figuring out an excuse to reject Orlando's invitation, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. "I've been looking for you. Why are you here alone?" Jiang Mai had long, black hair up until his waist with a pair of crystal-clear eyes and cherry lips. Dressed in a black suit, tight black pants, and Doc Marten boots, He spoke impatiently as he was scowling at Ning Xi and Orlando beside her. Chapter 2058, Ears Blinded. If it had been in China, a woman at Jiang Mai's height that was above 1.8 meters would be overwhelming. However, in America, there were many women this tall among the commoners. Many of those goddess-level supermodels in the industry were this tall too. In fact, those supermodels with pixie-like features were all flat-chested. Jiang Mai's female outfit did not deliberately fill in anything in the chest area. It was his natural figure. He only did some slimming down and lost some weight. The effect was unexpectedly impressive, brilliantly embodying a beauty that was hard to distinguish between male or female. At this moment, Orlando obstructed the door while Ning Xi looked helpless. Jiang Mai's brows instantly shot up as his arrogant gaze shot a flash of hostility towards Orlando. However, it was only for a split second before he retrieved his gaze. He looked at Ning Xi and said, "The director's calling for you." Oh, I'll go right away. Senior Orlando, I'll go to work first. We'll talk another day." As if Ning Xi had received a general pardon, she quickly sped off with Jiang Mai. When they were slightly further away, Jiang Mai warned Ning Xi unhappily, "Stay further away from that guy. That guy's infamous in the circle for being a playboy." When Ning Xi heard him, her mouth instantly twitched as she mumbled, "I never thought I'd see the day I would hear such things from you." After all, a certain someone had been one of those infamous playboys. "I'm being serious right now. Did you hear me? This guy likes to provoke Chinese artistes the most. He's definitely up to no good." Jiang Mai shot her a look. Ning Xi nodded profusely. I got it. I'll be going back in a few more days anyway. I just have to evade him for these next few days." Ning Xi then stared at Jiang Mai as she covered her chest and pretended like her heart was racing. "Baby, don't stare at me like that. You're too seductive." Tingxiao Shi, F***CK off. I dare you to say that again. A certain blondie who was being teased instantly exploded. "Oh my, the way you look when you're angry is even cuter." Tingxiao Shi, don't you dare run. Jiang Mai was so mad that he chased after her when he suddenly felt a scorching gaze on him. Yet when he turned around, he did not see anyone, so he just suspiciously retrieved his gaze. When everything with the filming crew was wrapped up, Ning Xi packed her stuff and started to walk out. She had just reached the car park when she saw Orlando, whom she thought had left. In fact, it seemed like he had been waiting for her for a long time. Ning Xi was about to break down inside. Senior Orlando, the day after tomorrow." She. Before Ning Xi could speak, Orlando suddenly pulled Ning Xi's hands, and he seemed so elated as if he had managed to get all the girls in the world. "Oh, what's up?" Ning Xi was a little frightened by Orlando's expression. "Earlier, that Black Rose. Who was that Black Rose?" "Huh? Black Rose? What the heck?" Ning Xi was confused. "The one earlier with long, black hair and a black jacket with leather pants." Orlando explained with waving hands as he described excitedly. You mean, could Orlando be talking about Jiang Mai? Right, her. Her nose is gorgeous, and her skin is porcelain smooth. Her eyes are especially pretty, like they can speak, and her lips are especially suitable for kissing." Ning Xi watched the way Orlando spoke as it progressed in a weirder direction. Suddenly, she was confused. Why did she feel like something was weird? As she muttered to herself, she heard Orlando say very excitedly, She, I've fallen into the river of love again. I've fallen in love with the Black Rose." Ning Xi was speechless. What did she just hear? Her ears were probably blinded. Chapter 2059, Amazing My Blondie. This guy was saying that he has fallen in love with Jiang Mai. The instant Orlando finished, Ning Xi stood stunned there like an idiot. Also, what the heck did he mean by falling into the river of love again? How could someone say such a thing so openly, and before a girl that he had been chasing just a second before? Where was his integrity? She's your friend, isn't she? Can you give me a way to contact her? Orlando said as he looked a little shy. Can you? I'm sincere. Right. You are sincere. You are sincere to every girl. Ning Xi was still immersed in the shock that Orlando actually fancied Jiang Mai and did not say anything for a long time. Orlando thought that Ning Xi was worried and was already coming up with all sorts of excuses to persuade her. She, I swear, I'm really sincere. She's beautiful. Earlier, when I saw her looking at me, her gaze was like lightning. What the heck was this lightning-like description? Earlier, Jiang Mai had been clearly shooting him a look of hostility. To be fair, when Jiang Mai stared at people in his female disguise, it was indeed quite. That little gaze was filled with an arrogant and unbridled wildness, which definitely could trigger all men's desires to conquer her. I've never seen such a girl before. She's incredibly unique. Ning Xi thought to herself. Of course, you've never seen such a person before, because he isn't even a girl. See, if I can't be with her, I'll definitely rather die than live. My life would have no meaning at all, like a barren desert. Please help me. Orlando looked like his heart ached terribly, as if he was about to die in the next second. Ning Xi expressed that she was in a tight spot. This time, should she sell Blondie out, or sell Blondie out? Ning Xi contemplated for 3 seconds before she quickly nodded. Okay, this is her handphone number. The number is... Forget it. I'm afraid you can't remember. I'll just write it for you. Ning Xi did not hesitate as she quickly jotted Jiang Mai's phone number down at lightning speed and passed it to him. Orlando clutched that little slip of paper dreamily. She, thank you. If we get married, you must join our wedding. Ning Xi was speechless. She almost puked 3 liters of blood. Bloody hell. This was just their first time meeting, and he had already thought about marriage? She never would have thought that Jiang Mai in a female disguise could have such immense charm that even the veteran playboy Orlando was this crazy for him. Amazing, my Blondie. At this moment, Jiang Mai, who was in the changing room, suddenly could not stop sneezing. Hey, who's cursing me? Tisk, TSK, little junior sister, you just stabbed your brother in the back with 2 knives, just like that. Is that appropriate? Tang Lang, who was waiting for Ning Xi in the car, had just witnessed the scene earlier, and he expressed his amazement. This time, Tang Lang had gone along as a bodyguard with her to Lorraine. Every time Ning Xi had a shoot, he would follow. Obviously, he had seen Jiang Mai in a female disguise, so earlier when Orlando spoke, he already knew who the Black Rose Orlando was referring to. She had finally gotten rid of Orlando, so Ning Xi was in a jovial mood. She beamed. No, I'm clearly helping out a buddy. Hasn't Blondie been lacking confident about his female disguise? I'm helping him regain confidence right now. I think he doesn't need this kind of things, Tang Lang said with sympathy. Chapter 2060. How about we hug too? Without Orlando's nagging, Ning Xi's last few days in Lorraine City was spent feeling exceptionally free and contented. Spirit had long been prepared to be a listed company. Everything was in order. This time, riding the wave of shining at Lorraine Fashion Week, in a spurt of energy, they successfully made their mark in Wall Street. On that day, Tang Lang strongly hinted to Ning Xi to treat him to a nice meal. CEO Tang, it doesn't make sense if you don't treat me to this meal, does it? Tang Lang held his chin and looked like he was determined to rip her off. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. I will treat you. Of course. But where's the fun in just the 2 of us having a meal together? I heard 3rd senior sister say that she and 1st senior brother are in Lorraine too. How about we call them over too? We haven't gotten together in a long time. Tang Lang shrugged. Sure, I've no opinion. The 2 bosses up there are temporarily agreeing now. So what else do we little bandits have to say? Previously, because Lu Tingxiao and Yun Shun's relationship was tense, to avoid arousing suspicion, they had almost never met up in secret, and now, no one knew what the 2 sides had secretly reached an agreement on, but they actually surprised everyone by making peace. Then I'll call them over. Ning Xi happily called Feng Xiaoxiao. On the other end of the phone, when Feng Xiaoxiao heard that Ning Xi wanted to treat them to a meal, she quickly agreed and even promised to bring 1st senior brother along too. Half an hour later, the fellow apprentices met up at a crossing. Oh, little junior sister. Come here, let me hug you. Senior sister has missed you so much. Once Feng Xiaoxiao went over, she immediately ran to Ning Xi and gave her a huge bear hug. 3rd senior sister, I really missed you too. Ning Xi had emotionally hugged her back. On the side, Tang Lang raised his brows as he watched Ning Xi and Feng Xiaoxiao embrace. He faintly smiled to Tang Yi across him, who wore his gold-framed spectacles and seemed expressionless as always. 1st senior brother, how about we hug too? Then, he slyly opened up his arms. As expectedly, what came as a reply was Tang Ye's gaze as if he had just seen an idiot. Tang Lang clutched his chest and pretended to be hurt. Oh, I'm devastated. It looks like 1st senior brother didn't miss me at all. The instant he finished, Tang Lang suddenly took a step forward and held the shoulders of the man across him and pulled him into an embrace. Even though first senior brother is so heartless, I still do miss him a lot. Tang Yi's expression turned stiff in an instant. Almost reflexively, he was about to make a move, but in the end, his hand hung mid-air. Then he put down his hand as if to compromise. Tang Lang seemed to have expected this. He grinned, knowing that he got away with it. Let's go, let's go. I'll bring you guys to eat a super fancy meal. It's my treat today, so feel free to order as you wish. Ning Xi said happily. Feng Xiaoxiao rubbed Ning Xi's fair and tender little face. Oh, little junior sister, you are so capable. You became a CEO, married Mr. Perfect, and reached life's pinnacle. Wait till I abandon the life of an outlaw. Then I can roll with you. No problem. The four of them walked in a line as they chatted and made their way towards a certain high-class restaurant inn. Lorraine. On the way there, Tang Lang had his arms slung sloppily over Tang Yi's shoulders as he chatted. Suddenly, someone stuck a leg out before his feet, and he did not notice, so he tripped and almost fell. What the heck? Who's this? Tang Lang instantly shouted angrily. In the corner of a wall stood a man who was unkempt and looked like a beggar. The man used a newspaper to cover his face. It was his lean, long leg that had tripped Tang Lang earlier. Tang Lang rolled up his sleeves and was about to settle the score with that person when a wind blew past and the newspaper on the man's face suddenly fell, revealing an extremely beautiful face. Tang Lang instantly widened his eyes as if he had just seen a ghost. Damn it, grandfather. You. Why are you here? Chapter 2061. Listen to whoever wins. Master. When she saw the certain someone leaning on the corner of the wall, Ning Xi was shocked too. Second senior brother. Since when did you get a grandfather? On the side, Feng Xiaoxiao studied them with suspicion, and then her eyes instantly lit up too. Dang. Second senior brother. Your grandfather is so handsome. After Tang Yi had a clear look at the man's face, the murderous air around him instantly expanded, and he was all tensed up too. Ning Xi quickly ran over to smooth things over. No. This is my friend. It's that master that I've told you guys about before. First senior brother. Can your expression be not so frightening? Then, she walked to Han Xiao in bewilderment. She looked at his mystical appearance as a beggar paralyzed on the streets and said, Master, why are you here in Lorraine? Han Xiao held part of his underbelly and looked like he was dying. Ning Xi thought he was hurt, and she immediately looked worried. Master, are you? In the next second, she heard the guy mournfully say, hungry. Ning Xi was baffled. Master was indeed amazing. His survival skills were indeed zero, and she was not sure how he had survived till today. However, to meet a friend in a foreign place was still a joyful occurrence, so Ning Xi quickly invited him. Master, we're just about to go eat. Want to come along? Yes. Han Xiao immediately jumped up. Kentucky, Ning Xi replied. Huh? No. From the size, Tang Lang said earnestly. Grandfather, don't keep thinking about those garbage fried food. Today we're going to eat fancy. Han Xiao frowned. I don't like fancy schmancy. Tang Lang continued to coax him. Grandfather, I guarantee that after you try it, you'll definitely like it. In fact, you won't want to eat Kentucky or McDonald's again. Han Xiao just replied, let's fight. We'll listen to whoever wins. Tang Lang instantly turned to look at Ning Xi. Little junior sister, let's have Kentucky. Ning Xi, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Tang Yi were speechless. Fine, they would not be able to defeat him anyway. In the end, the fancy meal that Tang Lang kept thinking about turned into fried food just like that. Even more tragically was that there was no Kentucky nearby. At last, they could only watch as they were about to reach their initial restaurant. But they switched lanes and finally found a branch very far away. Inside the small store, the five of them were miserably sitting around a small table. Master, what have you come to Lorraine for this time? Ning Xi asked. A certain master held a piece of chicken in his left hand and a burger in his right. He was munching happily and could not even hear anyone. As he watched the anticipated fancy meal vanish, Tang Lang muttered in a lowered voice to Ning Xi, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao. How about the four of us attack together? Maybe we could win. Ning Xi eagerly passed the master a drumstick as she shook her head like a rattle drum. If you want to die, go alone. Don't drag me in. Feng Xiaoxiao looked like she wanted to try her luck. If he's really that good, I really want to try. Ning Xi warned her with a stern expression. First senior brother and second senior brother joined hands, and they couldn't win. Then forget it. Feng Xiaoxiao made a discerning judgment and gave up. Ning Xi was not sure how long Han Xiao had not eaten for, but he vacuumed everything up into his mouth. Ning Xi and Tang Lang were used to this, while Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Yi were dumbfounded. Especially Tang Yi, who initially still had a stern and vigilant expression, but now Han Zhao's image in his mind had probably crumbled. Chapter 2062, A Bunch of Sheep. As the four of them were watching the master eat, there was suddenly a loud sound at the entrance. Someone kicked the door in. A group of big and muscular American men in black sleeveless shirts came into the shop. They surrounded Ning Xi's table and then yelled fiercely at others. "All you unrelated people, get lost." They held guns, and the other customers all left screaming while the staff hid under the tables. Ning Xi had a chicken wing in her hand. She blinked her eyes and looked at them. "Our robbery." Tang Lang was eating an ice cream. "Of course not. They are here for you. Except this woman. All of you get lost. Don't butt into this. If not, don't blame me if you're hurt." The man who looked like the leader had a skull necklace around his neck. He kicked a nearby chair away and threatened them. Tang Lang licked his ice cream, while Feng Xiaoxiao put on an eerie smile. Tang Yi just sat there emotionlessly, and Han Xiao was still focused on eating, not even looking up. Their reactions angered the guy. "Messy hair. Yellow pig. Weakling. And you, sissy. I'm talking to you guys. Did you hear me? Do you want to die?" Messy hair Tang Lang, yellow pig Feng Xiaoxiao, weakling Tang Yi, and sissy Han Xiao were all speechless. Cough. Ning Xi choked on her cola and started coughing. "Damn, you're really tough, bro. You just offended four gods of death." The atmosphere around the table changed the moment the man said those words. Messy hair. Tang Lang touched his curly hair that he was proud of. His eyes were as sharp as knives at the moment. A cold light glinted off Tang Yi's gold-framed glasses. Feng Xiaoxiao slammed the table hard. "What the heck did you say just now?" Han Xiao was the most relaxed one. He was focused on eating his second family bucket. The man looked ferocious as his bloodlust had become stronger. "Since all of you are asking for it, don't blame me for not warning you guys. Get them." Ning Xi ducked beside the master. Then she covered her eyes. Probably because Tang Lang seemed annoying, the man attacked Tang Lang first. Tang Lang did not move an inch until a punch swooshed right before his forehead. Then he grabbed it tightly with his palm. A terrifying, bone-crushing sound came from under his knuckle. "Ah!" The man roared painfully. On Tang Yi's side, the others attacked him because he wore a pair of glasses and looked weak. The end result was so bloody that Ning Xi did not even want to glance at it. Screams came from all over the shop. It was chaotic hell. The group of men knelt on the floor and begged for mercy desperately. The man with the skull necklace was kicked far away by Tang Lang, but Feng Xiaoxiao received him and kicked him back. The man was being played like a football. Ning Xi shook her head. These people, could they be idiots? They were just like a bunch of juicy sheep walking right into the wolf's den. Chapter 2063. Boss, you've finally returned. Just like that, Ning Xi and the rest held the gang leader and those rogues down before making their way towards Solomon. On the way, Tang Yi muttered to himself, "If the Solomon they're talking about is the same one that I know, this Solomon should be the one that was once Europe's largest organization, but after that, they slowly waned. The current leader is the weakest one in the history of their chiefs. Back then, his assistant almost seized the throne. Tang Xi, how did you get involved with Solomon's people?" Ning Xi shrugged innocently. "I'm really confused too. I don't know when could I have provoked them." On the side, Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hands indifferently. "Won't we know when we catch that idiot gang leader out to grill him?" They reached the entrance to the headquarters. Tang Lang kicked the man with the skull necklace on the door, making a huge sound. Very quickly, there were sounds disarrayed footsteps. The people inside were startled and came out. "Who is it?" A hefty Caucasian guy at least 2 meters tall rushed out. When he saw the man lying on the ground twitch, his expression darkened. "Jason, what's happening?" Then, his gaze looked at Ning Xi, Tang Yi, and the rest at the entrance with hostility. "Who are you people? You dare to even touch Solomon's people? Do you want to die?" When Jason heard his words, he instantly trembled with fright. "Joseph, softer. Softer." Then, he leaned into the guy's ear and muttered a few things softly, appearing terrified. What? When he saw the two people keep muttering to each other, Tang Lang impatiently yawned. Who's your leader? Get him to come out to speak. When he heard Jason's words, Joseph's gaze was much more cautious now. Do you think you can just meet our leader as you wish? The few of you, who are you? Report your names. Feng Xiaoxiao waved the whip in her hands. You don't have the right to know my name. When Joseph saw the whip in Feng Xiaoxiao's hand, his expression suddenly changed. In the next second, after he noticed the gold-framed spectacles on Tang Yi, he turned a few degrees paler. After he saw Tang Lang's almost symbolic curly hair too, his knees started to give way. You? Could you be? Could you guys be? Crap. Could these people be the legendary? From their features, their aura, everything fit. It seemed like they only missed the thousand-faced ghost hand Ning Xi. Could that beautiful lady who looked weak be Ning Xi in disguise? Who was that long-haired man beside the beauty then? If they were really the four, then would the man traveling with them not have an even more terrifying identity? Joseph almost did not dare to continue thinking about it. Right at this moment, behind them came the pattering of heavy footsteps. A few people walked out with large steps. The person who walked right in front was a middle-aged man, and beside him was a bald man. Boss. When they saw the middle-aged man, Joseph, Jason, and all the rogues immediately lowered their heads to call out respectfully. When Tang Lang saw their commander walk out, he raised his brows and asked, "You're Solomon's leader?" The middle-aged man had a stormy expression as he skimmed the 5 people who were clearly here to cause a scene. As he was about to speak, his gaze fell onto the girl who wore a pink dress and looked adorably delicate. In the next second, his expression suddenly changed. It was as if the middle-aged man had been split into half by a thunderbolt. His eyes widened and stared straight at Ning Xi. Then his initially vicious eyes unexpectedly teared up akin to an abandoned pet that had seen its owner. He was emotional as he stared at Ning Xi and gasped, "Boss! Boss, you've finally returned." Chapter 2064. That idiot is you. Boss, you've finally returned. Following the shout of that teary-eyed middle-aged man, Tang Lang, Tang Yi, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Han Xiao all looked at Ning Xi. Ning Xi turned her white fingers and pointed at her nose in complete bafflement. Huh? Are you referring to me? At this moment, the bald-headed guy beside the middle-aged man rushed out with snot and tears too. Boss, I thought that you didn't want us anymore. Ning Xi was speechless. What? Ning Xi only reacted after a long while. She spoke with suspicion in her voice. Wait. Speak properly. Who's your leader? Did you guys get the wrong person? When the middle-aged man heard her, he looked as if Ning Xi was a heartless rat. Boss, did you forget me? I'm Zeus. The bald-headed guy quickly added on. I'm Barty. Boss, you saved our lives back then when Jeffrey dominated the whole of Solomon. It was you who destroyed their old lair. Without you, there wouldn't be Solomon, boss. Did you forget all of this? Ning Xi was confused by what she heard. She still had no impression of this at all. What Barty? What Zeus? What Jeffrey? She did not know any of them. Right at this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao, who was beside Ning Xi, suddenly smacked her head in realization. Oh, what the heck? I remember now. Little junior sister, they're telling the truth. Back then, I was there too. Remember that time when you came to St. Bernard to look for me, and I wasn't home? When you reached my place to look for me, you bumped into a group of assassins. At last, you followed those assassins to this useless leader's house. Back then, he was almost killed by the subordinates of the guy who stole his throne. It was you who saved him along the way, and in the end, you went to Jeffrey's old lair together. As she listened to Feng Xiaoxiao go on about those memories from ages ago, Ning Xi finally remembered some of it. Then she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Oh my gosh, I think such a thing did happen. Jeffrey seemed to have something against Feng Xiaoxiao previously, so he had acted recklessly and hired assassins to ambush and assassinate Feng Xiaoxiao. Finally, because she was worried about Feng Xiaoxiao's safety, she followed those assassins to Zeus's house and saved this useless man who brought her to find Jeffrey. At last, when she rushed to Jeffrey's old lair, Feng Xiaoxiao had arrived at the same time too, and they ruthlessly destroyed Jeffrey and the group of people. This incident had happened rather long ago, so Ning Xi had completely forgotten about it. While Feng Xiaoxiao's enemies were more numerous than the fishes in the sea, if this had not been brought up, she would probably have long forgotten about it. Boss, You finally remember. The bald guy called Barty sniffed emotionally. The useless leader wiped his tears away. Boss, when you weren't around, we've been working hard to expand the gang. We've been waiting for the day of your return. When Ning Xi heard these two people keep calling her their boss, she felt a headache coming on. Wait, hold on. That's not right. Even if I accidentally saved you guys, when did I become your leader? She remembered that back then, the useless leader seemed to have said something to her about how Solomon honored the strong ones. Plus, she had saved them, so they had wanted to appoint her as the new leader. However, she had clearly rejected it on the spot back then. Ever since you saved us, in our hearts, you've already become our leader, Barty said matter-of-factly. The useless leader Zeus nodded earnestly to agree. Yes, that's right. On the side, Tang Lang snorted and laughed out loud before he said slyly, "Oh my, little junior sister. It turns out that the idiot is you." Ning Xi snapped, "Shut up." She was clearly getting implicated for simply being there. Chapter 2065, Which Idiot Hired You? Zeus took a glance at Feng Xiao, whom he had seen once that day, and then looked at the others and said emotionally, "Boss, I'm sure that these few people beside you must be the legends from the Tang faction." The instant he finished, the group of rogues and the little gang leader were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The person they had attempted to kill was actually Solomon's leader, while these few bystanders were all Tang faction's legendary assassins. Jason felt his legs tremble, and he immediately knelt down. Sorry, boss, I didn't know. I really didn't know it was you and these superiors." "Boss, what's happening? Did something happen?" The moment Zeus noticed Jason and the rest react in fear, he could not help but frown. "Oh, it's nothing. Earlier, when we were eating, these people suddenly popped out of nowhere and wanted to kill us." Ning Xi's single casual sentence shocked Zeus and Barty silly. "Boss, what did you say? These bastards wanted to kill you guys?" Jason looked like he was about to cry. "Boss Zeus, listen to me explain. It's not what you think. I secretly took an order. The other party wanted the Chinese artiste, Ning Xi's life. I didn't. No, I really didn't know this person's identity was actually." When Ning Xi heard him, her brows shot up. "Oh, someone wants my life. Why yes, they offered $10 million. I was momentarily bewitched by the money." When Jason said this, Tang Lang clutched his stomach and laughed until he almost rolled on the ground. "Ha, I'm dying. Someone actually offered $10 million to assassinate the legendary thousand-face ghost hand Ning Xi, and the assassin they hired was even of such a ranking. Damn, thousand-face ghost hand Ning Xi." The way Jason looked at Ning Xi, one could tell he was horrified. Was Ning Xi not a man? When she saw Tang Lang rejoicing in her misfortunes, Ning Xi's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot. "That's enough from you. Is it so amazing that your head is worth more?" Little sheep, which idiot hired you?" Feng Xiao asked with a giggle. Jason looked troubled. Well, superior, you know how the industry works. If he mentioned the client's name, he would not need to roll in the industry anymore. The moment Jason said that, Barty viciously kicked him to the ground. "Shit, you idiot. Motherfasters cur, do you have shit as your brains?" Jason was booted until his bones almost cracked. At the same time, he was finally clear-headed. He could barely save his own life. Who cared about the rules of this stupid industry? Ning Xi waved indifferently and smiled. "Enough. He doesn't need to say it, but I probably know who." With Master Han Xiao keeping watch by her side, no one would be so stupid to still dare come for her. These little fishes and shrimp might just be commoners who were not in the circle. Lorraine Fashion Week had just ended not too long ago when she was attacked. Furthermore, she connected it to the incident in the Thunderbolt filming crew when the fake gun was swapped for a real one. Ning Xi probed, "Let me ask you, did your client once make you kidnap a Chinese student who was studying abroad, then threaten his sister to do things for you?" Seeing that the previous incident had been exposed, Jason's little figure trembled. He was giving everything up. Yes, boss, I don't dare anymore. I'll just send this offer back. I won't be involved with that person anymore." Ning Xi smiled mysteriously to herself. "There's no need for that." Chapter 2066, You do it then. No need? Boss, what do you mean?" Jason asked in a weak tone. "Do you want a chance to redeem yourself?" Jason's eyes brightened. He never thought that he would still have a chance to live after his head was nearly separated from his neck. After that, a certain useless boss apologized and cried to Ning Xi to prove his loyalty. He also promised to listen to whatever she said. Otherwise, she could throw him into the sea. Ning Xi planned to leave after things cleared up, but the sharp-thinking Barty seemed to have observed Ning Xi's group carefully. He noticed that the bored-looking, long-haired man who seemed impatient was the top among the group. Having done his research, he forced several kitchen staff from Kentucky to go over and cook. He even bought several KFC in Los Angeles and gave it to them as a gift until Ning Xi finally agreed to stay. Ning Xi's group all stayed over at Solomon for a night. Master Han Xiao left swiftly after he was done with his meal. Ning Xi also then parted ways with Feng Xiao and Tang Yi. 2 days later, her job at Los Angeles was done, and she went back home. The trip to Los Angeles this time had so many surprises in store for her. At the Ning residence in China, after they returned, Ning Xiaolua made up an excuse and went back to her own house. She could not take Zheng Minjun's sarcasm anymore. She had given Zheng Minjun an invitation card to the Lorraine Fashion Week too, so she was there the whole time when the incident happened. She thought history would be able to shine this time, but who knew that things would have turned out like this? Zheng Minjun felt so embarrassed that she went back alone. Her attitude towards Ning Xiaolua became much worse, and from time to time, Zheng Minjun always compared her to Ning Xi. In addition to history's worsening situation, she was really in a pinch. Ning Xiaolua plunked herself down on the sofa. After a while, she heard footsteps outside the door. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu had returned. Zhuang Lingyu seemed overjoyed to see Ning Xiaolua. Xiaolua is back. She then looked at her and frowned. Have you gotten skinnier? You're pregnant. How could that happen? Ning Xiaolua gazed down with a glum expression. Mother, I'm all right. It's just that the company has been busy lately. Ning Yaohua spoke up. History's matter is not your fault. Don't blame yourself so much. Zhuang Lingyu held Ning Xiaolua's hand and sat down on the sofa. I told you that damn girl just likes to go against us. Now, you should believe me. If she hadn't do it on purpose, why was it that of all designers, she hired that one? And she even humiliated Xiaolua in front of so many people. Ning Yaohua knew that Ning Xi was on good terms with the Zhuang family, and they wanted to take advantage of that. But now they could not say anything about it. Xiaoxi has really crossed the line this time. We're still a family anyhow. Why does she have to make things turn out like this? Moreover, Xiaolua is pregnant. Isn't she afraid it might affect Xiaolua's baby? Zhuang Lingyu then said. That's what she hoped for. Ning Xiaolua put on a miserable expression. Mother, you can't blame sister for this. It's my fault for hiring the wrong person. But, Mother, I feel really bad. History is all I have, but now it's ruined. Chapter 2067, Double Joy. Zhuang Lingyu was in anguish when she saw Ning Xiaolua being so gloomy. It's all right, Xiaolua. Don't be sad anymore. It's just a clothing brand. It's not a big deal even if you lose it. What you should focus on now is to give birth to your child, and everything else can start over again. Ning Yaohua went along. Your mother is right. Nothing is more important than your child. This was her key to stay in the Su family. With the Su family backing her up, it was just a trivial thing for her to start another company in the future. As Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua were comforting their daughter, a strange lady who looked like a nanny carefully carried a bowl of soup out from the kitchen. I see you're back, Madame Zhuang. The tocolysis soup is done. Please drink it while it's still warm. Tocolysis soup? Ning Xiaolua was acting like she endured all the humiliation from Ning Xi out of concern for Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua. But her expression went blank for a second when she heard the nanny. Was she mistaken? Did the nanny say tocolysis soup? For Madame Zhuang? The nanny went ahead and then realized there was someone else besides Zhuang Lingyu. She then exclaimed, This must be your daughter. As expected, she's as lovely as you are, madam. I heard that you're pregnant as well. I've made a little extra. Please have some as well. Ning Xiaolua was stunned. She had no idea what was happening. Mother, this is... Zhuang Lingyu did not expect the nanny to come out suddenly and even meet Ning Xiaolua. She unconsciously touched her stomach and her expression seemed a little awkward as she struggled to speak up. Ning Yaohua seemed stiff as well. He coughed lightly and then said while blushing a little, Xiaolua, this is a nanny we've just hired. She specializes in making food for pregnant ladies. Your mother. She's pregnant. What? Ning Yaohua's words struck her like a thunderbolt. Ning Xiaolua realized that her reaction was a little exaggerated. so she calmed herself down and acted surprised. Father, what did you say? Mother is pregnant. Ning Yaohua held Zhuang Lingyu's hand and said in excitement, Yes. Well, Shuiluo, you know that your mother has been weak, which is why we haven't been able to have other children. It's one of our biggest regrets. Actually, in the past year, we've been trying surrogate pregnancy, but it never worked, and just as we were about to give up, your mother became pregnant herself. Ning Yaohua could not hide his excitement, while Zhuang Lingyu looked really blissful as well. Ning Shuiluo's mind went blank when she heard her father's words. A burning anger took over her heart. Zhuang Lingyu was pregnant. At this very moment, Zhuang Lingyu was pregnant. Ning Yaohua thought Ning Shuiluo was just too surprised, hence he did not notice the evil intent from her. He was very much in his own happy little world. You were busy some time back then, so we didn't really tell you about it. Shuiluo, you really are the lucky star of our family. The Ning family is having double joy. Double joy. What a double joy indeed. Ning Shuiluo's internal organs felt like they were burning to the point that she felt pain on the inside. Chapter 2068. Forcing her onto the path of death. Ning Yaohua had no idea about what Ning Shuiluo was thinking about. Shuiluo, it's been hard for you all these years. You've had to put in so much effort for the company. Your brother will be able to share the burden with you after he grows up and takes over the company. Before this, I was worried that you'd be alone, but now, after your mother and I pass away, you siblings will be able to stay by each other's side. We'll be at ease. Huh, brother. Of course. The two of them must have checked and confirmed that it was a boy, a successor the Ning family has been waiting for. If not, they wouldn't be this ecstatic. Ning Shuiluo was really outraged by Ning Yaohua's words. Wait until her brother grows up and takes over the company? She had spent so much effort to drive Ning Xi away and make herself the only daughter left, getting all the attention and care from them. Now that they had a biological son, did her place in the family still matter? They planned to discard her once they had a son. He actually sugarcoated it by saying that Ning Xi would have someone be by her side in the future, and even to share her burden. They just wanted to chase her away and never considered her at all. Her place in the Su family was already difficult, and now Zhuang Lingyu was pregnant with a boy. The future heir of the Ning family was forcing her onto the path of death. Ning Shuiluo sucked it up and forced a surprised smile. That's great, really great. Congratulations, father and mother. Zhuang Lingyu held Ning Shuiluo's hand. Thank you, Shuiluo. Don't worry. We won't neglect you because of your brother. You'll forever be my treasured daughter. Ning Shuiluo scoffed inside. However, she put on a happy act. Of course, I know, mother. I've always hoped to have a younger brother. He can help both of you out, and even support me in the future. Ning Yaohua's uneasiness disappeared when he heard Ning Shuiluo. That's for sure. Who would your brother support if not you? Zhuang Lingyu was worried that Ning Shuiluo would be displeased, so she was relieved when she saw Ning Shuiluo's attitude at the moment. In a gentle tone, she said, Stay at home for a few days. I'll make some tonic for you. Ning Shuiluo smiled brightly. You too, mother. You have to take care of brother. My baby can become brother's playmate too. Ning Yaohua nodded happily when he saw the loving mother-daughter pair. Shuiluo, I'll be taking extra care of the company. Don't worry about it. Stay at home and rest with your mother. Ning Shuiluo's back straightened up as her fingernails pressed deep into her palms. It had taken her so much effort to chase Ning Xi away, and she even got herself the shares from Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang, finally gaining control of the company. However, now he was trying to take back the power because of an unborn child, trying to pave a path for him in the future already? What? A kind father. Chapter 2069. Blondie is going to kill me. Thank you, father. You're incredibly good to me. If there's a next life, I definitely want to be your daughter again. Ning Shuiluo looked touched, and her expression feigned innocence as if she did not notice anything. In the garden house in Deer Town. Dong, dong, dong. The dawn's peaceful silence was suddenly broken by the clamorous sound of someone knocking on the door. The person outside the door yelled earth-shatteringly at the top of their lungs. Ning Xi. Ning Xi, come out. Don't hide inside and not make a sound. I know you're at home. Quickly roll right out. When Ning Xi, who was being chummy with Lu Tingxiao in the garden, heard this voice, she instantly spat her tea out and carefully leaned on Lu Tingxiao's shoulder to peer. It's over. I'm exposed. Blondie is probably going to kill me this time. Tingxiao looked outside the yard door. What did you do? Oh, well, Ning Xi forced a smile. Ning Xiaoxi, if you can betray me, then you can open this door. Open it. Jiang Mai was still calling from the outside. Ning Xi cleared her throat and explained, Actually, I didn't do anything. Well, do you still remember Orlando? When he heard this name, Tingxiao's eyes instantly narrowed. I do. Obviously, he did. How could he not remember someone who once coveted for his wife? He had kept some records in his heart. Clearly, this little notebook of records was very thick, thanks to Big Boss Lu's extraordinary memory that could remember everything. Isn't Thunderbolt's Secret Service Squad going to be in theaters soon? This time, when I went to Lorraine, I inevitably bumped into Orlando when working, and that playboy was at it again. When I thought about how we still have to work together, after all, I didn't want to make our relationship too awkward. Just as I was worried about this, guess what happened after? When Ning Xi arrived at this point, her eyes shined like she was keeping him in suspense. What? Tingxiao's fingers stroked the girl's fine hair. His gaze was focused on watching the girl's animated expressions. Ning Xi said excitedly. Then, Orlando came to the filming location of Assassin to look for me, and bumped into Jiang Mai. He bumped into Jiang Mai in a female disguise. Ning Xi had especially emphasized the last sentence. Tingxiao raised his brows. Was it love at first sight? Ning Xi slapped her thigh. Darling, you're so smart. Tingxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This progress was indeed hard to imagine. Darling, you don't know it. After Orlando saw Jiang Mai in a female outfit, he said that he had fallen into the river of love. Then he begged me to help him connect them, and even said that he'd definitely invite me when they get married in the future. He said it so sincerely. Obviously, I had to agree to him. Tingxiao was speechless. Ning Xi was delighted. When her fair chin was suddenly gripped lightly by a slightly calloused hand, followed by a deep, sentimental kiss. Suddenly being kissed by the devil, Ning Xi widened her eyes and blinked. She was startled. Why did he suddenly kiss her? However, it did not matter. Ning Xi was only momentarily stunned before she returned the kiss. Moments later, Tingxiao was short of breath as he mumbled against the girl's lips, reward. Ning Xi took 3 seconds before she realized what Tingxiao meant. Was Darling commending her for obediently getting rid of his love rivals? She really admired her own comprehension skills. At this moment, outside the yard entrance, a certain bachelor was still miserably barking. Ning Xiaoxi, you choose your lover over humanity. Our friendship has reached the end. Ning Xi softly muttered. We can't be buddies anyway, but I can still be his aunt. Chapter 2070, Love Rival 2 Abnormal. At last, a certain blondie who acted like he had rabies still rushed in. Ning Xiaoxi, if you dare, don't hide behind my uncle. Ning Xi pouted. Do you think I'm stupid enough not to hide? Then, she started to pry. Hey, Jiang Mai, what did Orlando do to you to make you this angry? Jiang Mai clutched his chest and almost puked blood. I'm clearly pissed off by you. Ning Xi weakly grumbled. Please, you're a grown-ass man. What do you have to be afraid of? Can he eat you? The meeting of the two trash must have a victor. I think that based on your skill, you can definitely wipe him out. Jiang Mai fumed with rage between gritting his teeth. Bloody hell, I'll have to thank you for having such confidence in me. Plus, Orlando's far away in America anyway. Ning Xi attempted a final struggle. My ass. The day after tomorrow, Thunderbolt's Secret Service Squad will be in theaters. That guy will be in the country for this period of time. Jiang Mai looked like he was about to break down. Ning Xi instantly realized something. She patted her chest and lamented as if she had received a new lease on life. Right? Oh my, thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Jiang Mai had helped her evade this calamity. Ning Xiaoxi. Jiang Mai was beginning to explode again. This bastard had indeed intentionally made him her shield. Ning Xi was yelled at until her hair was about to be blown away. Right at this moment, Tingxiao hugged his wife and said to Jiang Mai, your mother called me earlier. The instant Tingxiao told him that, Jiang Mai became defensive. What? My mother? What did my mother say to you? Every time his mother looked for Tingxiao, it would not be a good thing. Indeed, Jiang Mai was just pondering about that when Tingxiao said, to discuss with me about your marriage matters. What the heck? Jiang Mai instantly cursed under his breath. Could his own mother not calm down? He clearly knew that he was most afraid of his uncle Lu Tingxiao, so every time, she would use Lu Tingxiao to control him and force him to get married. I helped you reject it. Now that you're busy with your career, you don't have to rush to get married. Jiang Mai initially looked ashen, but when he suddenly heard this, he felt like he was illuminated by Buddha. He was so moved that he almost teared up. Right. Uncle, you're so right. One must know that no matter who it was, saying 800 of the same thing to his mother would not be as useful as a single word from Lu Tingxiao. With Lu Tingxiao's words of wisdom, he would not be forced into marriage for at least the next year. Jiang Mai carefully considered this deal. He felt like he had not lost out in the deal. Forget it. This time, I'll just be loyal as a friend and help you block him. Bloody hell. Back then, he had also been a well-known figure among the playboys. He had seen all sorts of girls without getting entangled with them. He could definitely handle that Orlando. Oh, darling, you're so amazing. Jiang Mai felt better when he saw a certain someone already hugging her darling and kissing him. Please, I am the one being sacrificed, and you're the one helping to sacrifice me too. Bloody hell, forget it. How sad. Jiang Mai looked at these two old ones displaying their affection before him, and he was so angry that he ground his teeth. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Jiang Mai's expression suddenly turned blank. He was not sure when it had begun. When he saw the two of them together, he already stopped feeling so bitter and distressed. He just felt like he was seeing them as friends and even relatives. Lu Tingxiao's eyes were too sharp too. He had probably long seen that he had given up on her, which was why he had so kindly helped him reject the marriage setups. Great. His love rival was abnormal. Heck, the person he liked was even more abnormal. He really could not lose with a temper. Chapter 2071, an accident happened. 2 days after, Thunderbolt's Secret Service Squad was released in theaters worldwide. It was just the first day when all the film enthusiasts who had finished watching the entire movie were shocked. What 7 seconds? What irrelevant character? What cameo? Ning Xi had acted a total of 15 minutes in the movie. In fact, her character was extremely outstanding. There was even an ambiguous romance plot with Orlando and a foreshadowing of her at the end of the movie. There could very possibly a sequel when Ning Xi would be revived and joined the filming. All of a sudden, all the fan groups were abuzz and Ning Xi's fans were elated. Bro, she's red Chi-Pao in the movie was so pretty. Duh. Even I as a woman watched it until I wanted to lick the screen. Especially Bro Shi's scene with Orlando, which was so full of love. I'm so excited for the sequel. Tomorrow I want to go watch it for the second time. This time, who dares to say that my Bro Shi's assassin was gotten through connections and dirty tricks? I will slap them to the wall and stick them there until they can't be pulled out. Bro Shi already entered Hollywood since a year ago. Her real abilities and foundation are all right here. And Ning Xiuelua's moronic fans who still haven't given up were previously saying that Bro Shi stole Ning Xiuelua's role in Thunderbolt's Secret Service Squad. Please, back then when Ning Xiuelua hadn't quit the industry, she only got a 7-second storyline. When it reached our Bro Shi's hands, Bro Shi immediately became an important character. This was how huge the gap was. Inside the dim room, Ning Xiuelua's face reflected the cold light of her laptop screen. The internet was currently covered with news about the release of Thunderbolt's Secret Service Squad. It was nothing but flattery all around for Ning Xi. It was hers. Thunderbolt's Secret Service Squad should have been hers. Everything Ning Xi had today should have been hers. All those eyes on her, all the applause, those flattering words. Su Yan, the Ning family. But soon, very soon, it would all end. Ning Xiuelua took the blood-red wine glass in her hand and downed it. Ning Xi, enjoy everything that you have right now. I've said it before. The higher you stand, the uglier your fall will be. In a certain luxury shopping mall in Imperial, Zhuang Lingyu had just finished browsing the baby shops and had a fruitful trip. She even wanted to continue. Although the two maids and the chauffeur beside her all had an assortment of bags in their hands. Madam, we've been out for a long time today. Let's go home. Otherwise, Master will be worried. One of the maids quickly advised. It's only been an hour. Don't listen to him, always making a fuss about nothing, said Zhuang Lingyu with a dampened spirit. The maid smiled. Master's just worried about you because he cares about you. After all, madam, your child didn't come along easily. When the child was mentioned, Zhuang Lingyu touched her underbelly by reflex, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She was eager to excel. She had never said in front of anyone and had always treated Ning Xi like her biological daughter. Yet the fact that her flesh and blood was so unbearable had been something that she could not get over. Ning Xi was the largest stain in her life. No matter how she tried to sever ties, she could not change the fact that in her blood flowed in her veins. She urgently wanted to prove that the dirty stain had nothing to do with her, so she had given all of her care towards Ning Xi. She was obviously quite satisfied with Ning Xi, but if only she could get pregnant with another child, to have her own flesh and blood that would enable her to start over again, she would naturally be happy. Let's go. Zhuang Lingyu was in a chipper mood, so she did not fuss over the minor matter and just answered them matter-of-factly. The few of them felt relieved. They quickly guarded Zhuang Lingyu and walked towards the car park. Just as they were helping Zhuang Lingyu into a car, an accident happened. Chapter 2072, Chaos. Just as they were helping Zhuang Lingyu into a car, an accident happened. A roaring black motorbike rushed right towards their direction from afar. "Madam, be careful." The chauffeur protected Zhuang Lingyu by dragging her aside. Just as they were about to feel relieved, the bike changed directions and then went towards them again. More specifically, the bike went straight towards Zhuang Lingyu. It was too fast, so Zhuang Lingyu could not avoid it this time. When the maids and the chauffeur realized what happened, Zhuang Lingyu was already knocked down. She fell unconscious as she lay in her own blood. The bike had already left before anyone could take a good look at it. Murder! Murder! It's a murder! Madam! The two maids screamed, and the chauffeur was stunned. He ran over quickly after a while. "Madam, make a call. Call President Ning and Ms. Ning. Hurry!" The bystanders were shocked as well. They surrounded them and were discussing the accident. Things became messy. "What happened? Seems like she got hit by a bike. I heard that there are some cases of bike robberies reported lately, but I've not heard of it causing deaths. It looks like she's pregnant. The child is probably done for. The accident was really violent. Even the adult might be dead, what more the child?" In the VIP room of the hospital, the middle-aged woman on the bed was wilting, her face pale white. Zhuang Lingyu opened her eyes, and she felt her body collapsing. Her torso was throbbing with pain signals constantly. She took a quick glance around the room. Ning Yaohua, Ning Xi, Su Yin, Zheng Minjun, Su Hongguang, as well as the two maids and the chauffeur who had been with her just now were present in the room. The atmosphere in the room was oddly stifling. Ning Xi was sobbing, and Ning Yaohua's expression looked terrible. The three people from the Su family seemed indifferent while the two maids and the chauffeur looked pale and were shivering. What happened to me?" Zhuang Lingyu asked. She remembered what happened the moment she asked about it. She had just finished shopping and was about to go home, but she was suddenly hit by a bike and lost consciousness. Zhuang Lingyu was in fear when she saw everyone's expressions and noticed that she was in the hospital. She quickly put her hand on her stomach. "The child? How's my child? Is the child all right?" Ning Xi could not take it anymore. She cried right before Zhuang Lingyu's bed. "Mother, don't be too sad. It's all right if the child is gone as long as you're fine." "The child is gone." These 4 words were like a lightning bolt that struck her. Zhuang Lingyu almost fainted. "Shualua, what did you say just now? What did you say?" "The child is gone." "How can the child be gone?" "Ning." Yaohua's eyes were red and his body was shaking. Apparently, he was furious. He turned around and kicked the chauffeur. "Bastard! How are you guys taking care of Madam? How could she get hit by a bike while shopping?" Gone. His son was gone. The son he had been looking forward to, his successor, was gone just like that. Chapter 2073, Everything was done for. His biggest regret in his life was not having a son. Then he finally had one. And it was even Zhuang Lingyu who had gotten pregnant. Once the child was born, he would become the legitimate successor. The shareholders who questioned Ning Xi's identity would have nothing to say this time. And he even planned to use this child to get closer to the Zhuang family. However, now everything was done for. Ning Yaohua almost went berserk when he heard the news. With such a big incident as the madam's child gone, the two maids quivered. They were too scared to say anything. President Ning and Madam had been very concerned about this child. They were going to be dead. The chauffeur's expression was as pale as a sheet. He still had bloodstains on his hands and body. He started mumbling after being kicked by Ning Yaohua. President Ning, I don't know. I really don't know how it turned out like this. We were already preparing to go back home. Then suddenly a bike rushed towards us and hit Madam. Nonsense. There were so many people around. Was the biker blind? Ning Yaohua was enraged. Ning Xi then said angrily, with so many of you around, yet you all couldn't protect Mother. Ning Xi sounded like it was their negligence that had caused this incident, as she blamed it all onto them. The chauffeur quickly denied. It's not like that. It's not our problem. It's that biker. He just rushed towards us. I already dragged Madam aside to avoid it, but that person changed directions on purpose and then went straight towards Madam. On purpose? What do you mean? Ning Xi frowned. The two maids calmed down. They then spoke up too. I think that guy did it on purpose. All of us stood nearby each other, and of all people, he rushed towards Madam's direction. The other maid also explained. The person moved too fast for us to react. There wasn't even time for us to shield Madam. That person seemed to aim specifically at Madam's stomach. Ning Xi turned to Ning Yaohua. Could it have been planned? The driver's tone was much more confident now. It must be. If it had been a robbery, then he would have taken bags, but he didn't do anything else. And his initial target was Madam. If not, he wouldn't have changed directions and gone straight for Madam even after I dragged her away. Zhuang Lingyu was crying hysterically. My child. Why? Who? Why do this to me? Who dares to make a move on us Nings? Ning Yaohua roared. Zheng Minjun tried to butt in as she put up an angry front. It even happened under broad daylight. How dare they? Su Yin calmly analyzed. According to their description, it doesn't seem to be just an accident. Su Hongguang looked at Ning Yaohua and asked, Yaohua, did you make enemies with anyone recently? Ning Yaohua gave it some thought, but he rejected it quickly. Impossible. Everything is going smoothly in the company. Even if there were some arguments over the business, with Ning International's current scale and their relationship with the Su family, no one would be bold enough to make a move on people from the Ning family. Chapter 2074, Personal Grudges. Zheng Minjun actually felt relieved deep inside when she saw everyone's expressions of despair and Zhuang Lingyu crying on the bed. Zhuang Lingyu had long been chased out by the Zhuang family, yet she still acted all high and mighty in front of everyone else. Her attitude became even cockier after she got pregnant. Look at her now. Of course, what made her wariest was the child inside Zhuang Lingyu. The biggest reason she agreed to Su Yin and Ning Xuelua's marriage was that Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu only had one daughter. Now that they suddenly had a son, who knew if the two of them would take the shares back from Ning Xuelua in the future? Things might not be so bad when the child was little, but Ning Yaohua would surely intend for his son to take over the company once the child grew up. Then, what about the Su family? Not only did they get a fake daughter, but even their rights to the company were also lost. Was this not a scam? The Ning family had constructed such a grand plan and thought they were idiots. Yet the Su family still had to endure it as long as Ning Xue had the child in her stomach. However, karma played its part. Zhuang Lingyu had probably done too many bad things, and her child was now gone. Of course, Zheng Minjun might think this way, but she could never show it on the surface. She sighed with concern. Lingyu, did you offend anyone lately? Before Zhuang Lingyu could reply, Ning Xuelua answered. Mother has always been kind. Her friends are really nice to her. Recently, she's been staying at home to care for the baby. How could she offend anyone? Even if there are some tiny arguments, it wouldn't reach the point of wanting to kill her. Everyone then remained silent. Ning Xuelua had trails of tears all over her face, as if she was the one who had lost her child. That person purposely harmed the child and mother. Who's so wicked to take a child's life away? Who would do such cruel things to take revenge? Su Hongguang gave it some thought. Then he analyzed. If they did something to you or Xu, it might still be because of a business conflict, but to aim Lingyu, and even her child, it must be out of spite. The possibility of a personal grudge is very high. Suddenly, one of the maids said weakly, Miss, actually, I think I've seen that bike somewhere before. What? Where? Everyone all looked towards the maid. I'm not really sure, I might be wrong. The maid seemed to be afraid to tell. Ning Yaohua yelled at her. It doesn't matter if you're mistaken. Tell us where you've seen it before. The maid then said in her shivering voice. That's not an ordinary bike. It's a heavy bike that's specially tuned for competitions. I've worked at a house near Ms. Ning Xi's place before. I saw people riding similar bikes park outside Ms. Ning Xi's house. One of them looked just like the one that hit Madame. Ning Yaohua's expression darkened. Ning Xi, you said you saw this bike at Ning Xi's place. Chapter 2075 set her mind on. When they heard the name Ning Xi, everyone present had different reactions of their own. Su Yan, who had not said anything throughout, frowned. Can you be sure that it's the same bike? The little maid cowered and shook her head. Because the bike was too fast, I didn't get to have a proper look, so I can't be sure. I'm just saying that I've seen something similar near Ms. Ning Xi's place. Before the few of them could come up with a conclusion, Zhuang Lingyu, who was on the bed, turned blank for a few minutes. Suddenly, she was extremely emotional as she sat up. Ning Xi, it's her. It's that damned brat. It must be her. Apart from her, who else would hate me this much? Hate the child and me this much? When Ning Xi saw that Zhuang Lingyu had already set her mind on Ning Xi and did not care what the others said after the maid had just simply said a few words, the corner of her mouth faintly curled up. She quickly pretended to console. Mother, calm down. It's just the maid's one-sided story. In fact, she said that she's not sure. I think that even though sister has some misunderstanding with us, she wouldn't go to the extent of doing something so terrifying. Since Zhuang Lingyu heard those words from the maid and heard Ning Xi's name, she had already tuned everything else out. Who else could it be if not her? She wouldn't go to that extent. Hasn't she done a lot of those evil and scary things? Shuela, did you forget how she treated you? She ruined your career, your reputation, and your company one step at a time. She pushed you to the edge. It's not enough that she's ruined one of my children, but now she was here to ruin my second child. I've already said that she's intentionally going against me. She just doesn't want me to live a good life. She wants to torment us Ning family, so that we'll never have a day of peace before she's satisfied. Zhuang Lingyu was getting more and more stirred up. Her mournful shouts echoed in the ward. Ning Yaohua's face seemed to tremble, and at this moment, he looked extremely sorrowful too. That brat wouldn't have such guts. Zhuang Lingyu scoffed. She wouldn't? She's very capable now. And she knows so many ruffians from everywhere. Is there anything she wouldn't do? If she didn't have the guts, could Shuelua be treated so unjustly to the point that she's at today? Ning Shuelua pretended that she was not willing to believe it. Her eyes teared up as she shook her head. No, she won't. Sister wouldn't do such a thing. I know sister hates me. I always knew that. But if she hates me, she can just come for me. I'll let her do whatever she wants. But why? Why did she have to put the hate on a mother? Mother, you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you're her biological mother, and the one in you was her biological brother. How could she have done such a thing? Ning Shuelua's words seemed to be defending Ning Xi, yet every word solidified the suspicions in Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua's hearts. Ning Shuelua looked like she was in pain as she blamed herself. She wiped her tears away and stood up. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, sister wouldn't have taken the wrong path. It's all my fault. I want to go look for her and talk it out. When they saw Ning Shuelua emotionally rushing out of the room, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu were worried. This child, why is she so impulsive? She's still pregnant too. Su Yin, quickly get Shuelua back. Ning Yaohua said anxiously. Su Yin nodded before he immediately rushed out of the ward to chase her. Chapter 2076. Go home to be stuffed with displays of affection. When Su Yin ran out to chase her, he was already too late. Ning Shuelua had already gotten into a taxi, and the car made a turn, very quickly disappearing into the flow of traffic. Su Yin cursed under his breath before he quickly drove to catch up. At the Spirit Company building, in the CEO office, Han Momo was looking sullen and was vigorously asking Ning Xi to let her work overtime. Boss, please, arrange for me to work overtime. Saturday, Sunday. Pack every night fully for me. Ning Xi put the documents in her hands down and pinched between her brows. She did not know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at this girl before her. This is the first time I've heard such a fresh and extraordinary request. Han Momo was so anxious that her eyes were already teary. Boss, I'm serious. Okay, tell me, why do you want to work overtime? Han Momo kept it in and did not say anything for a long while, before finally crying out sadly. My parents are abusing me at home every day. Ning Xi was stunned. Abusing you? Han Momo instantly started to pour out all of her grievances. Boss, I'm only 24 years old. I haven't even graduated for more than 2 years from university. I'm so young. They've already started to urge me to go look for a man, disliking the fact that I don't have a boyfriend. But, clearly because they were so strict with me back then, my male classmate had just come to my house to inform me about something, and his leg was almost broken by my father. Now, they start to urge me to get a man. Where do I go looking for that? Worse still, the two of them keep displaying their affection in front of me every day, and then mock me for being single. I can't go on like this. Boss, I'm suffering on the inside. Please let me work overtime. I don't want to go home to be stuffed with displays of affections. Han Momo said all of it at a go without being short of breath. Merely listening to her could make one sad and cry. After Han Momo finished complaining tearfully and saw Ning Xi staring at her with a blank expression, there was a loneliness on her face that she had never seen before. She could not help but worry a little as she scratched her head and asked carefully, Boss, what's wrong? Ning Xi returned to her senses and shook her head. Nothing. Just listening to the little details of Han Momo's interactions with her parents made her suddenly feel a little rueful. At this moment, Han Momo's phone suddenly rang. When Han Momo saw who it was, she looked like she was about to face a battle. She looked at Ning Xi and seemed like she was about to cry. She quickly took her phone aside and started speaking in a low voice. Mother, no, I really need to work overtime. I'm not lying to you. If I lie to you, I'm a dog. I'm not calling you a dog. I'm referring to myself. Okay, since I really need to work overtime anyway. Ning Xi sat behind her desk. She was not worried as quietly watched Han Momo speak on the phone. When she saw the way the girl seemed like she was weeping, she laughed softly and waved at her, telling her to pass the phone to her. Han Momo hesitated for a while before handing the phone over. Hello, Auntie Han, I'm Momo's boss. On the other end of the phone, Mother Han was still nagging her daughter, but she suddenly stopped when she heard Ning Xi's voice. She changed to an extremely friendly tone. Oh, it's Momo's boss. Hello? Is Momo causing trouble for you? Or did she do anything wrong? No, Momo is very hardworking, and she's doing very well too. I'm preparing to promote her, so in this period of time, she might have a little more work, said Ning Xi gently. No worries. Young people should be hustling. The fact that you value her is Momo's honor. That girl is too carefree. Does she always make mistakes? If she does, boss, you don't have to be courteous. Just ruthlessly criticize her. That way, she'll remember. Chapter 2077. Miss you. On the side, Han Momo blushed when she eavesdropped on her mother's words. I didn't, mother. Don't simply say things. Ning Xi laughed lightly without minding at all. Momo is great, and she's beautiful. She's very popular in the office. Really? Mother Han was being humble, but just from her tone, you could tell that she was delighted. Ning Xi and Mother Han chatted for quite a while before she hung up. She even made Mother Han forget the thought about urging her to get a boyfriend. Han Momo shed tears of gratitude, wishing she could devote her life to her. Bro Xi, thank God you're not a man. Otherwise, the young ladies in our office would fight at least once a day. Ning Xi watched the bouncing little girl's figure leaving and laughed as she shook her head. While she had been at the Tang residence, because they valued men over women, she basically had the same existence as someone invisible. The fact that she did not get ditched and managed to survive was already very fortunate. When she returned to the Ning family, she was finally no longer invisible, but she had to live extremely cautiously under harsh and probing gazes. It seemed like she had never experienced how normal people lived like and how to interact with parents. She was in a daze when suddenly, there was a text notification on her phone. Tingxiao, who had just gone abroad to Country F for work that morning, had sent quite a few texts in a row. This morning, the temperatures dipped. I've told Wanwan to send clothes to you. Remember to wear it. Don't start enjoying the cold. I've brewed some bird's nest for you. You just have to put it in and set it to automatically stew. Do remember to eat it. I've taken a look at that script. It suits you very well, so you should take it. Miss me. When she saw the last couple of words, the corners of Ning Xi's mouth could not help but curve up. Please. They just had not seen each other for 5 hours, and he should have just alighted from the plane. Ning Xi sprawled across the table as she smiled and replied with a text. In the first second that you left, I missed you. In the second that you left, I missed you and missed you. In the third second that you left, I missed you, missed you. I've already missed you 18,000 times. In the lobby of Spirit, there was a clamorous noise of discussion. A group of staff looked over when they heard the commotion. Miss Ning, we're sorry. You can't enter without an appointment. Miss Ning, stop trying to charge in. Please don't make things hard for us. Miss Ning, Miss Ning. They saw that the receptionist was blocking a woman who was unexpectedly the boss of history, Ning Xi. What's going on? Why's Ning Xi on our turf? Huh? Is she still thinking of tearing down our store? Doesn't look like it. If she was tearing down our store, why would she come alone? What's she doing again? Whatever it is, it's definitely nothing good. The crowd saw that Ning Xi seemed very emotional. No matter how the receptionist pleaded with her, she would not listen. She just kept repeating, I have an emergency to see Ning Xi about. Please get her to come out to see me. The staff still did not let her in. Ning Xi was already very stirred up and continued to charge in. Sister, don't avoid me. What's between us should have settled already. Back then, no matter what you did to me, I can handle it. But this time, you've gone overboard. If you have any hatred, feel free to come for me. I'll take it all. Why did you have to take it out on Mother? You didn't even let go of an innocent child. There was an overload of information in Ning Xi's words, and all the surrounding stuff were instantly stupefied. What's that Ning Xi saying? Seems like she's saying that our boss did something to her mother? And she even said that boss didn't even let go of a child. It's probably nonsense. Chapter 2078, Acting Skills. The Spirit staff knew that Ning Xi was pregnant and did not dare to touch her, so they just let her barge in. The receptionist was worried and quickly called Ning Xi. CEO Ning, Miss Ning Xi suddenly came over to look for you without an appointment. We tried to stop her, but she seems very agitated. She said some odd stuff, then barged inside when weren't noticing. There was a short silence over the phone. Then Ning Xi's soothing voice came through. What did she say? The receptionist sounded a little hesitant. She said that matters between the both of you should be settled and questioned why you harmed your own mother, and how you even harmed an innocent child. I'm sorry. She's pregnant, so we're worried something might happen and didn't force her out. I understand. Get everyone back to their positions. Got it, CEO Ning. After a small hiccup, the company returned back to normal. Ning Xi hung up the phone in her office. Ning Xi had come to look for her and kicked up such a big fuss. This was not like her at all. Harm mother? An innocent child. She heard the news about Zhuang Lingyu being pregnant, but Ning Xi's words seemed to indicate that the child was gone. There was some noise outside the door. Someone pushed through the door and entered. The few security guards looked troubled as they stood behind Ning Xi. Boss, it's all right. You guys can go back now. Okay. The guards were relieved and then left. Suddenly, the large office room was only left with the two of them. Ning Xi's hair looked messy and her makeup was smudged too. She looked miserable as a whole, and she seemed like she was about to break down any time. She knelt on the floor before Ning Xi. Sister, I beg you, no matter how much you hate me, just come at me. Don't hurt anyone else. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. She felt that the Oscars owed her an award. The way she acted like she was in pain and blamed herself for her mother's loss of her child. No one would doubt her for not being a filial daughter. That's enough. There isn't anyone else in here. You don't have to show me how skilled you are at acting. Ning Xi's expression changed suddenly, and she became oddly calm out of a sudden. She stood up slowly and carefully tidied her messy hair as she smiled. CEO Ning, it's really tough to meet you today. What's the matter, Miss Ning? Her address of Miss Ning sounded extremely sarcastic, and Ning Xi was taken aback. Of course, I'm here to see how great you're doing. Ning Xi's face darkened like an endless abyss. Ning Xi, you must be very happy now, aren't you? You forced me out of the entertainment industry and let everyone know that I'm just a daughter from a rural area. And you even told the whole world about Su Yan's intention to divorce me. And now, you've even destroyed history. My reputation is all gone. I have nothing left. Aren't you happy now? The only thing she had left was her identity as Mrs. Su. If it were not for the child in her womb, the Su family would have abandoned her a long time ago. This witch, she had actually pushed her to such lengths. Chapter 2079, Solid Evidence. Ning Xi acted surprised. Should I be proud that I smashed a tiny bug? You Ning Xi clenched her fists as her body was trembling, but she soon returned to her elegant self as she smiled and said, Ning Xi, I initially wanted to leave a path for you. Outside the door, there were sounds of footsteps. It seemed like Su Yan was there. Ning Xi looked at the glass of water on the coffee table, then she plastered a creepy smile across her face. Without Ning Xi realizing it, there were 3 white pills in Ning Xi's palm. She dropped those pills into the water, and they quickly dissolved. Ning Xi picked the glass of water up. It's all your fault that you want to go down the path of death. Then, you shouldn't blame me. She then chugged the glass of water. The next moment, Ning Xi's expression changed. The glass broke as it dropped onto the floor and caused a loud crash. Blood frothed out from Ning Xi's mouth as she clutched her stomach and started rolling on the floor. Xiaoluo. Su Yan heard the noises from inside the room and barged in. He was horrified to find Ning Xi on the ground with the broken glass beside her and the growing pool of blood on her lower body. Ning Xi was sitting at her table. She did not move an inch during the whole fiasco. Ning Xiaoluo gripped her stomach and stared at the broken glass. This water. Sister Yu. Ning Xi grinned. Before Ning Xiaoluo could say anything, she interrupted her. I know you want to accuse me of poisoning you. Unfortunately, I don't have security cameras in here. If not, you'd have solid proof. However, the glass isn't worth a thing, so you can take it. Ning Xiaoluo froze when she heard Ning Xi's sarcastic words, but then she soon switched into a painful expression. Sister, I came here today to discuss things with you. It doesn't matter what you want to do to me. I just hope that you don't hurt other innocent people. Why? Why are you so stubborn? The one in my womb is Bro Yan's child. The child is innocent. Mother's child is already gone. Is that not enough? What? Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo. Su Yan quickly held up the unconscious Xiaoluo. Then he looked at Ning Xi with a mixed expression before he dashed out. Su Yan held Xiaoluo and ran through the staff area and the lobby, sparking a lot of discussion. In the office, Ning Xi looked at the direction Su Yan left in, contemplating something. In Ning Xi's house. In Deer Town, Ning Xi made 2 phone calls immediately after she reached home. She soon got replies from both sides. The first call was to Shi Xiao, who confirmed that Zhuang Lingyu's child was gone and that it happened after someone hit her on purpose on a motorbike. She would probably be blamed, but they did not have evidence. If not, Zhuang Lingyu would have already sent her to jail and Ning Xi would not have come to the company to put on the act, even getting rid of her own child to frame her as well. Chapter 2080. Come prepared. The second call was an overseas call. As she expected, Jason said that after he failed the last time, Ning Xi never called him again. Otherwise, Solomon would have contacted her if Ning Xi made any move, and lately, there had not been anything going on. Ning Xi sat on the sofa and gave it some thought. Then, she made a third call and asked Tang Lang for a favor. After 10 minutes, Tang Lang replied and told her no one on the streets had picked up the order for Zhuang Lingyu. There was no doubt that Ning Xiaoluo was definitely related to the person who had knocked Zhuang Lingyu down. She could prove Ning Xiaoluo was the mastermind. If she could find this person, then the truth would be made clear. However, this person seemed non-existent. No traces were left. Ning Xiaoluo had not used anyone from Solomon, and she also did not hire an assassin as well. Everyone now knew that Ning Xiaoluo had gone to her office. She had been fine when she came, but her child was gone after she left. Moreover, Su Yan had been at the scene as a witness. No wonder Ning Xiaoluo had made such a big scene and was so high profile about it. What a simple and direct way to frame her. She had come fully prepared so that Ning Xi would not be able to dodge the guilt this time. Ning Xi tapped her fingers on the coffee table gently and weighed the matter. The next day, as if not affected by the incident at all, she invited a famous race driver for a match. In the afternoon, she met director Martin, the scriptwriter, and the special effects artist to discuss the movie sequel. At night, her personal phone rang. It was much sooner than she thought. How exciting. It was her grandfather who called. Hi, grandfather. Xiao Shiyu, well, come to the hospital now. I got it, grandfather. I'll be there soon. With such a big incident, Ning Xiaoluo would, of course, have grandfather back her up. Not only him, but she would also probably have the whole family there as a witness. Ning Xi changed outfits and went to the Imperial First People Hospital alone. As she expected, inside the big VIP room, everyone was there. The Ning family, the Su family, Grandfather. Even Ning Xiaotong had rushed back from overseas. Ning Xiaoluo's face looked pale and in despair as she lay down on the bed. Zhuang Lingyu was sitting in a wheelchair beside the bed with a grievous expression on her face. Ning Yaohua's expression was dismal, and the Su family was just sitting on the sofa on the other side of the room. Everyone seemed very solemn. Besides them, there were also a sizable group of distant relatives comforting Ning Xiaoluo. Don't be so sad, Xiaoluo. The elder will surely be on your side. Xiaoluo, you're the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family after all. The child you carried was part of the Su family, and we Su family aren't ones to be bullied. That's right. We won't let this go if we don't get a satisfactory answer. The elder sat beside the window with his walking staff in his hand, and he looked exhausted. The Ning family had suddenly lost 2 children. The elder must be the one who was impacted the most. It was a serious matter. Obviously, Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Xiaoluo had called everyone in the room to be their witnesses. Ning Xi understood that grandfather could not really stand up for her under these circumstances. Chapter 2081. Kneel to Heaven, Earth and Parents. When Ning Xi appeared at the entrance of the ward, suddenly, everyone turned to her, firmly glaring at her. Xiaoxi, quickly come over. Only Ning Xiaotong looked relaxed and at ease. When she saw Ning Xi, she eagerly greeted her. When she saw Ning Xiaotong, Ning Xi's frown slowly relaxed. First, she called out to her grandfather and greeted him. Then she walked towards Ning Xiaotong. Auntie. Ning Xiaotong carefully looked at her with concern. Moments later, she let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. You've become a little chubby. You finally have some meat on your face. When he saw that Ning Xi had come and unexpectedly started to reminisce with Ning Xiaotong, Ning Yaohua was so angry that his face twisted in fury. Animal, kneel down right now. Noticing Ning Yaohua's resentful gaze as if he was looking at garbage, Ning Xi scoffed indifferently. I will kneel to heaven, kneel to earth, and kneel to my parents. I wonder on what basis are you asking me to kneel down for, Chairman Ning? Ning Yaohua was furious. You inhumane animal. Up until now, you're still trying to be clever. On the side, some of Ning family's relatives looked repulsed as they whispered to each other. Look what this girl is saying. Is this not her father? She dares to say such disgraceful things. Isn't she afraid of getting struck by lightning? Zhuang Lingyu had long wanted to run up and kill her the moment she saw Ning Xi. At this moment, her expression was even fiercer as she screeched, Ning Xi, you cruel animal. You won't even let go of children. Back then, when I gave birth to you, I should have just strangled you then and there. Ning Xiaoluo wept until she was slightly breathless. She seemed absent-minded. It's my fault. All my fault. I shouldn't have clung on to father and mother's warmth. I'll return it to you. I'll return it all to you. Can you give me back my child, please? Return my child to me. Xiaoluo, my unfortunate daughter. It's not your fault. It's mother who didn't protect you well. Back then, I should never have brought this animal back. As they watched the mother and daughter's misery and suffering, everyone around looked at Ning Xi with even more spite. Sinful. Killing 2 children at a go. She's so pretty, but who would have thought she'd be this malicious? Everyone's silence. The elder thumped his staff hard. The clamor in the ward then gradually hushed down. Xiaoxi, tell us what happened. The elder asked in a quiet tone. Ning Yaohua pressed angrily. Father, why are you still asking her this right now? First, she hired the murderer that killed Lingyu's child. Xiaoluo rushed to expose her. Then she flew into a rage and poisoned Xiaoluo's water, wanting to kill Xiaoluo's child too. This animal probably intended to harm Xiaoluo as well. The doctor said that it was an extremely strong medication to induce abortion. She even put 3 times the dosage, but Xiaoluo survived because she was lucky. She's practically inhumane. With every word that Ning Yaohua uttered, all the ruthless pairs of eyes fell on Ning Xi. Seeing Ning Xi being condemned and attacked by everyone, Ning Xiaoluo leaned weakly in Su Yan's embrace. The corners of her mouth strangely curled up. Her eyes fearlessly challenged Ning Xi to provoke her, and inside her heart, she sneered madly. Ning Xi, defend yourself. Explain. This will be your final struggle. Chapter 2082. Admit. Say that I put those pills in myself. Say that I want to harm my own child. Say it. Then look around this room to see who will believe you. Who would believe that I would swallow those pills and kill my own child? On the side, Ning Xiaotong frowned. She was about to say something, but Ning Xi stopped her. Ning Xi's gaze swept across everyone with ease as the edges of her mouth curled up, outlining a cold smile. So what if it was me? Forget about the child. Even if I wanted to poison her to death as well, what can you guys do to me? The instant Ning Xi said that, everyone in the room's expression changed. Su Yan, who had been having mixed feelings, suddenly looked startled as he was in disbelief. Xiao Shiyu, it was really you who did it all. Even though the truth was right before him, after listening to Ning Xi admitted herself, he still could not accept it. Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua were like savages who just saw fresh blood spilled. They wanted to rip her apart. You animal. Animal. What sin did our Ning family do to create such an evil, shameful thing? You won't even let go of your own brother. Oh my God. She actually dared to admit it. Otherwise, there's solid evidence. She can't run away. She doesn't even look remorseful after doing such a thing. She's even so arrogant. She's too much. At this moment, not only Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua, but Zheng Minjun and Su Hongguang seemed aghast too. Zheng Minjun rushed out to start scolding. You cruel woman. Even if you like our Su Yan that much and want to enter the Su family, you can't kill Su Yan's child. This is Su Yan's flesh and blood. Now, you're just taking it out on the child. If, in the future, you really became part of the Su family, if anything doesn't suit your taste even a little, are you going to harm me too? Su Hongguang did not expect that. As the heir of the Zhuang family, Ning Xi's morale would stoop to this poor extent. This was not a small matter of jealousy. This was murder. After she killed someone, she could still appear so remorseless and at ease. How terrifying was this woman? Zhuang Lingyu gripped her chest that began to ache from rage. You're worse than a beast. You're despicable and lowly. You're not even a millionth of Shu Law, yet you're still deluded about marrying into the Su family. You're deluded about stealing Shu Elua's husband. Look at yourself. Do you think you're even qualified in the least? Su Hongguang's expression was solemn as he said, I'm sorry, Yaohua. Even though Ning Xi is your daughter, she has implicated a human life. I'm afraid we can't just let things go so easily. Zheng Minjun immediately shouted emotionally, she killed my grandchild. Of course, we have to report her to the police. When Ning Xi heard this, she raised her brows slightly. Oh, report me to the police? Upon seeing Ning Xi's fearless attitude, Ning Yaohua became madder. Animal, I don't care who you have backing you or who's supporting you. If this matter isn't resolved, don't think about going anywhere. Initially, he had still been a little wary of the Zhuang family, but when he thought about the Zhuang family's strict ways, if they knew what Ning Xi had done, they would be the first ones to not spare her. Zhuang Lingyu sneered. You look so sure about being backed up. You're probably relying on a gold mine that you have. For Zhuang Lingyu to say so as her mother, everyone else in the house judged Ning Xi with an even stranger expression. There were already rumors that she was taken in as a mistress. It turns out that it's real. Someone like this actually thought of marrying our Su Yan. What a joke. Now, all the little celebrities really aren't self-aware at all. All of them just want personal gain and they rack their brains, thinking about marrying into a rich family. They'll dare to use all sorts of tricks, but they won't consider what trash they are. Chapter 2083, Not Interested in Remarrying. As he listened to the surrounding Su family's relatives mocking and ridicule Ning Xi, Ning Yaohua's face turned ashen. He only hoped that this dirty stain would immediately vanish from this world forever. Initially, he had still been a little hesitant. He thought that they should not air their dirty laundry. If word ever got out, it would still be him who would be humiliated. But, at this moment, he was already determined to send Ning Xi to jail. He wanted to completely eradicate this evil creature from everyone's line of sight. Otherwise, in the future, he would not know how many more embarrassing things would arise. When Zheng Minjun saw that Ning Xi was definitely done for this time, fueled by the anger from her grandchild being killed, she ripped her apart on the spot. Ning Xi, don't have an ounce of wishful thinking. For a woman like you, as long as I'm around, you don't have to think about marrying Su Yan in this lifetime. When she heard those words, Ning Xiaotong was about to explode in anger. If Ning Xi had not held her down, she would have walked off in a rage. She knew that Su Yan was Ning Xi's greatest wound. Originally, she was worried about Ning Xi, yet she saw that Ning Xi was not angry and was smiling instead. She was gazing down as the corners of her lips curled up. That smile complemented the girl's extraordinarily quiet and elegant face, making her look extremely breathtaking. Ning Xi looked down and laughed softly. Then she looked up at Zheng Minjun. I'm sorry. I have high standards. I'm afraid your son doesn't make it into my line of sight. Besides, I've already gotten married 2 years ago, and I'm not interested in remarrying, Madam Su. You're overthinking. You really have the chit to talk big. Zheng Minjun's temper flared on the spot. This which was actually boasting of her high standards and saying that she did not fancy their Su Yan. The second she finished, the second half of Ning Xi's sentence suddenly sunk in, and she was stunned. What did you say? You're married. The instant Ning Xi spoke up, Su Yan's expression abruptly changed too. Ning Xi was already married? In fact, she had already been married 2 years ago. Su Yan did not care to think twice. He just blurted out, Xiaoxi, what do you mean? You're married? How could this be? Ning Xi shrugged indifferently at Su Yan. What's wrong? Do I need to report my getting married to you? Everyone else in the room seemed to not have expected this too. They all exchanged glances in shock as they buzzed. No way. Ning Xi's already married? I've never heard of that. You don't say? The people in the entertainment industry need to keep things like this a secret. Once they're married, they're worth nothing. Besides, who knows which old fellow she's married to? Would she want to announce that? This girl is so fearless. Could her brazenness be because of that husband of hers? She's just a small actress. Besides, she wasn't that popular 2 years ago. What good family could she marry into? It's most likely just a newly made rich guy. When Ning Xulao heard that Ning Xi was already married, she was clearly startled too. However, she very quickly returned to ridiculing her internally. She's just a worn-out good that's been married before. She can forget about fighting for Su Yan with me. Ning Yaohua looked at her despicably with disdain. Ning Xi, I'm telling you, I don't care what trash you're married to or what backing you have. Even if God himself came today, it would be useless. Right at this moment, there was the sound of steady footsteps coming closer from afar. Almost the instant Ning Yaohua finished with his roar, the ward door was pushed open by long, slender fingers. The person who entered had a tall figure and an icy face. The air around him was extremely cold, as if he had swept a world of ice and snow along with him. His cold, pit-like eyes with a chilly gaze skimmed everyone in the ward. His low and raspy, frosty voice rang in everyone's ears. Is that so? Chapter 2084. H holding hands? The man wore a gray slim-fit suit. His collar revealed his inner white shirt, and the shiny, black buttons on the sleeves gave off a cold light. The VIP room was spacious enough to gather all the relatives and friends around. But as the man entered the room seemed to become so small and crowded as though it was not enough to contain the aura he gave off. Ning Yaohua's arrogant expression was petrified as if he could not believe his own eyes. Lu. He was so shocked that he could not say the next word after Lu. The relatives from the 2 families who had mocked Ning Xi just now were now silent. They could not believe that the person who only existed in legends and casual chats, who was so high and mighty that even prestigious families like them might never meet him even once in their life, had just appeared before their eyes. They did not even recall how he looked like some years ago until recently. About 2 years ago, Tingxiao started appearing in public. His picture was framed up in the room of many girls in Imperial. With the title of National Husband, his popularity was even higher than some of the male celebrities in the country. The man's actual face was much better looking than those blurry photos and videos, especially the aura he gave off, which was breathtakingly impactful. He had a black windbreaker on top of his suit, and an aloof assistant was behind him, while 2 fully armed bodyguards were right outside the room. A strong killing intent was in the air. Gee gosh. It's Lu Tingxiao. I'm not dreaming. After some time, someone came back to their senses. The others reacted as well. Someone pinched me. Oh, so handsome. He's much better looking than in the pictures. I'm going crazy. What's happening? Why is Lu Tingxiao here? Not just these people. Ning Xi was pretty surprised herself. She never expected Lu Tingxiao to appear here, moreover, in such a high-profile manner. Aren't you coming back the day after tomorrow? Ning Xi asked. Lu Tingxiao's frigid eyes melted like snow in the spring when he looked at Ning Xi. He did not reply, instead, just frowning at the girl. He took off his windbreaker and went up to her. He touched the girl's hands, then spread the windbreaker over her shoulders. He sounded grumpy. Didn't I say that the temperature's been getting lower recently? Ning Xi glanced at the long woolen dress she had on. I've put on a lot of layers already. Tingxiao squeezed the girl's hands. Your hands are cold. Ning Xi was speechless. This was probably a new type of cold. Her darling thinks she's cold. Everyone else in the room was stunned. They held hands. Tingxiao had even taken his windbreaker off and put it on Ning Xi. The sweetness and intimacy between their exchanges of words were enough to melt anyone. Tingxiao and Ning Xi? This was crazy. What was happening? What happened next would astound them even more. Chapter 2085. High up in the sky. Tingxiao held Ning Xi's hand, ignoring everyone's gazes as he walked through a path opened up by the crowd. He went straight to the elder. He then called, Grandfather. Grandfather. What did Tingxiao just call the elder? The elder was really thrilled to see his grandson-in-law. You're back. Come and sit down. Ning Yaohua could not hold it in anymore. He rushed up to Ning Xiyuan. Father, what is this? You know Mr. Lu? The elder peered at his son and the relatives around unhappily. What are you guys being so shocked about? Can't I know my own grandson-in-law? Grandson-in-law? Everyone was stunned. Xiaoxi did actually get married to Tingxiao 2 years ago. How is that possible? Ning Yaohua was floored. When Xiaoxi had just returned to the country, the two of them were already together. Naturally, they got married, but due to Xiaoxi's career, they didn't announce it to the public, the elder said matter-of-factly. But, Father, how could you not tell me of such a huge thing? Ning Yaohua almost broke down. Why should I tell you? The elder retorted back, and Ning Yaohua felt like he wanted to die. As they heard Ning Xiyuan and Ning Yaohua's conversation, everyone in the room were astounded. Oh my God. Ning Xi's husband is Tingxiao. Seriously, Tingxiao called the elder his grandfather. It can't be fake. So, the rumored girlfriend of Tingxiao is Ning Xi. They stared at each other. Then the relatives of the Ning family looked at the Su family oddly. Ning Xi had gotten married to the Lu family long ago, so how could she be into Su Yin? Suddenly, a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed man came in grinning. He said casually, Well, my sister-in-law said so. She has high standards. This person was Tingxiao's brother, Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli had always been high profile, and since he had been working in the entertainment industry before, almost everyone knew how he looked like. Everyone's expressions darkened when they heard Lu Jingli's words. Please, this was not just high standard. This was high up in the sky. They thought that Ning Xi had just been trying to brag, but actually, she was already being humble. The relatives from the Su family looked horrified as they had mocked Ning Xi for using all sorts of methods to try to get into the Su family, especially Zheng Minjun. Her face reddened as if she had just been slapped hard, and she could not say anything at the moment. Lu Jingli's smile was like a blooming flower. He went up to greet the elder. Then he went beside Ning Xiaotong and said, You must be the beautiful aunt my sister-in-law mentioned. Hello, auntie, I'm Lu Jingli. Ning Xiaotong was flattered. Hello. Thank you for looking after Xiaoxi. She knew a little about Xiaoxi's matters and had reminded her many times to be careful, but she never expected Xiaoxi's husband to be Tingxiao. Chapter 2086. Not worthy. In the corner, Su Yin just gawked on blankly at what had just happened. From the moment Tingxiao went up to Ning Xi and held her hands, his mind went blank. He stared at the pair of lovebirds, having lost the ability to think. As for Ning Xiaohua, who lay on the bed, she remained silent the whole time. She looked at Tingxiao and Ning Xi holding hands. Then she noticed the ring around Ning Xi's neck which she had not noticed before. She saw how Tingxiao was greeting the elder politely, and how Lu Jingli was striking a conversation with Ning Xiaotong. The poison known as jealousy had now spread through her whole body and corroded all her internal organs. How is that possible? How is that possible? The person Ning Xi is married to is Tingxiao. Tingxiao. Second master, I'm Ning Yaohua, Xiaoxi's father. We've met each other before. The last time, you came to pick Xiaoxi up. Ning Yaohua quickly grabbed this chance as he thought that Lu Jingli was easier to speak to. Damn it. No wonder Lu Jingli came to pick Ning Xi up personally during the dinner last time. He thought that Ning Xi had something with Lu Jingli, but he never expected it not to be Lu Jingli. but Lu Tingxiao instead. He was so penitent that he almost wanted to smash his head into a wall. Ning Xiaodong looked at Ning Yaohua as she laughed coldly. You always think that your treasured fake daughter got married into a good family, and have always boasted about I. Are you regretting now that Xiaoxi got married into an even better family? Ning Yaohua calmed himself down. What is there to regret about? Xiaoxi got into a good family, so I'm happy for her as well. Ning Xiaodong chortled out loud. I wonder who insisted on calling the police just now, and even said that no one would affect his decision. Zhuang Lingyu could not hold it in anymore. She did something so wicked. Are we really at fault here? She then looked at Lu Tingxiao. CEO Lu, no matter how powerful your family is, you can't just ignore the law. It remains a fact that Ning Xi took 2 lives. Suddenly, Ning Xiula clenched her stomach and groaned. Everyone shifted their attention back to Ning Xiula and surrounded her. What's wrong, Xiula? My stomach. It hurts. Ning Xiula appeared pale and exhausted, just like a wilting flower, gaining sympathy from everyone. The poison is too strong. The doctor mentioned it'll be painful. Hold on. How miserable. The crowd's gaze towards Ning Xi changed slowly when they saw Ning Xiuelua's condition. Ning Xi was having such a good life, yet she had made Ning Xiuelua suffer, and now she even started bullying her just because she married Lu Tingxiao. This was too much. Zhuang Lingyu went beside the bed, full of worry and pain. Zheng Minjun then said, CEO Lu, I'm afraid that you don't know it yet. This woman is really wicked. She harmed the child of her own mother and even poisoned the offspring of our Su family, all just because of a tiny conflict. She's not worthy of marrying into the Lu family. What a humiliation. Ning Xiuelua's face was filled with despair, yet in the dark, she was staring at Ning Xi's direction with the evil eye. Great. Just great. Ning Xi, I will make you lose everything. I will have you taste the feeling of falling into the pits of hell from the peaks of heaven. Lu Tingxiao did not even look at the people around him. He just focused on his wife. That's right, it's not worthy. Zheng Minjun thought Lu Tingxiao was going to consider her words, but in the next moment, Lu Tingxiao continued, the Lu family and I aren't worthy of Xiaoxi. Everyone was speechless. Lu Jingli knew this would happen. Chapter 2087. Like something so exciting. When she saw Lu Tingxiao's attitude, Ning Xiuelua's expression changed abruptly. Her fists balled in an iron grip. In the next second, when she looked up, she already had an expression of extreme sorrow on her face. CEO Lu, I understand that based on your relationship with sister, you'll naturally be biased towards her. But I really hope that you can take a clearer look at the people beside you. Maybe she's not even who you think she is. It was I who wronged sister first. No matter what sister does to me, I can take it, but what about mother? What did mother do wrong? I definitely won't allow anyone to harm my family, even if it's sister. CEO Lu, if you don't trust us, you can ask the police to investigate. When you find out the truth, I believe you'll definitely have a fair judgment. Ning Xi, your hands are stained with the blood of 2 lives. I would like to see whether you can stay secure in your position as the head lady. Ning Xiuelua's words made everyone nod in agreement. At the same time, they lamented Ning Xiuelua's filial piety. Lu Jingli stroked his chin, and he clicked his tongue in disgust. His view of the world had broadened. He had never seen someone this shameless. No wonder she could coax the 2 fools of the Ning family despite having no blood relations. Someone so lowly was unrivaled. In fact, with sister-in-law's drama this time, it was a little tricky. Ning Xi looked up and exchanged looks with the man beside her. Next up is my battle. Just one look and the man understood what she meant, so he nodded slightly. Facing everyone's gazes ready to punish her, Ning Xi acted like she was in her own garden. She seemed calm and at ease as her glittering eyes looked towards Ning Xua on the sick bed, who was demanding justice for her mother with righteous indignation. She said unhurriedly, "What a coincidence. I have some things here that I also wanted to let the police have a look at." When she heard Ning Xi, Ning Xiuelua's eyes squinted slightly. However, she very quickly returned to feeling secure in her demands. Sister, you can just be frank. I think everyone would like to hear your explanation too. What explanation? No matter what she came up with in this situation, it would only make things worse. I just found something interesting. Ning Xi faintly smiled and revealed a surprised expression. I never thought that Ms. Ning, who's always such a proper lady, would like something so exciting like riding a motorbike. When Ning Xi heard that, her gaze tensed up. Ning Xi continued, "Not too long ago, I got to know a well-known retired racer. I was chatting with him when I unintentionally heard him mention that Ms. Ning had actually learned to ride motorbikes for quite a long time." Ning Xi reacted as if something sad had been brought up. She looked heartbroken as she caressed her flat underbelly. For pregnant people, no matter our tastes of hobbies, there will be some very weird changes that even we don't understand ourselves. I was bored at home all day then. Suddenly, I saw it on television and thought that riding a motorbike looked quite cool, so I just casually wanted to learn about it. I wonder why you'd suddenly bring this up. Ning Xi only smiled slightly. Is that so? The surrounding ladies who were married before all indicated that they agreed and nodded at Ning Xi's words. At the same time, they did not understand why Ning Xi would suddenly change the topic to something completely unrelated. Zhuang Lingyu looked at the way her daughter was so melancholic and instantly frowned. She shot Ning Xi a glare. "Ning Xi, don't change the topic here and stall for time." Chapter 2088. This was impossible. Ning Xi lightly touched her phone. "I was just a little curious. I didn't expect that pregnant people would have such weird interests. Put aside the fact that someone so gentle and ladylike like Ms. Ning would suddenly be interested in motorbikes. While being pregnant, you still wandered outside the city alone late at night on the bike." Ning Xi's calm expression finally showed a crack. Her face twitched intensely, but it was just a heartbeat before she returned to her flawlessly sad and grieving expression. "Sister, I don't know what you're talking about. I was just curious, so I learned more about it from a professional just for the fun of it. How could I have gone to ride it myself and even go out in the middle of the night?" Ning Xiluo sneered in her heart. "Huh, Ning Xi want to trap me? You think I'm that dumb?" When Zhuang Lingyu saw that Ning Xi was getting more nonsensical, she looked even more upset. "Ning Xi, what are you trying to say with all this absurdity? Even if Xiluo rode a motorbike late at night, what's that got to do with you?" Ning Xi shrugged. Then she said carelessly, "Of course, it's got nothing to do with me. After all, who she hit was not my child." The instant Ning Xi said that, the whispers in the room suddenly fell to a dead silence, and Zhuang Lingyu's expression froze too. "Darling, please turn off the lights for me." Lu Tingxiao's long hand stretched out, and then the room was instantly pitch black. In the next second, Ning Xi lightly tapped on the phone in her hands, and a video was projected on the wide, white wall behind everyone. There was no audio from the video. It was probably at night, so the lighting was very fuzzy. The video was static for 3 seconds, then a black motorbike appeared in the projection. The instant she saw that motorbike, Zhuang Lingyu's pupils abruptly shrunk. "That bike. It's the one that hit me. It's the one that hit me." Even though the entire accident had happened in a split second, she would definitely not forget how that bike looked like. When they heard Zhuang Lingyu's words, there was a commotion. Suddenly, everyone fixed their gazes on the wall. The scene seemed to show an uninhabited junkyard for cars. The owner of the bike first got down and then took off all the clothes she wore, even her gloves and helmet. Then, she kicked the motorbike down and threw a lighter towards it. Bam! Everything vanished into the flames. At the same time, the rising flames all at once illuminated the face of the bike's owner. That was not a man, but a delicate-looking woman. That was Ning Xiluo. The instant they had a clear look of the face, everyone in the ward was stunned. Everyone stared in disbelief towards Ning Xiluo, who was on the sick bed. Zhuang Lingyu's mouth was even wide open as she stared at the screen. She did not return to her senses for a long while. What is this? How could this person be Xiluo? But that face is Ning Xiluo. Earlier, when the fire was burning, you could see it clearly. After she took off her clothes outside, you could even tell from her belly. Impossible. Impossible. This is impossible. The instant the projection on the wall lit up with this familiar scene, Ning Xiluo's expression had already changed. Within just a few short seconds of the video, she felt as if she had walked through hell. When her face was illuminated by the flames and appeared before everyone, she felt her soul leave her. Chapter 2089. Where did she go wrong? As if there was a ball of fire burning in Ning Xiluo's breath, she quickly said in a hoarse voice, "It's fake. This video is forged. Ning Xi, why did you do something like this to slander me? Why would I hurt mother's child?" Ning Xi did not refute at all. She just nodded. Right, I forged this video. Not only is this video fake, I even forged your fingerprints and blood samples. Ms. Ning, do you want to see it? Ning Xi turned pale. If there were fingerprints and blood samples, then she definitely could not worm her way out of this. But this was impossible. She had already destroyed all the traces. Where did she get that? She even managed to get the security footage. She had previously confirmed in every possible way that that place definitely did not have any security cameras. Where did she go wrong? Tingxiao. Could Tingxiao have helped her? Darling, give me the items. Ning Xi looked over to Tingxiao and said gently. Then, she looked down at the woman on the sick bed who was clearly slowly breaking down, her eyes filled with taunt. Tingxiao nodded as he passed a brown case file to her. Ning Xi's body trembled violently. The way Ning Xi looked at her now was as if she was the devil demanding for her life. She stared at the brown case file in Ning Xi's hands as her breathing quickened. Indeed it was Tingxiao. Just as Ning Xi was taking something out from the file, Ning Xi saw Ning Xi's pejorative expression, and then she caught a glimpse of Tingxiao's icy gaze. Finally, the last sliver of hope she had was gone too. She closed her eyes and shouted, "It was me. I hit her. I hit and killed that child. So what if I did it?" Her voice was sharp and ear-piercing, causing discomfort to everyone's eardrums. Inside the entire ward, there was dead silence. Only Ning Xi's shout rang out, and she looked like a devil with disheveled hair and a sinister expression. Zhuang Lingyu's lips trembled as she blacked out. Then Ning Yaohua quickly supported her and put pressure on her solar plexus before she slowly regained consciousness. She looked ashen as she trembled. "Xiaoluo, what are you saying? Don't frighten Mother. You were just simply saying that, weren't you?" Ning Xiaoluo's laugh was exceptionally horrifying. "Ha! Ha! Mother! Madame Zhuang, when did you become my mother? Aren't you the mother of that son inside of you?" Zhuang Lingyu had never seen such a strange and scary expression on Ning Xiaoluo. She gasped emotionally. "Xiaoluo, what are you saying? Of course, I'm your mother. Tell me that you didn't do all of this. You didn't do this, did you?" At this moment, the gentleness on Ning Xiaoluo's face had completely vanished and was replaced with malevolence and bitter resentment. It was the reckless insanity of being pushed to the edge. "It was me. Of course I did it. Because I hate you. I hate every one of you people in the Ning family. I'm the heiress of the Ning family. Ever since I was born, I was the lady of the Ning family. Everything of the Ning family is mine. Why did you have to take Ning Xi, that wild chicken, back? I finally chased that wild chicken away, and now you guys actually came up with another son to fight for the inheritance with me. The child hasn't even been born, and already you've begun to impatiently take away all the privileges I have. Why? If I didn't settle Su Yan, what would you Nings have today? Now that you have a son, you want to kick me aside? I'm afraid your abacus has been calculating quite loudly. Did you really take me for an idiot?" Chapter 2090. How terrifying. Zhuang Lingyu was dumbfounded. She could not believe it. Ning Yaohua was shocked as well. He could not believe the girl in front of him right now was Ning Xiaoluo, the sweet and obedient daughter of theirs. He could not believe that she had been harboring thoughts like those. Gee gosh, no one expected such a twist, and they were all stunned. Zhuang Lingyu's child was not harmed by someone else. It had been killed by her filial daughter, Ning Xiaoluo. Moreover, she had driven the motorbike herself, almost killing the mother who had been treating her like a real daughter for the past 20-odd years. She was just a daughter of a village woman who got to enjoy all the privileges over the years because of a mistake. These were all not hers to begin with. Without the Ning family, she would just be another ordinary girl from a rural area, yet she took everything from the Ning family for granted. She felt that everything from the Ning family should be hers. Just because Zhuang Lingyu's son might take the inheritance away from her, she had killed the child. What was really scary was that she had been taking on the role of the victim, even trying to blame everything on Ning Xi. Everyone felt chills run down their spine. This woman had tricked everyone. Just how cunning could she be? How terrifying. Ning Yaohua was shocked to his core. He was very enraged by Ning Xiaoluo's ridiculous reasoning. "You monster! The Ning family took care of you for 20 over years. We've never asked for your gratitude, yet you repay us with such evil behavior." Ning Xiaoluo cackled as if she had just heard a joke. "Haha, gratitude? What should I be thankful for? I got everything I had today because of myself. And just what did Ning Xi do? She just has some blood of the Ning family inside her. She didn't even do anything, and this old geezer gave her 10% of shares. I didn't even get any. Ning Yaohua yelled at her. But I've transferred all the shares I have to you. You already have 20% in your hands. Are you not satisfied? Ning Xuelua laughed sarcastically. President Ning, don't make it sound so kind. The reason you gave me the shares was all for the marriage with the Su family. Could you really say that you'd still give them to me if you had a son? That's why you killed your mother's child. Ning Yaohua shrieked. Ning Xuelua did not have any sense of remorse in her eyes. Don't blame me when you're forcing me into a corner. This child should have never existed. Ning Xi stood aside watching the three of them attacking each other. She then interrupted. Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to ask Ms. Ning, did you really do it? Ning Xuelua glared at Ning Xi. Stop pretending you don't know already, Ning Xi. Ning Xi put up an innocent expression. But I really did fake the video. The place where you destroyed the evidence had no security cameras at all, don't you know? I asked the special effects artist from the Thunderbolt Secret Service squad to help me remake the scene. It's pretty rough around the edges, so I didn't expect you to believe it. Oh right, the fingerprints and blood samples. Ning Xi glanced at Tingxiao. He opened the brown folder, and there was no evidence inside. It was all pictures of a wedding in a cathedral. Chapter 2091. It's not over yet. Ning Xi, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ning Xuelua was stunned for a whole second, then she screeched. She had not even been this crazy when she saw the evidence just now. She stopped trusting people ever since the people from Solomon kept on failing her. Furthermore, she was uneasy about hiring someone within the country too, as the consequences would be dire if Ning Xi found out, which was why she had decided to do it herself this time. It was her first time, after all, so she was pretty anxious about it. She had really been freaking out when she was destroying the clothes and the motorbike. Of course, she could not remember that many details at that moment. Moreover, Ning Xi's video looked so real that she believed it when she saw those familiar scenes. As for the fingerprints and blood samples, she might still have doubted it if Ning Xi had taken it out herself, but it was from Tingxiao. Tingxiao had handed them over to Ning Xi. With Tingxiao's power, he could turn the impossible into possible. She had believed it almost instantly. She never expected that she had fallen into Ning Xi's trap from the very beginning. Ning Xi had been bluffing from the start. The video was fake, and so were the fingerprints and blood samples. This which? Ning Xi watched Ning Xuelua, who just kept on screaming. I told you it's fake, but you didn't believe me. Lu Jingli was totally impressed by what he just saw. So sick. What a drama. Plot twists all around. A huge production. And in the end, she just had to show everyone how lovey-dovey they were with those church pictures. However, things were not over yet. While those are fake, I have something real with me. Ning Xi tapped her phone and then projected an A4 paper onto the wall. Under closer inspection, it was a DNA report. The report indicated that the child in Ning Xuelua's womb had no blood relation to Su Yan at all. This is a DNA report. It's a DNA report of Xuelua's child with Su Yan. Oh my god, Xuelua's child isn't Su Yan's. People were making a fuss in the room. Ning Xi looked at Ning Xuelua. A tiger would never hurt its child no matter how fierce it is. I'm pretty sure you understand how important the child was to you, Ms. Ning, so I've been wondering why you'd frame me by killing your child. Ning Xi took a pause, but she soon continued. I thought about it, and it only led to one conclusion. That is, this child cannot exist. Then, what's the reason for it? That's really worth considering. Am I right, Ms. Ning? Although it had just been 2 days, she had done a lot of work. She had people investigate the tapes of Zhuang Lingyu being hit. She tracked the motorbike's movement, and then investigated Ning Xuelua's activities in the past few months. She then visited the racer personally and asked the special effects artist from Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad for help. Besides, she also had people secretly take Su Yan's hair and the dead child's blood to conduct a DNA test. The test results were only sent to her about half an hour ago in her inbox. Everything was as she expected. Ning Xuelua's child was not Su Yan's. Chapter 2092. Darling, let's go home. Some people still did not understand what Ning Xi said. The child in Ning Xuelua's womb wasn't Su Yan's child. No wonder. If not, she wouldn't have killed it. It must have been because she was afraid that the truth would come out after it was born, So she decided to kill two birds with one stone. Not only did she kill the child, but she also framed Ning Xi. Su Yan almost divorced her back then. But because of this child that the divorce didn't happen. Yet this child. Oh my God. This woman kept saying that she loves Su Yan, but in the end, she bore the child of another man. The tongue-tied Zheng Minjun rushed straight to Ning Xi and wanted to wrench her phone away. What are you talking about? How is it possible that the child in Shuiluo's womb isn't Su Yan's? Ning Xiaotong huffed impatiently. The child probably hasn't been cremated yet. If you don't believe her, go and do a test yourself. Ning Shuiluo's true nature was already exposed, so of course, Zheng Minjun believed it. She was stunned for a moment before she started attacking Ning Shuo right away. You dirty slut. I was wondering why you kept urging us to cremate the child soon. You even said something about how you hoped the child could be reincarnated into a better family. You were just trying to destroy the evidence all along. Zheng Minjun was really frustrated that her daughter-in-law had cheated on her son and that the truth was exposed to so many people. Zheng Minjun, don't speak as if the Su family is so prestigious. If you two old-timers hadn't urged Su Yan to divorce me and marry Ning Xi to get closer to the Zhuang family, I wouldn't have been forced to do so. It was already such a huge mess anyway, so Ning Shuilua counterattacked her right back. However, her physical state was still weak after the miscarriage. Her body and face soon became covered in scratches by Zheng Minjun. Su Hongguang could not stand it anymore. He dragged Zheng Minjun away and roared. Enough! Is it not embarrassing enough? He had had enough. Zheng Minjun's expression darkened. Embarrassing? What do I have to be embarrassed about? Look at Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu's daughter. A dirty, wicked woman. She ruined the Su family. The Ning family should be the one who's embarrassed. You. Ning Yaohua was already raging, and he almost fainted when Zheng Minjun mocked him. Zhuang Lingyu was staring blankly as her mouth kept mumbling. Impossible, impossible. The two families had a war inside the room, and needless to say, it was chaotic. Ning Xiaodong looked at Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu with pity. I told you guys to carefully look at who you've been taking care of all these years. Yet you were both tricked by her, and now, you have to face the consequences. You deserve it. Unfortunately, an innocent child was sacrificed. Zhuang Lingyu was triggered when she heard the word, child, and she jumped onto Ning Shuilua. You witch. Witch, why did you do that to me? Why? Give me back my child. Give me back my son. Lu Tingxiao frowned when he saw this chaotic scene. Then he pulled Ning Xi into his arms and blocked her from this unsightly view. Ning Xi suddenly felt refreshed as if she had just returned to a peaceful little haven for herself. She said gently, Darling, let's go home. Okay. Xiao? Xiao Shi. Ning Yaohua scampered outside when he saw that Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao had left. He seemed like he was about to say something. Nevertheless, in the end, he could not say anything. Chapter 2093, Not Xiao Shi's fault. Zhuang Lingyu was initially going to seize this opportunity to demand justice for Ning Shuilua, and then completely remove Ning Xi's name from the family clan, which was why she had especially called over so many relatives, yet she never would have thought that the truth would shatter her world. At this point, the relatives did not feel that it was right to continue staying and watch the show. Every one of them eventually made excuses and left. The elder was physically and emotionally exhausted. He did not want to care about his eldest son's grievances anymore. With the help of the servant, he left with a faltering figure. Back then, he had already done his best to advise them, and he had said all he could. They made all the choices themselves. Now, it would be up to them how to resolve this as well. He already did not have the strength to care anymore. Suddenly, only Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, Zheng Minjun, Su Hongguang, Su Yan, and Ning Shuilua were left. Obviously, Zheng Minjun could not stand the fact that the son she was so proud of had been cuckolded, while her dearest grandchild that she had been anticipating was actually illegitimate. After those people left, she did not care about anything anymore. She pointed at Ning Shuilua and started to curse incoherently. We Sus were really blind to let Su Yan marry such a fake, rotten good. Who knows which man she's messed around with outside. And when she got pregnant, she still dared to say that it's our Su Yan's. Divorce her. Get lost from our Su family immediately. Also, don't think about taking a single thing from us with you. Ning Shuilua could not hold back her guffaw. Haha. Did you really think this Ning Xi was all that pure? She was impregnated at 18, and she even said that it was Su Yan's. I'm much better than she is. If it were not for the way Zheng Minjun did not give up on urging Su Yan to remarry after finding out about Ning Xi's relationship with the Zhuang family at Madame Li's gathering, she would not have slept with that fat and disgusting tycoon to pull in investments and stabilize her position. If it were not for Su Yan's soul being seduced away by that witch and not wanting to have a child with her at all, she would not have risked keeping the illegitimate child in her. All of it was Ning Xi, that witch's fault. It was the Su family's fault. When she heard Ning Xuelua's words, Zheng Minjun was stunned. What did you say? I said. Back then, when Ning Xi that slut was still dating Su Yan, she had already been messing around outside. She even fooled about with 2 gigolos. When she got pregnant, she said it was Su Yan's. If it were not for that car accident, she would have probably given birth to the bastard. Then, she looked mockingly towards Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu like she was delighted at her revenge. Huh? Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Ning or Madam Ning. Ask them whether their real daughter is even more lowly, more wanton than I am. When Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu saw that Ning Xihua had actually blurted out the Ning family's most shameful scandal in front of the Su family, their faces instantly turned pale. Before this, they had erased all traces of this incident, yet they still could not erase its existence. This incident was like a nightmare to them. Right at this moment, in the corner of the ward, suddenly came a man's lowered and trembling voice. Enough! When she heard this voice, the reckless smile on Ning Xuelua's face suddenly stiffened in an instant. Not Xiaoxi. That incident back then wasn't Xiaoxi's fault at all. Su Yan clenched his fists as he looked embarrassed. With clear difficulty, he admitted, Xiaoxi didn't betray me from the start to the end. She didn't mess around with other men. She didn't. Someone forced himself on her. She was set up by someone else. Chapter 2094, Heartbreaking Truth. What did you say? The absent-minded Zhuang Lingyu was suddenly stunned. Ning Yaohua's expression suddenly changed too. Su Yan, what did you just say? Xiaoxi was set up by someone. Ning Xuelua stared straight at Su Yan, who was speaking up for Ning Xi, her eyes filled with resentment. Su Yan, now even you want to go against me, do you? Ning Xuelua chuckled softly, seeming very reckless at this point. That's right, I set her up. It was I who put aphrodisiac in that slut's drink. It was I who prepared the 2 men for her. So what? Isn't she just a slut who's been impregnated by 2 gigolos? Ha ha. Ning Xuelua, what did you say? Say that again. It was you who drugged Xiaoxi, and you who hired someone to rape Xiaoxi. Ning Yaohua could not believe his ears. At this moment, his body trembled violently. Even when he discovered that Ning Xuelua had killed Zhuang Lingyu's child and found out that Ning Xuelua had cheated, he had not been this furious. His daughter did not mess around, but had actually been raped. Ning Xuelua clutched her stomach that began to hurt from all the laughing. Huh, I'm dying from laughter. Ning Xi, that hillbilly. She couldn't even differentiate real from fake branded clothes. She would just obediently wear whatever I gave her. I lied to her that the lemon water for washing hands was to be drunk, and she just drank it like the dim-wit she was. That idiot. I'm afraid she didn't even know what a gigolo was. Would she have ordered them to enjoy herself? Of course, even dumber were you 2 fools. You actually believed it, ha. Ning Xuelua's words were intertwined with her ear-piercing laughter that echoed in the deadly silent ward. Zhuang Lingyu was stupefied as her mouth hung wide open, yet she could not utter a single word. This was not real. All of this was not real. What had she done to her own daughter for an animal? It was not Ning Xi who had ruined her 2 children. It was Ning Xuelua. It was Ning Xuelua who had ruined her 2 children, killed her son, and ruined her daughter. Ning Yaohua stared at this woman before him who seemed extremely foreign to him. She was like a poisonous snake. As he listened to all that she had done to his own blood and flesh, every word lingered like a foul stench on him. He charged towards Su Yan with fury. Su Yan, speak. What actually happened? You knew about all of this, didn't you? Su Yan lowered his head in anguish. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Years ago, I wasn't healthy, and I already knew Xiaoxi long ago in the village. Before I met Xuelua, Xiaoxi and I had already been dating. It was I who betrayed Xiaoxi, doing something with Xuelua that let her down. Back then, my entire focus was on Xuelua. When I exposed the things that Xiaohua did to Xiaoxi, I thought that she was just momentarily muddled because she was young. I thought that she was sincerely remorseful, so I helped her keep this secret. I lied to Xiaoxi. I said that the person that night was me, but Xiaoxi didn't intentionally want to keep that child because she thought the child was mine. She had been waiting for me to return, to give her a proper title. Yet I'm sorry. I let Xiaoxi down. I ruined her entire life. When he finished listening to all of this, Ning Yaohua's body quivered violently, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Animals. Both of you animals. He had actually ruined his daughter, his own blood and flesh to this extent. His mind kept recalling what happened over and over again. Years ago in the hospital, after the girl met with a car accident and had a miscarriage, she kept hopelessly trying to explain to him. He recalled the way he had reprimanded and scolded her with harsh words. He recalled the 5 years when he had heartlessly sent her abroad and showed no interest in her. He recalled how after she returned to the country, that cold gaze she had every time she faced him. He recalled the way Ning Xi said, "Father, are you fitting?" He did not fit. He was not fit to be her father at all. He had single-handedly tossed his daughter into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 2095, Devil in Human Disguise. Zheng Minjun and Su Hongguang, who did not expect such an inside story, both had chills travel down their spine when they heard this. How malicious was this woman that she could commit such atrocities those years ago, at such a young age? Oh my God, what disaster did our Su family partake in? Su Yan, how could you have been so silly? How did you get involved with a woman like this? Zheng Minjun bawled. Su Yan smiled dismally. Back then, the ones who forced me and Xiaoxi to separate were you guys. The ones who match-made Xiaohua and me were also you guys. Zheng Minjun was suddenly tongue-tied. It was useless to say or regret anymore now. Whatever it was, they had to get a divorce. He must get a divorce from this woman. She could not endure this poisonous snake-like woman staying in the Su family for another moment. Ning. Yaohua roared, "Animal, I want you to die horribly." Huh. I'd like to see how, Director Ning. How can one hanging with an empty shell with not a single share make me die horribly? Ning Yaohua's pupils shrunk as his eyes were filled with doom. You. Ning Xiaohua had just finished mocking them when she smiled wickedly towards Zheng Minjun and Su Hongguang. Oh, right, you guys too. Want to make me and Su Yan get a divorce? Sure. Then I won't mind showing the judge more interesting things when the court is in session, such as evidence of the Yifeng Corporation bribing. You dare? Su Hongguang suddenly changed in expression. He never would have thought Ning Xiaohua would have gotten hold of such a thing. Zheng Minjun was completely dumbfounded too, and she turned pale. I'm telling you, you want me to get a divorce? Never in this lifetime. Unless I die, the position of Madame Su will forever only belong to me. Ning Xiaohua. The woman's fierce voice was like a poisonous snake, entwining and binding everyone in the room. All these years, the kind and innocent daughter whom they had doted on, the capable daughter-in-law whom they had felt proud of from the start till the end, was just a devil in human disguise. Inside a black Maybach, Lu Jingli was excitedly rambling on all the way. Sis-in-law, you're so cool. I watched until the blood in my whole body boiled. Those acting skills, wow. Even I was deceived by you. I thought those proof were real. Also, did you and my brother plan to collude in advance? In the back seat, Ning Xi lazily leaned in Lu Tingxiao's embrace, her brows arching. Do my darling, and I need to plan in advance. We have telepathy, right, darling? The corner of Lu Tingxiao's lips curled up slightly. Lu Jingli was speechless. Just pretend I didn't ask. Ning Xi recalled the incident earlier and analyzed. Actually, this was a psychological battle. The video was made with special effects, and with my acting skills, I was probably 70% certain that I could deceive Ning Xiaohua. However, once my darling arrived, I knew that I would definitely win. Ning Xiaohua would have underestimated her, but she would definitely believe Lu Tingxiao. Thus, she would definitely be fooled. Lu Jingli's eyes were brimming with tears. Then he was stuffed with a display of public affection again. Sigh. Now that everything's exposed, the Ning family and Ning Xiaohua will have a fight coming. After all, Ning Xiaohua holds so many of the Ning family shares. Lu Jingli said. Ning, she said plainly. Do you think Ning Yaohua is easy to handle? Lu Jingli blinked. You're right. Ning Xi was so arrogant. She was just using her powerful connections to intimidate people by relying on the Ning and the Su family's influence. But now that she's burnt the bridge with both sides, does she really think she can make a comeback? Chapter 2096. Nothing to do with each other. Ning Xi was shocked. She rushed over and grabbed Han Zishuan's hair, dragging her out from behind Su Yan. You slut! How dare you seduce my man? Ah! Han Zishuan's hair was being pulled as she screamed, but she soon retaliated and yelled. What's there that I won't do now? Vice President Ning, you think you're really still the almighty person in Starlight just because I called you Vice President? Slut! So what if I'm a slut? You're even worse than a slut. Ning Xi was enraged. What did you say? I'm tearing your mouth apart. Han Zishuan did not even care that she was naked at the moment. She proudly presented the love marks on her generous bosom. Huh, what did I say? Are you afraid of people talking about it after you've done it? Everyone in the industry knows about it already. Not only are you greedy for power and harmed your foster mother and her son, you even cheated on Su Yan and had the child of another man. You're even dirtier than a slut. Many people had been at the hospital the other day. While they did not dare tell people about Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao, the news about the Ning family, the Su family, and Ning Xi had already spread far and wide. Everyone now knew that Su Yan was a cuckold. Ning Xi never imagined that she would one day be insulted by someone who was known to be dirty by everyone, and the very same woman was even in bed with her husband. Ning Xi stared at the silent man. Are you mad, Su Yan? Getting together with a woman like this? Do you know how many men she has slept with before? Han Zishuan provocatively rubbed her breast on the man's arms. So what if I've slept with many men before? I have the skills and Bro Yan likes it. You. Ning Xi did not expect Han Zishuan to be so shameless. She almost passed out before she pounced on a Han Zishuan. The two of them were fighting ruthlessly. Ah, Bro Yan, save me. Han Zishuan asked for help. That's enough, Ning Xi. Su Yan shoved Ning Xi away. Ning Xi fell onto the floor and looked at him in disbelief. She could not say the word Bro Yan because Han Zishuan had called him that just now, and she felt so disgusted by it that she could not use it at the moment. Su Yan, you yelled at me because of this witch? How could you do this to me? Are you insulting me or insulting yourself? Could it be because this woman was a little similar to Ning Xi? Because of that, he was willing to do it with her and didn't even want to touch me? Ning Xi was really mad. Su Yan casually put on his pajamas, his eyes seeming cloudy and tired. His usually gentle face was replaced with impatience. Ning Xi, I can give you the position of Mrs. Su if you want, but that's all. From today onwards, we have nothing to do with each other. Nothing to do with each other. Ning Xi bit her lip to the point that she almost bled. Chapter 2097. Little Treasure hit someone. She loved him so much that she was willing to cling onto the position even when everyone hated her. However, he said he wanted nothing to do with her anymore. Su Yan, you. Ning Xi stood back up and then ran out. Before she could reach her parking spot, a big group of reporters came out of nowhere and swarmed her. Ms. Ning Xi, what do you have to say about harming the child of your mother and also being unfilial? Ms. Ning, who's the father of your child? Rumors said that it's CEO Wang from Starlight Entertainment. Is it true? Even if the child isn't Su Yan's, it's still yours. Could you still feel at ease after killing your own child? I heard that you plan to frame Ning Xi for the deaths. You've been trying again and again to frame her. Was it out of jealousy and inferiority complex? Go away. Go away. I'm not accepting any interviews. Ning Xi wanted to break through the crowd, yet the reporters and a larger group of fans closed in on her. Ah, someone threw a rotten egg onto her, slimy liquid splattering on her face and hair. Then, more eggs, water bottles, and even rotten cabbage leaves were flung at her. At the Lu residence, Yan Rui scowled. Your parents are really terrible. How can they be this silly? Ning Xi did not seem to mind. It's all right, mother. It's all in the past now. Yan Rui held Ning Xi's hands tenderly. Little girl, use the name of the Zhuang family. If it's not appropriate, use the name of the Lu family. See who dares to bully you. Yan Rui then asked hesitantly. Xiao. Lu Tingxiao's birthday is coming soon. You'll definitely have to attend as the head lady of the family. While she had been on good terms with Ning Xi, She was still worried that Ning Xi might avoid appearing as the head lady. Ning Xi did not think too much of it, and with her current status in the entertainment industry, it was all right to announce it to the public. It was just an issue of timing. Ning Xi replied, "Sure, mother, I'll prepare for it." "Great, that's great." Yin Rui was relieved. "You don't really have to do anything. We'll arrange everything for the banquet. You just have to dress up and show up." Suddenly, there was an anguished wail coming from the direction of the garden as Ning Xi was talking to Yin Rui. It was probably from the little fatty Qi Shuai. Qi Shuai and Little Treasure had not been on friendly terms before, but now he loved to follow Little Treasure. He always bugged Little Treasure to teach him kung fu. The little guy was active all the time, vastly different from the always quiet Little Treasure, but they two of them were supposed to be on good terms now. "Oh, Grandmother Yin, Master hit me." The little fatty covered a bruised eyes and ran over as he cried. "What happened? Why did Little Treasure hit you?" Yin Rui was surprised. Ning Xi was surprised when she saw the bruise too. Little Treasure was never a child who would use violence without reason. Chapter 2098. Heart jabbed. Baby. She saw Little Treasure. Standing far away at the door, Ning Xi waved at the little guy. "Little Treasure, come here." Little Treasure pursed his lips, his hands by his side tightened into fists. Then, he walked slowly to Ning Xi. Ning Xi rubbed the little bun's lowered head. "What's wrong, baby? Why did you hit Qi Shuai? Did Qi Shuai do something wrong?" On the side, Qi Shuai almost started crying from being wronged. "Auntie, I didn't. Auntie, I was even praising you. But Master suddenly hit me." "Ah." When Qi Shuai said that, Ning Xi found it even odder. "You even praised me?" "Haha, Fatty Qi, how did you praise her?" From behind them came Lu Jingli's chuckle. Qi Shuai shot Lu Jingli an angry look. "Don't call me Fatty Qi. I really praised Auntie. I said she was beautiful." Lu Jingli looked at Little Treasure, then turned back at Qi Shuai again. "Oh, how did you say it?" Qi Shuai tried to recall. I said to Master, your stepmother is so beautiful." "Right, I said it like that." Puffed. Lu Jingli sighed and shook his head. "Fatty Qi, you deserve to be hit. Who told you to jab the baby's heart?" Qi Shuai was still confused. He only felt better when Yin Rui brought some snacks over to console him. Ning Xi seemed to have realized something, so she pulled Little Treasure to a corner. "Why did you hit Qi Shuai? Can you tell Mommy?" Little Treasure jumped into Ning Xi's embrace all of a sudden. "Mommy, I'm here. Mommy." You're not stepmother. You're Mommy." The little guy's clear eyes were filled with stubbornness. Ning Xi's heart felt like it was being chewed on by a green fly as she felt dense pain. She patted the little guy's back softly, and her voice was extraordinarily gentle. I'm Mommy." Inside the study room, Lu Jingli ran to tell Lu Tingxiao what had happened. Fatty Qi said something wrong. He said stepmother and jabbed his heart, so in the end, he ate Little Treasure's fist. Now, he's run to Ning Xi for caress and comfort. By the looks of it, Little Treasure still minds. I think the little guy hasn't been in too good of a mood recently, but what can we do? When Ning Xi's identity goes public, there will be even more talk like this. In the eyes of other people, Ning Xi is Little Treasure's stepmother. When Lu Tingxiao heard his brother's opinion, he looked up from the pile of documents and seemed a little dazed. Moments later, Lu Tingxiao spoke in a low and raspy voice. "How's the investigation of that matter coming along?" Lu Jingli looked solemn. "Bro, you predicted it correctly. The security footages from years ago were indeed tampered with. That's why I was puzzled how could there not be a single trace left behind. I investigated until I was about to go crazy. It turns out that person had sneakily edited a few minutes in the middle. I've now found a group of experts to recover it the best they can. It shouldn't be too huge of a problem. It's just a matter of time." "Okay, Lu." Tingxiao hesitated for a moment. Then he asked, Bro, when the thing with Little Treasure is clarified, are you going to tell the truth to sis-in-law? About Little Treasure's history, and that it was you?" A long while after, Lu Tingxiao nodded indistinctly. Time flew past, and very soon it was Lu Tingxiao's birthday. This time, the birthday banquet was organized at Imperial's top private venue, Heavenly Spring Resort. In fact, preparations had long begun since a few months ago. Chapter 2099, Gossipy Heart Ignited. Guests who had come from afar would stay in the resort. The next day, the entire banquet would be held al fresco on the wide lawn behind the resort. The main venue had been set up with a dance floor, a small band, a huge LED screen, and all sorts of delicious food and good wine. There was a racing track, a swimming pool, a golf course, and other entertainment facilities nearby, providing guests with relaxing activities to pass the time. There were not many guests present, yet one of them were top aristocrats and came from influential families, including some of the more well-known nobilities from abroad. Ning Xi had actually arrived earlier. She wanted to help around, but Yan Rui was afraid she would be worn out, so she did not let her get involved. Meng Linlang had been worrying that Ning Xi would not be able to handle complicated matters such as the Lu family's clan, but Ning Xi did not meet with any issues. Not only had Yan Rui never demanded anything from her, she even kept saying to her that she was the young lady of the Lu family house, and that since she was married into the family, but she should also be loved and pampered. She urged her to leave all the complicated matters to the servants. Otherwise, why would they keep them for? Thus, Ning Xi had actually become the most relaxed one there. She held her cup of fruit juice and found a quiet place to sit while waiting for the banquet to officially begin. The place Ning Xi waited at was near the shooting range. She watched a group of young men and ladies shooting not too far away. Xiaoxi, you're here too. Where's Ani Lin? Not too far away. Someone suddenly walked towards her and greeted her in a slightly surprised tone. It was very cordial, yet not abrupt. Instead, it was just right. Today, Ning Xi had rarely dressed more high-profile and wore a long maroon gown that complemented her so splendidly. No matter where she sat, even if she did not do anything, she would be a sight that people could not tear their eyes away from. Even if it were someone as unflustered as Li Mayan, he already could not disguise the stunned look in his eyes right now. Mr. Li, when she saw who it was, Ning Xi politely greeted him. Auntie isn't here yet. I came over first. In that case, want to go over and join us? Li Mayan invited. Bro Mayan. At this moment, a female voice interrupted their conversation. A Caucasian girl who seemed rather sweet in appearance and donned a light yellow dress had run over very quickly before clinging on to Li Mayan's arm possessively. She sized up Ning Xi with much vigilance. So, it's you who's charmed Bro Mayan silly until he's ignoring me? Li Mayan frowned unhappily. Lisa, don't be nonsensical. I know. She's the huge celebrity. Ning Xi, isn't she? Everyone knows her. Bro Mayan, I was wondering how high your standards were, yet you fancied a woman like this who only has good looks. The girl appeared unconvinced. Eliza, Xiaoxi is my friend. Li Mayan emphasized as he looked like he was really furious. The girl called Eliza then pouted and did not say anything, but she still was not willing to give up. Ning Xi, let's compete. I heard your fans say that your marksmanship is excellent and that you personally did all the shooting scenes in Assassin. Want to compete? 10 bullets, and we calculate the total score. Bro Mayan will go to whoever wins. Li Mayan looked embarrassed. He walked to Ning Xi's side and softly explained, I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. Liza has been pampered silly by her family since she was young, so she's a little headstrong. Plus, she's been educated abroad since she was little. She's more straightforward, but she doesn't actually have any ill intentions. Not too far away, Lu Jingli was initially decorating the venue when he saw what was going on nearby from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, his gossipy heart was ignited and he instantly video called Lu Tingxiao. Chapter 2100. Someone wants to steal your wife again. Hey. Bro, guess who I saw today? Today at such an occasion, there's actually a love rival here that dares to crash your party. And it's even Minister Li's son. Ha. Bro, your love rival has even leveled up. Each one ranks higher than the one before. At the moment, Lu Tingxiao was still busy in the office, but when he received Lu Jingli's call and saw the video on his phone, his gaze could not tear away from the screen. His girl was amazingly beautiful today. Bro, are you listening to what I'm saying? Lu Tingxiao saw his brother's expression in the video. Then he was tortured by his silent display of affection. Hey, I know your wife is very beautiful today, but please can you move your gaze a little to the side and feel a little for the crisis at hand? Someone wants to steal your wife again. He could not even bear to use the word again. On the other end, facing Li Mayan's apology and explanation, Ning Xi did not say much. No worries. When Eliza saw Li Mayan speak softly with Ning Xi, she was even more incensed. Hey, are you going to compete or not? I hate people who dilly-dally. and still want to fight with others the most. Let's decide who wins or lose once and for all. The loser has to quit. Whatever you want to compete in, the art of tea, horse riding, or swimming, you can decide. Li Mayan never would have thought that Eliza would bump into Ning Xi today and even say so many things that were inappropriate. He was already feeling very anxious at the moment, concerned that it would affect the image that he had been keeping up in front of Ning Xi for such a long time. However, he was actually secretly anticipating to see whether Ning Xi would mind. Initially, with his capabilities, he could completely resolve this conflict. However, he did not stop Eliza. Instead, he wished to use the opportunity to get a reaction out of Ning Xi. Ms. Eliza seems to have misunderstood something. Mr. Li and I are just friends. In fact, I'm already married. Ning Xi did not want to cause any misunderstanding, so she just explained frankly. Eliza suddenly laughed. Everyone knew that Ning Xi was single. How could she be married? Every single action by a top celebrity like her would be watched closely by numerous eyes. If she was really married, she would not have been able to keep it as a secret for long. What? Afraid of humiliating yourself? So you intentionally say such things to save your face? Okay, I'll just pretend you're married. But just cause you're married doesn't mean you're not interested in Bro Mayan. If you have nothing to hide, then just compete once with me. If I lose, I will stop caring whatever transpires between you and Bro Mayan. Ning Xi lightly swirled the glass in her head as she looked at Li Mayan, who did not seem to have intentions of restraining Eliza. At this moment, more and more people started to surround them to watch. She waited for a moment, and when she saw that Li Mayan still did not seem to speak up, Ning Xi's thin lips parted to say, "Okay, let's shoot." When he heard this, Li Mayan's pupils suddenly shrunk. He seemed not to have expected Ning Xi to agree to it. As for Ning Xi saying that she was already married, he had subconsciously presumed that she had only used that as an excuse to avoid conflict with Eliza. Eliza only knew that Ning Xi was skilled at shooting, but she did not know that Ning Xi was Elder Chief Zhuang's granddaughter. He had heard Ming Linlang mention more than once that Ning Xi's marksmanship was close to perfection and that she was even more talented than Zhuang Rongguang. What? Sis-in-law agreed. Lu Jingli was still not doing his proper duties and live streaming for his brother. Chapter 2101, Competition. Lu Tingxiao sounded upset. Camera. Huh? What's wrong about the camera? It's tilted. Yes, I'm so sorry. I'll aim it at your wife now, alright? Lu Jingli was a little annoyed. How can you not be worried at all? Your wife is so talented at shooting that she even beat Guan Ziao. While I'd love to see Xiao Shishi win, winning in this situation would make it feel like she's into Li Mayan. This is so frustrating. The people around the shooting range surrounded them and stayed for the drama. The circles Ming Linlang brought Ning Xi to were mostly to meet the head ladies and madams of different families. She wanted her to learn how to behave as a head lady. Only a small group of people knew about Ning Xi's relationship with the Zhuangs. Among the group of onlookers right now, everyone except Li Mayan only knew Ning Xi as the hottest celebrity in China. Popular events like today would usually invite some celebrities to lighten up the mood. As the most successful artiste under Glory World Entertainment, it was not odd to invite her over. However, something like what had happened between Ning Xi and Li Mayan was unusual. Even with Ning Xi's current status in the entertainment industry, along with her identity as the owner of Spirit, aiming for Li Mayan was still too far-fetched for her. Eliza is really good at shooting. She wouldn't have suggested it otherwise. She's used this to chase several romantic rivals away already. She doesn't have opponents in any other field too. Eliza is great at everything. How could an actress possibly win over Eliza, who's a true royalty? Eliza's mother is a descendant of the royal family from France. Li Mayan was not moved at all when he heard the comments about Eliza. He had seen too many girls like her who received elite training since she was a child. While they had multiple talents and skills, their souls were boring to the very end. Li Mayan then looked at Ning Xi. He gripped his fists a little as he thought about how she was willing to compete for him. He had been trying to win her over slowly. In the past few months, he had never broken the invisible wall between them because he never had the confidence. It was an unexpected reward for him, even though Eliza had kicked up such a fuss today. As Li Mayan was deep in thought, the competition started. Everyone focused on the two of them. Each person would shoot one after another until all 10 shots were fired. Then the final score would be calculated. First shot, Eliza, 9.7 points. Ning Xi, 9.6 points. Second shot, Eliza, 9.6 points. Ning Xi, 9.5 points. Third shot, Eliza, 9.8 points. Ning Xi, 9.7 points. Ning Xi fell behind on the first 3 shots, as everyone expected. Li Mayan unconsciously straightened his back. Maybe Ning Xi was still warming up, but there were still 7 shots left. The competition continued. Fourth shot, Eliza, 9.2 points. Ning Xi, 9.1 points. Fifth shot, Eliza, 8.9 points. Ning Xi, 8.8 points. Sixth shot, Eliza, 9.4 points. Ning Xi, 9.3 points. Everyone was stunned by the scores. Chapter 2102. I lost. No one really noticed anything odd at first, but after the 6th shot, everyone was starting to be doubtful. Was it not too much of a coincidence that Ning Xi was always 0.1 points lower than Eliza? By the 7th shot, Eliza was probably affected psychologically, so she only got 3.4 points, and Ning Xi quickly fired a shot, earning 3.3 points. Everyone was speechless. Was it their imagination? Or was Ning Xi losing on purpose? It must be a mistake. Hitting 0.1 points lower every time was much more difficult than hitting 10 points every time. The competition went on. 8th shot, Eliza, 9.8 points. Ning Xi, 9.7 points. 9th shot, Eliza, 5.5 points. Ning Xi, 5.4 points. On the 10th shot, Eliza made a mistake and only got 1 point. Ning Xi shot out of range and got 0 points. On the 10th shot, everyone saw Ning Xi just fire into the air. Everyone was speechless. They were probably blind if they had not seen that Ning Xi was losing on purpose. Ning Xi turned the safety lock on and handed the gun to a waiter beside her before she looked over at Eliza and shrugged. I lost. The girl in the red dress then left. You did that on purpose. Eliza was frustrated and her face turned red. Li Mayan just remained stationary. His worked-up feelings had now fizzled out, and the fire inside him was extinguished. Lu Jingli was impressed as he streamed the whole scene for his brother. Damn, sister-in-law was amazing. Even though she lost, it's a complete victory over that Eliza. I'll be there right away. Lu Tingxiao left him with these few words and then hung up the call. He did not want to wait any longer. He just wanted to see her. The sky turned dark and almost all the guests had arrived. The atmosphere was getting more and more lively with fairy lights starting to light up on the grass, resembling stars in the sky and filling up the venue with a sense of fantasy. Wow, so beautiful. Lu Tingxiao's birthday banquet used to be usually organized in hotels, which were so rigid and boring. It's suddenly so romantic this time. It's probably for Mrs. Lu. One of the girls said with an envious expression. I heard Mrs. Lu is appearing tonight too. Is that true? I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Could it be that Lu Tingxiao is really married? I didn't want to believe it too, but my sources are reliable and it shouldn't be mistaken. Actually, there were rumors for a very long time ago before. It's just that the Lu family has been so low profile that until now, no one knows who Mrs. Lu is. I tried to find out from Lu Jingli. He told me personally that his sister-in-law will be coming tonight. God, I'm going to be heartbroken. It's not just you. Do you know how many more other women are going through heartbreak? I wonder who's so lucky, or who's so powerful to tame a man like Lu Tingxiao. Rumor has it that Lu Tingxiao was really doting to that woman. Eliza was still angry about being embarrassed just now, so she ignored Li Mayan's actions to stop her, and she stomped up to Ning Xi angrily. Ning Xi, what were you trying to do just now? Are you insulting me and Bro Mayan? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows, acting confused. Insult? You're the one who won, Ms. Eliza. How is that an insult? Chapter 2103. Thank you, milady. It was Eliza's provocation that had triggered this. Moreover, if Li Mayan had taken action earlier, this whole fuss would not have happened in the first place. She had been pretty busy a while back then and had been spending most of her free time with Lu Tingxiao, so she never noticed anything odd about Li Mayan since he never did anything overboard. She only thought of him as the son of her aunt's good friend. Only just now did she feel like something was wrong with the way Li Mayan looked at her. Eliza's attitude and tone of speaking further confirmed her guess. If Li Mayan stepped up and resolved the issue, she would not have needed to pull this off. She could just find a chance in the future and explain it to him. However, Li Mayan chose to do nothing about Eliza's provocation. Therefore, she could only use her own method to solve the issue. You. Eliza could not say anything back to her. Eliza did not want to admit defeat. She merely wanted to regain her pride somewhere else. She then judged Ning Xi's gorgeous appearance tonight. Today is Mr. Lu's birthday. The spotlight should belong to Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu. Aren't you being rude for dressing so extravagantly? Ning Xi's outfit for tonight was indeed very high profile and attractive. Ever since she appeared, many people had been secretly judging her, especially the young girls at the venue. Of course, all the men were checking her out too. The crowd suddenly felt that she was inappropriately dressed as well after Eliza pointed it out. Events like these would usually invite celebrities to lighten up the mood. Ning Xi was not the only celebrity there. All the other celebrities tried to avoid being the spotlight and wore more plainly, except Ning Xi, who wore a very attention-grabbing, bright red dress. Red was the color that represented China. Usually, only the host would wear this color and the guests would all avoid it. Ning Xi's outfit was indeed unseemly. Several girls came together and started discussing. Ning Xi is being a little too high-profile, isn't she? Is she trying to embarrass Mrs. Lu? Well, she's just an actress, after all, so she wouldn't know about all these rules, would she? At this moment, loud voices came over from the entrance. It seemed like the main person of the night had arrived. Lu Tingxiao, who usually wore dark colors, had actually put on a maroon suit today, appearing more fresh-looking than usual. Probably because of his birthday, he seemed to be in a jovial mood. The man's face was not as cold as usual, and he looked more lively. CEO Lu. Mr. Lu, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Amidst the well wishes, the man nodded and made some small talk with the guests. At the same time, he walked towards the center of the venue. The man did not stop until he reached in front of a girl in a long, red gown. He appeared before the girl like a bright sun in the sky. The man stood before the girl, his arm casually wrapped around the girl's waist before he lowered his face and left a precious kiss on the girl's soft, petal-like lips. The girl's face bloomed into a smile as she gently murmured, "Happy birthday." The frigid man melted, and he smiled back. "Thank you, milady." Chapter 2104. Prince Charming is taken. Above them was a sky full of stars. All around, the colorful lanterns lent the lawn a layer of dreamy brilliance. In the middle of the venue, the handsome man and the girl before him, who was just as splendid and moving as a blazing sun, had quietly fixed their sights on each other. This scene was as beautiful as a fairy tale. When they saw Lu Tingxiao's gentle kiss as he embraced Ning Xi, and heard Lu Tingxiao murmur that extremely loving word, milady, those heiresses, who were nitpicking on Ning Xi's outfit earlier, were all dumbstruck. Eliza was initially still bitter over Ning Xi overestimating her capabilities and stealing her man, but at this moment, her sweet and delicate little face looked as if she had just seen a ghost. She stared blankly at the two people who were being intimate, as if nothing could come between them. In the meantime, behind them, Li Mayan had an expression that did not need to be elaborated upon. The woman with Lu Tingxiao on whom he doted, that legendary Madame Lu, was actually Ning Xi. Earlier, Ning Xi's words were not an excuse to get out of trouble. She was really, really married. After a short silence, there was a commotion. "Oh my God! Ning Xi is Madame Lu. Lu Tingxiao's wife is Ning Xi? This is extremely shocking." In that instant, everyone seemed to have suddenly understood why Ning Xi would wear such a vibrant color tonight. She was the wife of the esteemed guest. Apart from her, no one else would have the right to wear such a color and such an outfit. The funny thing was that all of them had even deliberately dressed carefully, afraid of stealing the Madame's limelight, although no one truly had the capability to steal this Madame Lu's limelight. Lu Tingxiao naturally let the girl hold on to his arm, and his gaze swept across everyone present before announcing the start of the banquet. "Thank you, everyone, for coming today. It's the honor of my wife and I. We hope everyone has a delightful night." Delightful. When they saw that their Prince Charming was taken, they were really delighted. The fangirls who had especially come over to see Lu Tingxiao were all forcefully stuffed with the display of affection, so much so that they were about to weep from the torture. To the public eye, Lu Tingxiao had always been distant from women's charms. He had an untouchable image, And there was even a time when many people thought that he liked men. Who would have thought that after all the silence would come such a huge surprise? He had been keeping it in for the big move to publicly display his affection. It was such a savage move that it terrified everyone. How could this be? How could it be Ning Xi? Even though Ning Xi is very beautiful, yeah, I admit that, but to consider her identity and her family background, she wouldn't be a match for Lu Tingxiao, would she? Exactly. If it were the second master's wife, I could still sort of understand. But this is the position of the head lady of the Lu family. Helplessly, no matter how unconvinced they were, this was already a fact that was set in stone. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, the pair of the fine-looking couple in front of them really looked pleasing no matter how they gawked. A group of heiresses was still mumbling skeptically when some murmurs rippled from the entrance. It's Elder Chief Zhuang. Someone cried out. The elder's hair was silver white, yet he appeared healthy with a hearty spirit. Even if he was not wearing his military uniform, he still had a natural air of hardship on him that came from the battleground. While the middle-aged man beside him had a similar aura, he was even sharper and colder, and his eagle eyes had a terrifying luster in them. On the left of Zhuang Zhongren was Zhuang Liaoyuan, and on the right was Meng Linlang in a qipao, looking elegant and graceful with an outstanding aura as always. Behind them, there was also the composed and beautiful Zhuang Qi in a couture gown from Spirit, and Zhuang Rongguang who stood tall and straight in his military uniform. One could say that this family was excellent at attracting eyeballs. Instantly, everyone's gazes turned towards them. Chapter 2105. It's the Lu family's blessing. It looks like the entire Zhuang family is here. Wow. Really? Since when did the Zhuangs become this close to the Lu family? Lu Tingxiao's just celebrating his birthday, but the entire Zhuang family has come. As the crowd thought about how strange it was, they started to doubt it. It really is a little weird. These two families, one's in the army and the government, while the other is in business. Usually, they would just have a nodding acquaintance, wouldn't they? Especially Elder Zhuang. He would never get close to anyone, especially businessmen. What more attend the birthday banquet of someone from the younger generation? But we can't say for sure. Now that the Lu family does have an existence that even the higher-ups have to fear, I'm afraid the Zhuang family are bound by convention. Well, that's true. On the other side, Zhuang Qi had immediately seen Ning Xi, who was the most dazzling person amidst the crowd. She immediately ran over to Ning Xi and greeted extremely intimately. Xiao Xi. Here, you guys came too. When she saw Zhuang Qi, Ning Xi instantly flashed a sincere smile. Zhuang Rongguang, who was formidable-looking in his military uniform, rushed up to Ning Xi like a monkey and said with an expression as if he was showing off his treasures, "Bro Xi, quickly look. Tell me, do I look handsome in this? Am I handsome or not?" As Ning Xi watched this young man who was becoming more and more energetic, her eyes were filled with admiration. She was not stingy with her praises. Indeed, you've become much more handsome now. When Zhuang Rongguang heard the words he wanted to hear, he was instantly overjoyed. Meng Linlang helplessly shot her son a look. Then she noticed Ning Xi's outfit, and her eyes lit up. "Girl Xi, this outfit is gorgeous. Child, you usually dress a little too simple. Someone of your age should wear more bright colors like this. Don't wait till you're my age. You can't wear them even if you wanted to anymore." When they saw this scene unfolding, all of the heiresses instantly had mixed expressions. Why are all the Zhuangs so close to Ning Xi? Is that even a question? She's definitely benefiting by association with the Lu family. In any case, she's the wife of the young master of the Lu family now. She's the head lady. What luck is this? She really increased her status by climbing up this tree. It's so unfair. Which one of us here wouldn't be miles better than her in terms of family background? What's the Lu family thinking, letting someone of such status marry him? Even if they don't think for themselves, they should think about the future generation's genes and bloodline, shouldn't they? This Ning Xi doesn't match Bro Lu at all. The heiresses immediately felt even more resentful seeing Ning Xi being so close to the Zhuang family. They started to group together and mutter. Only Li Mayan, who knew the inside story, was filled with bitterness. Zhuang Zhongren could hear these voices, and his expression soured. The elder was known to be hot-tempered, plus this matter involved his most beloved granddaughter. Thus, he growled angrily with a scowl on the spot. Who says my Xiaoxi doesn't match the punk from the Lu family? His worn and honest voice rang in everyone's ears. The second Zhuang Zhongren's slightly furious voice reverberated. The entire venue was immediately enveloped with an overbearing aura. Those heiresses who had been muttering among themselves suddenly did not dare impose. At the same time, they exchanged glances while looking shocked. What did Elder Chief Zhuang just say? My Xiaoxi? At this moment, Yin Rui smiled and walked up to smooth things over. Elder, look at you. Xiaoxi is your granddaughter. Even Master Xinjing said that Xiaoxi was good luck and would bring a happy family and prosperity. To be able to have a daughter-in-law like Xiaoxi is our Lu family's blessing from another lifetime. Chapter 2106. She was a phoenix. When they heard Yin Rui, all the ladies from prestigious and wealthy families, who had bragged about how their family backgrounds surpassed a certain someone, were well and truly stunned. Elder Zhuang's granddaughter. Ning Xi is actually Elder Chief Zhuang's granddaughter? What? How's this even possible? So, Ning Xi had not flown up a branch and become a phoenix. She was actually already a phoenix? This was Imperial's #1 aristocrat family. They were first-rate aristocrats in the army and the government for generations. Which of the heiresses present could compare to her status? Eliza claimed that her maternal side had the blood of Country F's royalty running through her veins, but everyone knew that the so-called royal family sounded more like a tiger's roar. However, they did not actually have any real authority. The ones with real authority were the military. As Eliza listened to the discussions around her and how her name was being compared to Ning Xi, her initially insufferably arrogant expression had, at this moment, completely transformed into disbelief. This woman and the Zhuang family. How was this possible? No one would have thought that this girl, who had encountered crisis after crisis since she debuted and had climbed one step at a time to her position today, would have such a powerful identity and background. Furthermore, she had even married into a family like the Lu family. This Ning Xi is really unpredictable. She's been hiding a little too securely, hasn't she? Exactly. Who would have thought that she and the Zhuang family would have this layer of relationship? When they said this, the heiresses looked at her with a renewed expression. If Ning Xi had wanted to use her connections a little to make her way to the top, it would have been easy, yet she had maintained a low profile up till now. Just as the words Ning Xi had once said at Noble Perfume's audition. True elegance and nobility aren't about the luxury brands between her words. It isn't. The precious jewelry on her wrist or boasting about their own good looks, knowledge, and accomplishments. True elegance is that even if in ragged clothes, with messy hair and a dirty face, the aura of elegance cannot be concealed. True elegance is that even if she conceals her identity and never highlights it, the bloodline in her bones cannot be erased. Some of the ladies and dames in the circle who were present that day seemed to have known about the relationship between Ning Xi and the Zhuang family. At that moment, they were making small talk with Meng Linlang and Ning Xi. They were very amiable and good-natured to Ning Xi, seeming as if they were close to her. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan also loved their daughter-in-law dearly. That went without saying. As matters stood, those heiresses were all done with their temper. Enough, everyone, stop sulking. They're truly the ideal couple with families that are well-matched. They are a match made in heaven. Yin Rui's words earlier had calmed Elder Zhuang's fury, but he still looked a little cross. Once this elder, who had been in the military for half his life, got angered, no one could calm him down. Just as Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan fidgeted awkwardly, when even Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, Zhuang Qi, and the rest were at a loss, from the side came a soft voice. Great-grandfather. When the elder saw the obedient and cute little baby, his anger instantly evaporated and he beamed broadly. That cold face turned warm and loving. Little treasure. Come, quickly come to great-grandfather. The fully automated portable fire extinguisher, baby little treasure, walked over obediently. The old man and the young boy started to chat happily, and it was an extremely harmonious atmosphere. When they saw that the elder was finally not angry anymore, Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao exchanged a smile in relief. Zhuang Rongguang was grinding his teeth with jealousy. Why did this little child from a previous relationship get to be doted on? Chapter 2107. It's the Lu family's blessing. It looks like the entire Zhuang family is here. Wow, really? Since when did the Zhuangs become this close to the Lu family? Lu Tingxiao's just celebrating his birthday, but the entire Zhuang family has come. As the crowd thought about how strange it was, they started to doubt it. It really is a little weird. These two families, one's in the army and the government, while the other is in business. Usually, they would just have a nodding acquaintance, wouldn't they? Especially Elder Zhuang. He would never get close to anyone, especially businessmen. What more attend the birthday banquet of someone from the younger generation? But we can't say for sure. Now that the Lu family does have an existence that even the higher-ups have to fear, I'm afraid the Zhuang family are bound by convention. Well, that's true. On the other side, Zhuang Qi had immediately seen Ning Xi, who was the most dazzling person. Amidst the crowd, she immediately ran over to Ning Xi and greeted extremely intimately. Xiao Xi. Here, you guys came too. When she saw Zhuang Qi, Ning Xi instantly flashed a sincere smile. Zhuang Rongguang, who was formidable-looking in his military uniform, rushed up to Ning Xi like a monkey and said with an expression as if he was showing off his treasures, "Bro Xi, quickly look. Tell me, do I look handsome in this? Am I handsome or not?" As Ning Xi watched this young man who was becoming more and more energetic, her eyes were filled with admiration. She was not stingy with her praises. "Indeed, you've become much more handsome now." When Zhuang Rongguang heard the words he wanted to hear, he was instantly overjoyed. Meng Linlang helplessly shot her son a look. Then she noticed Ning Xi's outfit, and her eyes lit up. "Girl Xi, this outfit is gorgeous. Child, you usually dress a little too simple. Someone of your age should wear more bright colors like this. Don't wait till you're my age. You can't wear them even if you wanted to anymore." When they saw this scene unfolding, all of the heiresses instantly had mixed expressions. Why are all the Zhuangs so close to Ning Xi? Is that even a question? She's definitely benefiting by association with the Lu family. In any case, she's the wife of the young master of the Lu family now. She's the head lady. What? What luck is this? She really increased her status by climbing up this tree. It's so unfair. Which one of us here wouldn't be miles better than her in terms of family background? What's the Lu family thinking, letting someone of such status marry him? Even if they don't think for themselves, they should think about the future generation's genes and bloodline, shouldn't they? This Ning Xi doesn't match Bro Lu at all. The heiresses immediately felt even more resentful seeing Ning Xi being so close to the Zhuang family. They started to group together and mutter. Only Li Mayan, who knew the inside story, was filled with bitterness. Zhuang Zongren could hear these voices, and his expression soured. The elder was known to be hot-tempered. Plus, this matter involved his most beloved granddaughter. Thus, he growled angrily with a scowl on the spot. "Who says my Xiao Xi doesn't match the punk from the Lu family?" His worn and honest voice rang in everyone's ears. The second Zhuang Zongren's slightly furious voice reverberated. The entire venue was immediately enveloped with an overbearing aura. Those heiresses who had been muttering among themselves suddenly did not dare impose. At the same time, they exchanged glances while looking shocked. What did Elder Chief Zhuang just say? My Xiao Xi? At this moment, Yin Rui smiled and walked up to smooth things over. Elder, look at you. Xiao Xi is your granddaughter. Even Master Xianjing said that Xiao Xi was good luck and would bring a happy family and prosperity. To be able to have a daughter-in-law like Xiao Xi is our Lu family's blessing from another lifetime. Chapter 2108. She was a phoenix. When they heard Yin Rui, all the ladies from prestigious and wealthy families, who had bragged about how their family backgrounds surpassed a certain someone, were well and truly stunned. Elder Zhuang's granddaughter. Ning Xi is actually Elder Chief Zhuang's granddaughter? What? How's this even possible? So, Ning Xi had not flown up a branch and become a phoenix. She was actually already a phoenix? This was Imperial's #1 aristocrat family. They were first-rate aristocrats in the army and the government for generations. Which of the heiresses present could compare to her status? Eliza claimed that her maternal side had the blood of Country F's royalty running through her veins, but everyone knew that the so-called royal family sounded more like a tiger's roar. However, they did not actually have any real authority. The ones with real authority were the military. As Eliza listened to the discussions around her and how her name was being compared to Ning Xi, her initially insufferably arrogant expression had, at this moment, completely transformed into disbelief. This woman and the Zhuang family. How was this possible? No one would have thought that this girl, who had encountered crisis after crisis since she debuted and had climbed one step at a time to her position today, would have such a powerful identity and background. Furthermore, she had even married into a family like the Lu family. This Ning Xi is really unpredictable. She's been hiding a little too securely, hasn't she? Exactly. Who would have thought that she and the Zhuang family would have this layer of relationship? When they said this, the heiresses looked at her with a renewed expression. If Ning Xi had wanted to use her connections a little to make her way to the top, it would have been easy, yet she had maintained a low profile up till now. Just as the words Ning Xi had once said at Noble Perfume's audition. True elegance and nobility aren't about the luxury brands between her words. It isn't the precious jewelry on her wrist or boasting about their own good looks, knowledge, and accomplishments. True elegance is that even if in ragged clothes, with messy hair and a dirty face, the aura of elegance cannot be concealed. True elegance is that even if she conceals her identity and never highlights it, the bloodline in her bones cannot be erased. Some of the ladies and dames in the circle who were present that day seemed to have known about the relationship between Ning Xi and the Zhuang family. At that moment, they were making small talk with Meng Linlang and Ning Xi. They were very amiable and good-natured to Ning Xi, seeming as if they were close to her. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan also loved their daughter-in-law dearly. That went without saying. As matters stood, those heiresses were all done with their temper. Enough, everyone stop sulking. They're truly the ideal couple with families that are well-matched. They are a match made in heaven. Yin Rui's words earlier had calmed Elder Zhuang's fury, but he still looked a little cross. Once this elder, who had been in the military for half his life, got angered, no one could calm him down. Just as Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan fidgeted awkwardly, when even Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, Zhuang Qir, and the rest were at a loss, from the side came a soft voice. Great-grandfather. When the elder saw the obedient and cute little baby, his anger instantly evaporated and he beamed broadly. That cold face turned warm and loving. Little treasure, quickly come to great-grandfather. The fully automated portable fire extinguisher, baby little treasure, walked over obediently. The old man and the young boy started to chat happily, and it was an extremely harmonious atmosphere. When they saw that the elder was finally not angry anymore, Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao exchanged a smile in relief. Zhuang Rongwang was grinding his teeth with jealousy. Why did this little child from a previous relationship get to be doted on? Chapter 2109. All these images. A birthday song started to play as a tall birthday cake with more than 10 tiers was presented. Lu Jingli and Zhuang Rongwang pushed it out together on a cart. The crowd gave a round of applause as they sang the birthday song together and celebrated Lu Tingxiao's birthday. They also gave their blessings. To the family of three, Little Treasure and Lu Tingxiao wore pairing outfits today. The father and son duo wore a similar color to Ning Xi's, and the three of them looked amazing together. With candlelight and music as the background, pictures started appearing on the huge LED screen. All of them were memories of the daily lives between Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, and Little Treasure. Most of the pictures had been taken by Lu Jingli. Even Ning Xi had been unaware of when the photos were taken. There were pictures of Lu Tingxiao wearing a bright blue suit for the first time, Ning Xi cooking in the kitchen, Little Treasure and Lu Tingxiao helping her, and even the costume party at Little Treasure's school. Ning Xi had gone as the Little Red Riding Hood, while Little Treasure and Lu Tingxiao became the Small Wolf and Big Wolf respectively, amusing everyone. No one could imagine that the aloof Lu Tingxiao would do something like this. Never would they imagine him wearing a cute wolf outfit and even attending his son's costume party. The girl looked gentle and lovely while the child looked cute. The usually emotionless man looked genuinely warm and content in the photos. Lu Jingli was really excited to see everyone's shock. He could finally let everybody get a taste of all the images he had been seeing until now. All the singles at the party were really hurt, as Lu Jingli wished. Second master. That's enough. Stop it. Are you still human? Leave us singles alone. Everyone looked envious. The three of them looked just like a real family. It doesn't look like Ning Xi is a stepmother at all. This woman is really something. She can even deal with that child. That child isn't an easy person to please. Aside from envy, there were also some negative voices in between. While the two of them look good together, I bet Ning Xi's life is going to be tough from now on. The stepmother always has it rough. That's true. Being a stepmother at such a young age and in that sort of huge family. If she doesn't deal with things well, huge conflicts might occur. She's not his biological mother, after all. While these words were expected, they still sounded oddly annoying. Lu Jingli saw the expression of the little bun change. He quickly changed to another disc and played some cute pictures of his brother when he had still been little, trying to lighten the mood. The LED screen darkened. Then the photos of the three of them disappeared, but it soon lit up again and started playing another set of photos. Lu Jingli grinned. Bro, there's a picture of you, but naked when you were little. Lu Tingxiao slowly turned his head over at his brother threateningly. Lu Jingli was terrified. No. At most, it's just showing your belly button. I know that only your wife can see those pictures. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll send them to you later. Chapter 21:10. Those photos. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. However, she was pretty. Interested to see pictures of Lu Tingxiao when he was young. She wanted to see if he really looked like Little Treasure. Everyone looked over at the big screen as Second Master had mentioned that there would be photos of little Lu Tingxiao. A photo appeared, and the setting seemed to be in a hospital. There was a signage saying Department of Gynecology, and a pregnant girl sat on the long bench. Lu Jingli's expression changed the moment this photo appeared. Because the pregnant girl in the photo was Ning Xi. While the girl's face looked much younger, it was obvious that was her. In just a moment, countless photos flashed through the screen, all of them showing Ning Xi pregnant, in the hospital, on the road, in the park. What's happening? The person in the photo is Ning Xi, isn't it? She looks young in there, but that sure is her. But why is Ning Xi sitting in front of the Department of Gynecology with a bulged tummy? Damn! Lu Jingli's expression darkened and he wanted to take out the disc, yet he was stopped by a large palm. If they stopped it right now, it would only attract more rumors and things would be really messy by then. Ning Xi's face already went pale when she saw those pictures. She panicked. After Lu Tingxiao stopped Lu Jingli from taking out the disc, he put his arms over the girl's shaking shoulders. It's all right. Lu Tingxiao focused intently on the photos, observing how Ning Xi was pregnant, walking alone, shopping alone, going to the hospital alone. His grip on the girl became tighter and tighter. Ha ha! Suddenly, there was the sharp laughter of a woman among the crowd. A woman in a waitress's outfit rushed below the big screen and then screamed, "Daughter of a prestigious family, a proud lady." This woman got pregnant by a stranger when she was 18, yet she's still acting all pure in front of everyone. She's just trash. A shameless slut. The crowd was stunned to see Ning Xueluo. Ah, that woman. Isn't that Ning Xueluo? That's right. It's her. She's the foster daughter of the Ning family. The one who was chased out recently. Ning Xueluo's matter was too high profile to be ignored. So many people recognized her almost instantly. Everyone believed the pictures when they heard Ning Xueluo's words. It was perfectly normal for Ning Xueluo to know Ning Xi's secrets, so she had come here for revenge. No one expected such a big scandal would be revealed at Lu Tingxiao's birthday banquet. Lu Tingxiao's wife, the head lady of the Lu family, had such a huge scandal. An out-of-wedlock pregnancy at 18. Oh God, no way. Is Ning Xueluo telling the truth? Ning Xi got pregnant with a stranger's child at 18. Does the Lu family know about this? Does Lu Tingxiao know? Of course not. They wouldn't have gotten married if they knew. That's so scary. As expected, the private lives of women in the entertainment industry are incredibly messy. Chapter 21:11. Little Treasure is the child of Ning Xi and I. More and more discussion sparked. Lu Tingxiao looked at these so-called scandalous photos and did not even bat an eyelid. He just looked calmly at Ning Xueluo, who was in maniac mode. Thank you, Ms. Ning, for bringing these precious memories up for Xiaoxi. What? Precious memories? Ning Xueluo was dumbfounded. Lu Tingxiao continued. The stranger you mentioned was none other than me. Everyone's eyes popped out after a short moment of silence. Huh? What? What does Lu Tingxiao mean? The stranger is him. Ning Xueluo's mind was thrown into chaos as fear filled her eyes. What are you saying? CEO Lu, the child inside this woman's womb was an illegitimate child. How? Lu Jingli rolled his eyes and laughed coldly. Miss, first, you said my brother is a stranger. Then, you accuse my nephew of being an illegitimate child. Wow, I'm impressed by your courage. Lu Jingli's words caused another big wave of shock. Little treasure? Does Lu Jingli mean that the child Ning Xi had was Little Treasure? What? Little Treasure's biological mother is Ning Xi. Ning Xiuelua said Ning Xi was pregnant at 18. If I calculate following the time, it's correct. Among the noisy gossip, Lu Tingxiao's icy cold gaze scanned everyone. That immense aura of his hushed everyone. No one said a word. After a while, Lu Tingxiao said, I apologize for causing some unnecessary misunderstanding. Ning Xi and I knew each other since a long time ago, but we separated for several years because of some misunderstanding. We've gotten back together again ever since she came back. Lu Tingxiao took a pause, then continued. Little Treasure is the child of Ning Xi and me. Ning Xiuelua was stunned at first, then she could not stop giggling. Huh, CEO Lu, I didn't expect for you to lie and say that illegitimate child is yours. How impressive. Lu Jingli could not believe how stupid she could be. Miss, your stupidity is what impresses me the most. How could my brother not know what he did? Due to some procedural necessity before, my sister-in-law and Little Treasure did a DNA test. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? This is impossible. Definitely impossible. Ning Xiuelua straightened her back and her tone sounded determined. Lu Jingli raised his eyebrows. Oh, impossible. How are you so determined that it's impossible? Ning Xiuelua could not say anything. Of course, she could not. She was the one who had drugged Ning Xi and arranged the two male gigolos. How is that possible? Wait. The gigolos mentioned that Ning Xi had gone into the wrong room. She had done it with a stranger. Could it be? Could that man be Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xiuelua's face went pale. Her body was trembling as if she had just found out something oddly terrifying. This possibility was utterly shocking to her. Suddenly, an old man stepped out from the crowd. Chapter 21:12. That child didn't die. Right this second, an old man suddenly stepped out of the crowd. The old man's gaze looked viciously at Ning Xiuelua as he said with a stern tone, Miss, how could you start rumors and create trouble at such a young age, slandering other people's innocence baselessly? Back then, I was the one who did Madame Lu's and Little Treasure's DNA test myself. Little Treasure is 100% Madame Lu's flesh and blood. If anyone has any doubt, feel free to look for me. The person who had spoken up was the head of Imperial's military hospital. As the person who had the head of state as his patient, his words were no doubt a symbol of authority. Once Dr. Zhao stepped out, everyone's last hint of doubt was dispelled. Instead, sudden realization dawned on them. When Zhuang Liaoyuan saw Dr. Zhao step forth and was so calm throughout, he finally knew how Lu Tingxiao had persuaded the elder in the hospital back then, and how Lu Tingxiao had so easily accepted Little Treasure. So, it turned out that this was the case. Finally, the similarities between Little Treasure and Ning Xi, the intimacy of the mother and child bond, and Little Treasure's shooting talent that mirrored the Zhuangs now all had an explanation. The buzz around them suddenly turned louder. Everyone did not expect the truth to be like this. At the same time, the way they looked at Ning Xiuelua had changed. It really is true. Little Treasure's biological mother is really Ning Xi. Geez, no wonder. I was just saying, how could this mother and son pair get along so well? They are just like biological mother and son, but he turns out to really be her son. This Ning Xiuelua is hilarious. She tried to drive a wedge between them without knowing anything, and even called Lu Tingxiao a strange man. She called the little prince an illegitimate child. Ning Xi's quite pitiful too. Putting aside the fact that she was carried home wrongly, she even got involved with such a shameless person occupying her place, and her parents are unreliable too. No wonder the Zhuang family only acknowledge Ning Xi and pay no heed to the Ning family and Ning Xiuelua. Would they heed her? People like her should get hit by a car when she walks out of the door. It really is my first time seeing such an evil woman. She's still not happy having killed her foster mother's fetus. Now that she sees Ning Xi leading a good life, she's so bitter and even came here to continue hurting Ning Xi. On such an occasion today, she came to create such malicious rumors. She keeps pestering her without wanting to let go. How disgusting. Everyone around gawked at her with detest and disgust. Those looks she received was as if they were looked at a disgusting pile of garbage with maggots all over. Ning Xi's face was blank. Her knees gave way, and she fell to the ground like mud. Back then, she had racked her brains to get the Ning family and to fight over Su Yin, yet in the end, she had accidentally matchmade Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi. Back then, the person who had slept with Ning Xi was actually Lu Tingxiao. What smacked her further into disbelief was the fact that Ning Xi's child did not die from a car crash years ago. How did it become like this? How could the child have survived? How could it have not died? How did this happen? She could not figure out how it had ended up like this. Initially, she had been prepared to pull Ning Xi down with her, which was why she had recklessly caused a ruckus with the risk of offending the Lu family. She was now left with nothing, after all. She could not just watch Ning Xi take in the position of Lady Lu so easily. But now, over. It was all over. At the venue entrance, a few uniformed policemen appeared solemn and respectful as they walked straight towards Ning Xi. Miss, you've been suspected of smuggling drugs and participating in many illegal activities outside these borders. Please come with us. Chapter 21:13. To everyone's delight. Lu Tingxiao knew that Ning Xi cared about kinship. Previously, for the sake of her foster parents, he was not ruthless to Ning Xi. Yet, that woman still did not know how to be remorseful until now. Since Ning Xi could not make the move, then he would take action. Late at night, the guests had dispersed. This birthday banquet of many twists and turns had finally ended. Once the banquet concluded, Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan immediately pulled Lu Jingli aside. Jingli, what actually happened? Is Ning Xi really Little Treasure's mother? Yin Rui asked impatiently. Lu Jingli nodded with a serious expression. That night 7 years ago, the girl that my brother was with was actually sis-in-law. At that time, sis-in-law had been drugged by Ning Xi, who had initially arranged for people to ruin sis-in-law's innocence. Sis-in-law had accidentally entered the wrong room and entered Bro's room instead. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan exchanged glances as they listened to him. They never would have thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world. Huh, you guys know the rest of the story too. Back then, Bro was also drugged. At that time, he and sis-in-law were both made delirious by the drugs, so they had no memory of that night at all. Bro and I only found out about the truth around 2 years ago. Later on, our hunch was confirmed by the DNA test. Our guess was right. That night, the person who was with Bro was indeed sis-in-law. However, because the incident years ago had caused too much damage to sis-in-law, Bro didn't dare to admit that the person was him. That's why he never came out with the truth until today. Ning Xi came to cause trouble. Then, Lu Jingli explained to the two elders about how Ning Xi got pregnant, and the reason why she did not abort the child. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan became angrier as they listened. That Ning Xi is insane. Thankfully, it was your brother. If Yin Rui dared not imagine. This incident was too huge of an impact to sis-in-law. She's been living with the trauma all these years. Back then, the reason she kept rejecting Bro was not even to loosen the reins, only to grasp them better as you thought. It was because of this incident that she wasn't willing to accept any man, said Lu Jingli with a solemn expression. When they heard their son's words, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui looked ashamed with guilt. Yin Rui sighed. Xiaoxi is a good girl. Even if something like that had really happened to her, it's not her fault. Then, her expression turned joyful again. Now that's great actually. It turns out to everyone's delight. Xiaoxi is Little Treasure's biological mother. How amazing. Little Treasure will be so happy. When Lu Chongshan heard this, he frowned and said with a lowered tone. But Jingli said earlier that Xiaoxi hated that man from those years ago. Now that she knows the person was Tingxiao. When they heard this, suddenly, all three of them fell silent. In the garden of their house in Deer Town, it was only when they reached home that Ning Xi finally had a chance to speak with Lu Tingxiao privately. In the garden, the two of them stood quietly under a rack of Japanese roses. Ning Xi looked fatigued. Today was her first time making an official appearance as Madame Lu. She never would have thought that so many things would happen, but thankfully it was resolved without any mishap. Ning Xi sat down on the chair at the side. Lu Tingxiao, how did you get Dr. Zhao to help you? After she woke up from her coma, Dr. Zhao had been attending to her recuperation apart from Annie, so she was quite familiar with him too. She knew he valued his reputation and professional integrity, so he definitely would not falsify anything for someone else. Tingxiao must have spent a lot of effort to convince him. Chapter 21:14. I'm sorry, that person was me. Facing Ning Xi's question, Tingxiao's fists tightened as he fell silent and did not say anything. He had expected that even if everyone believed that little treasure was her biological son, Ning Xi would think that he had arranged all of this. After all, with regards to this fact, Ning Xi would be the only one who would not believe this. Darling, when she saw the man still not speaking, Ning Xi looked at him doubtfully. At this moment, the air around the man had already frozen into ice, yet his body seemed as if it had been injected with surging and boiling volcanic lava, almost combusting him to nothing. Ning Xi noticed Tingxiao was being odd. Her expression started to turn solemn. What? Did something happen? The Japanese roses above their heads wilted one by one in the night breeze. Some time passed when the man finally spoke. Xiaoxi, I didn't arrange it. Dr. Zhao's words are true. Ning Xi's mind went blank for a second, as if she could not immediately understand what Tingxiao meant. What? I did get you and little treasure to do a DNA test. The DNA test results are real too. Tingxiao took a deep breath. He took a report out and gave it to the girl. Xiaoxi, you are little treasure's biological mother. Ning Xi blankly took the report from Tingxiao, and she slowly looked at the conclusion right at the bottom of the report. In the next second, her pupils shrank and her mind went blank. To sum up, the aforementioned examination of the 19 STR genes results show that Ning Xi's tested heredity genes matched the genetic criterion to be Qingyu's biological mother. The probability value of their parent-child relationship is calculated at 99.9999%. Based on the DNA analysis, it supports Ning Xi as Qingyu's biological mother. How could this be? Ning Xi's mouth was wide open, yet she could not utter a word. As if Tingxiao was afraid that he would lose the courage to speak again, he immediately continued. Xiaoxi, little treasure is our child. The child of you and I. Actually, the fact that Ning Xi could so easily appear was more or less a result of his allowing it. He wanted to use this as a way to force himself from evading anymore. Ning Xi felt like she was dreaming. In the dream, everything was turned upside down, causing her mind to be all messed up. She could not tell whether this was a dream or reality. How could this be? My child. Back then, my child already died. Tingxiao's thin lips tensed up. Even though I'm currently unsure why, but the fact is that he didn't die. He is little treasure. He is little treasure. That child is little treasure. Little treasure is my child. Ning Xi was in a daze. Tingxiao confirmed. Yes, he's our child. Ours. Tingxiao closed his eyes. Then, he said with a slightly trembling voice, I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I'm sorry. I already knew about this more than a year ago. But I couldn't tell you that the person who hurt you, the culprit who made you suffer and be in despair for so long, was me. I was afraid that you'd leave me. That proud man had, at this very moment, said the words afraid to her. I'm sorry. That person was me. When he finished, he stood there silently while the radiance surrounding him dimmed, as if he was a person waiting for a death sentence. In that instant, all signs of life were removed from him. Chapter 21:15. Best thing ever. Time passed. Tingxiao's expression turned paler by the second, and his blood was getting colder as well. His hands had already clenched into fists without him even realizing it. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance covered him and came into contact with his cold lips. That warm voice echoed through the endless night. I'm glad that it's you. There's nothing better than this in the whole world. The flames were extinguished as ash fell onto the soil and flowers started blooming. Tingxiao hugged the girl tightly and gave her a deep kiss. How he wished the two of them could merge together. Those were the most touching words he had ever heard in his life. His girl, bringing him touching and surprising moments again and again. The two of them stayed beside each other under the moonlight. Sorry, I should have told you earlier. Tingxiao kissed the girl on the top of her head. Ning Xi nodded in agreement. Right. If you had told me earlier, then you wouldn't have to worry about it for so long. You didn't even mind when I told you about myself, so why would I leave you for this? Moreover, it's not just anyone else. It's you, my husband. I'm really happy. Anyhow, it's Lu Jingli's fault anyway. Lu Jingli. who was eavesdropping in a corner, burst out. Why am I being blamed without even doing anything? Fine, it was such a touching moment, so blame him all she wanted. Luckily, Xiao Shishi did not divorce his brother. If not, he would really be dead. Tingxiao felt as if his whole body was immersed in warm water. His burning organs were now all healed, and he was relieved. It's my fault. Ning Xi could fully understand what Tingxiao felt. No matter how smart a person was, one would fall into such a state if they cared about another person too much. There was also another reason why I didn't tell you yet. Tingxiao's tone sounded duller than usual. What? Ning Xi could feel that what Tingxiao was about to say was really important. I've been investigating this matter, about who sent little treasure to the Lu family, and what his purpose was. Ning Xi's eyes sharpened. Have you found out? Tingxiao's tone sounded dull. Not yet, but we're chasing an important clue. I noticed the hospital security camera footage had a section removed. We'll find out who it is after recovering the lost footage. I plan to tell you after I found out about everything. If there are no issues, the footage should be completed in several days. Ning Xi's expression looked serious. Who could it be? Tingxiao remained silent. He had no idea who it could be too. Mommy. There was a voice behind them. Ning Xi quickly turned around to see little treasure standing behind her and staring right at her. Ning Xi's eyes teared up when she saw the little bun. Baby. Little treasure rubbed his eyes with the back of his wrists. Then he jumped onto his mother. Mommy, are you really little treasure's mother? Did you give birth to me? Yes, I'm little treasure's mother. I gave birth to you. She then felt some wetness on her shoulder, and Ning Xi's heart twitched painfully. Is it true? Little treasure looked at his father, his eyes seeming as fragile as glass. Chapter 21:16, Calling Father for the First Time. Tingxiao squatted down and patted his son's head. It's true. You're the child of your mother and me. The eyes of the little guy sparkled when he received an affirmative answer from his father. I knew it. Since the first time I saw Mommy, I knew Mommy was really my mother. Ning Xi teared a little as she looked at the adorable little bun. She gave him a big hug. Baby, quickly pinch me and tell me that I'm not dreaming. How could I have given birth to such a cute and smart child that's loved by everyone? I'm so amazing. The little bun did not pinch Ning Xi. Instead, he just kissed Ning Xi on her cheek. I think I might be dreaming too. The mother who's as sparkling as a princess and as beautiful as roses is actually my mother. I'm really happy. I'm amazing too. Tingxiao grinned as he looked at the mother-son pair. Then he smiled with a gentle expression. As for Lu Jingli at the corner, he felt horrible. Damn, that was really enough. Did you guys have to say it out loud? He was so worried that he was fully prepared for an emergency rescue. Yet this had happened. Well, there were 2 more fires back at home waiting for his rescue. He had better go and report the good news now. Late at night in the bedroom, Ning Xi sang and put the little bun to sleep. The little guy grabbed onto her shirt and was not letting go. Ning Xi kissed his forehead. Go to sleep. Mommy will stay by your side. Good night. The little guy mumbled. Good night, Mommy. The little bun rubbed his eyes and turned over to look at Tingxiao. Then, he mumbled again, good night. Father. Tingxiao was stunned when he heard little treasure call him father. He did not seem to expect it. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows and laughed when she saw Tingxiao's awkward reaction. Darling, don't tell me. That's the first time little treasure has called you father? Tingxiao was speechless. That was the first time indeed. Ning Xi could not stop laughing. Really? The first time? Tingxiao did not say anything. Yes, he was in such a terrible state. Ning Xi held her laughter in and kissed Tingxiao. Get over it. I'm sure little treasure will start calling you father from now onwards. Tingxiao kissed her back. Thanks to you. Ning Xi blinked as she looked at the man beside her. She suddenly said, Tingxiao, let's go public about us. Tingxiao was a little taken aback. I mean exactly that. Let's tell everyone about it. Tingxiao seemed nervous. Are things all right on your end? Ning Xi analyzed. My fans are pretty stable now, and I can start changing my style soon. Announcing my marriage now wouldn't have too much of an effect on me, and it'll help in my change of style too. Tingxiao replied. Okay. Ning Xi grinned and kissed her darling's cheek. Then, I'll start preparing now. Without any issues, we can plan it after I've signed the movie contract with Chun Mi-an. Thank you for the title. Chapter 21:17, Clouds of Doubt. After the birthday banquet, Ning Xi invited Tang Lang, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao out to treat them to a proper meal. Well, the meal was just an excuse. The true purpose was to boast that she had given birth to such an adorable child. Besides, she also needed help from the three of them. She wanted them to check if they could find out who had sent little treasure to the Lu family back then. No one else could probably do it, since even Lu Tingxiao could not, but she wanted to feel more hopeful about it. Afterwards, Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao got back on their busy schedule. At the same time, they waited for news from Lu Jingli. There had been some issues with the recovery of the video, and the progress had gotten stuck. In addition to little treasure being down with a fever lately, Ning Xi was somewhat affected. She could not rest easy as the matter was still unclear. They still did not know if it was an ally or a foe who had done it, and what their intentions were. How come that person knew that little treasure was Lu Tingxiao's son, when even she and Lu Tingxiao had no inkling of it? Why did that person send little treasure to the Lu family? If that person had just done it out of goodwill, there was no need to hide his or her identity. There were too many unexplained doubts waiting for an answer. As Ning Xi was deep in her thoughts, she gently caressed little treasure. She became more anxious when she took a glance at the thermometer. 38.5, that's still a little high. Lu Tingxiao put his arm over Ning Xi's shoulders and comforted her. Don't worry. The doctor said that children fall sick easily in this season. It's just a small matter. Ning Xi nodded. I understand. It was difficult for her to not be affected with that matter still unresolved. Lu Tingxiao sighed when he saw Ning Xi had so much to worry about. He regretted telling her too early. Jingli told me that the video will be completed in 3 days. Ning Xi took a deep breath. 3 more days, and everything would be revealed. However, before they got to see the results from Lu Jingli's side, something happened to little treasure. What they thought to be just a normal flu and fever did not get better even after several days. Little treasure had been in a similar condition before because of psychological trauma, but he had been fine ever since Ning Xi appeared. However, now that the same situation happened again, his fever was not getting any better. Nothing worked this time, even with Ning Xi staying by little treasure's side all the time. Everyone in the room looked worried. Lu Jingli scratched his head. That doesn't make sense. Little treasure just found out Xiao Shishi is his mother, and he's really happy about it. It's not possible for him to get sick because of psychological reasons. Dr. Zhao then said, I've already conducted a thorough checkup with little treasure. Everything seems normal and nothing's wrong. Then, how is his fever not going down? Something must be wrong. Ning Xi was really anxious. The little guy was breathing rapidly with a red face. He seemed to be drifting in and out of consciousness, spending more and more time sleeping in the past few days. Dr. Zhao thought about it. Don't worry so much about it. It's not uncommon for children to be like this. If the fever still doesn't go down by tomorrow, bring him to the hospital for another checkup again. Lu Tingxiao replied, Okay. Chapter 21:18. Sister-in-law doesn't trust me? Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi stayed by little treasure's side for the whole night. The next day, Ning Xi suddenly opened her eyes and realized that she had fallen asleep. She quickly went over to little treasure and asked, How's little treasure? Don't worry. The fever's gone already, Lu Tingxiao said. Ning Xi was relieved. That's great. Lu Tingxiao's eyes darkened. While he seemed to be thinking about something, he comforted Ning Xi with a relaxed expression. You're being too anxious about it. Ning Xi nodded. I guess so. She felt too pressured with so much to consider about. Little treasure did not seem to be very energetic even after his fever went down. Thankfully, the fever did not come back and things were fine for 2 days. However, little treasure's condition unexpectedly worsened on the 3rd day. While he did not have a temperature, he felt unconscious and his body was really weak. Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao quickly sent him to the Imperial Military Hospital that night. The results of the second full-body checkup still showed no sign of illness. Ning Xi's hand trembled when she took out her phone as she looked at little treasure hooked up to a ventilator. Let me ask Annie to take a look at him. She thought it was just a normal fever and did not expect things to turn out this way. As Ning Xi was about to make a call by the door, there was a voice behind her. The brat is sick? Yun Shun. Ning Xi was surprised to see who it was. The man looked as arrogant as usual. He had a black shirt on. The contrast made his fine skin appear even whiter than usual. When he saw Ning Xi's surprised expression, the man raised up his right middle finger which was bandaged. I got injured by a needle. Annie wasn't around, and Yi forced me to come to the hospital. He sounded aggrieved. Not just Tang Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao. Even Tang Lang was there as well. Ever since Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao ceased their war, Tang Lang had been hanging out with Tang Yi. Tang Yi had his usual stoic glasses on. Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Lang crossed their arms and just stood there, their mouths twitching. Ignoring the fact that he was suddenly injured by a mere needle. Why did he sounded so aggrieved? He had a medical condition whereby he would profusely bleed if he was injured. Little Treasure is sick. Feng Xiaoxiao took a peek into the room. What happened? Hasn't Little Treasure's fever come down yet? Tang Lang asked. Ning Xi did not look well as she shook her head. At first, the fever didn't go down. It finally went away 2 days ago, but now he's suddenly fallen unconscious. The body checkups showed nothing odd. I was about to call Annie over to take a look at Little Treasure. Yun Shun glanced over at the little bun. He narrowed his eyes and mumbled. This condition seems familiar. What? Ning Xi suddenly became nervous. You've seen it before? Where? I have to take a look at the brat to confirm, Yun Shun said. Ning Xi frowned, apparently not very trusting of this guy. She never heard of him knowing about illnesses. Seems like sister-in-law doesn't trust me? Fine then. Suddenly, Lu Tingxiao said, It's all right. Let him take a look. Ning Xi then nodded with ease. Oh, go ahead then. Yun Shun was speechless. He suddenly did not feel like helping anymore. Chapter 21:19. Only 1 day left. At last, he still walked into the ward reluctantly. Ning Xi and the rest stood nervously on the side as they waited for Yun Shun's examination result. Yun Shun casually asked some questions about Little Treasure's condition. Then he pulled Little Treasure's shirt up to take a look. He squinted. The little brat isn't sick. He's been poisoned. What did you say? Ning Xi and Tang Lang instantly looked horrified. Tang Yi was a little shocked too. On Lu Tingxiao's eyes looked exceptionally deep in thought, almost as if he seemed to have expected this outcome. What poison is it? How do you know? Why would Little Treasure suddenly be poisoned? Ning Xi asked all at a go. Yun Shun pulled Little Treasure's shirt down and said, Neither can I be sure about how he was poisoned, nor do I know what poison it is, but I can be sure that he was poisoned. Listening to Yun Shun's answer, Ning Xi almost died from fury. He might as well have not answered anything. Yun Shun seemed to have fallen deep in thought about a certain memory. He slowly said, I've seen someone who was poisoned like this. At first, they also had a fever repeatedly. The interesting thing was that they would have a fever the first day, get well the second, get a fever the third day, and then recover the next day again. Every time, the fever would cause them to be weaker and weaker, and their spirits would worsen too. In fact, the cause was so mysterious as if the perpetrator was torturing the victim for fun, giving someone hope and then instantly making them hopeless. It repeats like this, and these victims have one distinctive feature on them. That is, some red color blood specks would appear on their skin slowly. When she heard Yun Shun, Ning Xi quickly took a closer inspection at Little Treasure's body. Indeed, there were many red color specks, which were there from the start. But there had been very few AMD. She thought that it was just a common allergy or a rash caused by the fever. But now that she looked again, it seemed like those red specks had begun to multiply with Little Treasure's fever. Who would poison a child like this? Tang Yi frowned. Tang Lang's eyes narrowed. This obviously torturous way of poisoning is clearly to avenge something. However, Little Treasure's usually protected so well. Previously, because of Master Han Xiao keeping watch. All those people were frightened away. When could he have been poisoned? Especially in a way that all of us did not notice at all. Tang Lang was pondering about this when he suddenly had a brazen thought. Would this poison be related to the person who sent Little Treasure back to the Lu family years ago? Feng Xiaoxiao subconsciously looked at Yun Shun. Then she chose her words carefully. Actually, I've heard about this poison too. I heard that it can be planted inside someone's body for a long period of time. It can even hibernate for 3 to 5 years before it breaks out. So, there's a huge possibility that when Little Treasure was just sent to the Lu family years ago, this poison was already planted in him, but it only flared up recently. If this really is the case, then it makes sense. Ning Xi never would have thought that this matter would pan out like this. Because the matter involved Little Treasure, she was extremely worried as she listened to Feng Xiaoxiao's analysis. Her mind was a mess at this point, and she could not think straight at all. How many days has the little brat been like this? At this moment, Yun Shun suddenly asked. Tingxiao answered, 6 days. Something flashed in Yun Shen's eyes. 6 days? I know that from the day they flare up, victims of this poison will die of sudden death on the 7th day. Yun Shen's words instantly made Ning Xi's heart plummet into an endless abyss. Ning Xi panicked. How's this possible? Doesn't that mean Little Treasure only has less than a day? Could you be mistaken? If I calculate to when Little Treasure begun having the fever, it's already the 6th night now. Did this not mean Little Treasure would not make it to the next morning? This outcome was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Ning Xi's mind. Chapter 2120. How could it be? Yun Shen frowned slightly before saying with a lowered voice, I don't know much about this poison. I'm just telling you my judgment based on past situations. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Ning Xi already did not have time to think further. Her fingers trembled as she quickly made a call to Annie. Hello, Annie. Bro Xi, you finally called me. I was afraid you're busy, so I didn't dare to disturb you. From the other end of the phone came Annie's joyful voice. Ning Xi interrupted Annie apologetically. Annie, I'm sorry, where are you right now? Can you make a trip to Imperial Military Hospital? I have something urgent that I need you for. Hospital? Bro Xi, what's wrong? Annie quickly asked with concern. It isn't me. Just come over first. When she heard that Ning Xi was all right, Annie let out a sigh of relief and answered. Okay, I'll come over right away, but I'm now in City A. I might not be able to rush over so quickly. From beside Ning Xi came Tingxiao's voice. I'll arrange for a helicopter to get her. Ning Xi immediately said, send me your location. I'll get someone to pick you. Okay. After she hung up, Ning Xi's body gave way, and she was about to collapse. Tingxiao held the girl in his embrace, glancing at the time on his watch with his solemn eyes. From City A to Imperial, even if it were by helicopter, it would take more than an hour to and fro. Time passed by, and the atmosphere became increasingly heavy. Feng Xiaoxiao hugged Ning Xi as she consoled her. Little Treasure will definitely be fine. That Satan's probably trying to mess with you again, deliberately scaring you. Ning Xi closed her eyes and did not say anything. Even though Yun Shen was not quite reliable most of the time, when it came to matters like these, if he did not have complete certainty, he would not have said what he did. So, she could basically be sure that what he said was true. Earlier, Tingxiao had been concentrating on operating a certain complex software on his phone as if he was directing something. It was not sure how long had passed when the deadly silent corridor suddenly echoed with the sound of a handphone ringing. It was Tingxiao's phone. Tingxiao immediately clicked to answer. Hello? Okay, send it to me now. Ning Xi suddenly changed in expression. Why? Has the footage been recovered? Tingxiao nodded. It has. What footage? Feng Xiaoxiao asked with confusion. Tang Lang explained simply the whole situation as best as he could. He finished by saying, if the footage is recovered, then we can find out who it was that had quietly taken Little Treasure away from the hospital and sent him to the Liu family. At this moment, Tingxiao's phone was receiving a file. The progress bar advanced bit by bit. Moments later, with a beep, the file was finally transferred successfully. Everyone held their breaths with their eyes locked onto Tingxiao's phone screen. Ning Xi's fists were clenched even more tightly. Who was it? Tingxiao's long fingers quickly clicked to open the security footage. The scene in the security footage had a cold, deathly stillness. It was clearly in the hospital morgue. The door opened and a staff carried a bundled baby in, putting it into a freezer, then turning to leave. The instant she saw that thing in the staff's arms, even though you could only vaguely see that it was a baby that had turned purple, Ning Xi's heart subconsciously jumped. Was that Little Treasure? As she thought about this, the door of the morgue was pushed open once again. A thin figure in a black outfit with a cap had walked in. Because that person's back was facing the camera, they could not get a better look at the face. This should be the person, Tang Lang exclaimed emotionally. That person opened the freezer and carried the dead baby that the staff had just put in. Then, he or she very quickly closed the freezer and turned to leave. In the next second, when that person turned around, Ning Xi, Tang Lang, Tang Yi, Feng Xiaoxiao, and even Yun Shen, who were fixed on the video, all had a change in their expressions. Annie, how could it be? How could it be Annie? Chapter 2121, Instant Change. Annie, Tang Lang, and Feng Xiaoxiao were stunned as they called out her name. Tang Yi was shocked. Even Yun Shun did not expect this as well. Ning Xi's mouth was wide open as she stared at the face in the picture. She could not say anything. Annie. How could it be Annie? However, the girl in the frame looked young and almost no different from Annie. All of them recognized her in one glance. Annie had a small frame. She was skilled in healthcare and was an expert at skincare. She never really changed ever since Ning Xi knew her. Ning Xi never expected that after spending so much time to recover the security footage, it would reveal such jaw-dropping information to her. Before this, she had imagined countless possibilities and guesses, and Annie was never a part of any of them. This is impossible. It cannot be my cute Annie. Feng Xiaoxiao swiftly snatched the phone away from Lu Tingxiao and played the video again. No matter how many times she played it, it still showed the ever-so-familiar face of the little sister everyone loved, Annie. Damn. Boss, are you sure this is reliable? Tang Lang scratched his head. Lu Tingxiao did not say a word, but his expression answered the question for him. He had personally led a team of professionals to work on the video for 2 weeks to recover it, so there was no way it could be a mistake, as everyone was shocked by the results. The door of the elevators at the end of the corridor opened, and the pattering of footsteps came closer. Bro Shi. The cute little girl wore a cotton dress, and she called out to Ning Xi when she saw her, walking swiftly towards their direction. Ning Xi's back straightened when she saw Annie. The expressions on Tang Lang, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao's faces changed. Tang Lang unconsciously stepped forward and stood before Ning Xi, putting up a defensive stance. Annie noticed that something was not right. She paused a few steps before Ning Xi, her eyes seeming hesitant. Bro Shi, Bro Yi, Sis Xiaoxiao. What's wrong? Oh, Bro Shi, who's sick? Tang Lang and Feng Xiaoxiao looked at each other in the eyes. Tang Yi pursed his lips, having no idea what to say. No one said a word as an odd silence crept over the corridor. Then, Lu Tingxiao took his phone back from Feng Xiaoxiao before going to Annie and handing the phone to her. Mr. Lu. Annie took the phone and then looked at it. The footage of the hospital morgue was rolling. When Annie looked at it, she saw the exact moment the person turned around. At the exact moment, the expression of this cute little girl changed in front of all of them. She still had that innocent and naive face, yet the expression on her face was sheer chilly. A dark aura engulfed her eyes as a murderous intent flooded out from her, filling the whole corridor with bloodlust. Chapter 21-22. This matter has nothing to do with you. Tang Lang, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Tang Yi triggered their defensive instincts the moment they saw the change in Annie. It was similar to when they were facing dangerous threats from a highly skilled opponent. It was an unconscious behavior that was drilled into them. They could actually feel the intense threat from the usually weak and gentle Annie. At this moment, the phone Annie was holding was already cracked. The screen had gone all dark. The girl gazed upon Lu Tingxiao with her animalistic eyes. The new head of the Lu family sure isn't someone I should underestimate. He had actually done the impossible. She was confident that no one could see what was wrong with the footage and that it would be impossible to recover. However, now her identity was revealed, and at such a time too. Ning Xi and Tang Lang were stunned to see Annie speaking with such a bold attitude. She'd admitted it? The person in the video was really her. Yun Shin slowly walked out from behind Tang Lang. I really didn't expect that my little fish would have so many secrets. She had tricked everyone. Ning Xi forced herself to come back to her senses. She used up every ounce of her strength to take a deep breath. Then she asked the question she was most concerned about at the moment. Annie, are you the one who poisoned Little Treasure? Yes, the girl admitted without any hesitation. All of them were stunned once again. Ning Xi realized that there was not much time left. She did not want to know about the whys and hows of it right now. She asked directly, what do I need to do for you to give me the antidote? Annie's expression was frigid. Ning Xi, this has nothing to do with you. Ning Xi clenched her fists. How can this have nothing to do with me? I'm Little Treasure's mother. You knew, didn't you? Annie had no expression on her face. Then, you should know well enough that this child should have been dead long ago. I let him live until today, and now I'm just taking back what I gave. Ning Xi's body was trembling. No words could come out of her lips. It was true that Little Treasure had been announced dead by the doctor back then. Therefore, they put him into the morgue. Annie had probably brought Little Treasure's body away and revived him. You saved Little Treasure back then, but why did you poison him? Ning Xi asked. I already said that this matter has nothing to do with you. Annie repeated. At this moment, Tingxiao stepped up and said, "Since you have a grudge against the Lu family, I'm the head of the family clan. You can do whatever you want to me." Why hurt an innocent child? Given Annie's attitude, something had probably happened between her and the Lu family. For some reason, Annie's cold face suddenly had a slightly maniac smirk. Huh. Huh. Innocent. Your son is innocent, but wasn't Tingxiao innocent too? If I let him live, who's going to let my Tingxiao go? Annie's bloodlust spiked sharply with that last sentence. Tingxiao. All of them were wondering who that person was. Even Tingxiao had not heard of this name before. Who was this Tingxiao she mentioned? Only Yunxin reacted when he heard this name from Annie, as if he recalled an old memory of his. He mumbled, "Tingxiao, Tingxiao." Chapter 21-23 were the same. He then looked at Annie. "Are you?" Annie smiled coldly. "That's right, I am." Tang Lang was confused. What were they talking about? Who exactly was Annie? Who was Tingxiao? He had the same surname as Satan. How were they related? Tang Yi then said, "Tingxiao, I think that's the grandson of the elder from the Yun family. Satan's cousin." At the same time, Yunxin stared at Annie confidently. "You're Tingxiao's godsister, Luoling." Annie did not deny it. She smiled and then looked at Tingxiao coldly. All the people involved back then, they were all dead, and now, only the Lu family is left. All of you will die with Tingxiao. Innocent. I'm going to let the Lu family have a taste of how helpless a person can be when they can't do anything to help a dying loved one. Tingxiao quickly remembered some fragmented memories of the conflict between the Lus and the Yuns. If I'm not mistaken, the Yun family wanted to use Yunqing's death as an excuse to collaborate with two other families to go against the Lu family, but afterwards, further investigation revealed that Yunqing's death was unrelated to the Lu family. The word unrelated triggered Annie. Unrelated. If it were not for the Lu family, if it were not for you, Tingxiao, Tingxiao wouldn't have died. Back then, the family sent me to assassinate you. I declined the mission and they killed Tingxiao. They told me that you killed Tingxiao. They thought by doing so, I'd take revenge. If it were not for you, Tingxiao wouldn't have died. Annie repeated her accusation of Tingxiao killing Tingxiao. Ning Xi's brain was trying to process all these information. She frowned. So, the Yuns and the Lus were at war. The Yun family sent someone to assassinate the head of the Lu family, Tingxiao, and you declined because missions like this usually involve seductions and using your body. To make you comply and to have a reason to go to war, the head of the Yun family killed his own grandson, Tingxiao. Then he blamed everything on the Lu family. However, in the end, you found out the truth. Ning Xi had a clearer idea of what happened at this point. Since you know Tingxiao wasn't killed by the Lu family, then why are you blaming the Lu family and harming little treasure for it? Yunxin's eyes darkened as he heard Ning Xi's words. He had a cold aura around him. Is it so difficult to understand? Because all of them deserve to die. Everyone who was involved in her death deserved to die. Ning Xi was surprised when she heard that Yunxin was on Annie's side. Who was the her Yunxin mentioned? It was not Tingxiao, was it? Yunxin then smiled at Annie. I see. No wonder the little fish stayed by my side and helped me. So, we're the same. Ning Xi frowned. She had just cleared things up, but now her head was in a mess again. Why was Yunxin involved? What did he mean by they were the same? Yunxin grinned. That old geezer, Yunjia, loved tricks of seduction and assassination. So what if he had to sacrifice an unimportant grandchild? He could even send his only daughter in the bed of his enemy. Chapter 21-24. How you're going to be unkind to me. When she heard this, Ning Xi's mind jolted. She instantly thought about Yunxin's mother, Yunlan, and Lu Chongshan's personal grudges. Could it be that years ago, Yunxin's mother and Lu Chongshan were actually related? Yunxin's mother's fate was like Annie's. They had both been sent by the head of the Yun family's old clans, Yunjia, to assassinate someone from the Lu family, but her target was Lu Chongshan. Little fishy, you're much smarter than that silly woman. Yunxin smiled faintly and looked towards Tingxiao. That silly woman gave herself, her heart, and even her life while you want everyone's lives. Before this, I couldn't understand who the Yun family was destroyed by, and had even done so right before my eyes. It turns out that it was you. I'm guessing it was also you who poisoned those people from the Lu family. When she heard this, Ning Xi finally understood. No wonder Yun Shan said that he recognized the poison. And the silly woman that Yun Shan was talking about was probably his mother, Yun Lan. Years ago, Yun Shan's mother had probably fallen for Lu Chongshan. Otherwise, she would not have given birth to Yun Shan. However, as the head of the Lu clan, and with the way Lu Chongshan would sacrifice anything for the clan's benefit, if he had found out about Yun Lan's identity, you could already imagine the tragedy that came after. Annie did not deny a single thing. She only looked at Yun Shan with an exceptionally cold gaze. You abandoned your conviction. When Yun Shan heard her accusation, he immediately laughed out loud. Haha, conviction? What's my conviction? Like you, to kill off everyone who was related to that incident back then. Indeed, he once shared the same thoughts as Annie, even if he knew that his mother had at last died in the hands of his own grandfather and was killed by his own clansmen because of shame. However, when he had finally gathered all the forces and wanted to take revenge, he realized that the Yun family had long been wiped out by someone overnight. From then on, killing Lu Chongshan and destroying the Lu family had become his only reason to live. Until Yun Shan's gaze fell a little dazedly onto the girl beside Lu Tingxiao. It was only an instant before the man very quickly retrieved his gaze and looked towards Annie again. Previously, you were by my side helping me. Because we had the same enemy, and now, I've unexpectedly collaborated with my enemy, Lu Tingxiao, so you turned to Xiao Yi? Tang Lang immediately revealed a shocked expression. Could it be that Xiao Yi was rescued by Annie? At this moment, Tang Yi, Feng Xiaoxiao, and the rest were all utterly puzzled when they heard this. They never would have thought that Little Treasure's matter back then would actually involve so much, including even the grudges and grievances of 2 generations. Yun Shan's mother and Lu Chongshan, Xiao Yi, Annie and Lu Tingxiao, Yun Qingze. At this moment, there was suddenly an alarm that sounded from the ward. The nurse rushed out in panic. Not good. The patient just went into shock. I'll go get the doctor. Little Treasure. Ning Xi's face was filled with dread. She immediately rushed into the ward with Lu Tingxiao. Forget it. Let's just talk after getting the antidote. Tang Lang looked towards Annie with murderous intent. I don't care what your reason was. If you have any grudges, then let's fight an open and honorable match. Using such a lowly trick and even troubing a child. Are you even a man? After Tang Lang said that, he realized that Annie was not a man, but he could not care much. He continued, hand over the antidote right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. When Annie heard, she chuckled. I wonder, how are you going to be cruel to me? Chapter 21-25. 3 Little Fishes. On the side, Feng Xiaoxiao advised in a low tone too. Annie, don't persist on your misguided course. Hand over the antidote, or else you won't be able to leave today. Annie's gaze swept across Tang Lang, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao indifferently. She suddenly sneered. Just you 3 little fishes? You might as well come at me together. All together? And even calling us little fish. Wow, little brat. You really talk big. Tang Lang was so angry that he laughed. Bloody hell, she really looked down on him. Even if Annie might be skilled, he could feel that familiar air from her which meant that they were the same kind, yet she had said such words. Was she not being too arrogant? As Little Treasure was being resuscitated inside and his condition became more and more critical, Tang Lang could not care much. He immediately charged towards Annie. In the next second, there was a loud sound. Bam! Tang Lang flew to the wall from a slap. Tang Lang held his chest that was in pain. What the F***? A single move wipe out? Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Yi were dumbfounded when they saw this. They only reacted after a few seconds and quickly followed up to charge. In the end, barely 10 seconds had passed when the fight ended. Feng Xiaoxiao spit out a mouthful of blood. Even Tang Yi had to take 3 steps back as he clutched his chest that was struck by her palm. Tang Lang's eyes almost popped out. Bloody hell. What the F***? How did that happen? This was illogical. The 3 of them could guess that Annie was quite skilled, but they never would have thought that she could be strong to this extent. In just a little over 10 seconds, she had dealt with Tang Yi, Tang Lang, and Feng Xiaoxiao, the 3 first-rate masters altogether. What was going on? When Ning Xi came out and saw that Tang Yi, Tang Lang, and Feng Xiaoxiao had all combined forces, yet were defeated, her expression changed completely. No one here could handle Annie. Then, what were they going to do about Little Treasure's antidote? Because Ning Xi was so anxious, there was a burning pain in her chest. She quickly said, Annie, you said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Okay, I won't care about you and the Liu family's grudges, but Little Treasure is my son. I can't just watch him die and do nothing. Now, it's a matter between the two of us. What do we need to do for you to hand over the antidote? You want the antidote? Sure. Ning Xi's eyes had just lit up when she heard Annie continue, defeat me. Tang Lang held his chest that was burning from pain as he cursed under his breath. Bloody hell. What's the difference whether you said that or not? Ning Xi clenched her hands into fists. Okay, defeat you? I'll fight with you. Tang Lang cried out. Little junior sister, are you insane? Lu Tingxiao's expression changed ever so slightly. Xiao Shi. Yun Xin frowned too. There was no hint of warmth in Annie's eyes at all. You're no match for me. Ning Xi slowly took off the outer layer of clothing on her and casually threw it to the ground. How would you know if we don't try? Annie was silent as she looked straight at her for 3 seconds and then finally said, Okay, take 3 blows from me. If, after 3 hits, you can still stand upright, I'll give you the antidote. Okay. Tang Lang immediately cried out in alarm. What? Bloody hell. Tang Xi, are you trying to die? Her one strike almost killed me. Your little body is going to be crushed by her one hit. Lu Tingxiao's expression instantly darkened when he heard this. Xiao Shi, don't mess around. Lu Tingxiao, I'm sorry, I can't obey you this time. Ning Xi's gaze was extremely earnest as she looked towards the man before her. You know this is the only way. Little Treasure was on the verge of death. Annie could leave any time and none of them could stop her. Chapter 21-26. Don't make me hate you. Ning Xi finished. Then she took a long look at Little Treasure inside the ward through the window pane. She walked right up to Annie. Begin. Do you want to die? Ning Xi had just steadied herself when Yun Xin pulled her away. Ning Xi fought back and pulled away from Yun Xin's grip. Don't get in my way. F***CK. Yun Xin was so angry that he stared with fire in his eyes towards Lu Tingxiao beside him. Do you still have a say in this? Lu Tingxiao's thin lips pursed. He looked extremely miserable. Xiao Shi. The man was about to speak when Ning Xi interrupted. Him. Lu Tingxiao, don't make me hate you. Lu Tingxiao instantly turned pale and he could not utter a word. Next, Ning Xi's eyes swept across everyone who was there. No one is allowed to do anything. She was running out of time already. Then, she immediately looked to Annie and commanded, Annie, begin. Okay. Annie walked step by step to the girl. Her figure struck Ning Xi at the speed of light. Ning Xi's entire body was like a kite that had its string cut. She flew quite a few meters away and hit the cold wall hard. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Little junior sister. Xiao Shi. Everyone cried out in alarm. Ning Xi held out a hand and stopped everyone from going up to her. I'm fine. Tang Lang was about to go crazy. What? How could she be fine? He had felt Annie's blow and he understood her strength all too well. Continue. Ning Xi staggered towards Annie. Bam! Came another strike. This time, Ning Xi was struck to the ground. She did not move at all as the blood from her mouth dripped onto the cold floor. She used up all of her might before she could finally brace herself into kneeling halfway. Then she wavered as she stood up again. However, her figure looked like she would collapse any second now. She definitely could not handle a third strike. She would really die? Dumbass. Are you insane? Yun Xin could not hold back anymore, and he started to rush up to Ning Xi. Ning Xi shouted, Lu Tingxiao, hold him. Back. Almost the instant Ning Xi said that, Lu Tingxiao held out his hand and blocked Yun Xin, who was about to rush over. Yun Xin looked at this man in disbelief. F***CK? She's going mad. Are you being crazy with her too? Lu Tingxiao stood tall and unmoving in front of Yun Xin like a weathered 1,000-year statue. He did not move, appearing indestructible, yet in reality, he could be crushed into pieces in the next second. While Lu Tingxiao held Yun Xin off, Ning Xi dragged her heavy footsteps as if she was lugging a mountain with her, and she returned extremely slowly to Annie again. Last hit. Annie did not say anything. She just stared at Ning Xi unmoving. It was not sure how long had passed before Annie finally said, Okay. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Tang Lang, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao were all ready to charge in to stop her. Finally, Annie made her move. That palm strike that seemed as if bore the force of a thunderbolt swiftly made its way towards Ning 11. When Tang Lang and the rest noticed how powerful the force was, the speed of the strike was too quick and they were too late to stop it. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Ning Xi endured this blow. The entire hospital corridors were dead silent. Yet, in the next second, the thing that they had expected to happen never happened. As the strike landed, Ning Xi did not topple over. Annie's palm was close to Ning Xi's chest area. With a closer look, one would realize that it looked like she had hit her, but there was actually an extremely minute gap. She had not hit her. Chapter 21-27, Pair of Maniacs. Under everyone's gaze, Annie slowly retracted her hand. The final attack did not land. Ning Xi, you saved me before. This is my repayment. If there's a next time, a strong sense of bloodlust oozed out from Annie's eyes. At the same time, a small medical pouch fell out of her hand. Ning Xi extended her hand, and the medical pouch tumbled right into her palm. Ning Xi looked at the pouch. This is... Annie laughed coldly. Don't misunderstand. It's not quite the antidote. It's just medicine to delay the symptoms. She then turned around and left. Ning Xi was surprised. Then she yelled, will you really give me the antidote if someone beat you? I won't go back on my promise. Annie then disappeared at the end of the corridor. At almost the exact moment Annie disappeared from her eyes, like a collapsing tower, Ning Xi fell over. She fell into a warm embrace. Ning Xi looked up, saw the man with a worried expression on his face. She smiled faintly. Thank you, darling. Tingxiao's body was trembling. How he wished he could embrace her tightly. Yet he was controlling his strength like he was holding a fragile glassware. Just this once. The girl nodded. Then the aura she had moments ago was all gone. She knew that she definitely could not take the third blow from Annie, but she was betting that Annie would not kill her. Fortunately, she won the bet. Fortunately, Tingxiao believed in her. Yun Shun was boiling mad. You pair of maniacs, right? Give these to little treasure. Ning Xi wanted to go into the ward. Tang Lang quickly took the medical pouch from Ning Xi. My grandfather Xi, let me call you my grandfather. Don't move around. I'll do it. I'm so done with you. Ning Xi's eyes brightened slightly when she heard the ever-so-familiar term of grandfather from Tang Lang. She slowly took out a silver whistle from her pocket and whispered, this might be the little treasure's last chance. Yun Shun glanced at the whistle. Is this the insect whistle? What's an insect whistle? Ning Xi had no idea. An insect is usually inside the whistle. Offspring are placed inside a specially designed whistle. The insect will get up whenever it's blown, sending a message to the mother insect, letting her know the position of the offspring, Yun Shin explained. Old methods like this have been abandoned 800 years ago. Taking so much time to design this, you might as well just buy a GPS system. Ning Xi had no words to say. However, this was not just a whistle to her. It was an important item signifying the favor Han Xiao owed her, a life repayment. Finally, Ning Xi blew the whistle. She then lost all her strength and fell unconscious. It was already the next morning when Ning Xi woke up. She felt torture all over her body. It's painful. Tang Lang was sitting on a sofa opposite her, crunching on an apple. He heard her voice from the bed. What are you whining for? Feng Xiaoxiao broke 2 bones. First senior brother got 3 broken, and I got 6 broken. You didn't even break any. Not even any internal damage. Just some lung bleeding. I haven't even started complaining. Shut up. Ning Xi then touched her chest area, her eyes seeming gentle. Chapter 21-28, The Master is Here. Tang Lang was getting more and more furious just thinking about it. Just why? Why did first senior brother get 3 broken? Feng Xiaoxiao had 2 broken. You didn't break any, and I got so many broken bones. Just how did she gauge how many to break? I usually treat her pretty well, don't I? That girl is biased. Tang Lang looked so downcast. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Could he stop placing the focus on the wrong things? How's little treasure? Ning Xi asked. Don't worry, he's stabilized now. Grandfather is here and is now with little treasure. Tang Lang said. Master is here. I want to go over. Ning Xi quickly got up. In little treasure's ward, Han Xiao was checking on little treasure when Ning Xi and Tang Lang came over. Ning Xi did not disturb him when Han Xiao was focusing. Han Xiao checked his pulse, then looked throughout his whole body. He did not seem impressed. It's a similar method with the Qin family. You guys offended a descendant of the Qin family, didn't you? But they are really cruel, aren't they? Harming a child. Master, do you know what poison it is? Ning Xi quickly asked. Even though Yun Shun has heard of such poison before, he had no idea where it came from. This poison came from an ancient martial arts family. It's a special secret recipe from the Qin family, replied Han Xiao. Do you know how to cure it? Han Xiao shook his head. Nope. I told you before I can only treat external wounds and know nothing else. Moreover, the poison in him was planted right about when he was born, so it's deeply rooted inside his bone marrow. Also, the poison inside him is slightly different from the version I know. It went through mutation, so nothing will help even if I get you the cure of the version I know of. It can only be cured by the person who used this poison. How could it be like this? Ning Xi fell into despair. Han Xiao was in doubt. This is odd. I checked him just now. Under normal circumstances, the poison should have been triggered 2 years ago. Why would it have been delayed until now? I don't know too. Ning Xi was confused. Tingxiao handed Han Xiao a tiny fragrance pouch. Is it because of this? Ning Xi was surprised to see that fragrance pouch. Is that the fragrance pouch and he gave little treasure 2 years ago? Tingxiao nodded. Han Xiao smelled the fragrant pouch and squinted his eyes. It's because of this. This is similar with the medical pouch earlier, but this lost its effectiveness because it's been too long. The reason for the late development of the poison was finally revealed. However, Ning Xi had more questions. Why would Annie give me this fragrance pouch to delay Little Treasure's poison? Maybe it's not time yet. Tang Lang guessed. Ning Xi kept quiet as she tried to remember what had happened when Annie first met her in Imperial. When Annie found out about her relationship with Tingxiao, she seemed very against Tingxiao and had even warned her about the cons of being a stepmother. She kept trying to convince Ning Xi to leave Tingxiao. Afterwards, she realized that Ning Xi was genuinely in love with Tingxiao and Little Treasure, and with Little Treasure being so adorable, she changed her attitude, even giving Little Treasure this fragrance pouch. Chapter 21-29, Trash Scraps? Even though Annie's true identity shocked her, Ning Xi believed that Annie had started to develop feelings for all of them after being with her for so long. This was the reason why she had taken the gamble. Annie would delay Little Treasure's poison. Was it because she realized that Ning Xi was together with Tingxiao, so she wavered? She would never find out. Her current top priority was to get the antidote. Ning Xi took a deep breath, then she looked at Han Xiao. Master, I need a favor from you. Tang Lang interrupted. Grandfather, let me tell you, that woman is really mighty. Damn it. She KO'd me in just one hit and broke 6 of my ribs. Before she left, she said that she'll give the antidote to whoever that can beat her. Grandfather, the bets are all on you this time. Ning Xi looked at Han Xiao. Can you please help? Han Xiao did not seem interested and looked lazy. Of course, I'll help you since you used that whistle, but it's no fun that I always have to fight trash. Trash? He had 6 ribs broken. If Annie was trash, what was he? Trash scrap. Trash scrap number 1 Tang Yi. Trash scrap number 2 Tang Lang. Trash scrap number 3 Feng Xiao. Tang Lang then spoke up. Not trash at all. She's damn talented. All of us combined couldn't even beat her. I think her level might be on par with yours. Han Xiao looked at him. In this world, someone who's on par with me probably hasn't existed yet. The 3 of you are as weak as ants. I can destroy you all with just a finger. Han Xiao yawned and locked his gaze onto the KFC chicken bucket that Ning Xi had prepared. Tang Lang, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiao were speechless. They would really love to beat him up. However, they would surely lose. As they were discussing about when to meet Annie again, there were suddenly hurried footsteps outside the door. Lu Jingli and an assistant from Yunshin's company came inside the room panting. Lu Jingli said, Bro, it's bad. Take a look at our stocks. Yunshin's assistant also cried. Boss, ours are plummeting as well. A heavy atmosphere shrouded the room. Lu Jingli then continued. Baron Rothschild contacted both of our sides and asked for a meeting, an aggressive move. Tang Lang then replied, Meet him then. We have so many people on our side. Even Master is here, so there's nothing to be afraid about. Let's see what that bastard wants. Lu Jingli coughed lightly. Also, the person who gave me the message was Annie. Everyone went silent for some time. Even though they already expected that Annie and Xiao Yi were helping the European king, they still found it difficult to accept it when they heard the news. Chapter 2130 surfaced. The European king's forces had finally surfaced. The origins of the Rothschilds, Europe's oldest aristocratic family, could even be traced back all the way to the Middle Ages of Western Europe. From the 17th century onwards, every one of the Rothschilds' clans had held the title of European king. This clan controlled almost all of Europe's underground imperial governments. They were even the ones behind some of the war-torn countries. The Rothschild family was incredibly mysterious. Even today, in an age where media was all over, none of the channels had ever reported any news related to the clan. Not just the common people, even some of those forces with strong backing might have never heard of the Rothschild clan. But the Rothschilds existed after all, and they were like a tall mountain that reached through the clouds. They were insurmountable. Even Tingxiao had never had any interaction with the Rothschild clan. Sigh, Annie the cutie foam. Xiao sighed, suddenly not knowing what to say. Jingli looked grave. This time, the Rothschilds' airy clearly coming with ill intentions. Tingxiao's deep eyes did not show any change in emotions. Address. Heavenly Spring Resort, Jingli answered. When Jingli received the news, he had already done his investigation. The entire Heavenly Spring Resort had been booked by someone who did not leave any traces behind, so he could not find out whose forces it was. But now it was clear as day that the Heavenly Spring Resort had been booked by the Rothschilds. They only invited our two parties, Jingli continued. After all, as long as the Lu Corporation and the Elan Innovative Investment Group were toppled, then they could advance into Asia unopposed. They could march right in, as some of the little fish in there would not be worth noticing. What are we afraid of? If it doesn't work out, then we'll kill of them. They won't come out alive. Tang Lang scoffed. Tang Lang's real idea was that since Han Xiao was here anyway, when the time came, they could just drag him along. Even if it were a feast at Hongmen, there was nothing to be afraid of. Before Jingli could speak, his phone started to ring incessantly. The Lu Corporation's large and small companies, as well as all of the many listed companies that had collaborations with the Lu Corporation, were about to bombard his phone from all the calls with regards to the economical impact this time. Everyone felt insecure, and they all wanted to see Tingxiao. Yun Shun's end of the situation was similar. While Tingxiao and Yun Shun were discussing the details, Ning Xi and Tang Lang exchanged a look. Then, with the both of them taking a side each, they dragged Han Xiao to a corner. What are you doing? Han Xiao hugged his KFC family bucket with grease all over his mouth, and he looked quite upset at Ning Xi and Tang Lang for disturbing his meal. Tang Lang rubbed his hands gleefully. Grandfather, let's go to Heavenly Spring Resort to eat tonight. What's so nice about these chickens? Why? Afraid of the Rothschild clan? Han Xiao shot the two of them a look. That thought of theirs could not be hidden from him. With grandfather around, we'd feel more secure. Tang Lang smiled flatteringly. Han Xiao sneered with madness in his eyes. Of course I'll go. It's rare for the Rothschild clan to be willing to step out of their old lair. It was also time to settle the new and old grudges between Han Xiao and the Rothschild clan. Years ago, Qin Yuge's death and the Rothschild family were largely related. This was an old grudge. In the recent years, the Rothschild family was afraid that Han Xiao would take revenge. They sent out numerous assassins to ambush him, which led to the new grudges. Grandfather, do you and the Rothschild family have previous grudges? Tang Lang could see from Han Xiao's expression that there was something out of the ordinary. Chapter 2131. Darling was just too cute. Did you forget that the Rothschild family had once sent assassins to go after the master? Reminded Ning Xi. When he heard that, Tang Lang suddenly came to a realization. Previously, in Deer Town, the master had suffered severe injuries as a result of the ambush by the people the other side had sent. As for Han Xiao's past, forget about Tang Lang. Even Ning, she was not clear about it. The only thing they could be sure of was that Han Xiao and the Rothschild family had grudges between them. As for what grudges they were, the fact that the Rothschild family continuously sent assassins out to kill Han Xiao provided them some food for thought. However, according to Ning Xi and Tang Lang's thoughts, they both agreed that Han Xiao must have once offended the Rothschild clan. After all, when it came to people like Han Xiao, who liked to stir up trouble and find someone to compare fighting notes with when he was bored, yet actually did start to fight for real, Offending the Rothschilds was not out of the ordinary for him. However, this was to them no doubt a good thing. After all, Ning Xi had already used her whistle to get Han Xiao to help defeat Annie and retrieve the antidote. As for the Rothschilds, Ning Xi already had no way of getting Han Xiao's help again. Hee, with grandfather around. So what if it's a feast of Hongmen? We'll still eat and drink when we're there. Tang Lang felt completely assured. Now, what? I'm going to kill people there. Han Xiao grinned. When he saw Han Xiao's grin, Tang Lang could not help but shiver. This was the first time he and Ning Xi had seen such a smile on Han Xiao's face. It was extremely strange, like the calm before the storm. When Tingxiao finished settling everything, the sky had already darkened and it was getting closer to the time that the Rothschild clan had set on. Tingxiao looked to Ning Xi and sternly said, "You stay here." It was rare for Yun Shun and Tingxiao to be of the same opinion. Women should stay at home. Don't be an inconvenience. The Rothschild clan was extremely terrifying even in China. This time, it was clearly a feast of Hongmen. Thus, naturally, Tingxiao did not want her to take the risk. "No, I'm going too," Ning Xi said with determined eyes. How could she let Tingxiao face the danger alone? In fact, tonight, Annie would definitely be going too. How could she feel assured without getting Little Treasure's antidote? It's too dangerous, Tingxiao frowned and said. Ning Xi put her palms together. "I guarantee that this time, I'll be very good and I'll do as you say." "Okay." No, Tingxiao's tone did not show any signs of backing down. Ning Xi's beautifully dazzling eyes suddenly turned misty. In the next second, her tears started to fall and she thrust herself into Tingxiao's embrace, her little face sticking close to his chest. Her tone sounded extremely pitiful. "But I'll be worried about you. If I stay here alone, every minute and every second would be torture to me, darling. Let me go with you, okay?" Tingxiao replied. "Okay." On the side, Yun Shin instantly exploded. "Hey, dude, could you have a little more principles? This damn brat was clearly acting. Was this guy so blind that he could not tell?" Ning Xi was actually a little puzzled too. Her darling was just too cute. She had not even used a tenth of her skills, and he already agreed. Tingxiao reminded with a stern expression, "Remember what you said. No matter what happens, you're not allowed to act recklessly." He knew that once Ning Xi made her decision, no one could make her change her mind. Besides, for the meeting this time, he had already been putting things in order and he had made thorough preparations. Ning Xi nodded extremely obediently. Don't worry, grandfather and the Rothschild clan have grudges, so this time he'll be going to the meet-up with us. Let's just sit back and wait to watch a good show." Tang Lang looked delighted, clearly riding on someone else's power. When they heard this, Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Yi were secretly relieved too. With Han Xiao around, they felt that a lot more assured. Chapter 2132, Exceptionally Obedient. Half an hour later, Tingxiao and the group of them drove up to Heavenly Spring Resort. Heavenly Spring Resort did not seem to be any different from how it usually was at this moment, yet in reality it had long been under the control of the Rothschild clan. Under the calm appearance was a turbulent undercurrent. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Yun, this way." Outside the resort, an Asian elder immediately recognized them and brought all of them in. "Please make yourselves at home." After the elder brought them into the resort, he left. Inside the elegant and scenic little garden were 2 round tables, which were filled with all sorts of delicious delicacies. Han Xiao stared at the table full of exotic foods and did not have any intentions of being courteous. He immediately picked a table, sat down, and started to pig out. "Master, don't eat it. What if it's poison?" Feng Xiaoxiao quickly said. Han Xiao was their main force this time. If he were poisoned to death because of his gluttonous ways, it would not be logical for them to attack later. "Don't worry, since grandfather dares to eat them, then it's definitely not poisoned." Tang Lang had an unnamed confidence in Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked sloppy like an idiot who had 0 survival skills, yet he was actually meticulous in thought. Han Xiao and Tang Yi guzzled away, but Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Yi insisted on remaining alert. It was best to be cautious. Han Xiao, Tang Lang, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao sat on one table, while Ning Xi, Tingxiao, Yun Shun, and Lu Jingli sat down on the other. Lu Jingli kept examining his surroundings as he looked around with suspicion. Just this. There did not seem to be anything out of the ordinary with Heavenly Spring Resort. Even the Rothschild clansmen did not appear. What were they trying to do? As they were wondering, there were sounds of harried footsteps coming closer from afar. Mr. Yun, Mr. Liu, I'm very happy that the two of you could make it. I'm extremely honored. In extremely fluent Mandarin, a man walked out from the resort as he was surrounded by others. He strolled over to the table where Lu Tingxiao and Yun Xi were. The man had the standard face of a Westerner, and he was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary manner. His face showed a gentle smile. However, from his light blue eyes, a hint of malice hid. Surrounding the man were some respectful-looking men and women in formal clothing. They looked like the higher management and elite team of the company. Everyone, please sit. The man took a seat. Then he smiled and looked towards Ning Xi charismatically. He exchanged the conventional greeting. This must be Madame Liu. Indeed, it is as the legend says, she's a beauty. Ning Xi blinked. Apart from a standard smile, she did not utter a word and just stood beside Lu Tingxiao, feigning obedience. On the neighboring table, Tang Lang, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao exchanged a look. They were constantly maintaining their guard. As for a certain master, as usual, he kept eating and did not look up at all. You're the European king? Yun Xi looked at the man and sized him up for a moment. Then he smiled profoundly. I didn't think that the person in charge of the Rothschild clan, whose name shocked the entire Europe, would be this young. His words were clearly undermining the identity of this man before them. The man did not mind. He smiled and answered politely, Mr. Yun, it's not like that. The European king was just a title that was passed down. I'm no European king. On the side, Lu Tingxiao said with an indifferent tone, everyone's here, third master. You can be frank. When he heard Lu Tingxiao address him as third master, the man's light blue eyes instantly showed a hint of astonishment. Chapter 2133. Not afraid of taking in too much? The current head of the Liu family was no ordinary man. Everything about the Rothschild family was kept confidential. No one had ever seen any child of the European king before. Yet the person before him now had been able to find out his true identity. Haha, you're really well informed, Mr. Liu. The man smiled. He was not the European king, but the third son of the European king. Your point. Lu Tingxiao was straightforward with him. The man said politely, Mr. Liu, Mr. Yun, I invited the both of you today for some business matters. What is it? Yun Xi asked indifferently. The man did not seem to mind Yun Xi's attitude. He wiped his hands with a napkin. I hope that I can acquire the Liu Corporation and the Elon Innovative Investment Group. An European lady then placed two thick documents on the table right before Lu Tingxiao and Yun Xi. This is the initial contract. Mr. Yun and Mr. Liu, you may take a look at it first. We can modify it if there's anything you're doubtful of or not satisfied with. Yun Xi glanced at the two contracts. He snorted. Acquire our companies? That's really bold of you. Aren't you afraid of taking in too much? Lu Tingxiao did not say anything. He quickly browsed through the contract. Then he put it down and said, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't agree to your proposal. The man was not surprised by Lu Tingxiao and Yun Xi's refusal. Mr. Liu, is it because the remuneration isn't good enough? It's all right. This is just an initial contract. We can continue discussing it. Mr. Liu, you can feel free to tell me what you want. Lu Tingxiao looked at the man in his eyes. Lu Jingli walked up from behind Lu Tingxiao, taking two contracts out as well. He smiled wryly. Why don't you take a look at the contracts we have, Mr. Rothschild? The man glanced at the contract's contents, his expression darkening. Were these two nobodies trying to acquire his company? What an insult. Mr. Liu, Mr. Yun, I came all the way to Asia only to acquire your companies. Your attitudes are making things more awkward than it needs to be. Baron Rothschild's gentlemanlike attitude was nowhere to be seen now. His eyes looked cold. Oh, what do you want to do now? Yun Xi smiled coldly. The man looked at them ruthlessly. I just want the two of you to sign the contract. If not, I'm afraid you guys will never leave Heavenly Spring Resort. Yun Xi laughed out loud. Would you believe if I say that you'll never be able to leave China? The man grinned questionably. What will happen to me in China? No matter what. I'm a little disappointed that your father isn't here. Han Xiao, who had been busy eating in the corner, spoke up. He looked at Baron as he licked his lips. Han Xiao. Baron was stunned to see who the person at the corner was. He never expected Han Xiao to be present, and his surprise was apparent. The only people he had focused on there were Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao. He had ignored all the others, but who knew Lu Tingxiao and Yun Shun would be able to ask him for help? He knew that Han Xiao was helping Lu Tingxiao, but he never expected that Han Xiao would get involved like this. Chapter 2134. Settle all the grudges. Unfortunately, the last time he had sent Xiao Zhan to assassinate him, but not only did he fail, Xiao Zhan even died in China. His expression worsened when he saw Han Xiao, who had always foiled his plans. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? It's fun, isn't it? Tang Lang seemed very cheerful when he saw Baron's stunned face. Baron stared at Han Xiao, his expression souring, and he did not say a word. Well, it's really rare for you to come out. It saves me time to look for you guys in Europe. Han Xiao stood up and yawned, not seeming motivated. Baron grinned, then he flashed a cold smile with the intention to ridicule. Haha, I didn't expect that Grandfather Xiao has fallen to the state whereby you're being ordered around by two little fish. The Grandfather Xiao back then was. Baron looked at Han Xiao as he continued talking, but he was frustrated by Han Xiao's behavior. Han Xiao was not listening at all and was discussing something with the bunch. Do you think his father will come out if I tie him up? Han Xiao looked at Tang Lang. Master, that might not happen. Tang Lang touched his chin sagely. The European king has so many children. I think it might not work too. Feng Xiaoxiao joined in. Agreed. Tang Yi nodded. So he's worthless. Then, should I kill him or tie him up? Han Xiao looked troubled. Ning Xi wanted to join the group as well. She poked her head in and suggested, why don't we tie him up first? Tang Lang then said, Grandfather, I think let's kill him. Let him know how amazing you are. Feng Xiaoxiao was on Ning Xi's side. I agree with little junior sister. Let's tie him up and force the European king to show up. I'm fine with either choice, said Tang Yi. Baron was infuriated. These people were discussing if they should kill him or tie him up right in front of him. Who was he? He was the future European king. Han Xiao, don't get too full of yourself. With Baron's words, several hundred well-trained and fully equipped forces surrounded the resort. Looking around, there were also a lot of snipers camping out. All of them looked cautious when they noticed the presence of the snipers. These were not ordinary snipers. They were snipers who had undergone special training from the Rothschild clan. Aside from Han Xiao, everyone else could possibly die here. Tang Yi, Tang Lang, and Feng Xiaoxiao were on guard. A familiar voice came from behind, and their expressions changed. Third Master, everything is ready. Xiao Yi led a group of trained assassins and was walking towards them. These assassins were all the elites he had. Today was all he had been waiting for. Ning Xi looked behind Xiao Yi and did not see Annie, so she frowned. Was Annie not here? Or did she not want to face them directly? The atmosphere turned extremely heavy all of a sudden. Baron was determined to acquire both the Lu Corporation and the Elon Innovative Investment Group, so he would do anything to achieve his goal. Long time no see, Master. Tang Lang's blood started boiling when he saw Xiao Yi. His features darkened as well. You traitor! Xiao Yi yelled in rage when he saw Tang Lang. The usual sloppy attitude was nowhere to be seen in Tang Lang. What a coincidence. We'll settle all our grudges here today. I told you in the hospital last time that I'd never go easy on you the next time. Chapter 2135. Is this reason enough? Xiao Yi looked to Baron and said, Third Master, I'm sorry. I have to settle some internal matters first. Baron relaxed as he was in control of the situation. Please do as you wish, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yi looked at Tang Lang, and his eyes turned murderous. I'll finish you today. Tang Lang narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at Xiao Yi and confirmed that his body had not suffered from any consequences even after going through those cruel treatments from Lu Tingxiao. It was probably thanks to Annie. Well, he was not the kind of person to take advantage of others anyway. Tang Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao looked at each other. They had worried about it before coming here. Yet their worries still came true in the end. Tang Lang and Xiao Yi started engaging each other. The both of them were unleashing deadly attacks at each other. They each knew each other too well, so it was difficult to declare the winner at the moment. However, 10 minutes later, the situation changed. Tang Lang looked like he was unsealed. His attacks were suddenly getting fiercer, and he forced Xiao Yi into a bad spot. Ning Xi was surprised. Those are Master's techniques. Han Xiao had a rare affirmative expression on his face. Not bad. That's about 0.01% of what I have. Ning Xi, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao were speechless. All of a sudden, Tang Lang aimed at Xiao Yi's soft spot and attacked. It was obvious that Xiao Yi would die from that attack, but suddenly someone interrupted them and took Tang Lang's attack head-on. Tang Lang and Tang Yi stepped back because of the recoil. Tang Lang's eyes were bloodshot. He was frustrated that he was so close to killing Xiao Yi but was stopped by Tang Yi. Get lost. Tang Yi threw his glasses away. You know it's impossible. I'm only saying it for the last time. Why? Tang Yi asked. Why? Why? Tang Lang had gone manic. Because he killed my whole family. Everyone. Is this reason enough? Not only that, he had shamelessly taken him in as his disciple, making him work for someone who killed his whole family. Not just Tang Yi. Even Feng Xiaoxiao and Ning Xi were stunned when they heard Tang Lang's words. Master had killed second senior brother's family? How is that possible? Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao, his eyes revealing to her that it was the truth. What Tang Lang had asked Tingxiao to investigate was this. Tang Lang was laughing. Haha, Tang Yi, do you know why I can always beat you? Do you really think that I'm talented? It's because those skills originated from the Tang family. I have the blood of the Tang family within me. No one suits these skills better than I do. Tang Yi's expression turned pale. He could not say anything as he looked at the person whom he respected like a father. Master. He hoped this was all a misunderstanding. Xiao Yi did not seem to waver when his past bad deeds were revealed. He did not even try to defend himself. Those skills will just waste away in the hands of that trash Tang Zhan. I kept his descendants and passed his skills on, so he should be thankful to me. Tang Lang's eyes reddened. Then, receive your gratitude in hell. Chapter 2136. Grandfather mine. You evil creature, if I didn't take you in years ago. Before Xiao Yi could even finish, Han Xiao started to look impatient. He suddenly walked past Tang Lang and went right up to Xiao Yi. Hello. Han Xiao had a strange smile. When he saw this strange man before him, Xiao Yi was stunned for a second. He knew about Han Xiao, yet he had never met him personally, so he had not recognized him. Before Xiao Yi could speak, the shadow of a palm suddenly flashed right before his eyes. The palm had not arrived when the wind from it hit his skin first. It was akin to the force of howling winds and torrential rain. Xiao Yi was dumbstruck as he turned ashen. Xiao Yi had not seen when the man had made his move, and he was not sure what had happened. In an instant, there was the sound of his skull shattering. Blood poured out of Xiao Yi's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. What? I'm greeting you here, yet you ignored me. I hate rude people the most. Apologize to me, insisted Han Xiao. Oops, my apologies. I went too hard on you. Han Xiao stared at Xiao Yi's corpse and feigned innocence. At once, Xiao Yi's body had slumped to the ground with a rumble as if he were mud. Even when he was dead, Xiao Yi never knew how he had died. Was it only because he was rude and did not greet this evil-looking man in time? At this moment, Tang Lang, who had been deranged earlier, was completely stunned on the spot. Mine, grandfather, mine. Tang Lang was stirred up as he gestured wildly. Xiao Yi should have died in his hands. That was logical. The emotions he had mulled over for so long. He was just about to fight it out with Xiao Yi, but bloody hell, Han Xiao had just hacked Xiao Yi to death with one palm, making him feel like he was F***ed over. However, the instant Xiao Yi died in Han Xiao's hands, his subconscious actually felt relaxed, and he was relieved. If Han Xiao had not made the move, he would not have been able to avoid this fight with Tang Yi. On the side, Tang Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao were dumbstruck too. They both did not expect that Han Xiao would suddenly make such a move. Xiao Yi had unexpectedly died, just like that. Tang Yi's vision blurred, and he clenched his fists tightly. In the end, he still did not utter a word. Maybe this was already the best ending. Why are you making a big fuss? How rude. Han Xiao looked at Tang Lang. When Tang Lang thought about Xiao Yi's ending, his speech was choked off. He dared not complain anymore. Han Xiao, aren't you being too arrogant? When he saw that Han Xiao had been so haughty as to kill his people in front of him, Baron's expression was so cold that it could almost drip with water. It was just Xiao Yi. If he was dead, then so be it. After Baron finished, the corners of his mouth curled up in a demonic manner. Han Xiao, I'm sure you recognize this person. Then, an elder in a black robe with a chief staff walked out unhurriedly from the crowd. Han Wuying? Han Xiao looked at the elder in the black robe and frowned. It was Han Wuying, the Han family's clan leader. Han Xiao, because of a girl, you cheated your master and betrayed the clan. Today, I will clean our faction. Han Wuying's hoarse voice had hints of hostility. Because of a girl, you cheated your master. Tang Lang and Ning Xi were slightly shocked. They had thought that the master did not like women. Huh. I was wondering why the Rothschild fellow would be so calm when he saw me. It turns out that he's got your support. Han Xiao laughed under his breath. Han Wuying, I'll advise you not to overestimate your capabilities. You should know that in this world, only Qin Wentian is qualified to pick a fight with me. It was not egoistical, but a fact. Even if the Han family's clan leader was here in person, he was no match for him. Han Wuying's expression darkened. He did not refute. Unfortunately, Qin Wentian was nowhere to be found. Otherwise, if he joined forces with him, they could definitely take this evil creature down. Chapter 2137. Younger generations will surpass us in time. Evil creature, I only need to stall you. When Baron settled his matters, I'd like to see how you get along alone. Han Wuying shouted coldly, transforming into a dark shadow and charging towards Han Xiao. The two of them instantly engaged in a battle. When Baron saw Han Xiao was being stalled, he immediately ordered, "Kill them." The snipers who hid in the dark instantly aimed their barrels at Yun Shun, Lu Tingxiao, and the rest. You really thought this was your turf? Yun Shun's face had a cold smile. Lu Tingxiao was expressionless as always. His gaze fell to a certain dark corner. Suddenly, hundreds of people surged in from outside the resort and met head-on with the Rothschild family's forces. Baron was not afraid at all. He appeared confident with insufferably arrogance. If the snipers that I arranged in hiding wanted to kill all of your people, it would have only taken a few seconds. Tang Lang and everyone else's gazes instantly searched around the hidden places, trying to find out the hiding spots of those snipers. However, how would the Rothschild family's professional ambush snipers be so easily found out? Those snipers were like a time bomb. Haha, it's no use for regret now. Baron's smile tightened. Now, the moment he said that, a sigh came from not too far away. When children grow up, they're ready to spread their wings. A white-haired elder started to walk towards the crowd. When they saw the elder, the Rothschild family's forces were stunned, including Baron. However, Ning Xi was the one who was most shocked. She looked at the elder and subconsciously blurted out, "Grandfather Jace?" "Xiao Shi, long time no see." Jace looked gentle and loving with his smile. "Father, why have you come?" Baron's expression changed. Again, "Father." Ning Xi was stunned on the spot. Jace was unexpectedly Baron's father. Did that not mean that Jace was the European king? Ning Xi was dumbfounded by this revelation. This feeling was close to finding out that the monk who swept the floor in a temple was actually a top-notch master. "Baron, you've disappointed me." Jace shook his head with the imposing manner of a leader, rendering Baron to involuntarily quiver slightly. Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao exchanged a glance. They could understand what the European king was implying. It seemed like the person who wanted to swallow Asia whole was not the European king himself. "Father, hear me out. I'm doing this." Baron's forehead had layers and layers of cold sweat as he tried to explain himself. However, he could only speak halfway when he was interrupted by Jace's wave of hand. "The snipers who are in hiding, all of you, come out," ordered Jace coldly. Subsequently, the air was silent. There was no sound at all. Moments later, there were rustling sounds, and a few people walked out. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 people. Jace frowned. There was no way these people would go against his orders. Where were the rest then? Jace pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly understood. He looked at Lu Tingxiao and Yun Shun as he lamented, "The younger generations will surpass us in time." His son had meticulously arranged for everything, yet it had long been seen through by the other party, and they had even ruined a huge chunk of his plans. Baron looked at the 3 remaining snipers, then at his father again. At this moment, he was at a complete loss. Damn it, father has been so focused on his movie. He hadn't gotten involved with the clan matters for a long time. So how did he come to realize all of this? "Father, if we annihilate Asia, we Rothschilds will be even richer and more powerful," said Baron unwillingly. "Is this the reason you've disobeyed me behind my back?" Jace scolded. "Is it actually the Rothschild family getting stronger, or you, Baron, getting stronger yourself. Chapter 2138. Such a past. Back then, all these years, what kind of shady business have you been doing behind my back? Did you think I really wouldn't know? Kid, you're too ambitious. Jace's gaze was exceptionally stern. Father, Baron was already drenched in sweat as he tried hard to explain. Get lost. Jace's terrifying aura was enough to swallow Baron whole. As strong as you may be, the position of the head of the Rothschild clan won't be yours. Go right back now. For the next 10 years, you're not allowed to leave the house at all. 10 years. Baron was in disbelief. Take him away. If anything goes wrong, you people will have to be responsible for the consequences. Jace glared at the group of people from the clan in the resort and said coldly, Understood. An European elder immediately waved his hand. Bring third master back and watch him. Stringently. Father, I don't want to. My capabilities are clearly the strongest. Why? Baron's hysterical voice became further and further away until it vanished. My Rothschild family is lacking capabilities the most. Jace sighed softly, his eyes showing a hint of iciness in them. Mr. Liu, I'm very sorry. I didn't teach my son well and have caused so much trouble for you all. Jace walked up looking apologetic. When Han Wuying saw that Baron had lost his power, he immediately withdrew and retreated. If he continued to fight with Han Xiao, he would definitely be defeated without a doubt. Now, the European king had appeared himself, and even Baron had been taken away to be locked up. Han Wuying could not beat Han Xiao. There was no chance of winning at all. Not fighting anymore. Han Xiao stared at Han Wuying and said, Huh. Han Wuying scoffed, and in a flash, his figure left the resort. Running away because he couldn't win. How rude. Han Xiao felt quite unamused. Then his gaze fell on the European king. Old fart, you've finally showed yourself. Han Xiao's usually nonchalant eyes suddenly lit up with a sinister fierceness. Mr. Han Xiao. Jace looked at Han Xiao. Regarding that incident years ago, I'm very sorry. Even though I've admired the ancient Han family for a long time and your talents too, I wanted you to marry my youngest daughter, but I've never insisted on it. Back then, it was because your family wanted to force you to marry my daughter that they killed Miss Qin Yug. It has nothing to do with the Rothschild clan. Besides, haven't you already taken out the murderer who killed Miss Qin Yug back then? When he heard this, Han Xiao was stunned. Old fart, you really know how to talk. Jace Rothschild was not angry. Instead, he had very calmly stated, It's the truth. Through Han Xiao and Rothschild's words, Ning Xi, Tang Lang, and the rest finally knew Han Zhao's identity. The ancient Han family's most evil and charming genius caught the admiration of the European king. Initially, he wanted to let Han Xiao marry his youngest daughter, yet in the end, he had indirectly killed a girl named Qin Yug. It turns out that grandfather has such a past. Tang Lang was shocked. Gee. At this moment, Ning Xi came to a sudden realization. That fashion brand GE was Han Zhao's design. At the start, Ning Xi did not know the meaning of GE. Now, she realized that GE referred to girl. Han Xiao had created it to commemorate that girl. Swoosh. At this moment, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in the resort. He came close at the speed of light and used his or her palm to hack out at Han Xiao without warning. Careful, grandfather. Tang Lang could not help but cry out. The figure's speed was incredibly breakneck. At this moment, Han Zhao's expression turned cold. I hate ambushes the most. Then, Han Xiao did not even turn his head as he out. Bam! Han Zhao's figure wavered as he straight up flung the figure far away. Ning Xi cried out in alarm. Chapter 2139. Jealous of the master. Annie's movements were extremely agile. She stabilized herself midair and landed safely. She had actually taken a hit from Han Xiao and got away unscathed. Tang Yi, Tang Lang, and Feng Xiaoxiao were stunned. Even Ning Xi was surprised, but at the same time she was relieved as well. She would go crazy if Han Xiao accidentally killed another person again. It seems like I have to do it myself. Annie glanced past everyone, her murderous face devoid of expression. Initially, she wanted to use Baron and Xiao Yi's power to destroy the Liu family, but she did not expect the European king to show up and foil all her plans. Grandfather, she's the one that poisoned little treasure. Beat her, and we'll get the antidote. Tang Lang reminded quickly. However, something did not seem right with Han Xiao. The usually indifferent Han Xiao suddenly brightened when he saw Annie. The extent of shock on his face told a story. Grandfather knows Annie. Tang Lang was confused. Past grudges? Feng Xiaoxiao mumbled. Before they could react, Annie's expression changed when she saw Han Zhao's face as well. She looked like she wanted to skin him alive. Tang Lang seemed to have understood. So it's really past grudges? Annie stared at Han Zhao's face as if he had done something unforgivable to her. Her whole body was shaking in anger. How can you look so much like Bro Qingze? Who allowed you to use Bro Qingze's face? Annie's attitude was sheer cold, and her eyes were filled with bloodlust. The next second, Annie charged at Han Xiao. In the blink of an eye, 5 unusually sharp projectiles appeared in her hand as she wanted to slash the human mask off Han Zhao's face. Han Xiao stood right there as if he was rooted to the ground. His soul seemed to be on the other side of the world. Tang Lang freaked out. Grandfather, be careful. Damn it. Just what did he do that she had to disfigure his face? Was she jealous of the master? Ning Xi screamed as well. Master. As the sharp blades almost reached Han Xiao, his figure disappeared like a phantom. Annie did not even reach his clothes. Annie then continued on her offense, and miraculously Han Xiao chose to be on the defensive side, not attacking her. Ning Xi was confused. What's happening? The master seems to know Annie, but from the way he looks at her, it doesn't feel like he's holding a grudge. Annie doesn't seem to know master. What did she mean by master appearing like her Bro Qingze? Do they look alike? Yun Shun then said, I left the Yun family since I was 10. I've never seen anyone from the Yun family ever since. I don't know what my cousin looks like, but the Yun family has good gene. He should look pretty okay. Ning Xi was speechless. Just okay? He looks like the master. That's definitely way above. Average, all right. She could feel the temperature around her dropping. So Ning Xi quickly added, Of course, no matter who, no one is more handsome than my darling. In the short time that Ning Xi was talking, the two of them were battling furiously. To be exact, Annie was fighting furiously. Han Zhao's expression did not change from the beginning. He just looked at the girl's face and allowed her to keep attacking him. Chapter 2140, Display of Affection? Tang Lang felt that something was amiss. Is it my imagination? Why does it feel like grandfather dotes on Annie? I'm getting diabetic from their sweetness. Tang Lang pointed out. Look at that. Annie almost fell after that last attack, and grandfather quickly helped her. Don't think that you moved fast enough, so I can't see it. Annie fell into grandfather's arms. He purposely moved a step forward. Look, he held her hand. Ning Xi was dumbfounded. Stop it. We're not blind. All of them could see that Han Xiao was being unusual towards Annie. He was just defending all the way as if he was treating an unreasonable lover. After half an hour of their display of affection, Han Xiao suddenly halted the girl's movement. He blocked her left hand with an arm. Then he held her right hand, applying pressure on some of her acupuncture points. As a result, all the weapons Annie held in her hands fell to the ground. The next moment, Han Xiao held the girl's hand and led it to his face. Annie's expression froze when she felt the warmth of the man's skin. In shock, she mumbled, No, it's not a mask. This face was real. How could it be? How could this person be so alike to Bro Qingze even though their aura was different? Annie looked confused, but her face soon turned back into coldness. No one is worthy to have the same face as Bro Qingze. Han Xiao still did not say anything. He just looked at the girl quietly as she was glaring angrily at him. He hugged the girl tightly. Grandfather pulled a great move, Tang Lang said. Wow, why does it feel like they make such a good pair? Feng Xiaoxiao said. Master, I asked you to get the medicine for me. Why are you flirting around now? Annie's expression changed. How dare you? The next moment, the man's voice reached her ear. Yug. Annie's expression went blank for a second when she heard the name. Why? Why was this name so familiar? Why did she want to push this man away so much? But her body was resisting it, as if it found this hug very familiar. Could it be this person looked too much like Bro Qingze? However, she could tell them pretty clearly that the familiarity she felt was not just because of his face. It was everything about this man. She knew that she should push him away and kill him, but this hug felt like a curse on her, controlling her consciousness. She could not resist it at all. Everyone else was stunned when they heard Han Xiao called her Yug. Wait, what did grandfather called Annie just now? Yug. Ning Xi nodded. Seems like it. Tang Lang was shocked. Isn't you dead? I have no idea too, Ning Xi replied. Damn, if Annie is Yug, wouldn't I have to call her grandmother? Ning Xi was speechless. Could he please stop focusing on the wrong things? Chapter 2141, Honey Trap. Han Xiao held the girl tightly, as if he was clinging on to his own life. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I couldn't find you. Annie had no expression on her face, yet she could not control her tears. She was not sure why she was crying. The moment he heard the man say that, her tears flowed out. Follow me. I'll help you remember everything. Han Xiao took the girl's hand and left quickly. Ning Xi almost went crazy. Master. Wait. A antidote. Han Xiao paused in his steps. Then he looked at the girl who was just being dragged along. Yug, where's the antidote? Annie looked at the man in the eyes. As if her soul was being controlled, she took out a small medicine pouch. Han Xiao took the medicine pouch and tossed it over to Ning Xi. Then he picked up the exhausted Annie. Their figures disappeared into the forest. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ning Xi mumbled as she had the antidote in her hands. The master is sick. He got the antidote with a honey trap. Just what kind of relationship does the master have with Annie? Feng Xiaoxiao was curious. That lady seems to be Mr. Han Zhao's lover, Ms. Yugu. However, she seems like she's lost her memory, the European king said. Lost her memories. Ning Xi tried to speculate. Could it be that Yug did not die back then? The Yun family accidentally saved her, but she lost her memory. The Yun family was interested in her abilities, so they took her in. Yun Qingzi looked a lot like Han Xiao. Yug, who lost her memory, developed a sense of intimacy with him. She cared about him so much that his death left a lasting impact on her, causing her to carry out her series of revenge. No wonder Annie was so obedient just now. Han Xiao was her true love. Tang Lang seemed to have realized. Feng Xiaoxiao mumbled. I wonder what will happen to Annie and the master. Ning Xi held the antidote tight in her hand. Then she looked in the direction that the two had left. I hope Annie can regain her memories. I believe master will have a way to do so. Ning Xi then turned around and thanked the European king. Grandfather Jace, thank you for your timely appearance and help today. If it were not for Jace, even if more than half of the snipers had gone down, there would certainly have been a bloodbath today. It was I who caused the trouble here, Jace sighed. I really didn't expect that you'd. Ning Xi felt amazed. A producer, who was also a kind old man, had suddenly become the legendary underground king of Europe. Jace smiled. I'm now just a producer who loves making movies. Jace looked at Ning Xi and sighed again. Xiao Xi, you really look like Caroline. Back then, Caroline ignored my warnings and went into acting. Similar to you, she started off being a stunt woman. She worked hard on her own, and she said acting was the one thing she loved the most. It was her life. She wanted to earn my recognition. Unfortunately, when I finally understood her, an accident happened in one of the shoots. Seeing you just reminds me of her. I have a lot of sons, but only 2 daughters. My youngest daughter ran away from home because I wanted her to marry Mr. Han. She doesn't even want to call me father up until today. Caroline also died because of my stubbornness. She wanted my recognition, which led her to her accident. Chapter 2142, Too Boring. As she listened to this old man reminisce about the past, seeing the way he blamed himself, Ning Xi felt a mix of emotions. The elder before her was not some European king who shocked the entire underground world. He was just a regular father. No wonder the first time they met, he was already so friendly to her. It turned out that he had seen his daughter in her. Even though Miss Caroline has passed away, she left the most beautiful scene for everyone. She didn't only work hard for you. It was also for her dreams. I believe that she has never blamed you. Ning Xi said. You really think so? Jace's eyes suddenly glistened. Ning Xi nodded. If it were me. Thank you. Jace let out a long sigh as if he could finally put his burden down. Then, he looked at Ning Xi and said, I'm returning to Europe tomorrow. Xiao Xi, if you ever come to Europe, you have to contact me. Let me do the honor of being your host. I definitely will. With Jace's departure, the European king's people all retreated. Lu Tingxiao's and Yun Xin's people all followed suit and went back too. The huge Heavenly Spring Resort returned to its usual tranquility. The scenery was beautiful, and it was a wonderful spring day. It was as if all the things earlier had not just happened. As for the huge battle this time, the only person who had died was unexpectedly Xiao Yi. Ning Xi looked at Xiao Yi, who lay on the ground, and had unfortunately died in Han Zhao's hands. She felt a mix of emotions. Tang Yi walked step by step over to Qiao Yi. He took his jacket off and covered Qiao Yi with it. Then he personally carried his corpse and left. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Even if Qiao Yi had done those sorts of things, he still could not bear to see his body exposed in the wilderness. Tang Lang watched Tang Yi's departing figure and did not say anything. Tisk, boring. He did not get to fight, so Yun Shun lazily yawned. The assistant who had come along quickly rushed up to ask for instructions. CEO Yun, what do we do on the company's end? This time, the entire corporation was inflicted with serious damages. The people below are waiting for your response. Yun Shun took a look at him and said nonchalantly, Oh, then I don't want it anymore. Don't want it anymore. The assistant was confused. Yun Shun smiled and looked at him. From now on, you're the boss. I'm the boss. The assistant was completely puzzled. Then, what about you, CEO Yun? The white-haired man looked at the faraway horizon and said, I'll be a pirate. What? The assistant was stumped. On the side, when Ning Xi heard Yun Shun, she instantly frowned. Yun Shun obviously noticed her expression. He smiled faintly and said, What? Do you think I'm going to resume my old trades and destroy the Liu family again? Don't worry, I'm not interested. This guy. Yun Shun's gaze fell onto Liu Tingxiao with hints of disdain. Too boring. With this girl around, their previous battle was doomed to never start. Ning Xi looked earnestly at the person before her. Thank you. Yun Shun's indifferent expression suddenly looked a little unnatural. Fool. There's nothing to thank me for. Then, he turned around to leave. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly followed after him. She scuttled as she waved to Ning Xi and bade her farewell. Little junior sister, I'm leaving now. When your wedding happens, remember to let me know. When a certain someone who was walking fast ahead heard that, he turned around and gave Feng Xiaoxiao a furious look. Feng Xiaoxiao felt attacked by the look. Did I say something wrong? Beside her, Tang Lang clicked his tongue and shook his head. You have stabbed his heart, third junior sister. Chapter 2143. Definitely not getting a divorce. After she went back, Ning Xi immediately fed little Treasure the antidote, and he started to recover day by day. Ning Xi tried to contact Han Xiao and Annie several times. Unfortunately, she could not get a hold of any news on them. As for the world outside, the Liu Corporation did not topple amidst the storm. The foreign investments withdrew from the Chinese market one after another, and the economic crisis gradually dissipated. Not long after that, what shocked the entire business world was that the influential Elan Innovative Investment Group had chosen to entirely withdraw from China's market at their prime. Half a year later, a large-scale case of drugs being smuggled across international borders was about to begin court session. What everyone paid the most attention to was the fact that one of the suspects was unexpectedly a former popular female star in the entertainment industry and Yifeng Corporation's young lady of the house, Ning Xi. Everyone kept crying out in disbelief. In a certain prison in the suburbs of Beijing, Ning Xi scoffed when she saw who had come. Su Yan, forget it. There's no way I'll divorce you. Su Yan looked expressionlessly at this woman before him, who was evil all over without any hint of tenderness from the past. I'm not here to talk about the divorce. Then, what do you want to say? We're married, after all. I've come to see you one last time. Ning Xi frowned. What do you mean? Su Yan did not say anything. Ning Xi suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed abruptly. Could it be that No way. I'll just be charged with hiding drugs at the most. Plus about those illegal activities outside of the country's borders. I just threatened a few people and attempted murder by hiring a hitman. Even if I get several charges, I'll just be sentenced to 20 or 30 years. There will come the time when I see the day of light. Su Yan's voice did not have a hint of emotion. Not charging you for hiding the drugs, but illegal possession of drugs. The color drained from Ning Xiuelua's face instantly. She said emotionally, illegal possession of drugs? What illegal possession of drugs? I was just helping someone else hide the drugs. The drugs aren't even mine. This is slander. Ning Xiuelua finally panicked. If it was illegal possession of drugs, with the amount of drugs involved, it would be enough for her to be sentenced to death. No wonder Su Yan said he was not here to talk about divorcing her. Once she died, he would naturally be relieved of their marriage. She could not figure it out. No matter what, She could not figure out how the police had gotten hold of the evidence that she had hidden drugs, and how they knew everything she had done like the back of their hands, and with sufficient evidence. She knew that those people must have sold her out, yet she could not figure out why, even if it were because those people were from abroad and their whereabouts were uncertain. Even if they were exposed, the police in this country could not do anything but hand the evidence over to the Chinese police. How did it benefit them? Could it be Ning Xi again? Was it Ning Xi who had bribed them again? After Su Yan left, Ning Xi had demanded to meet her lawyer. Am I going to be sentenced to 10 or 20 years this time? How confident are you? Ning Xi quickly asked. The lawyer's expression was a little vague. Well, when she saw her lawyer's expression, Ning Xi's blood turned cold. What is happening? Tell me the truth. She had evidence about the Su family's corruption. So why was Su Yan's tone earlier so fearless? The lawyer hesitated for a moment, then said, Madam Su, forgive me, but my hands are tied. The Su family has people up there. For your case, I'm afraid I can't help you. It's best if you just expect the worst. People up there? What kind of people would they have? The lawyer cleared his throat. You haven't heard? I thought Mr. Su has already told you. Mr. Su is going to marry the heiress of the Liang family from City S next month. Chapter 2144. Repentance that came too late. What did you say? No wonder. No wonder the Su family was rushing to kill her. It turns out that she needed to give up her spot to the new lady. Ning Xi had a malevolent expression. I want to report. I want to report that Su Hongguang gives huge amounts of bribes. Even if I die, I won't let them live well. The lawyer looked sympathetically as he sighed. Miss Ning, forget it. Did you forget about the Liang family's background? It's useless. With the Su family and the Liang family's current relationship, all those proof you have will be blocked by someone midway. When Ning Xi heard this, she turned as white as a sheet and slumped onto the cold metal chair. Impossible. This was impossible. Su Yan, how could you treat me like this? A few days later, at the city center Central Plaza in Imperial, there were rushing tides of people and traffic was coming from both sides. All of the passers-by could not help but stop in their steps to look up at the large screen above their heads. It was the scene of an intense fight and shootout. The awe-inspiring special effects, the classic plot, and an incredibly familiar face to all of the people in China caught everyone's attention. After the movie trailer ended, the large screen showed a promotional banner. First day of the lunar year. Assassin, the return of the king. Stay tuned. It's Bro Xi's Assassin. We've waited for half a year, and it's finally going to show in theaters. But it's much faster than I expected. I thought it would be the same as Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad, and take at least 1 or 2 years. The filming crew has enough funding. I heard that the special effects team that they hired is super awesome, so naturally they're very efficient too. My Bro Xi is so handsome. Right. Who's that icy beauty who was fighting alongside Bro Xi in that scene? She's so beautiful. If I'm guessing correctly, that might be our Bro Mai. What the heck? Jiang Mai. Are you for real? That's Jiang Mai in a female outfit? Isn't he gorgeous? Is he even letting us females live? Ning Xi had just finished having dinner with the assassin crew. When she went to get her car at the hotel car park, she unexpectedly saw someone. Xiao Shi. Ning Yaohua looked uneasy as he stood across her car, as if he had especially waited there for her. Ning Xi paused in her footsteps. Director Ning, is there anything I can help you with? Ning Yaohua cleared his throat. Next month will be the new year. Ning Xi did not know what he was trying to say. She just stood there quietly. Ning Yaohua wanted to ask whether Ning Xi would go home for the new year, yet he still could not utter the words. Xiao Shi, I've been wanting to chat with you, but you know the Ning family's situation in this half year hasn't been great. The company was impacted hugely. Your mother encountered that unfortunate incident, and she became more and more absent-minded. She can't be left alone. I really couldn't pull myself away. Ning Yaohua spoke without really getting to the point. Actually, after he had said so much, the real reason was still that he did not know how to face this daughter of his. Ning Yaohua took a deep breath, then he said, that incident years ago, your mother and I know the truth now. We know that it wasn't your fault, and that Shuelua had set you up. Ning Yaohua looked quite embarrassed. I know that it's too late to say anything now, but I'm sorry, Xiao Shi, for not believing you back then. Shuelua has been sentenced. She has already received the punishment she deserves. Regarding Ning Xi's matter, Ning Xi knew a little about it. She had also just received news that Ning Xi had been sentenced to death. Countries abroad did not prohibit drugs, but China was very strict about it. Ning Xi had been involved with too huge an amount of drugs, and it was enough for the gauntlet to fall. Chapter 2145, Pregnant. Actually, Ning Xi was just guilty of hiding drugs. Because the drugs were not hers, she could not be charged with illegal possession of drugs. If she got herself a decent lawyer, she could avoid the death penalty. However, the issue was that there were people who wanted her to die. Although Su Yin and Ning Xi had not gotten a divorce yet, Zheng Minjun quickly arranged a blind date for Su Yin the moment Ning Xi was sent to prison. Su Yan's situation with Ning Xi was well known within their circle, so it was nearly impossible for the Su family to find another rather prestigious family to connect with. Unexpectedly, Su Yin had fortune on his side. The lady of the Liang family from Shanghai fell in love with Su Yin at first sight and said that she would only marry him if Ning Xi got out of the picture. Because the Liang family had relations with the courts, they sentenced Ning Xi to death and also stopped the evidence of the Su's bribing from surfacing. Of course, a coin had two sides. This lady from the Liang family was not an easygoing person at all. She chased Zheng Minjun and Su Hongguang out before she even married Su Yin. She did not want to stay with people from the Su family because she said they reeked of business. They could not do anything else aside from giving in. Even then, this lady was still unsatisfied. Every few days, she would cause a big fuss and she easily became jealous. Some time ago, she made it to the headlines of the entertainment news because she got into a fight with one of Su Yan's past lovers. Zheng Minjun never expected this lady to be so difficult to be with, but it was already too late when she started to regret it. Ning Yaohuan never expected Ning Xi to reply, so he left after leaving those words. Ning Xi looked at the figure of Ning Yaohua's back and thought, even though Ning Yaohua found out about everything now, the harm has already been done. I'm not generous enough to forgive them. As she got into her car and was about to drive off, she felt an intense wave of nausea. She quickly grabbed a trash bin in the car and threw up. Her face looked pale. She drank some water and rested for about 10 minutes before she finally calmed down. Ning Xi grinned as she touched her stomach. Your brother was so obedient back then. A month ago, she frequently felt a strong urge to sleep and had a loss of appetite. At first, she thought she was just exhausted from work, but then she found out things were odd after the conditions persisted for a long time, so she quickly went to check at the hospital. She received a shocking news. She was pregnant. She planned to slow down on work after finishing the filming for Chun Mian's movie and then announce her marriage. In her rush for progress, she did not have time to notice her own body condition. She did not even notice that she had missed her period. She only went to check after she realized that her body had been acting up for nearly a month. The results totally shocked her. She was pregnant. Another little guy was inside her womb. It was an amazing feeling. However, this little one was not as obedient as Little Treasure. Everything was fine when she had Little Treasure, but this new little one gave her quite some trouble. Fortunately, Chun Mian's movie was already finished, and the promotional activities for Assassin were all done as well. She was about to go back to the company to look for Chun Mian and discuss the film's promotional activities with him. As for Lu Tingxiao, he had gone outstation for a few days and would not be back for 3 days. She should have finished preparing everything to announce their relationship to the public when he returned. Darling's reaction was something to look forward to. He would definitely be very surprised. Chapter 2146. This time, I want to go public. Ning Xi did not want to drive on her own, so she called Su Tao to go over and pick her up. She wanted to discuss something with him as well. Su Tao rushed over soon, although his phone was ringing nonstop. Bro Tao, what's wrong? Ning Xi handed him a bottle of water as he was drenched in sweat. Su Tao drank half a bottle in one go. Once he could finally talk, the first thing he did was to start crying. Ning Xi was shocked, but she quickly comforted him. What's wrong, Bro Tao? Just what happened? Tell me. Su Tao had been dealing with all sorts of matters well, but she had never seen him like this before. Who is it? My queen. Tell me which bastard it is. Su Tao was incensed. Ning Xi was confused. What bastard? Who are you talking about? Su Tao stared at Ning Xi's womb with his red eyes. The baby in your womb. Su Tao was hit by a wave of sadness. Then he started crying before the steering wheel again. I'm so frustrated. My queen. Ning Xi was stunned. How did you know I was pregnant? So it's true. It really is true. Su Tao's heart was breaking apart. He handed his phone over to Ning Xi. Liang Feixing sent me a message after you called me. Someone leaked the news of your pregnancy. What? Ning Xi quickly took a look at Su Tao's phone. The Weibo status was just posted an hour ago, yet it was now on the top of the hot topic section. All the popular searches included phrases similar to Ning Xi is pregnant. Which hospital did you go for the checkup? Su Tao asked. The one that people usually go to. Little Treasure had gone there when he was sick. In addition to the fact that Ning Xi tended to overthink a lot recently, she thought that her body was facing grave stress issues, so she did not tell anyone about it, and did not go to military hospital either. She just went to a hospital that was known for maintaining people's privacy. Su Tao then said, that hospital was good at keeping secrets, but your pregnancy was too big of a news. Someone probably couldn't fight the urge and leaked it. Su Yao clenched his teeth. We'll insist that you're not pregnant, and claim that those results are forged. Ning Xi laughed, seeing Su Tao so mad. Bro Tao, this time, I want to go public. What did you say? Su Tao nearly wept again. Which bastard had made his queen fall in love so much that she would sacrifice her career for him? I'm sorry, Bro Tao. I didn't give you any time to prepare because I only received the results today myself. That's not the point. The point is who's that bastard? Please think properly about it, my queen. This is not a small case. It'll affect you greatly if you let this go public. While the entertainment industry would be pretty lenient to you being pregnant before marriage, the fans wouldn't think so. Suddenly, someone knocked on the window when Su Tao was talking. Who is it? Su Tao was alert. It's me. Liang Feixing's voice came from outside. Su Tao then unlocked the doors. Chapter 2147. Fans Riot. Liang Feixing went into the car and handed a thick pile of documents to Ning Xi as he said swiftly, the arrangement for the public announcement is all prepared. Now, we only need you to give me a time, and I'll arrange for the reporters and the rest. Su Tao was stunned when he heard Liang Feixing's words. What? Who's doing a public announcement? I'm still discussing with my queen. What is this? When did you start preparing this? A glance at it told him that it would take at least several months to prepare. So how come this guy had started preparing for it so long ago? Su Tao's expression darkened. Liang Feixing, are you crazy? Look at what people are saying online. So many people were waiting for it. They keep saying that Ning Xi was just acting pure and how messy her private life is. Some even said she cheated the feelings of her fans. Think about how many people were jealous of Ning Xi and wanted to drag her down all over the years. Many people would surely aim for this chance. As Su Tao was arguing with Liang Feixing, his expression changed suddenly. A big group of reporters had surrounded them from all directions. It's there. That's Ning Xi's car. Let's go. The reporters had their cameras ready as they surrounded the car. Su Tao managed to drive the car out of the parking lot, but they could not move any further beyond that. The reporters risked their lives and stood right in front of the car, their cameras flashing wildly into the car. Damn, Su Tao cursed. Liang Feixing did not look too great because Ning Xi was puking at the moment. Ning Xi's reaction just made the reporters have a larger reaction. Most of them even started to live stream with their handphones. Ms. Ning Xi, do you have anything to say about your pregnancy before marriage? Ning Xi, are the rumors about you being pregnant true? Who's the father? Is it really Jiangmai? Someone asked you before if you were in a relationship, and you denied it, yet now you're 3 months pregnant. So were you lying to your fans and the public the whole time? Su Tao unlocked his phone and took a look on the streaming sites. The fans had all gone crazy. Bro, she is pregnant before marriage. Impossible. I'll never believe it. Please, the video just now showed Ning Xi vomiting. Can't she just be feeling unwell? The results might be forged too. Wake up, Ning Xi's fans. Ignoring the fact whether the results are true or not. Why would Ning Xi need to go for a checkup at midnight? The pictures have to be real. Su Tao's expression looked worse by the minute. Liang Feixing, prepare me a new proposal right now. This matter can never be found out by the public. That bastard is irresponsible enough to let Ning Xi get pregnant before marriage. He sure is a bastard. Ning Xi isn't clear-headed enough to see that. How could you go along with her as well? It was so noisy outside that it made Ning Xi's condition worse. She just kept on vomiting, and she could not notice anything else. Liang Feixing was silent as he faced Su Tao's questioning. At this moment, the reporters outside also went insane. All of them were hitting the car windows. Although the hotel security guards tried to chase them away, it did not work at all. Chapter 2148, Admit. Worse still, because someone had live-streamed the incident, many fans had recognized the place. The number of inquiring passers-by and fans started to increase until the entire hotel and area nearby were fully surrounded by people. Now, they really would not be able to leave. The entire hotel entrance was crowded and chaotic. The security guards was busy and sounds of sirens came from all around. The crazy media and emotional fans were not willing to leave no matter what. I don't believe it unless Broshi tells us that this is true. Yes, I don't believe it. I don't. Broshi is definitely not that kind of person. To hell with it. Ning Xi's idiotic fans are still muddle-headed until now. Who are you calling idiotic fans? I'm calling whoever that's answering me right now. You? I'm going to kill you. No one's allowed to insult my Broshi. When she saw the fans rioting, but she was still puking her guts out, Ning Xi looked outside the car window with a pale face and said, Bro Tao, open the door. I want to go out. Su Tao was shocked. What? Ning Xi, you're crazy. Liang Feixing, who had not said anything from the back seat of the car, quickly said, You can't. It's too dangerous. Ning Xi's eyes were cold. Open the door. How could she watch as her fans argue and even fight for her while she sat in the car, not being in the least concerned? But Su Tao met with Ning Xi's stern gaze and was suddenly tongue-tied. Ning Xi was usually very kind, especially toward staff like them, but when it involved a matter of principle, no one could advise her. No, you can't open the door. This time, Liang Feixing was on Su Tao's side. There were so many people outside, and the lady boss was pregnant. If anything happened, he would not be able to repay with his little life. Just as Su Tao was hesitating, Ning Xi had already surpassed him and clicked the control panel. Then, she pushed the door open and got down from the car. Ning Xi, Su Tao cried out. He and Liang Feixing quickly got down from the car and protected Ning Xi by her side. I'd like to trouble everyone to please keep quiet first. The girl looked a little weak and exceptionally pale, but those pair of eyes were akin to the sharp edge of a knife. They actually made everyone stunned for some reason, and they quieted down. I'll tell you the response that you guys want now, Ning Xi continued. The media, fans, and everyone in the live stream sites all revealed a shocked expression. They waited nervously for Ning Xi's response. That medical report is real. I am pregnant. The girl's clear and melodious voice rang in the silent air. The crowd was dumbstruck for 3 seconds before they instantly exploded into a commotion. Oh my God. Ning Xi admits it. She's really pregnant. How is this possible? The media that had just been quiet for a moment earlier started to be stimulated again. Ning Xi, who's the father? From what we know, you don't even have a boyfriend. Do you and the child's father have an improper intimate relationship? The fans went completely crazy too. How could this be? Who does the child belong to? Some of the haters seized the opportunity and popped up. TSK. I thought that Ning Xi was a fresh air in the entertainment industry. Who would have thought that she would also be exposed for an unmarried pregnancy scandal? She's no different from Ning Xueluo, Han Zixuan, and people like that. For all we know, she might be even skankier in private. It's just that she's better at pretending and hasn't been found out. For all we know, the child's father might be some married man. Otherwise, why would she have tried to cover it up? Chapter 2149, The Child is Mine. When he heard those words, Su Tao was about to break down. Liang Feixing, look at what those people are saying. Ning Xi has finally made it to this stage, and now are we going to ruin it all for a bastard? With Ning Xi's acknowledgement, the crowd started to riot again, and everyone began to push forward like mad. Right at this moment, behind the crowd, there was suddenly an ear-piercing sound of a car hitting the brakes. 7 to 8 black cars had stopped in uniform across the hotel. More than 20 well-trained bodyguards in black got down from the car one after another. The door of the leading car was opened by a bodyguard, and a tall, lofty man with an icy cold face got down from the car. Someone in the crowd instantly cried out in surprise when they recognized who it was. Oh my God! It's Lu Tingxiao. Oh gosh. I'm about to go crazy. It really looks like him. He's so handsome in person. Why would Lu Tingxiao be here? At this moment, the man's handsome face had a terrifying expression. It was as if storm clouds were approaching. He took huge strides and was walking towards the crowd. Those bodyguards all had a solemn expression on their faces while the man leading them had an even more terrifying aura around him, as if anyone who exchanged a look with him could have their blood frozen. The chaotic crowd all subconsciously opened up a path. The further inwards the man went, the scarier his face looked. One could almost hear the sound of him stepping on ice slags wherever he walked. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, the man unexpectedly walked right up to Ning Xi. His face seemed to have an incredibly turbulent storm and terrifying hostility written on it. He stared straight at this pale-looking girl, and his expression darkened as he lifted the girl by her waist. The crowd let out a startled cry. Even though Lu Tingxiao's face was extremely scary, but the way he carried the girl was beyond careful. He even seemed a little at a loss, unsure where to touch her. It was as if just touching her would hurt her. From the crowd's point of view, Lu Tingxiao's movements even seemed a little clumsy. What's happening? Oh my god. Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi? What's going on? Apart from the media and fans, Su Tao was probably the most shocked one. At this moment, Su Tao watched blankly as the big boss carried Ning Xi. His expression was the same as a fool. Could it be that the bastard who had impregnated Ning Xi was? Liang Feixing let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the boss had made it in time. He was about to get a heart attack. Amid the shocked gazes, the man's cold eyes swept everyone present. The child in Shaoxi is mine. Everyone was speechless. What did they just hear? This sentence was like an atomic bomb, exploding in the dense crowd. There was a momentary strange silence from the crowd when suddenly someone cried out loud. What the heck? This is crazy. Ning Xi's child is Lu Tingxiao's. I am indeed a married man, the man continued to say. What? Before the crowd's shocked and taunting gazes towards Ning Xi could start, they heard the man continue. Ning Xi and I have already been registered for 2 years, 6 months, and 17 days. Everyone was speechless yet again. They must be dreaming. This was the entertainment industry's heaviest duty, most shocking, big news of the year. The queen of movies, Ning Xi, was pregnant, and the child's father was unexpectedly the executive director of the Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao. The two of them had already registered 2.5 years ago, and had kept their marriage a secret until now. Chapter 2150, Calm down, okay, darling. Chapter 2150, Calm down, okay, darling. Still, he was not finished. Lu Tingxiao followed up to say, as for getting pregnant before marriage, there was indeed such a thing. When they heard this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Even Su Tao was worried. He subconsciously wanted to rush over to stop him, yet he was pulled back by Liang Feixing, who quickly muttered something into his ear. Then, Su Tao became confused. What? At this moment, the fans and media who did not know the truth were still completely puzzled. What? Ning Xi has really gotten pregnant before marriage before. Why would Lu Tingxiao even expose such a thing? He clearly knew that Ning Xi had gotten pregnant before marriage, and still he's staying with her? Lu Tingxiao's eyes swept the crowd. Instantly, it was as if someone had pressed on the keep quiet switch for everyone. The crowd returned to its pin-drop silence. Lu Tingxiao said, but the person at fault in this matter is me. Back then, Shaoxi hadn't entered the entertainment industry either, so there shouldn't be anything that she needs to explain to everyone. Damn, the person at fault was Lu Tingxiao. What did that mean? Could it be what they thought? Could it be that the legendary little prince of the Lu family was? Lu Tingxiao continued. Ning Xi is my son's biological mother. The child inside Shaoxi is mine. Ning Xi and I have registered for 2 years, 6 months, and 17 days. Ning Xi is my son's biological mother. Lu Tingxiao had just appeared for a few minutes, and yet with just a few short sentences, he had shocked the entire entertainment industry and all of China's citizens. Then he left the stunned crowd and carried his wife home. Inside the car, Ning Xi was still in Lu Tingxiao's arms in the back seat. Ever since the latter had gotten into the car, he did not say a word, and he seemed extremely unhappy. Ning Xi looked at her fingers and admitted to her wrongdoings. Darling, sorry. Actually, I wanted to give you a surprise. Tingxiao was speechless. Yeah, he was surprised enough. His entire soul almost left him from being frightened by her. Ning Xi was about to speak again when she felt the urge to puke. Drive slower. Tingxiao frowned. Cheng Feng, who was driving up front, was speechless. I am already driving the Maybach like an electromobile, boss. Forget it. He will take the challenge and go for a bicycle speed. Tingxiao patted the girl's back lightly, seeming like he was about to go into battle. Go to the hospital. Ning Xi quickly waved her hand. No need. This is just the normal reaction of vomiting during pregnancy. If I have to go to the hospital for this, then wouldn't I need to stay in the hospital? Tingxiao replied. You can. Calm down, okay? Darling. Tingxiao took a deep breath, but he still could not calm down. Ning Xi looked at the man's tensed-up expression from being overly nervous and said helplessly, We've already had little treasure before. This isn't our first one. Why are you still so tensed? Just tensed? When he had heard the news of her pregnancy from someone else, he wished he could put on wings and fly to her side. The sound of an urgent ringtone rang, and Tingxiao picked the phone up. It's fine. She's beside me, and we're on the way home. Okay. Call from home. Ning Xi asked. Tingxiao nodded. We're going to the old residence first. Father and mother knows. Oh. Ning Xi did not know why, but she had a bad feeling about this. When they reached the Lu family's old residence, Ning Xi got down the car and was dumbstruck when she reached the entrance. She almost could not recognize the place. From the yard outside all the way to the door, the floor was covered by a thick layer of soft rug. The door's hard frame, and the walls were all wrapped with a layer of pad. Not too far away on the pebble path, Little Treasure was directing for a few robots to take out the pebbles one by one, and then covered it again with soil. Ning Xi gulped. She turned to Tingxiao and said, Darling, sorry, I accused you wrongly earlier. Chapter 2151, It's a Massacre. Chapter 2151, It's a Massacre. The reaction from the Lu family was even more exaggerated than Tingxiao's. Even Little Treasure was involved. Mommy. Little Treasure dashed over when he saw a familiar figure by the entrance. The little guy would usually pounce onto Ning Xi for a hug. However, he stopped several steps away from her out of consideration for the baby and his mother. He stared at Ning Xi's stomach earnestly. Mommy, is there really a sister inside? Ning Xi chuckled. We still don't know if it's a sister or a brother. I'll like it as long as it's mommy's child. After a while, Yin Rui, Lu Chongshan, and the other elders such as Jiang Mai's mother all came out. Xiaoxi's back. Come in, be careful. Moments after Ning Xi went into the house, a military jeep swiftly parked outside the entrance of the Lu residence. I don't think the Lu family is very reliable. There was no prior preparation for Xiaoxi's pregnancy. Just how dangerous was the situation today? If Xiaoxi got injured, as Meng Linlang was complaining, she then noticed that everything around the Lu family's home was padded with soft mats. Even the chairs and tables were covered with a layer of leather. Zhuang Liaoyuan coughed lightly. Xiaoxi only received her results today. The news was probably leaked before she could tell anyone. Stop talking so much. I want to see how Xiaoxi is now. Zhuang Zongren urged. The two families gathered in the living room. Do you feel terribly unwell? Meng Linlang was worried when she saw Ning Xi looking rather pale. I'm all right. I'm feeling much better now. The nausea comes in short waves. Ning Xi had a headache when she saw so many people in the house. She was just pregnant. Everyone was simply too tensed. Ning Xi looked over to Tingxiao for help. However, it was obvious that Tingxiao was on their side. Xiaoxi is even having her second child now. So when is the Lu family arranging the wedding? Zhuang Zongren grumbled. Yin Rui quickly said, Don't worry. We've been preparing for it since a year ago. Everything is already done and can be arranged anytime. Xiaoxi doesn't have to worry about anything. As long as her work is all right, we can have the wedding anytime she says so. Zhuang Zongren's expression softened when he heard Yin Rui's words. What do you think, Xiaoxi? Your wedding can't be delayed any further. If anyone dares to say anything about it, I'll have a word with them myself. Ning Xi quickly said, It's okay, grandfather. My company will deal with it. Actually, I've been preparing to announce it to the public. It's just that a little accident happened today, but it's fine. Why don't we make it next month? Meng Linlang thought about it. Next month is fine. Have your wedding before the new year. If it's delayed further, Your pregnant belly will make you more uncomfortable. Yin Rui was immensely glad. I've checked the calendar. The 8th of the next month is a good day. What do you both think? As long as Xiaoxi is fine with it, Lu Tingxiao said. Sure, I don't have a problem with it, replied Ning Xi. All right, it's decided then. At the same time, in the backyard of the Lu residence, a little koi fish was squatting on the stone staircase. He slung his arm over a certain blondie who was beside him. This isn't just torture anymore. It's a massacre. I want to run away from home. Do you want to join me? It's okay, second uncle, replied Zhongmai. Are you sure? Lu Jingli was surprised. I've already booked my flight ticket. Lu Jingli was speechless. Chapter 2152. They told the whole world about it. Chapter 2152. They told the whole world about it. Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao's wedding was decided very quickly. The next day, the relationship between Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi was publicized on the headlines of all printed media and the internet. They were splashed across not just the entertainment section, but also the business section. As the Zhuang family insisted on it, Ning Xi's true identity was highlighted as well. The business papers discussed the strong combination of the Lu Corporation with the Zhuang family. It was not exaggerating to say that everyone was talking about it. People started to recall details that they neglected after their relationship was revealed. Oh my God, my friends and I are so shocked. Ning Xi is actually Lu Tingxiao's wife, and their kid is already so big. That's really surprising. However, there have been some hints here and there. Do you guys remember Ning Xi's entrance during the Golden Film Award? Lu Tingxiao walked in with Ning Xi. We've always thought that the other star, who was supposed to attend with her, decided to pull out at the last minute, and she got lucky. On hindsight, it wasn't a coincidence, was it? This fan's words sparked the interest of many others. Suddenly, everyone became Sherlock Holmes and tried to look for more clues. Also, there was Ning Xi's ending speech. In her last sentence, she said she wouldn't forget about her original aspiration and would keep going on for her dream, for the person she loved. Damn, a lot of people suspected that it was a confession to a certain someone. She was just confessing to Lu Tingxiao on the spot, wasn't she? You're right. Because there was no other reason that the low-profile Lu Tingxiao would suddenly participate in a film awards ceremony. It was because his wife was receiving an award. Oh, and during Glory World Entertainment's anniversary, coincidentally, Lu Tingxiao's first dance was with Ning Xi, and it was decided by drawing lots. Su Yimo was still at the top of Glory World Entertainment back then, and she even called herself the future lady boss. She would have definitely tried to rig it to suit herself, wouldn't she? Yet, under those circumstances, Ning Xi still got it. Lu Tingxiao even said on that day he didn't know her at all. He was trying to prove his loyalty in front of his girlfriend. Damn, stop talking about it. My heart is being tortured right now. Suddenly, people felt so tortured that they almost cried. They were so aggressive at showing affection to each other. And people still thought that Lu Tingxiao was low profile. The two of them had already announced it to the world. Everyone just did not realize it. At Glory World Entertainment, all the artistes were really excited. Oh gosh, the idiots from Starlight Entertainment are really funny. They tried to scout Bro Xi. They actually tried to scout our lady boss. Bro Xi is really low profile. Ning Xiuoluo is just a fake daughter, yet she always tries to create an image of her being a winner at life. The boss didn't even know about Su Yimo, but she always assumed she was the lady boss. Han Zixuan's much worse. She's just a downgraded imitation of Bro Xi. Look at our Bro Xi, a true descendant of a prestigious family, the biological mother of the little prince, and our real lady boss. The truth has only come to light now. Chapter 2153. I can take their affection anytime. Chapter 2153. I can take their affection anytime. Bro Xi's the real deal anyway. She only needs herself and doesn't need to rely on anyone else. That's right. As the bunch was happily gossiping, someone suddenly yelled in the direction of the entrance. Bro Xi. Oh, goddess. Lady boss. Someone called Ning Xi lady boss. Then everyone else followed after that. Ning Xi felt funny about how hyped up they were. She smiled and greeted everyone. Then she went upstairs to meet Su Tao. As she was about to walk up, there were sounds of hurried footsteps behind her. Oh my God, it's Big Boss. A real living boss. Suddenly, all the working staff stared behind her and screamed. Ning Xi turned around and saw that it was Lu Tingxiao. Oh, what's up? Ning Xi looked at him. Scarf. Tingxiao had a lamb wool scarf in his hand. He gently wrapped it around her neck. Ning Xi touched the warm scarf. It's all right. There's air conditioning in the office. Tingxiao then took a carefully packaged meal box from Feng. Ning Xi quickly accepted it. Oh, I forgot about this. I've been quite sleepy recently. My brain power is running low. Tingxiao frowned. Do you still remember how to take medicine and nutritional supplements? Ning Xi scratched her head. I think so. I'll tell you one more time. As Tingxiao was about to tell her, he stopped and pinched between his eyebrows. Forget about it. He looked at Feng and instructed, delay the meeting today. Huh? But, boss, it's been delayed once already. Feng's eyes met. With the sharp eyes of his boss, then he changed his tone. I got it. I'll let them know now. There was nothing more important than the lady boss now. Even if the company was going down, the boss probably would not even bat an eyelid. Ning Xi was worried when she heard Tingxiao delaying his meeting. You can go back to work. I'll be fine on my own, really. Change the date for the observation this afternoon, too. Got it, boss. Ning Xi was speechless. In the end, Tingxiao postponed all the work he had that day and followed Ning Xi upstairs. At this moment, all the working staff at Glory World Entertainment gushed. I'm so done. I can take their affection anytime. The boss is really crazy when protecting his wife. I want to rant on Weibo. Where's the protection society for single people? Darling. I think Bro Tao would be scared if you follow me. Ning Xi mumbled before entering Su Tao's office. As Ning Xi expected, after they pushed the door open and when Su Tao saw the big boss, he almost wet himself. He felt guilty after all. He had said so many bad things about the boss yesterday. Be boss. Ning Xi made Tingxiao sit down on the sofa nearby while she sat in front of Su Tao's table. Bro Tao, just ignore him. We'll talk about the leftover work. Before her wedding, she had to finish some jobs. At this moment, Su Tao was on the verge of crying. The boss had such a looming presence that it was impossible to ignore him. Su Tao eased up slightly when Tingxiao was not noticing him and just talked to the assistant. He started arranging some of the leftover work for Ning Xi at this stage. Chapter 2154, Unavoidable. Chapter 2154, Unavoidable. There isn't really much work left. The only one that requires traveling overseas is the new product launch for LG in America. The boss then spoke up. Tell them to come to China. Su Tao gulped. I don't think that's possible. Feng called Tingxiao. Feng replied, no problem. I'll contact them. After all, LG is a partner of the Lu Corporation. Any more problems? Tingxiao asked. Su Tao shook his head. Nope, as expected of the boss. Su Tao flipped through the schedule. Next up is the premiere event for Assassin. We have to go. Although there might be a lot of people on that day, the security will surely be tight. Clear my schedule on that day, Tingxiao told Feng. Yes. Feng quickly noted it down in his notebook. Su Tao was speechless. Boss, if you were to go on that day, the situation would only become worse. Moving on, Su Tao reported all of Ning Xi's upcoming work, and Tingxiao cleared his schedule accordingly. Ning Xi wanted to say something at first, but in the end, she gave up. Ning Xi felt a little sleepy after a long discussion. She yawned. Tingxiao halted the discussion. Sleepy? Go and take a nap. Ning Xi rubbed her eyes. But I still have a meeting to attend to. Later, Su Tao nodded. Boss, there is indeed a meeting later. Tingxiao went up to Ning Xi. Go to sleep. I'll attend the meeting for you. Ning Xi laughed. How are you going to attend the meeting for me? Is there any rule that family can't represent you in a meeting? Tingxiao asked. Well, not really, Su Tao replied. Even if there were such a rule, you are the boss. Would there be anyone to tell you off? Su Tao felt exhausted. Just as he was about to complain about it on the company group chat, he realized that everyone had their fair share. Tingxiao really represented Ning Xi at the meeting. Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai were speechless when they saw the group chat. Again, in the end, Lu Jingli's plan to run away from home failed. To add salt to the wound, his mother made him decorate the wedding venue. As for a certain blondie, he could avoid the preparation at first, but he could never avoid the real deal after all. He still needed to be back and attend the wedding. To avoid any external disturbances, Ning Xi and Tingxiao organized their wedding on a small island that he owned. There was a fantasy-like church on the island which was designed by Tingxiao. Built 2 years ago, the whole island was shrouded with the aura of love. Anyone could see that the island was made just for their wedding. Is everything ready? Wait, not this earring. This is for the toast. Where's the pearl one? It's here. I'm busy at the moment. Zhuang here and Ning Tianxin had been busy helping Ning Xi since 5 a.m. in the morning. While most matters were prepared beforehand, things still went a little out of hand on the day itself. In addition to Ning Xi being pregnant now, they needed to take extra precaution. Tingxiao came in through the door in his wedding suit. He wore a classic groom's breastpin on his chest, and he looked very eye-catching. Chapter 2155, Wedding 1. Chapter 2155, Wedding 1. The man frowned at his exhausted wife the moment he stepped in. Are you all right? Should we postpone the wedding to another day? What was he saying now? A whole island full of guests were outside, and he wanted to delay the wedding? Ning Xi sighed. Darling, can you please calm down? Tingxiao leaned over to his beautiful wife in her wedding dress. I can't. When I think about how you're having my baby, about how we're going to be together forever. Ning Xi giggled. Kiss me. Tingxiao would never reject such request. He kissed the girl's forehead tenderly. Ning Xi smiled. I'm all fine now. I'm not tired anymore. Jingli saw this exact moment when he came in and his manly tears fell. Bro, are you done now? All the guests are waiting. Our first senior brother and third senior sister here already? Ning Xi asked. Jingli shook his head. I didn't really see them. Oh. Ning Xi seemed disappointed. She had contacted Tang Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao. Tang Yi's bunch was wandering somewhere as their schedule was always unstable, while Feng Xiaoxiao was probably carrying out a mission at the moment and was most likely not able to come. Don't worry. They'll be here. Tingxiao patted the girl's head. At that very moment, there was the sound of a loud chopper outside the window as a helicopter slowly descended from the sky. A person jumped straight out of it, not waiting for the helicopter to land. The figure came into the room through the window. With a sexy body, long, wavy hair, and a cool style, the person greeted, Baby. Third senior sister. Ning Xi was surprised. Feng Xiaoxiao started complaining the moment she saw Ning Xi. Damn, little junior sister. Your husband is really something. He sent someone to take out my target and abducted me on a helicopter. I was dumbfounded and thought I got betrayed. But they told me that I was invited to your wedding. How exciting. Ning Xi glanced over at Tingxiao. She thought that Tingxiao was just comforting her when he said that they would be there. Feng Xiaoxiao went over and gave Ning Xi a big hug. Happy marriage. You look really beautiful today. Thank you. Ning Xi felt a warmth spark in her heart. She did not have many friends, but each and every one of them was extremely important. After resting for a short while, Ning Xi and Tingxiao went outside to greet the guests. Congratulations. Congratulations to the both of you. The friends and families of both parties, Su Tao, Liang, Feixing, Qin Shuang, Qin Mufeng, Jiang Mai, and Mo Lingtian arrived one after another. Xiao Shi, where's your brooch? Ning Tianxin looked at Ning Xi's chest and asked. Ning Xi looked down. It was still here just now. Maybe you dropped it somewhere, but it's all right. There are some spares in the house. I'll go and look for one. Ning Tianxin quickly went back to get another brooch. In her haste, she accidentally bumped into a person with a strong tobacco smell. Ning Tianxin quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The person she bumped into did not say a thing. Ning Tianxin looked up and was stunned. Mo Lingtian's cigarette fell to the floor as he looked at the girl in front of him. Tianxin. Chapter 2156, Wedding Night 2. Chapter 2156, Wedding 2. Xiao Shi's lost her brooch. I'm helping her to get a spare one. Why are you here alone? Everyone's at the front, Ning Tianxin said. Mo Lingtian came back to his senses. I hung around with them a little too late last night and didn't really get a good night's sleep, so I'm looking for a place to rest. There are some guest rooms upstairs. He had nothing else to say. I'll get on with my errand. Ning Tianxin nodded and passed him. Mo Lingtian still remained stationary after the girl left. He tried to recall the girl's face, her voice, and her expression as she spoke to him just now. She had really moved on. That was great. As the wedding was about to start soon, Ning Xi was making some final preparations in the dressing room when Tang Lang barged right in. Little junior sister, look who's here. Ning Xi doubtfully turned around and her eyes brightened in the next moment. Master. Besides, there was a girl beside Han Xiao. While there were some pretty drastic changes about her aura and the way she dressed, she easily recognized her. Annie. Happy marriage. The girl seemed strange, yet a sense of familiarity appeared in her eyes. Thank you. Ning Xi could not find the right words to say at the moment. While the person before her was Annie, at the same time, she was not Annie. I'm sorry. The girl looked down ashamedly. I remembered everything a while back. Although I did lose my memories, I did something very hurtful. Tang Lang tried to soften the mood. It's a happy day today. Don't mention those unhappy stories. Ning Xi also comforted. Let the past stay in the past. As long as you're happy with the master now. Ning Xi was relieved when she knew that Annie now remembered everything. Hey Yug, when are we getting married? Han Xiao asked. The girl replied coldly. Didn't you say marriage is such a troublesome thing that you'd never do it in your life? Tang Lang and Ning Xi were speechless. Master, how could you say that? How could you? A certain master feigned innocence. Really? Did I say it was troublesome? Aside from you, I'll never want anyone else. They were once again speechless, as expected of the master. We were wrong. With the sound of the waves crashing against the beach, the church bells started ringing and wedding music started playing. The wedding had finally begun. Everyone was focused on the attractive lovebirds of the day. Lu Jingli's eyes teared up. I'm so touched. My brother is finally married. Jiang Mai handed over a packet of tissues with a disgusted expression. Worry about yourself more. After he's done, we'll be next. Lu Jingli was speechless. He swore to himself he would run away from home after this wedding. Behind the church, no one noticed a man with white hair. The man's usual casual wear was nowhere to be seen. He was wearing a full formal suit and his hair was also combed up. He held a bouquet of flowers in his hand. At this moment, he was looking at the girl walking towards the priest with another man. He had flowers and dressed up formally. Just to miss it. The man seemed impatient. He thrust the flowers into the hands of a man beside him. So troublesome. Who made the rule that people must give wedding presents? Give them the stuff we just grabbed. Yes, replied Tang Yi. Those were not something they just grabbed at all. It was all the best loot they had this year. Like a dragon protecting its treasure, he was now willing to give all of them away. A man who never knew the meaning of love finally realized it because of one girl. The wedding went on as the pair of lovebirds stood before the priest. Mr. Lu Tingxiao, are you willing to take Ms. Ning Xi as your wife? Do you pledge to love her, swear loyalty to her, and even in poverty, illness, and challenges, you'd stay by her side until the end of your life? I do. Ms. Ning Xi, are you willing to take Mr. Lu Tingxiao as your husband? Do you pledge to love him, swear loyalty to him, and even in poverty, illness, and challenges, you'd stay by his side until the end of your life? Ning Xi gazed at the man before her quietly. This was the man who insisted on marrying her the first time he saw her, the man who was always by her side no matter what happened, and the man who still married her even when he was alone. Luckily, this time, she did not leave him alone. There was a hint of glistening tears in the corner of the girl's eyes. Her tone was heartfelt like never before, as if she was handing her life over to him. I do. The end. Chapter 2157, Wedding Night 1. Chapter 2157, Wedding Night 1. After the wedding, the guests started to leave. However, it was not all over yet. Feng Xiaoxiao had a little bit too much to drink, and she brought a big bunch of friends to have some fun in the bridal room. As the groom Lu Tingxiao arrived at the door, a group of girls led by Feng Xiaoxiao gathered there and blocked the path. Feng Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and laughed. I'm sorry, CEO Lu. On behalf of the little junior sister's family, if you want to enter this room, you have to pass our trial. Lu Xinyan went along. That's right. It's not going to be so easy to take our broshi away. Agreed, Annie said. Damn. Annie, why are you messing around with Feng Xiaoxiao? Tang Lang was speechless. Lu Jingli was speechless as well. Xinyan, shouldn't you be on our side? Lu Xinyan stuck her tongue out. I'm always on Ning Xi's side. On Feng Xiaoxiao's side. There were 8 girls including Zhuang Qir, Ning Tianxin, Annie, and Lu Xinyan. All of them were hardcore fans of Ning Xi, and some even thought of Lu Tingxiao as their rival. On Lu Jingli's side, there were Lu Jingli, Jiang Mai, Tang Lang, Mo Lingtian, and Qin Mufeng. What's the trial? Lu Tingxiao smiled. Probably because it was a happy day, so he did not seem to mind them messing around and just let them be. Feng Xiaoxiao then said, "There will be 3 levels in total. You need to pass all 3 levels to get the girl." "What's the first level?" Lu Jingli asked cautiously. Feng Xiaoxiao had an evil grin. "The first level is called Take a Guess. We'll give you 3 questions. You'll pass if you get all correct. The first question is, what am I thinking about right now?" Tang Lang then complained, "You're really too much. Do you know how important it is of a day like this to a man? I can't continue this anymore." Lu Jingli frowned. "How are we supposed to guess? You can just deny anything we say." Jiang Mai and Qin Mufeng nodded in agreement. "This question is bugged. As long as she doesn't say that our answer is correct, then we'll never pass." All of them looked over at Lu Tingxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao acted cheekily. "What now? Are you guys giving up on the first question already? If that's the case, we'll have fun with little junior sister tonight." "You're thinking about men." Tang Lang tried. Feng Xiaoxiao wagged her finger. "Wrong. You're thinking about marrying someone?" Lu Jingli tried as well. "Wrong. Damn. Give it a try." Qin Mufeng. "Aren't you a psychiatrist?" "So what if I'm a psychiatrist? Even if I can read her mind, she can just deny whatever I say. What should we do?" The first question is already so tricky. Suddenly, the quiet Lu Tingxiao spoke up. "You're now thinking that you don't want to let us in." Feng Xiaoxiao was smiling. Just as she was about to call his mistake out, she was stunned when she realized what was Lu Tingxiao saying. "CEO Lu, you're trying to trap me." If she said that it was wrong, then it would mean that she wanted to let them go in. They could just skip the rest of the levels, and she would then have to let them in. If she said that it was right, then they would pass this question. Lu Jingli laughed. "As expected of my brother." Feng Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth. "Fine, you're right." Chapter 2158, Wedding Night 2. Chapter 2158, Wedding Night 2. Who else? Who's giving the second question? Tang Lang suddenly got excited. Feng Xiaoxiao looked among the girls and picked Zhuang Qier. "Qier, come." "Huh? Me." Zhuang Qier walked out hesitantly. "Let me think for a bit." After a while, Zhuang Qier said, My question is, what's the dress that Xiaoxi wore during the Golden Film Awards?" Lu Tingxiao did not even need to think about it. Nirvana reincarnated series in maroon. Zhuang Qier nodded. "That's right." Feng Xiaoxiao was stunned. "That's it. Qier, you're too soft. That's too easy." Tang Lang seemed annoyed. "Don't you think you're the weird one? Do you think all girls are like you?" Zhuang Qier then said, "This question isn't easy at all. Even a hardcore fan of Xiaoxi's might not be able to remember each and every dress Xiaoxi wore at different events." Feng Xiaoxiao gave up, so they passed. There was only one more question left in the first level. Feng Xiaoxiao looked over at Ning Tianxin. "Third question. Take a guess at what Tianxin's favorite painting is. You have to guess it right on the first try." Tang Lang protested. "What's the difference between this and the first question?" Feng Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. "Don't worry. I won't be a bully anymore. I'll get Tianxin to prepare an answer, and I'll definitely let you guys pass if you get it correct." Lu Jingli mumbled. "That's very difficult too." Feng Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. "Please, think about who's inside the room. The top beauty of China, the national goddess. It's worth that little bit of difficulty, okay?" Lu Tingxiao nodded. Indeed. Lu Jingli was speechless. Which side was his brother actually on? He was really worried about his brother losing his own principles. Lu Jingli asked Qin Mufeng, "Hey Dr. Qin, you're the closest to the pretty lady here. Do you know the answer?" Qin Mufeng seemed troubled. "I know she likes Monet, but there are so many paintings of his. I don't know which one she'd like." Lu Jingli fell into despair. "Oh no, I don't think my brother has a solution for this too." "Time's up. Are you guys done discussing?" Feng Xiaoxiao had a little paper with Ning Tianxin's answer in her hand. "Quick. Anyone?" Lu Jingli asked around. Qin Mufeng seemed worried. This was related to a certain devil's happiness. If he messed it up, would he end up dead? Sunrise? Picnic by the Grays? Or Sleeping Lotus? Sleeping Lotus seems to have a big chance, but I'm not sure. Qin Mufeng slowly closed in on Ning Tianxin. "Tianxin, can you give us some hint?" Ning Tianxin seemed troubled. "Well," Feng Xiaoxiao created a gap between them. "What are you doing? No seduction. Be more serious about it. I'll give you guys a 10-second countdown. You'll lose if there's no answer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Wait. Let us think. Can't we get any hints for this?" Suddenly, There was a hoarse voice among the crowd. Zero's prison caged. It was Mo Lingtian. Chapter 2159, Wedding Night 3. Chapter 2159, Wedding Night 3. A dead silence rang in the room as Mo Lingtian gave his answer, and everyone looked over at him. His tone was extremely certain. Lu Jingli was worried. Bro Tian, are you sure? Don't just give a random answer. Who's Zero? What's prison cage? I've never even heard of it before. Qin Mufeng looked at Mo Lingtian with a complicated expression. I've never heard Tianxin mention it either. Lucky bastard. You're right. Feng Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth again as she looked at the answer on the scrap of paper. What? That's correct? How did you do that? Do you really know how to read minds? Tang Lang was impressed. Mo Lingtian's eyes looked at the girl at the opposite, and he did not say anything. Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai, who knew about their relationship, studied him oddly. Qin Mufeng frowned slightly. Lu Tingxiao glanced over at Mo Lingtian too, but he was not surprised. He turned to Feng Xiaoxiao and asked, "What's the second level?" Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly got excited. She touched her chin and scanned all the men with a lascivious smile. The second level. Pick anyone from your group and wear a female outfit. You'll pass if all of us agree that the person is pretty. Suddenly, everyone set their eyes onto Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai had been dragged over by Lu Jingli. He just wanted to stay in a corner, but who knew that he would be involved in such a way? Hey, why are you guys looking at me? Don't even think about it. Jiang Mai felt so uncomfortable when everyone was staring at him. You're one of us. Time for you to contribute. Lu Jingli said. Tang. Lang went along as well. It's just acting like a girl. How easy. It's not your first time anyway. Jiang Mai's expression darkened. If it's so easy, then you guys do it. The problem is that we need to impress the girls. That's very difficult. Only you can do it. Flattery doesn't work on me. Lu Tingxiao then said, I'll owe you one. Jiang Mai's eyes brightened. Really? Anything? Yes. It took 3 seconds for Jiang Mai to change his stance. Deal. Having Lu Tingxiao owe him one would mean he could avoid his mother forcing him to get married. After some time, Jiang Mai finally came back. So beautiful. Oh my God, how pretty. I don't have any more regrets now. While it was a big sacrifice, he did get very excellent feedback. All the girls were satisfied. Even the picky Feng Xiaoxiao had nothing to complain about. That's unfair. You look even better than me. Is that enough? Did we pass? Jiang Mai was annoyed. Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Pass. Only the last level was left. The men looked at each other and thought that the last level was going to be extremely difficult. Chapter 2160, Wedding Night 4. Chapter 2160, Wedding Night 4. The first and second levels were both scholarly based. For the third one, we'll be testing your physical abilities. Feng Xiaoxiao coughed lightly. The content for the third level is... Annie then declared, defeat me. Lu Jingli and Tang Lang were speechless after they heard. Annie, this was not just difficult. It was impossible. Is this girl really that good? Qin Mufeng asked. Not just good. She's a walking killing machine. Tang Lang gulped as he unconsciously felt pain in his chest area. Even all of you together can't defeat her. Qin Mufeng asked again. Tang Lang nodded. We can't beat her even if everyone here attacked together. Suddenly, Lu Jingli's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Right? We can look for help. Where's Master Han Xiao? Tang Lang scratched his head. Maybe he's gone to buy food. Looking for me. A long-haired man came in through the door with bags of food in his hand. Tang Lang quickly went over. Yes, great timing. These women are blocking the path. We have to pass 3 levels. We've passed 2, and the last level is to defeat Annie. So, we can only rely on you now, grandfather. Han Xiao walked over to Annie and looked at Tang Lang like he was an idiot. Why would I harm my girl? According to the rules, you should be on our side. Tang Lang was getting anxious. Oh, Han Xiao then continued. Just assume that I've surrendered myself to the enemy. Everyone was speechless. He surrendered so easily. Their only hope was gone. Ha. Good job, Annie. The master is with us now. You guys prepare to die. Feng Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips as if she had just achieved total victory. Give me a minute. Lu Tingxiao took out his phone and made a call. Everyone was curious and looked at Lu Tingxiao's direction. Is my uncle calling someone else for help? Jiang Mai had just finished changing out of his female outfit. Lu Jingli scratched his head doubtfully. Probably. Tang Lang touched his chin. How do I not know this? Does boss have someone better than Annie? Everyone was getting even more curious now, and all of them were focused on the door. After several minutes, there was the sound of footsteps near the door. Tang Lang straightened up. These footsteps sound solid. It's definitely a practitioner. But why does it feel like this person's center of gravity is a bit low? What does that mean? Asked Lu Jingli. It means it's probably someone short, replied Tang Lang. As the two of them were discussing, Feng Xiaoxiao was on cautious mode. Could Lu Tingxiao really have someone strong she did not know about? Finally, the person opened the door and came in. The cute little bun appeared before everyone. Lu Jingli's eyes popped out when he saw it was Little Treasure. Oh my god, Little Treasure. Tang Lang was stunned. Disciple, why is it you? No wonder his center of gravity was low. Chapter 2161, Wedding Night 5. Chapter 2161, Wedding Night 5. Lu Jingli gulped. Bro, don't tell me that the person you looked for help from is Little Treasure? Tang Lang sympathized with his disciple. He's your real father indeed. Little Treasure ignored his uncle and master. He went up to Annie and looked at her in the eye. Sis Annie. Annie's expression softened when she saw it was Little Treasure. Little Treasure. She had always had complicated feelings towards Little Treasure. She had hidden herself around Lu Tingxiao for so many years and did not find any chance to penetrate his defenses. But just as she was about to give up, she found out about the existence of this child. She then planned a 7-year-long revenge. She had saved this child who was just a cold, near-death baby so many years ago. Now he was beside Ning Xi, and his pure, bright eyes almost blinded her. Even now, she did not understand why had she given him the medical pouch back then to delay the poison. She was not sure if the time was not right, or if she was just unable to do it. This child did not know anything, and he still looked up to her as a respectable sister. Little Treasure stood before Annie and clenched his fists. Sis Annie, I'll be fighting you. Thank you in advance for the match. Annie squatted down before the little guy. She looked at him so lovingly and then said, I concede defeat. Without Little Treasure, there would be no future for her. She would not have met Han Xiao or recovered her memories. Neither would she have found herself, and she would forever live in a life of lies. She was willing to do anything to make it up to this child. Little Treasure looked troubled. Then, it's unfair. Annie laughed. Not at all. You beat me with your charm. I admit defeat on my own. Cold rays shot out of Han Xiao's eyes when he heard Annie. He stared at Little Treasure. Little guy will fight. Annie glared at a certain childish person behind her. Little Treasure pursed her lips. Thank you, Sis Annie. Feng Xiaoxiao's jaw dropped as she thought there was no way they would have passed level 3. What the heck? How can this happen? Lu Tingxiao, you're cheating. This is cheating. Lu Jingli laughed. Ha ha. As long as it works. Little Treasure is the real deal. We want it fair and square. Tang Lang went along. We should be the ones saying that. We've passed all levels now. Don't go back on your promise. Feng Xiaoxiao leaned against the door frame. No way. I want my little junior sister. What happened to our promise of being together forever? Tang Lang dragged Feng Xiaoxiao over. That's enough now. Be careful. Little junior sister will kill you if you spoil her fun tonight. I, second senior brother, will buy you some drinks. Get lost. Who'd want to drink with an old man? No. Tang Lang touched his handsome face and felt hurt. I'll find you a piece of young, fresh meat, all right? No. 2 of them. Deal. After Feng Xiaoxiao was taken away, everyone else left too. If they continued on with the mess, the devil would get mad no matter how happy and patient he was today. Chapter 2162, Finally, Wedding Night. Chapter 2162, Finally, Wedding Night. Darling. Ning Xi rubbed her eyes on the bed when she heard the door open. Lu Tingxiao frowned and helped her back on the bed as he saw the girl looking sleepy. Didn't I ask you to sleep first? Why aren't you sleeping? Ning Xi laughed and dangled her arms around the man's neck. She rubbed her forehead against his. You were fighting a bloody war outside. How could I be sleeping? Of course. I'm going to wait for your triumphant return. Lu Tingxiao's heart melted, and he laughed as well. Thank you for your hard work. I really did wait long. Ning Xi accepted the praise shamelessly. Then she asked curiously, based on my understanding of third senior sister, she surely used Annie for the last level, didn't she? And Han Xiao would never help you guys. How did you guys pass the last level? I thought I'd have to wait until midnight. We have little treasure, replied Lu Tingxiao. Little treasure? Ning Xi was dumbfounded for a moment. Then she grinned. Little treasure sure is amazing. Annie can never resist his cute little face. Good job. Lu Tingxiao gently touched the girl's hair. Then he took his coat off. Go to sleep earlier. Ning Xi suddenly grabbed the man's shoulder. Darling. Lu Tingxiao turned over. Ning Xi stared at him. What? Tonight is our wedding night. It's time for a priceless memory. The man's expression darkened when he saw the girl's flirtatious expression. Glancing at her in her bright red pajamas, he took a deep breath and averted his eyes away. Don't you remember we've set 3 rules? Ning Xi looked unhappy. First rule, don't do anything dangerous. Second rule, don't eat anything I shouldn't. As she reached the last one, Ning Xi's expression was sour. Third rule, I can't flirt with you. Hey, not even on our wedding night. Lu Tingxiao's expression did not waver. No. Ning Xi crossed her arms across her chest. God, how could you place such a vision beside me when I can't do anything? How cruel. Lu Tingxiao smiled, and he looked very tempting at the moment. Ning Xi was enraged. What's so funny? Why can't I flirt with you, but you can flirt with me? Did I? The man laughed. You did, and you're doing it again. Lu Tingxiao looked at his wife's cute little face. It's my fault. Ning Xi snuggled into Lu Tingxiao's arms. Darling, would you like a boy or girl? The man kissed her forehead. I'll like it as long as it's yours. Ning Xi smiled. I love to make babies for you. Lu Tingxiao pinched between his eyebrows. Rule number 3. What did I do now? Ning Xi felt so wronged. Lu Tingxiao, of course, knew what was she thinking about. Be good, at least after these few days. You're too tired today and need a lot of rest, and Lu Tingxiao took a pause. Then he looked at the girl passionately. I'm afraid that I might lose control tonight. The man's words were the biggest praise to her. Ning Xi was delighted. All right. A certain someone was getting better and better at flirting. He even dealt perfectly with a pregnant lady like Ning Xi. So she stopped making a fuss and went to sleep peacefully. Chapter 2163, Naming the Little Princess. Chapter 2163, Naming the Little Princess. One day, at a friendly gathering, they still had not decided on the name, yet even though the baby was going to be due soon, Lu Jingli, Jiang Mai, Tang Lang, Zhuang Qi, and the big bunch gathered together to think of a name. Lu Jingli touched his chin. It's been practically 10 months already. How is there not a name yet? Is it that difficult? Little Treasure's name is Lu Qingyu, so grand and cool. The second kid's name has to be something similar as well. Why not call him Lu Qinsong? It's uniform and cool together. Lu Outyan works as well. Ning Xi's expression darkened. Stupid. The doctor said it's a girl. It's a girl, all right. Lu Jingli was unhappy. Who said that girls can't be called Lu Outyan? Ning Xi's mouth twitched, and she forced a kind smile. Okay, we'll use that name for your future daughter. We'll see if she'll call you father in the future. Lu Jingli thought about it carefully. Then he kept quiet. Zhuang Qi gave it some thought. How about Lu Jinghao? Quiet and good. Tang Lang suddenly laughed as he was munching on some peanuts. Are you sure it's okay for little junior sister's daughter to use such a ladylike name? Ning Xi glared at him dangerously. Tang Lang, what do you mean? What's wrong with my daughter? Tang Lang replied immediately. Only the name of Lu Yuetian would be worthy of your daughter. Ning Xi almost cursed, but she glanced at Lu Tingxiao and forced herself to stop talking. All the names you guys have thought of are useless. Look at mine. Jiang Mai showed Ning Xi the names he had been thinking about and had written down on a piece of paper. Ning Xi took it doubtfully. Her eyes were blinded by the names Jiang Mai wrote. Lu Yuyan, Lu Nangzhuo, Lu Fengxiu, Lu Biejin, Lu Chule. What the heck? I don't know any of the words. Jiang Mai snapped his fingers. That's the point. With a name like these, I'm sure no teachers would call her to answer questions. Terrific. Ning Xi was speechless. She was really worried for their daughters in the future. They could not reach a conclusion after a long discussion. In the end, Lu Jingli said, let my brother decide. He's among the top 3 graduates from Changchun Ting University with a double master's degree. The names he'll think of will surely be great. Lu Tingxiao was holding a paper in his hand, unfazed by the noisy group at all. On his paper should be the names he thought of. Everyone looked over curiously. They wanted to see what kind of names he thought of. They then saw the list of names the devil had picked. Lu Aishi, Lu Lianxi, Lu Mushi, Lu Buli, Lu Buyu, Lu Wei. No one said a thing. Lu Jingli stared at the list of names for some time. Well, I take back what I said. Chapter 2164. My heart belongs to you. Chapter 2164. My heart belongs to you. Summer arrived, and the long-awaited little princess was finally born. In the end, Ning Xi thought of a name herself after she lost all hope in the others. The mountain was covered in trees and branches were all over. My heart belongs to you, yet you have no clue. When Ning Xi read this poem to her husband, his eyes were charmed with affection. Their lives were really full of challenges. Her husband had put in so much effort to get closer to her, yet he did not know Ning Xi had already fallen for him a long time ago. She had just avoided revealing herself because of her past. Lu Yueshi indicated Ning Xi's path and also her love towards her husband, killing two birds with one stone. After the name was set, they were troubled by her nickname. They thought of bun, steamed bun, and spring rolls, but they could not decide on a suitable one. However, as the little princess grew up, everyone thought of one word, Tangyuan one. She was fair and round, just like a Tangyuan. How cute. There was a point that Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi, and the Lu family were very worried about. Little Tangyuan seemed a little too quiet. The two elders were especially afraid that little Tangyuan would become like little Treasure, so they always tried to make her laugh. Nurtured by their concern and love, the little princess turned 3 years old. No one in the family was worried about little Tangyuan having autism anymore. On a certain day, with clear skies, there was an enraged voice of a man coming from within Platinum Palace. Lu Yueshi, come out. I promise I just want to talk. Lu Jingli was holding a destroyed carrot and looked furious. He stepped into his brother's house. Where's Tangyuan? Where's that little demon? Bro, sister-in-law, don't hide her. Give her to me. Lu Tingxiao was not even surprised by Lu Jingli's behavior. Ning Xi sighed as she was sipping on tea on the sofa. What now? Lu Jingli caressed his carrot. What now? Look at this. My carrots. My cabbages. They were all ruined by your little demon. I want compensation. This little bastard broke my multicolored glazed glassware a few days ago and killed half of my koi fish yesterday. Now, even my vegetable farm has fallen. Come out. Tangyuan, show yourself. I know you're home. Ning Xi was helpless. Did he really have to come here every day? Back then, she had been worried that Tangyuan was too inactive. Now, she wished she could lock Tangyuan up with a chain. She could not stay still for even a second, and she had conquered everyone at home. Ning Xi looked at Lu Tingxiao worriedly when she saw Lu Jingli going upstairs to look for Tangyuan. Lu Jingli treasures his vegetable farm the most. Tangyuan will really get it this time. Don't stop Lu Jingli later. Teach the girl a lesson. Lu Tingxiao looked at his wife calmly. I won't. Ning Xi was surprised. Lu Tingxiao doted on little Tangyuan the most, but now he agreed not to stop his brother. Lu Jingli went around the whole house until he finally found little Tangyuan in Little Treasure's room. When Little Treasure saw Lu Jingli grab his sister away, he did not try to help at all. He was as calm as his father. Chapter 2165, Yindi, My Little Heart. Chapter 2165, My Little Heart. Second uncle, put me down. Little Tangyuan cried out in her baby voice. Lu Jingli looked determined. No way. I'm telling you, even if God were here today, he wouldn't be able to save you. Little Tangyuan begged pitifully. Second uncle, I know I'm wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? Lu Jingli was not moved at all. Don't come at me with this. You've already said such things over 800 times. Little Tangyuan then said. Second uncle, you can't be angry. Lu Jingli then replied. Why can't I be angry? I'm about to be angered to death by you. Solemnness filled the Tangyuan's delicate little face as she said earnestly. Even though you look very handsome when you're angry, second uncle, you look even more handsome when you're not angry. Lu Jingli's fury had calmed down a little, although he was still angry as he shot her a side look. Are you telling the truth? How handsome? Little Tangyuan immediately said without hesitation. More handsome than my father. Lu Jingli's fire of fury was instantly extinguished by half. At least you've got good judgment. But don't think that I'll let you go this time just because you said that. Your father and your mother can't bear to hit you, but this time I will still give you a lesson. You're too naughty, do you know that? You won't be able to escape my spanking this time. Give up. Little Tangyuan was so frightened that her neck shrunk. Then, Then before you spank me, can you help me find something, second uncle? Lu Jingli glanced at her with alarm. What do you want to find? Little Tang Yuan answered weakly. There's something I left at your place, second uncle. Who told you to run around? It'd be weird if you didn't misplace anything. What did you leave at my place? Is it something very important? Lu Jingli asked unhappily. Very important. Little Tang Yuan blinked her big, teary eyes and nodded vigorously. Then, she used her little hands to make a little heart-shaped sign as she said in her baby voice, My little heart, I left it at your place, second uncle. Then, she kissed Lu Jingli's cheeks lightly. Tang Yuan liked second uncle the most. Lu Jingli was speechless. Half an hour later, Lu Jingli sent all those vegetables that the little demon wrecked to Lu Tingxiao's place. Then, he happily led the little Tang Yuan to his other vegetable garden. Inside the villa, when he saw the duo walk out happily, Little Treasure sighed helplessly. Sigh, why was his second uncle so forgetful? He knew it was useless. Ning Xi held her forehead with dread. Who does little Tang Yuan actually take after? She's so good at seduction. Lu Jingli had already been tortured by her thousands of times, yet he still treated her like a little baby. It was not only Lu Jingli. She subdued almost everyone around. Beside her, when Lu Tingxiao heard his wife, he looked at her meaningfully. When she received her darling's meaningful look, Ning Xi cleared her throat awkwardly. Okay, it's my fault. Lu Tingxiao walked slowly to his wife. He leaned forward and kissed lightly on her forehead. My wife gave birth to such a cute pair of son and daughter. How are you at fault? Ning Xi was speechless when she was caught off guard by this flirt. This little Tang Yuan's genes were definitely not her fault alone.